Chapter 321. Doubtu. Remember? As long as we are strong enough, no matter what others say or do, we can't be hurt at all. If we really let them lead us by the nose and let others control our emotions, we will be in big trouble. Don't say I'm not at home. Even if I'm at home, what's wrong? Who stipulates that I must save him and can definitely save him? He is willing to leave his family to die. Why should I save someone who doesn't want to live? The outside world is far more complicated than what my brother and sister-in-law said. Doubtu seems to understand, but not really understand. He thought about it several times before he suddenly understood. Although they let her go on duty, the two were still worried and would ask her what happened outside and how she dealt with it from time to time. Doubtu was only 4 or 5 years old and had to make a living at her uncle's house, living under someone else's roof. She had to learn to be patient and face everything with silence or a smile. She could only cry secretly. If she was found by her uncle's family, she would only be scolded or not allowed to eat. Later, Jiang Ning slowly enlightened her, and she would open her heart to her brother and sister-in-law, but rarely expressed her true emotions to outsiders. Either keep silent or smile and let it go. Therefore, even if people outside said something about Jiang Ning, she didn't rush to refute it, but kept it all in mind. She was afraid that she would do something wrong due to impulse. So she went home to ask her brother and sister-in-law, and she would know. Her brother said that some mistakes should not be made, even if it was only once. The price to pay is very likely to be life. She could only go by her own way in many things. Jiang Ning didn't take the rumors to heart at all, and lived her life as she should. She didn't work anymore, and apart from exercising and taking care of the space, she spent almost all her time reading medical books. Some families in the community were happy, while others were sad. Some owners had their hidden supplies stolen, while others were excited to bring them back. The long night made the gap between the rich and the poor more obvious. In addition to cutting wrists, there was also a case of swallowing expired sleeping pills. Sad with your sadness, happy with others' happiness. Sadness and joy are never the same. Jiang Ning traveled in the ocean of knowledge, and before he knew it, a month had passed. At night, he suddenly became interested. When he hugged Wei Yishan and kissed him, he just wanted to communicate further. But he was rejected. I was a little confused at first, but I soon understood. In the past month, the two have not had any intimate behavior. Although they didn't say it, they both knew that Xiao Min's death in childbirth left a psychological shadow on both of them. Even with the protection of an umbrella, it is not absolutely safe. Jiang Ning smiled and turned off the bedside lamp. Go to sleep. Wei Yishan hugged her in his arms and kissed her on the forehead. Aining. After waking up and having breakfast in the morning, just as I was about to continue reading the medical book, the intercom sounded and someone was looking for me at the gate of the community. Grandma Zhong came. Jiang Ning thought, if the child is safe, today is exactly the full month. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law of the Zhong family came together, bringing 10 kilograms of rice as a thank you gift for Jiang Ning medical treatment. Jiang Ning was not in a hurry to accept it. Grandma Zhong, how is the child? Grandma Zhong lost her previous optimism and spirit, and felt that she was much older. But she still pulled the corner of her mouth towards Jiang Ning. The child is fine. Xiao Min is a sensible and family-oriented person. But the Zhong family is not well off. She didn't take much supplements when she was pregnant, and the child looked very weak. But after a month of careful feeding, it seems that the condition has improved a lot, and the eyeballs are moving very fast. He still can't speak now, and I hope that the dystocia and suffocation will not affect his IQ. The Zhong family has a great-grandson, and it is reasonable to thank Jiang Ning, the lifesaver, even if they don't have to put out a lot of gifts. But the whole family is in grief over the loss of their granddaughter-in-law, and they really don't have the mood, especially Zhong Ping, who didn't eat or drink for several days. He felt that he had killed his wife. If he had been more careful, Xiao Min would not have been pregnant. If she had aborted the baby in time when she noticed that the fetus was in an abnormal position, she might not have died at all. But the baby was moving at that time, and Xiao Min was reluctant to abort it. So she begged her husband to keep it secret from the family. So, Zhong Ping didn't want to live at all. If the crying of the child had not made him feel the responsibility of being a father, perhaps he would have already. But this is a family matter, and Grandma Zhong has no time to tell others. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law took time to come here to express their gratitude to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning confiscated her thank you gift, Grandma, you take the rice back and grind it into rice paste to feed the child. It will be a full-month gift from me as his aunt. The Zhong family has been taken care of by Jiang Ning for many years. The kindness cannot be repaid in 2 or 3 words. Grandma Zhong insisted on giving it. Grandma, if you want to thank me, wait until he grows up to thank me. Jiang Ning insisted not to accept it. Today, I see fewer and fewer familiar people. Let's just regard it as the fate of our 2 families. I have to admit that she has adapted to the cruelty and darkness of the end of the world. Everything she sees is numb. Other people's joys and sorrows, and life and death rarely touch her emotions. Grandma Zhong family can trigger her empathy a little. If a person has no emotions, what is the difference between him and a walking machine? So, she is willing to lend a helping hand appropriately. Whether it is to help or rescue, she feels more or less comfortable in her heart. Grandma Zhong suddenly burst into tears. Thank you, Xiao Jiang. Thank you so much. If Jiang Ning hadn't performed a cesarean section in time to save the child, Zhong Ping might have. Without this child to tie him up, his spirit would have collapsed. In fact, it's not just him. The Zhong family is the same. No matter how difficult it is, you have to live well. You can't just close your eyes and die. You have to raise this child. For the Zhong family, and for Xiao Min in the afterlife. After sending the 2 away, Jiang Ning returned to Building 50 to continue reading. Young Master Rong would bombard the intercom from time to time. Sister, do you want hot pot? Sister, do you want beef or mutton? Sister, some of my medicines are about to expire. Do you want any? Jiang Ning didn't want to get too close to the second-generation rich, so he often turned off the intercom. The public security outside was getting better and better. Qin Chuan and his gang of middlemen, Jianzhu, were doing a booming business. They not only contracted the business in the community, but also actively expanded their business outside. After the eternal night, the status of the rich circle became more obvious. Many down-and-out socialites, who had returned to poverty tearfully found their luxury goods, Chanel dresses, donkey bags, Hermes high heels, etc., and sold them at the night market, hoping to exchange them for some food. The survivors passing by couldn't help but mock. Are these people mentally ill? A Chanel white gauze skirt costs half a pound of rice? Will it keep you warm or keep you full? There were even shameless ruffians who came to tease. Beauty. These things are not worth half a piece of bread. But you have a pretty face. How about going home with me? The socialites were so angry that they covered their faces and ran home, crying all night. Afterwards, someone put aside their face and self-esteem and found Qin Chuan. Brother Qin. Look, these are all good things. I spent 1.28 million to buy this skirt, which is a global limited edition. I only wore it once. And this donkey brand bag. I bought it to collect it. And the tag was not cut off. Do you think you can sell it? Chapter 322. Qin Chuan had seen too many celebrities like this, and he dismissed them with just 2 or 3 words. Jiang Ning went to Yuecheng every week. If Ma Guangnian didn't have time to take her, she would go to Lao Hu. She never went empty-handed, either with a few pounds of cornmeal or old rice, and gave it to whoever was free to take her, as if it was tuition. After not seeing Ma Guangnian for several times in a row, Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask curiously, Lao Hu, what is Teacher Ma busy with recently? There is official news that the eternal night may be coming to an end, and a major disaster has occurred in the north, which is very likely to affect the south. Teacher Ma has been busy with academicianly during this period, and often doesn't even have time for 3 meals. Academicianly? It should be the old professor who conquered the smog virus. Jiang Ning pretended to gossip. What disaster happened in the north? Having accepted a talented and eye-catching apprentice, Lao Hu had nothing to hide. It hasn't been announced yet. The news came from the capital. The tiny place that discharged nuclear wastewater has experienced the strongest earthquake in 1,000 years, and an undersea volcano has erupted, engulfing the entire country in a short time. It would take a very powerful volcanic eruption to destroy a country in a second. The volcanic ash produced by such a volcanic eruption is incalculable. Jiang Ning's scalp tingled instantly. Smog is coming. It turns out that the country of Japan was destroyed in seconds, which is the truth of the smog disaster. Jiang Ning was a little anxious. Can you predict what viruses the smog will bring? Lao Hu looked worried. The finer the volcanic ash particles, the deeper they enter the respiratory tract. After being inhaled by people, Inhalable particles will accumulate in the respiratory system and cause many diseases. Exposure to coarse particles can damage the respiratory system and induce asthma. Fine particles may cause heart disease, lung disease, respiratory disease, reduce lung function, etc. The risk is very high for sensitive groups such as the elderly, children, and those with heart and lung diseases. This is only physical damage. And the damage to the environment is even more obvious. It not only produces haze, but also seriously damages the surface of buildings. If there is a typhoon or rain, wet and heavy volcanic ash will fall. And in serious cases, the roof can be directly collapsed. Seeing that she was very scared, Lao, who comforted her while teaching, "Don't worry too much. The Research Institute has been cultivating related medicinal herbs in recent years. You have to believe that our doctors will definitely overcome the difficulties." Jiang Ning nodded. "Well, I believe you can do it." The course ended, and they packed up and left. When she got downstairs, she saw Ma Guangyan coming out of the glass shed, followed by several students and an old man in his 70s. He was thin, with half-white hair, but he looked energetic. Jiang Ning stepped forward to say hello. "Teacher Ma. Long time no see." Ma Guangyan was very happy. "Xiao Jiang is here. Wait a moment. I have something to say." After sending academicianly upstairs, he instructed several assistants on their tasks, and then came over. "Sorry. I'm so busy these days that I don't even have time to bring you here. It's okay. I can figure it out slowly by myself." "Teacher, don't delay important things. Ma Guangyan still has a lot of things to do." So he cut to the chase. "I heard that a volcano erupted in an island country, and volcanic ash may fall all the way down. Although we are far away, it may cause smog disasters. I don't know what diseases smog will cause, but there will definitely be a tough battle to fight. It's time to really test our medical staff. After so many years of natural disasters, many outstanding talents have disappeared. Our task is very arduous. Officials in various cities have received the news and are urgently gathering medical staff. By then, the remaining medical staff in Pingcheng, Guanqing, Xiangshan and other places will be concentrated in Yuecheng to face this battle together. And we must win. Otherwise the disaster will be unimaginable." "Jiang Ning, are you interested in joining?" Jiang Ning head buzzed for a while, and it took her a while to find her voice. "Teacher, I am willing." She was worried about not finding a reason. In order to win this battle, she has been preparing for several years. "Well, you have to be prepared at all times. Once the haze comes and cases can be observed clinically, we have to race against time." Jiang Ning opened his mouth and wanted to ask what preparations the Research Institute had made, but he swallowed the words when they came to his lips. Not to mention that all kinds of testing equipment have been destroyed by natural disasters. "I am afraid that even the most basic protective clothing and masks cannot be taken out." Jiang Ning drove back to Fengcheng with a heavy heart. That night, she thought again and found Qin Chuan. "Brother Qin, is there any way to get a batch of protective clothing, masks or alcohol?" "Sister-in-law, the natural disaster has been going on for many years, and these things have expired long ago, even if they are available." Jiang Ning thought about it, and it was true. With the successive bad weather, even if they were well preserved, they would be scrapped. She counted over and over again the Chinese medicinal materials she had stockpiled over the years. Fortunately, she had planted enough wormwood, which could achieve a certain sterilization effect if made into wormwood. "I met academicianly today." Jiang Ning described the old man appearance and looked at Huishan and asked, "Is it him?" Huishan nodded. "Yes, it's academicianly." Jiang Ning mentioned Ma Guangyan's invitation to join the research team, but she was worried about Huishan and the two of them. "How about we find an opportunity and go together? As long as the haze virus does not change, and the two most critical medicines are ready, this battle should not be as difficult as in the previous life." Huishan did not refuse. "Well, we will decide based on the situation at that time." The eternal night continued, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In a daze, it felt a little dazzling. Jiang Ning slowly opened her eyes, and saw the light coming in from the window. The sunlight was not dazzling, and even felt a little dim, as if it was gray. Jiang Ning suddenly realized something, and reached out to pull the curtains. It was dawn. The eternal night disappeared. She saw the sunlight. The sunlight in the haze seemed so dim, and seemed to be covered with countless dust. She thought of the butterfly effect. But she didn't expect it to be a cumulative damage. According to Haitian memory, the smog arrived about half a month after the end of the eternal night. Because there was no wind, the smog spread slowly. At first, it was just light, so people thought it was just fog, until someone came out coughing. And there was even a layer of dust on their face after being out for a long time. And then the smog with visibility less than 5 meters. But now it's different. The eternal night has just ended, and the smog has followed, not giving the survivors a chance to breathe. No, the smog has already come before the eternal night has ended. But no one can see it clearly in the dark, let alone discover its existence. Jiang Ning became nervous instantly. She hurriedly took her pulse and tested her cardiopulmonary function by holding her breath with deep breathing. She felt fine for the time being. Huaishan was awakened by her. When he saw the thick fog outside the window, he couldn't recover for a long time and couldn't help coughing twice. Chapter 323. Jiang Ning was so scared that her soul flew out of her body, and she hurriedly checked Huaishan again. It was impossible. He was infected much later in his previous life. And since she came back from Yuecheng, she asked him and Dao to wear masks when they were on duty outside. When they came back, they had to disinfect their clothes with alcohol, and then rinse them with disinfectant water after changing them. The dog didn't have a special mask, and out of caution, she didn't let it go on duty during this period, and even ignored Ah Ben when he came to find it. Ah. Ha. It's dawn. It's dawn. The sun is out. Someone outside was shouting wildly and running happily. It was not just one person, but a large group of people. There were second-generation people, celebrities, and people who had returned to poverty. Men, women, young and old. They laughed and cried in the fog, hugged each other and shouted, "It's dawn. We made it. Oh. Jiang Ning was so scared that she immediately closed the doors and windows, took out the air purifier, and boiled the herbs she had matched in the medicine pot. Everyone had to drink a bowl, and the dog was no exception. If he didn't want to drink it, he had to drink it. Smog also affects poultry. She has been testing the medicine on rabbits for half a month. The boiled medicine juice was stirred into corn crumbs. After continuous observation, there was no adverse reaction. Just as I was about to take the medicine, an emergency report came from the radio. The smog was caused by a volcanic eruption in a northern island country. It is very likely to carry an unknown virus. Survivors are advised not to go out. If you have to go out, please be sure to take safety precautions. Wear a mask. Wash your hands frequently. And disinfect your clothes. As soon as the news came out, those who were still celebrating their new life in the smog turned pale in an instant. Everyone subconsciously covered their noses and ran home. Oh my God! This is not ordinary fog, but smog with the smell of nuclear wastewater. They are dying. They might have been infected. What should they do now? For a while, the survivors were shivering at home when they heard the smog. What the hell is smog? It's worse than eternal night. Jiang Ning took out alcohol and disinfectant, and the three of them disinfected every corner of the house. The smell of disinfectant is unpleasant, but you have to hold it in. It's better than inhaling smog. The intercom rang. It was Qin Mu looking for Dao. The voice was coughing. Dao was so scared that he hung up the intercom immediately, fearing that if he was a second late, the smog would crawl into his home along the intercom. After hanging up the intercom, she felt that she was being impolite and looked at Jiang Ning helplessly. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's okay. The smog won't come in through the intercom. Dao was not so nervous at this time, and dialed the intercom to contact, and said in a sweet voice, "Brother Xiaomu, what's wrong with you?" "I'm fine. Maybe I caught a cold yesterday." "Well, then you have a good rest, and exercise more when you have time. There is smog outside now. You must not go out." After hanging up the intercom, Dao was a little worried. Is Brother Xiaomu infected? Jiang Ning didn't know. Maybe it was just a cold. The smog came suddenly, catching everyone off guard, and the whole city fell into extreme panic. Jiang Ning stood outside the window, looking at the foggy world outside. The smog is not very serious now, with visibility of about 50 meters. But there is no one on duty in the community, and everyone is scared to hide at home and dare not go out. So, the fifth owner's meeting was held on the intercom channel, like a pot of boiling porridge. That's lively. The voices were noisy, filled with fear. Fear? helplessness, and confusion about the future. What should I do? I feel very uncomfortable now and have difficulty breathing. Doctor. Is there a doctor in the group? I need you. I just coughed. Am I infected? Stay away from me. Don't knock on my door if you don't have anything to do. I don't know you. No. I take someone with me even if I die. Wait tonight. I climb over your window. Quiet. The voices of Rong Sanshao and his group came from inside. What are you arguing about? It's meeting time now. Be quiet. Instantly. The channel was completely silent. I said, are you all dumb? Squeak. Squeak. Woof. Rong Sanshao almost vomited blood. Lying on the bed. He threw his slippers at Ah Bin. I told you to scream. But you don't give me face. Ah Bin didn't want to indulge him anymore. So he resolutely left the room with the slippers in his mouth. Dog thing. Who gave it face? After a lot of noise. The owner's meeting was finally completed, and he was temporarily off duty. There is smog in the community, and there is smog outside. If you are not afraid of death. Come on. If thugs really come out. Neighbors should help each other. Remember to wear masks when helping. If you don't have one, you can sew one with cloth. Zheng Weili called the intercom. Aining, are you okay over there? I'm fine here. Jiang Ning reminded her. Volcanic ash is acidic. If you have plants in the garden, harvest them or move them indoors. Otherwise, I'm afraid the plants will die in a few days, and the soil will become acidic. The two families didn't have disinfectants, but they had white wine in stock, which could be used for disinfection. The first day of the smog, we welcomed the sunset in a panic. Building 50 after dinner. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening. Huishan told his sister. Daodu, Aining and I are going out for a while. You and Kayley stay at home. Daodu was a little worried. Brother, when will you be back? Soon. No more than 2 hours. Over the years, Daodu has already developed the habit of not asking, and silently sent the two out. The smog was so serious when it first came, and the toxicity was likely to increase. The two dared not slack off. Not only did they put on protective clothing, but they also put on gas masks and drove out fully armed. The road was terribly quiet, with only dim lights in a weak confrontation with the smog. At least there were thugs in the eternal night. But the smog really pressed the pause button, as if the whole city was empty, without any fireworks. Many dark forces are not afraid of the military and police, and have been fighting wits and courage for 3 years. But they immediately gave in when the smog hit, and no one dared to go out again. There is no rush to rob and burn. Let others try the poison of smog first. After making sure that there was no one around, Jiang Ning put away the Hummer and took out 2 trucks full of medicinal materials. In the past few years, she has spent almost all her energy on herbs, especially the 2 key herbs, and treated them as treasures. Her efforts paid off. Just these 2 herbs filled a whole truck, all sealed in bags. The other truck of herbs is extremely beneficial for protecting the liver and lungs, killing bacteria and reducing inflammation. The 2 drove the truck one after the other and headed to the police station. Originally, they wanted to unload at the door of the police station, but there was someone guarding the door, so they had to unload the medicine in a corner 50 meters away from the police station. Afraid of being picked up by others, the 2 honked their horns to harass them. In the silent night, the truck horn really worked, and soon a policeman with a gun came out to check. When they came, Jiang Ning drove the truck away. 2 huge vehicles blocked the road, and several policemen were extremely nervous. They mistakenly thought that they were gangsters coming to provoke them, and they drew their guns and loaded them. Come out! Chapter 324. The answer to the police was the air with haze. They approached cautiously and opened the black bag to check. It turned out to be herbs. Everyone was shocked. What does this mean? No one dared to take it lightly. What if there was a bomb in the herbs? So they called their off-duty colleagues to open the bags one by one for inspection. The matter was too strange, and soon alarmed Director Ling. The herbs were taken back to the police station. Director Ling, who was woken up in the middle of the night, looked at the herbs in the yard and his jaw almost dropped. But he soon thought of something and immediately ordered, "Please ask the experts from the Chinese Medicine Research Institute to come over." The police officer did not dare to slack off and drove to ask for help overnight. Director Ling returned to the office. "Did you see who delivered the medicine?" "No." The visibility was poor at night, and there was haze blocking the view. They could not see clearly in the car. The police officer on duty thought for a while. However, they seemed to be wearing gas masks, which looked like skulls at first glance. I was shocked at the time and thought they were going to use biological attacks. Director Ling glanced at him. Have you watched too many movies? Director Ling. I'm not kidding. Many people outside have psychological problems. And revenge on society is commonplace. The Haze virus is a respiratory infection. Once a major outbreak occurs, who knows how many people will spread the virus? We must be prepared. Director Ling glanced over. Put on your mask. The police officer held his mask tightly. Director Ling, do you want to track down those 2 trucks? The 2 letters of complaint were almost worn out by Director Ling over the years. Why track down the 2 trucks? Catch them and put them in jail? Director Ling considered again and again. No need. Let's invite experts to come first and make sure that there is no problem with this batch of medicinal materials. The smog has made people panic, especially the upgraded version of smog. Not surprisingly, Jiang Ning had a nightmare again, dreaming that Huishan vomited out all his lungs and filled the basin. Not only him, but also the dog. The dog with blood in his mouth kept scratching his claws, and suddenly spoke to her. Shit shoveler. I can't breathe. Give me your lungs. Jiang Ning was frightened and opened her eyes suddenly. Huishan turned on the bedside lamp. What's wrong? Jiang Ning patted the lungs in his chest. It's okay. As soon as he got up, Qin Chuan came to him in a hurry. Sister-in-law, Xiaomu has a fever and coughs. His breathing is rapid, and his body is hot and cold. Is he infected? Jiang Ning commanded through the intercom. How high is his fever? Almost 40. Have you taken antipyretic medicine? Qin Chuan had antipyretic medicine, but it had expired a few years ago, so he didn't dare to give it to his son. Jiang Ning thought for a while. Wipe his body with warm water. Soak his feet with wormwood water. And drink more hot water if you have nothing to do. Not only Qin Chuan, but also the sharp-nosed monkey came to him, because his child was also sick. It seems that it is not accidental. The Haze virus infection breaks out very quickly, and the first to be affected are children, whose body resistance is far worse than that of adults. Huishan went to the backyard and came back with a bad look. The poultry seems to be affected too, and some chickens are wheezing. It may not be an infection, but it may just be physical discomfort. But no one can guarantee it. What if it is really infected? And poultry infects people? Jiang Ning made a decision after repeated consideration. Kill them all. Poultry is Daodu's hard work, and he has invested his love in every one of them. He was extremely sad when he heard the news. So, all the chickens, ducks, geese, etc. were killed and put into black plastic bags. After 3 years of hard work, there are quite a lot of poultry. Jiang Ning was reluctant to give them up. He disinfected each layer of plastic bags, put 5 or 6 layers of bags on them, and then put them into a sealed plastic storage box and stored them in the space. If there is a shortage of supplies one day, maybe they can take them out and eat them. As for Dahui, Xiaobai and their 6 children, as heroic parents, they have continuously provided rabbit meat for Jiang Ning over the years. After so many years, it would be a lie to say that there is no emotion. I don't know if it's because of good health or the effect of drug testing, but they don't wheeze and chew hay leisurely. She didn't make up her mind in the end, but disinfected the poultry shed inside and outside, leaving enough hay and water, and let fate decide life and death. Jiang Ning's plan was disrupted. She originally thought that after the eternal night was over, she would go to the Chinese Medicine Research Institute to help Ma Guangyan and Academician Li. And when the haze came, she would unload the medicine at the door of the police station without anyone noticing, and use the convenience of work to secretly remind them to use the medicine, thereby shortening the research and development process. The reason why she didn't give it directly to the research institute was that she didn't know their process well enough. What if they used it for other purposes? Secondly, a large number of mysterious medicinal materials suddenly appeared, and she was afraid that they would report to the Yuecheng police station. If they really investigated it thoroughly, they might find out. After thinking about it, she still gave it to Director Ling. Director Ling knew very well what the medicine was used for, and he would even help cover it up. As smart as he is, he must have seen through it a long time ago, but he just didn't say it clearly. In short, he is a very magical person. Although she thought about it, she still couldn't let it go without seeing the person who Director Ling handed it to the research institute. She chose to go out again. She went out in a fair and square manner wearing protective clothing. When she went out, she threw a large bag of herbs into Qin Chuan's villa and asked the father and son to try to soak them in water. There were more than 49 buildings. Zhang Chao and Liu also had them, as well as the sharp-nosed monkey. Send them through the air to avoid contact. After the herbs were chopped and mixed evenly, unless you were an expert, you couldn't tell the specific prescription. After delivering the herbs, she came to the two-bedroom subdivided apartment she bought. After the sharp-nosed monkey and others moved out, the floor became much more spacious, and the Aoyuan members lived less crowded. Some smart people took the opportunity to rent their house to avoid the two families from being crowded in the same house. So crowded that there was no room to turn around. They got along quite well. The monkeys and others knew that it was not easy for these people. They only collected a symbolic rent and regarded it as looking after their house. The only requirement was that they take good care of the house. The Yang family was next door. They opened the door immediately after hearing the noise, with a knife in their hands. Seeing that the other party was wearing protective clothing and covered his whole body tightly, Yang Jia shouted vigilantly, "Who are you?" Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's me." Yang Jia was surprised. "Little sister Jiang?" He was very happy after not seeing each other for 3 years. "Are you and instructor Hua okay?" They all heard about what happened in the villa area on Yongya. Afterwards, they were scared and sweating, and their mood was extremely complicated. In fact, the security captain was quite good to them. When faced with the owner's difficulties, he often rushed to the front. If the owners had not really gone too far, who knows, the tragedy would not have happened. In any case, even though the security captain was smooth and worldly, he was willing to let them go in the end. And he also gave them enough wages and food. It can only be said that his cruelty and violence were forced out by natural disasters and man-made disasters. "It's okay. I come over to check out the house. There's smog everywhere." His concern is received, so I won't say much. Zhang Chao and Liu Yu's families have lived here for a while, and the house is quite clean. Jiang Ning stood at the window of 302, just able to see the gate of the police station. But the view was not particularly clear on a smoggy day. She took out a telescope and observed carefully. Chapter 325. Jiang Ning watched for a long time, and saw several people wearing white protective suits coming out, accompanied by Director Ling wearing a mask and several police officers. Several experts from the Chinese Medicine Research Institute came, but the naked eye could not tell whether the herbs were poisonous, so the safest way was to take them back for testing. In the past few years of natural disasters, doctors have been dying, and the survivors can only bear the disease. The 2 trucks of medicine are undoubtedly timely. Director Ling has never cooperated with them. Thinking of the meaning behind the herbs, he tactfully reminded Comrade Ma, "The herbs are anonymously donated by caring people in Fengcheng. They are specially used to treat smog viruses. I hope they can be used for special medicines." Ma Guangyan shook hands with him. "Please rest assured, Director Ling, we will strictly implement the donation wishes of caring people. If there is a chance, please convey our gratitude for us." Director Ling couldn't help but wonder, can these medicines really cure the smog virus? It's hard to say for now, but they are all medicines for protecting the liver and lungs. And judging from the quality of the herbs, they are all very good. During the conversation, 2 large trucks drove into the police station, and a group of soldiers got out of them, loaded the herbs into the trucks in an orderly manner, and escorted colleagues from the research institute back to Yuecheng. After shaking hands and saying goodbye, the truck slowly left. Jiang Ning put away the telescope, looking thoughtful. The research institute has the best protective equipment, followed by the military and police. It seems that the authorities have long been preparing for the fight against haze, hoping to win this battle. Riding a donkey back to the community, I vaguely heard coughing, and there was more than one family, which made Jiang Ning alert immediately. The virus would not be more fierce than a flood or a beast. "Right, Jiang? Dr. Jiang." A person suddenly walked out of building 19, coughing and panting violently as he walked. "Do you have any medicine?" "No." Jiang Ning didn't even blink. "I won't give it to you even if I have it." If it was someone else, she might be more polite, but she didn't bother to hide it from Madame Xiao. "You? Why are you so mean? You obviously have medicine, but you won't give it to me?" Madame Xiao felt very uncomfortable, and her steps were staggering with a high fever. We all live in the same community. Are you so cold-hearted that you don't want to save me? I won't ask for it for nothing. I give you something in exchange. Why should I save you? Jiang Ning asked back. From the day I moved into Building 50, you not only disliked me, but also tried to sow discord and spread rumors everywhere. Everything you did was disgusting. You just thought that a nouveau riche like me was not worthy of living with you. The Qin dynasty has fallen. And you still think you are a noble who is superior to others? I have given you a chance. But you didn't cherish it, and took advantage of Mr. Liao's death to instigate Mrs. Liao to cause trouble to Building 50. Who do you think you are? Are you giving me face by asking me for medicine? You are sick. And you deserve to die. You are talking nonsense. I didn't do it at all. Mrs. Xiao was so angry that she almost fainted because she couldn't breathe. However, thinking that she was asking for help now, she had to subconsciously restrain her temper and soften her voice. Jiang Ning. There was a misunderstanding in the past. Listen to my explanation. Oh, who is she? Jiang Ning rode away on his donkey. Mrs. Xiao couldn't catch up with him. Back to Building 50. Sprayed alcohol all over to disinfect. Go to the backyard and see that the big gray and the little white are quietly eating grass. Soaking herbs in water is essential for 3 meals a day. And 2 hours of extreme sparring starts. Just after dinner in the evening. Qin Chuan's voice came from the intercom. Sister-in-law, please tune into the community's communication channel. Hearing his hoarse voice, Jiang Ning asked with concern, are you also infected? My throat is itchy and painful. And it feels like I'm swallowing a razor blade. Qin Chuan smiled bitterly. And then comforted himself. Xiaomu took the herbs you gave me, and felt a little better. Continue taking them. And you should drink more too. It has a preventive effect. While changing the channel, there was a sudden knock on the door downstairs. Dr. Jiang, we're here to change the medicine. Please open the door. There was not just one person, but a large group of people, either covering their mouths and noses with handkerchiefs or covering their faces with clothes. Jiang Ning ignored them and continued to change the channel. The community channel was so lively. Madame Xiao complained to Jiang Ning while coughing and bleeding, saying that she had medicine but didn't take it out, and was cold-blooded and selfish and didn't save the dying. Building 50 became famous in one battle, and with Yongye's glorious history of fighting, it has a good relationship with the Rong family. Most people in the community want to be on good terms with it. Even if they don't accept it, they have to hold it in. Madame Xiao is really brave enough to throw it all away, because of the death of Boss Liao. Madame Liao, who was brainwashed by her, followed suit, and was simply possessed by a drama spirit. The smart people didn't say anything, but came to Building 50 to please. Although they were afraid of 50 buildings, death was more frightening. Jiang Ning didn't bother to pay attention to them, and listened to the intercom as if it was a play. She was not anxious, but the hot-tempered Zheng Weili was anxious. Don't say Jiang Ning has no medicine. Even if there is medicine, why should I give it to you? What? If you keep nagging, believe it or not, I will tear down your door. As soon as she opened her mouth, the sharp-mouthed monkey followed. A group of middlemen. They may not have other skills, but they are definitely good at talking. One sentence from each person can make Mrs. Xiao so angry that she vomits blood and can't stop coughing. Mrs. Xiao, I suggest you take a breath and don't faint. The third young master Rong, who was the last to appear, teased slowly. Tell you that Sister Jiang is medicine? I don't know that she and I are like siblings. Do yourself a favor. Say less and breathe more. Maybe you can live a few more days. The haze has just arrived, and even the official experts are still trying to find ways to study the anti-haze virus. Stop spreading rumors and destroy the unity of the community. What's your intention? The owners of the community are all highly educated and well-educated. Do you really think that you will provoke them and make them run to Sister Jiang to get medicine like an idiot? A bunch of idiots knocking on the door of Building 50 to get medicine. Mrs. Xiao dared to criticize Jiang Ning, but she didn't dare to go against the Rong family. Ahem. I didn't say she had an antidote, but she had herbs, and several families used them. What's it got to do with you? She has herbs that belong to you, and with all the shit you did, how dare you ask her for medicine? The third son of the Rong family, the son of the richest man in Fengcheng, was so good at swearing. Unfortunately, before she could finish her words, Master Rong Kane hit her. You bastard. You speak without restraint. You don't have any shame. But I still have some. Oh, you want to murder your own son? Jiangning turned off the intercom and couldn't help laughing. Do you think that young Master Rong is asking me for medicine in a roundabout way? Huishan agreed. I think so. She told him about the research institute taking away the medicinal materials. The medicine was given to them. And I don't know when they can research the correct prescription. It's nothing important. So she plans to go there. Who knew that Huishan, who always supported her unconditionally, opposed it? The haze virus is coming fiercely. And everything is different from the previous life. The prescription needs to be continuously verified in the clinic. There will definitely be many patients there. And the risk of infection will be greatly increased. Chapter 326. This time, the two of them made full preparations. So they might not be infected. But it might not be the case if they went to the research institute. Who is not afraid of death? If Jiangning was not afraid, he would not have taken so many risks to collect herbs and spent so much time taking care of her in the past few years. Not only did the haze sneak up on Yonya, but its toxicity and transmission speed were even more alarming. Although the brother and sister wore masks when they went out before, they opened windows for ventilation at home. If one person is infected, the whole family cannot escape. Almost all the people in the villa where the sharp-nosed monkey lived had symptoms. And many people coughed while talking in the community channel. To put it more seriously, there are already many infected people in the community. Jiangning has a bad feeling that it is only a matter of time before his family is infected. The situation is very serious. If there is a choice, no one wants to go out and take risks. But can antiviral drugs spread faster than smog? Huishan said that the outbreak in the previous life was not obvious. And many people thought it was a cold, and did not think about the virus at all. He insisted on working for half a year before being infected. And it takes longer to successfully develop antiviral drugs. Although she gave the key drugs, the development time will definitely be greatly shortened. But who can be sure when it will succeed? If she gets infected soon, who can be sure that she can wait for the medicine? Jiangning has never been a person who waits passively. The risk of infection in the research institute is very high. But there are the best resources there. As long as there is a chance to get in, you can get treatment at the first sign of illness. Opportunities and risks coexist. Now there is still a chance to squeeze in. If the already poor medical resources are squeezed and collapsed, I am afraid that even the Tathagata Buddha will refuse to accept them. Huishan knew her concerns, but still insisted on his idea. Aining, I don't want you to go. He had experienced it before. He coughed so hard that he felt worse than death. He felt like there were thousands of worms gnawing at his liver and lungs. Even the seams of his bones hurt. It was no exaggeration to say that he was being tortured. Before, he was alone. And he had no worries even if he died. But now they both have someone they care about. If one of them dies, how painful will the survivors be? As long as they can't forget, they will be tortured for the rest of their lives. Huishan tried to persuade her. We are in good physical condition, and haven't been sick in the past few years. As long as we insist on disinfection every day, we won't be infected. Don't worry too much. This was the first time since they had been together that he had such a tough attitude. Jiangning thought about it and didn't insist. Maybe she was really anxious. Huishan was right. She was not alone now. She had him. Coke and Daodu. I didn't sleep well at night. I felt dizzy and always coughed. I opened my eyes, but it was terribly quiet. As soon as she opened the door in the morning, the dog came over with its tail wagging. Before it came to her, it sneezed 3 times. Daodu was doing disinfection. Jiangning didn't pay much attention at first, thinking it was choked, until the sneezes became more and more frequent, and the dog kept scratching its nose with its paws. Jiangning panicked instantly. She specially prepared 3 of its favorite legs for it. But it only ate 2. In the past, it would eat 1 without blinking. Jiangning knew its appetite very well, and it always ate its food without a scratch. She squatted down and opened Coke's mouth, shining a flashlight on its throat. It was not very clear, but it seemed red, swollen and white. Then she turned over its eyelids, and the bottom of its eyes were a little yellow, with a faint hint of black and blue. Jiangning's head buzzed, and her eyes were very uncomfortable. Without saying a word, she went back to her room to pack up. Huishan followed him into the room. Are you going to Yuecheng? Yes. Jiangning kept packing. Cola may have been infected. I must take it with me. He comforted. Calm down. It may not be infected. The throat is red and swollen with white spots. And the eyes are yellow and blue. These are the symptoms you had when you were infected, Huishan said. Dog eyes are originally yellow. And Keela has eaten a lot of fried fish in the past few days. It may just be an inflammation of the throat. How about taking some medicine first? Jiang Ning stared at him. If it was Daodu who was infected, would you be as calm as you are now? The tone was a little aggressive. Even sharp. As soon as the words came out, Jiang Ning regretted it. Sorry. I didn't mean it. But you know what Coke means to me. Huishan didn't say anything, but looked at her quietly, then helped her pack her things. I go with you. No. You can just take care of Daodu at home. He was right. The research institute was the most risky. And she couldn't afford to take the risk with her family. So she could just take Coke with her. And not lose everything. Huishan insisted. The smog virus is so strong. If Kiki is really infected, we can't escape it either. No. You and Daodu are both in good health. But Kiki is a dog. And his respiratory system is different from that of humans. Mrs. Xiao died this morning, Huishan said shockingly. It was only a few days. And she died very quickly from the onset of the disease. And the whole family was infected. Aining, if you insist on taking Kiki to Weicheng alone, whether you or I get sick, we may not have the chance to see each other for the last time. Calm down. We will face it together. Jiang Ning couldn't bear it. But Huishan went forward and hugged her tightly. Aining, if you really get into trouble in Weicheng, I will live in regret for the rest of my life. She took a breath and calmed down. In fact, what he said was not wrong. As long as one person in the family was infected, the chances of others being infected would increase greatly. The two hugged each other tightly. Their voices were a little loud, attracting Daodu, who looked panicked and at a loss. Brother. Sister-in-law. Jiang Ning quickly pushed Huishan away, turned around, and before he could speak, he saw a line of clear snot flowing out of Daodu's nose. It's over. Barbecue. Wearing a mask and protective clothing, Jiang Ning checked Daodu, and his temperature was 37.9 degrees, which was considered a fever. His throat was slightly red and swollen, but there were no white spots. But his eyes were slightly yellow. Jiang Ning asked, Daodu, when did you start? Daodu didn't feel it. The clear snot just started flowing. It seems that the virus is more terrible than expected. Even the two who have always been stronger than adults have been infected. It's really unethical, thinking that it took only a few days for Madame Xiao to die from illness. Jiang Ning felt sick instantly. He had to leave quickly. If he was late, he might not even be able to get a coffin board, let alone a hospital bed. Before leaving, Jiang Ning made a lot of preparations and boiled a large bucket of herbal soup, which the three of them and the dog insisted on drinking every day. Hot water, brown sugar water, antipyretic medicine, antipyretic tablets, and let the dog hold a thermometer. Fortunately, the body temperature was normal, but the signs of runny nose followed, and the eyelids were heavy and sleepy. The dog did not have a mask or protective clothing, so the three of them had to protect themselves. When leaving, Jiang Ning gave me medicine again. In view of the fact that young Master Rong trampled on his dignity to protect her, he threw the largest gift package to his house. After the car drove 2 or 3 kilometers, the voice of the second generation came from the intercom. Sister, did you give me medicine? I will be away for a few days. I hope we will have a chance to meet again. Chapter 327. No matter how fast you hurry, you are still a step too late. The Guangdong Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute was crowded with people seeking medicine in the haze, coughing everywhere, and droplets flying everywhere. A cordon was set up at the main gate, and armed soldiers were on duty, and no one was allowed to enter. Jiang Ning decisively turned the car around and went to the back door of the research institute. She did not hide her worries and told the truth. Without the approval from above, outsiders were not allowed to enter the research institute. Jiang Ning had to say, I am Professor Ma's student, and I was specially invited here. Please convey the message. The person guarding the back door was from the research institute, who ruthlessly rejected her request. Jiang Ning smiled as she got off the car, took out 5 kilograms of rice from her large coat, and secretly stuffed it over. Please help me, big brother. It doesn't matter if it succeeds or not. I take the responsibility if anything goes wrong. Who can resist the temptation of 5 kilograms of rice these days? The gatekeeper risked being criticized to help her contact After waiting for half an hour, an assistant wearing protective clothing came out to lead people. The research institute was not big to begin with, and it received hundreds of cases at once, divided into latent, mild, severe, and critical cases. All the temporary wards were filled, and even the corridors were filled. The haze came suddenly, and it was a combined attack of eternal night, not to mention the infected patients. Even several doctors in the research institute have fallen down in the past 2 days. They are too busy to handle it, and many of them are working while sick. But Ma Guangnian still arranged for Jiang Ning to come in and vacated 2 rooms in the family area. The research institute has no veterinarian, so they can only treat the dogs as people. And Ma Guangnian came in person. He examined the 2 dogs and confirmed that the symptoms were very similar to those of the early infected patients. They have mild symptoms. Fortunately, they were discovered early, and timely treatment will be more effective. Seeing that Jiang Ning and others had no symptoms, Ma Guangnian asked curiously, "How do you prevent it? We planned it according to the prescription you gave us before. I got the news from you last time. We soaked the herbs in water and drank it every day. Well, the prescription is effective. Whether it can cure the virus depends on the severity of the symptoms and your own resistance." Ma Guangnian instructed. It just so happens that there are enthusiastic people in Fengcheng who donated a lot of prescriptions. Academicianly prescribed prescriptions for different symptoms. You can go to the office area to get some and drink them. If you are sick, you can cure the disease. And if you are not sick, you can prevent it. Jiang Ning took the opportunity to ask, "Teacher Ma, how is your research progress?" Ma Guangnian's eyes were full of bloodshot. "Chinese medicine has no specific medicine. We can only adjust the prescription for different symptoms. We are still exploring. But once the patient's condition worsens, the attack will deteriorate quickly, which is not conducive to clinical observation and treatment. Daodu and Guzi live in the same room, and she and Huishan live next door. The possibility of the 2 being infected is very high, but it has not yet occurred. But both of them are prepared." Seeing that Daodu and Guzi's symptoms were relatively stable, and they had no problem taking care of themselves, the 2 thought that it would be better to join the research institute's team instead of waiting for the disease to break out. They were too short-handed, and the haze virus was coming in full force. If they waited for them to develop a cure, I'm afraid there wouldn't be many people left to die. Since it was here, Jiang Ning wouldn't sit and wait for death. The sooner it was developed, the sooner she could take the medicine. She went to the office to get the medicine and drank it. She felt that the taste was not particularly different from what she had prepared, and she was sure that it contained the 2 most critical medicines. After calming down the 2, they planned to go find Ma Guangnian, but they were spotted by old Hu, who said, "Jiang Ning, hurry up. Help me." He pushed a corpse into the operating room. Jiang Ning hurried over. "Teacher Hu, are you planning to perform surgery to save the patient? What do you want to save?" "The patient is dead," old Hu explained tiredly. "The virus attacks too quickly, and the eyes of a Chinese medicine professor are not scanning machines. The patient's oral description of the condition is often very different from the actual condition, which leads to inaccurate medication. I plan to dissect a few bodies and get the most authentic data, which may be helpful to Lao Ma and others. The surgeons are almost dead, and he can't handle it alone." Jiang Ning didn't hesitate. "I help. Young man, come in and give me a hand." Although Jiang Ning kills without blinking an eye, when he sees the dead patient's chest cavity opened and the lungs full of holes, she almost couldn't help vomiting when she turned around, and she took deep breaths repeatedly to suppress the stomach acid. On the contrary, Huishan remained calm and quietly handed tools beside him. After the visual shock, Jiang Ning immediately adjusted his mentality and followed Lao Hu's pace. The master and apprentice worked together to dissect corpses one by one, and Huishan filled in the details of the dissection beside him. The lungs of critically ill patients were corroded into sieves, with many fine holes inside, and the debris would be coughed out with coughing. Most deaths were caused by suffocation caused by coughing up blood. There was no ventilator, no intubation oxygen supply, no electric shock emergency and adrenaline, and everything had to be endured by the patient. At the end of the day, I was so tired that my waist and back ached. Thinking of the bloody scene, I had no appetite for delicious food. The 2 of them disinfected repeatedly before returning to the dormitory. They took care of the 2 dogs as soon as possible. Even if their appetite was poor, they had to force them to eat. "Eat." Only after eating can they have the strength to resist the virus. After the Chinese medicine was injected, they fed the Western medicine after an hour. Dowdu was fine, well-behaved and sensible. But the fragile dog loved to cling to people. The lifespan of dogs is many times shorter than that of humans. And the drug treatment of the research institute is for human patients. Jiang Ning felt really bad, and gently stroked Coke's dog head. Hold on. You will be with us for a long time. The dog eyes were watery, staring at her. Jiang Ning suddenly cried, holding it tightly. Cola, don't leave me. The dog whined and rubbed her from time to time. For several days, Jiang Ning followed Lao Hu to dissect the body. From the visual shock at the beginning to the peace of mind later. Who knew that Lao Hu was infected, coughing and feverish, and could no longer do his job. Jiang Ning took on the responsibility temporarily, busying himself skillfully. The two's illnesses kept recurring, sometimes getting better, and sometimes getting worse. Jiang Ning was busy with work and had to take care of 2 babies, which almost exhausted her. She dreamed that the drug would be developed soon, so that she could get it first. People were dying in the patient building every day, and she was really worried that the 2 babies would not survive. Fortunately, Huishan was by her side, and they encouraged each other. They insisted on taking medicine every day, secretly injected globulin to increase immunity, and often held Korean ginseng in their mouths to replenish qi and blood. People were dying everywhere, every day, and Jiang Ning was numb to it. She went back and forth between the operating room and the dormitory every day. On the 6th day, she developed a fever and coughed, and felt her nose dripping. She stopped working, drank a few sips of strong liquor every day, soaked in hot springs, took Chinese and Western medicine, had nutritious meals, and slept with a blanket rolled up. Huishan then developed symptoms, with body aches, fever and chills, and cement sealed his nose, which felt like a knife stabbing him from time to time, and the cold kept drilling into the bones. Chapter 328. I was worried when I was not infected, but I felt relieved when I was confirmed to be infected. The two encouraged each other. It's okay. Our symptoms are much milder than others. The only thing worth being happy about is that Kaylee survived. His symptoms became milder day by day. His appetite continued to improve, and he kept wagging his tail at the 3 of them. In the end, you still need to have a strong body. At first, Jiang Ning was afraid that the dog would be infected again, so he isolated it next door. Unexpectedly, the dog kept scratching the door and making sad sounds. She had no choice but to ask Ma Guangyan, who was also infected. However, he was a doctor with a good attitude, and he discovered the mild symptoms early, and he had been taking medicine for treatment. Although his voice was weak, he was not lying down. He never thought that the first person cured of the smog virus was a dog. Ma Guangyan came to see Coke on purpose, and when he saw its strong muscles, he still had something to understand. The virus is fierce, and antibodies will be produced after recovery. From the observation of the cases received during this period, no signs of virus mutation have been found for the time being. The virus is transmitted through smog, which cannot be avoided. We can only do our best to disinfect and reduce the infection rate. Jiang Ning understood that as long as the virus does not mutate, Coke, who has antibodies, will not be infected again. She returned to the room and took out 10 kilograms of sausages, bacon, salted fish, and 20 kilograms of soybean powder crushed by a crusher. Teacher Ma, these are prepared by my family. I wanted to give them to you a few days ago, but I was too busy to do it. I heard that many doctors have been infected, but they still insist on working. You can give them these as a meal. Only by eating well can they resist the virus and strive to recover as soon as possible and continue to treat patients. No, this is too precious. We can't take it. Teacher, if you are going to fall, what will happen to the 6 survivors? We are still waiting for you to treat our diseases. Jiang Ning forced the supplies to him. You take them first. I will find a way to get some nutritious food. Ma Guangyan was so moved that his voice was nasal. Jiang Ning, Comrade Hua, I thank you on behalf of the Research Institute. We should thank you. If we hadn't come here, we might have fallen down a long time ago. After sending Ma Guangyan away, Jiang Ning took the dog back home. The symptoms of the 3 people were sometimes mild and sometimes severe, and they kept pulling and pulling. When the fever was high, Jiang Ning felt sick and wanted to vomit. Sometimes he had his skull opened without anesthesia, and sometimes he swung his limbs with a hammer. His whole body was sore. When he coughed, it was like a broken bellows, and the blade kept cutting his throat. His liver and lungs were in great pain. If he coughed for a few minutes, he really felt like something was going to come out of his throat. Even so, it was still a mild case. It was hard to imagine the pain that critically ill patients endured. Each person had an oxygen cylinder, and they were given oxygen when they had difficulty breathing. After the symptoms eased, the room was disinfected again. Through the relay between Dr. Hu and Jiang Ning, the clinician obtained more detailed data about the virus, and academician Li's team adjusted the prescription in time. Jiang Ning has been dealing with herbal medicine for several years, and the 3 people and 1 dog drink medicine every day. So he is so familiar with it that he can tell what medicine is added just by smelling it. The prescription has changed. The amount of dragon knot grass is increasing, and licorice and brook yellow grass are added. She drank it for 3 consecutive days, and felt that the symptoms were alleviated. Daodu is young, and his resistance is still a little worse than that of adults. When he had a fever, he vomited while holding a red plastic bucket. Huishan fed her mincemeat porridge, and forced her to eat even if she had no appetite. Otherwise she would not have the energy to fight the virus. Daodu's face was flushed with fever, and her voice was extremely hoarse, and she felt that her vocal cords were about to break from coughing. Brother, I feel so bad. Am I going to die? Nonsense. You will get through it. Jiang Ning took out ice cubes to cool her down physically, and comforted her. Your brother and I are getting better, and you will get better soon. Really? Eating well, drinking well, and exercising regularly can resist the virus at critical moments. And even if you are unfortunately infected, the symptoms will be much lighter, compared with ordinary survivors. The 3 of them are so lucky. They were found early, had good intervention treatment, strong immunity, etc. Everything is getting better. After a few years of natural disasters, many people's bodies collapsed. In addition, they did not see the sun for 3 years, which also caused great damage to their bodies. Their faces were pale and unhealthy, coughing and coughing. Wow! A mouthful of blood came out, and there was a residue in the mouth. Jiang Ning watched with his own eyes as the patient was carried in for rescue and never got up again. Fortunately, his preparations over the past few years were not in vain. Long-term drinking of herbal medicine can still control the disease from getting worse. She stopped taking her own medicine and took the medicine prescribed by the hospital every day. The discomfort gradually disappeared. Do you think academician Li has developed a prescription to kill the virus? I hope so. Huishan has already started simple exercises. Seeing that he has recovered a lot of energy, Jiang Ning asked curiously, compared with last time. How are your symptoms this time? Huishan thought for a while. Anything. It is true that the symptoms this time are uncomfortable, but it is still within the tolerable range. No matter how uncomfortable the cough is, there is no vomiting of lung residue. The liver and lungs of critically ill patients were severely eroded by the virus, and many of them turned into white broken sieves, and they would choke and suffocate when they coughed. None of the 3 people and the dog coughed up blood, so the damage to their lungs and livers should not be serious. I hope it can be reversibly repaired. Otherwise the body function will be greatly reduced. After 5 days of isolation, the symptoms of discomfort of the 2 people have completely disappeared. But Ma Guangmian and Lao Hu's conditions are getting worse. Many doctors have fallen down, including doctors from Pengcheng, Guanqing, and Xiangshan who came to support. There are only a few medical staff available. Jiang Ning did not continue to be isolated, but volunteered to find academician Li. Hello. I am a student of Professor Ma. My wife and I were infected some time ago. We have no symptoms in the past few days. If you think it is suitable, I am willing to join the team. Academician Li is thinner, but the old man has a good mentality and looks in good spirits. Knowing that he is at a high-risk age and is a leading figure in the medical field, many doctors are spontaneously protecting him, wearing protective clothing all the time, and not letting him go to the dangerous ward even if they are scolded. Academician Li carefully examined the 2 people. You should be cured. Take medicine for 2 more days to consolidate. Pay attention to your physical condition. If you feel uncomfortable, please report it at any time. Be careful not to overwork. Just after he finished speaking, he added, Do you take precautions in normal times? As expected, nothing can be hidden from the doctor's eyes. Jiang Ning said honestly, Take precautions half a month in advance. Academician Li asked curiously, What medicine did you use? Jiang Ning told the story of his relationship with Ma Guangyan. I made the prescription myself. Most of them are the categories provided by teacher Ma. But I added 2 other medicines. One is Dragon Festival Grass, and the other is Apovine. Academicianly frowned. Apovine? Chapter 329. Apotung is nonsense. Jiang Ning described the appearance of the medicinal material. I don't know what it is called. My family bought it from outside at a high price, and said it was a folk remedy. Academicianly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This medicine is not Apotung. It's called Wusanzi. It has a bactericidal and antipyretic effect on respiratory viruses. But it is very picky about the growing environment, and grows on the edge of high mountain cliffs. The extreme changes in mountain weather may have created its unique medicinal properties. The medicinal properties of artificial cultivation are far less than 1%. So it has lost its value for promotion. With the pollution of the environment by industrial processes, this medicine has almost become extinct. Many textbooks have removed it one after another. It's normal for you young people not to know it. Jiang Ning was surprised. So that's how it is. The harsh growth environment made it impossible to plant and promote. But she planted it in her space. Is this a miracle or an unspeakable opportunity? The process of the 2 people's healing made academicianly more convinced that the direction of his research was correct. It was when he was short of manpower that he kept Jiang Ning and Huishan. Jiang Ning continued to be responsible for dissecting patients. And Huishan was not idle in these years. He learned a lot of medical knowledge under the guidance of teacher Jiang. And he helped academicianly, since he couldn't handle it alone. Jiang Ning also accepted an apprentice to work as a logistical staff in the research institute. She looked about 27 or 28 years old. Thin and with a sloping walk. Hello, teacher Jiang. My name is Yutong. Please take care of me in the future. What? Jiang Ning was instantly struck by lightning. Even wearing protective clothing, she couldn't stop her gossiping eyes. She looked at Yutong from head to toe. Your legs are broken? Yutong was stunned. Yes. TSK. It turned out that the heroine of the domineering president's abused novel, with 2 broken legs and blown away by the typhoon. She is still alive. The point is, it's been 7 years since the end of the world. Which doctor is not pale and thin? Although she is thin, her skin is white and bright. Alas, the one that the boss likes is indeed not simple. Work is important. Don't gossip. Not to mention, facing the dissection link that Jiang Ning had complained about before. Yutong was a little nauseous. But she was very calm. And her words and deeds seemed to reveal a bit of professionalism. That's right. Anyone who is tortured to death by the boss is a top genius as long as he returns from nirvana. After dissecting several critically ill patients, all of them were treated patients. And the degree of liver and lung lesions was still significantly different from those who had not taken medicine. Jiang Ning took detailed anatomical information to see academicianly, and then went to visit Ma Guangyan and Lao Hu. Ma Guangyan was very weak, and felt that he would cough out his lungs at any time. Jiang Ning took a bottle of Chuanbei loquat paste and a glass bottle of Lao Gan Ma. This is made by my family, and it seems to be effective. You can try it. It is not clear about the family background of the Jiang family, but the family that makes a living by growing herbs has become rich in recent years. Ma Guangyan was not hypocritical, and felt that he had accepted a rich and good student. After leaving Ma Guangyan's dormitory, Jiang Ning planned to give a bottle to Lao Hu as well. The little kid, about 5 or 6 years old, opened the door and raised his head in a baby voice. Sister, who are you looking for? Oh my God. Jiang Ning loquat paste was almost smashed. This, a miniature version of a domineering boss. What a sin! Dr. Jiang? Yutong came out of the room and asked in surprise, why are you here? I'm here to see Teacher Hu. Why was she a little panicked for no reason? The virus was rampant, so Yutong couldn't invite Jiang Ning to come in and sit down. Teacher Hu's illness hasn't healed yet, and he's in isolation in the inner room. Jiang Ning handed over the loquat paste. This is effective for cough relief. Let Teacher Hu try it. Just about to leave, she couldn't help gossiping. I am Teacher Hu's student. You are the teacher's wife? Yutong was stunned for a moment, and quickly explained, no. You misunderstood. Teacher Hu is my brother-in-law. My son's uncle. Alas, it really follows the dog blood routine. But I don't know if Teacher Hu is the second male or the 18th male. Thinking about the teacher-student relationship, Jiang Ning suddenly wanted to rush in and wake up teacher Hu. Wake up. She is a domineering boss. Don't lick her anymore. It won't end well. Just thinking about it. She left rationally. After a few days of recovery, the two people and the dog did not relapse. And Doubtu was also recovering. After a well-prepared battle, the body still had sequelae. I felt much weaker and panted heavily after a little exercise. It would take time to recover. Close the door. Drink Korean ginseng chicken soup. And eat high-protein and nutritious food, so that the body can recover quickly. The government allocated food, and the residue porridge was cooked with black moss. But patients were admitted every day. How much could really be distributed to the doctors? Attacked by the smog virus, many doctors fell down and never got up again. Even those who were still fighting the disease were also very weak. Thinking of Ma Guangnian using backdoors to treat his family, academician Li insisted on drug research and development day and night. The two drove out and came back 2 or 3 hours later. 200 kilograms of old rice, a batch of cured fish and meat, mung beans, soybeans, and black beans were all ground into powder for easy cooking and drinking soy milk. Jiang Ning donated to the Research Institute in the name of her family to express her gratitude for their life-saving grace. As for whether they ate it themselves or shared it with patients, it was none of her business. This was her intention. If she hadn't met Ma Guangnian and the Research Institute hadn't admitted her family, they might not have survived this natural disaster. She gave the two teachers 10 more eggs. I heard that academician Li loved to drink Maojian, so I asked Huishan to bring a can over. Doubtu also recovered. Although his complexion was not as good as before, it was still better than that of ordinary people. She was also not idle and joined the volunteer team. It was true that there were antibodies, and none of the three of them took it lightly, and protective measures must be in place. Jiang Ning continued the autopsy, but the situation did not change much for several days, so he stopped the work. After countless clinical medications, academician Li has basically figured out the tricks of the virus attacking the liver and lungs. The final victory was achieved after countless detours. It has been almost a month since the smog outbreak. Even though the official preparations were made a few years ago, the herbs are consumed faster than expected. Since there are no clinical cases, the Research Institute can only cultivate herbs based on past experience. The key herbs that can kill the smog virus are Longjiko and Wusanzi, both of which are precious and scarce drugs that cannot be cultivated artificially. The most accurate prescription has been developed, but there are not many medicines left, and the number of patients is increasing. Every day and every moment, countless patients are struggling in pain. They endure the torment and hope to wait for life-saving medicine. Academician Li took off his reading glasses and wiped his dry eyes with his hands, and his eyes suddenly became moist. After the discomfort, he was not discouraged, but made a bold decision to make concentrated pills to kill the virus at one time. There are two sides to the story. Doing so can save precious medicinal materials and save more people, but the side effects on the body will be greater. Jiang Ning said. What kind of side effects will it be? Chapter 330. It must be a side effect that can make academician Li, who has devoted his life to medicine, so embarrassed and painful. If the dosage is too large, while killing the virus, it will also damage the liver and lung functions. The patient will be in great pain after taking the medicine. The organ repair time will be longer, and the resistance will be relatively much better. In severe cases, it will cause irreversible effects. This is just academician Li's prediction, and clinical trials are still needed. Teacher, let me do it. Ma Guangnian coughed non-stop. I have taken medicine for so many days, but there has been no obvious improvement. It will only waste the medicine if I continue to treat it. It is better to try the concentrated pills. If they survive, the drug can be promoted immediately. If they fail, they can only choose another way. In short, time is life. One is responsible for the mission, and the other is testing the drug at the risk of death. The atmosphere in the laboratory is particularly tragic. During this period, I was really busy, but the practical knowledge I learned from several big teachers is not something that can be obtained by reading books, especially academician Li, who is approachable and answers all questions to Jiang Ning, and even extends her knowledge. So she compromised and said, the concentrated pill is too lethal. How about reducing the dosage by half and taking it twice? If it really doesn't work, then use a one-step solution, although it is divided into 2 times. The actual production will consume much more medicine than a one-time production. Calculated in this way, the current medicinal materials are far from enough. You know, not only the survivors of Fengcheng and Yuecheng are waiting for medicine, but also countless cities such as Pingcheng and Huicheng are waiting. So far, the prescription of Yuecheng Research Institute has the best effect. Even if the antidote is really made, it has to support other cities. Among the many cities, the Fengcheng government is the most cunning. They are under the halo of caring people donating medicine, and specially set people to guard the door of the research institute, waiting to pull the finished medicine back, not wanting to see academician Li still carrying moral shackles at such an old age. She suggested, Professor Li, we can come up with both plans and let the authorities choose. Maybe they will send people out to find the medicine? A word awakened the dreamer, and Ma Guangnian was very supportive. Teacher, these two key drugs are very scarce, but there are still caring people who donate so much at one time. Maybe there are other ways to find them. After discussion, it was finally decided to carry out both plans at the same time. As a student of traditional Chinese medicine, Jiang Ning would not miss the pharmaceutical process and took the opportunity to follow the students closely. Medicines are three-part poisons, and the dosage cannot be determined at will. Just like arsenic, a small amount can cure diseases, but a large amount can cause bleeding. After 3 consecutive days, academician Li finally couldn't stand it anymore and fell asleep in a short while. Huishan made hot tea and placed it on the table, not forgetting to put on his coat. Many equipments in the research institute were damaged. Several people overcame many difficulties and used ancient methods to make concentrated pills from academician Li's prescription. Ma Guangnian swallowed one without hesitation. After about half an hour, his liver and lungs felt very uncomfortable, as if countless insects were biting him crazily. Not wanting to alarm the teacher, he bit his handkerchief tightly and rolled on the ground in pain. After 2 hours of intermittent operation, it was like cutting flesh with a blunt knife. Ma Guangnian was sweating all over and his face was as pale as paper. At this time, it was most taboo to be exposed to the wind. Jiang Ning covered him with a military coat. Teacher Ma, don't catch a cold. The symptoms were relieved, but his vitality was drained. Seeing that he still had no strength to walk after resting for a long time, Huishan finally carried him back to the dormitory. The food in the cafeteria was just enough to fill one's stomach, and there was no nutrition. Even if Jiang Ning donated materials to repay the debt, there were too many people, so it was good enough for each person to get 2 slices of bacon per meal. Jiang Ning made him soy milk, made a bacon rice pot by herself, and put 2 eggs in it before taking it out of the pot. 1 for him, 1 for academician Li. And as for Lao Hu, since Yutong was taking care of him, she should stay away from him. After all, the nuclear power of the domineering president was too strong, and it always felt that getting close to him would make her unfortunate. Teacher Ma, you have to eat something good these days, and try to replenish your vitality. You have to take the second dose of medicine in 3 days. Jiang Ning took care of his 3 meals, and asked Huishan to deliver them on time. If there was no soup, he would cook black moss egg drop soup. He ate, slept, and soaked his feet for 3 days. Ma Guangnian's symptoms were much relieved, but he still had a low fever, dizziness, drowsiness, shortness of breath, and his coughing was much relieved. Under Jiang Ning's special care, both his spirit and body were getting better. So, he took the second pill. It hurts, but it's not like rolling on the ground last time, but more like a shiver. Drink more hot water when you have nothing to do, and sleep as much as possible after soaking your feet. Ma Guangnian recovered quickly, and his cough stopped after 3 days. Except for weakness, other symptoms are disappearing. He just can't be tired, and he gets out of breath when climbing stairs. But I believe the sequelae will gradually disappear. The one-time concentrated pill is also being tested. Considering that Ma Guangnian had such a strong reaction to the drug, the research institute did not dare to give it to critically ill patients, but found mild patients with better physical fitness. It was said to be a mild case, but in fact, he was almost coughing to death, and he was holding on by willpower. Jiang Ning felt that he looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. You? The other party was also surprised. Jiang Ning, who had a bad memory, could only smile awkwardly. Yeah. Seeing that she had forgotten, the other party reminded her, do you remember the tsunami? You brought back a wounded soldier at that time. After saying this, Jiang Ning had some impression that he should be the comrade who received the wounded soldier at the beginning. Jiang Ning was quite surprised. Is he okay? Thank you for the medicine. He survived and was later assigned to another camp. After a simple greeting, Jiang Ning did not hide anything and told him in advance about the possible side effects of the medicine. Now is the drug testing stage. You have the right to decide whether to try it or not. Please decide for yourself. He did not hesitate. I will try. If even they can't survive, it will be even more difficult for ordinary survivors. As expected, the reaction after taking the medicine was very strong. Even if he gritted his teeth and endured it, he still felt so painful that veins on his forehead bulged and sweat all over his body. Puff! He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, which was full of lung residue. Jiang Ning was afraid that vomiting blood would cause him to choke and suffocate. So he quickly helped to change the person from supine to side-lying. And other medical staff disinfected the blood to prevent infection. 3 hours later, his symptoms eased. But his strength was drained away. If it weren't for his strong mental strength, I really doubt he would have been able to survive. The next day, he was a little better. Seeing that he was really weak, and there was no nutritional injection to give him, the medical staff secretly added 2 pieces of bacon and a small piece of bacon to his meal. The comparison results came out quickly. Ma Guangyan took the medicine twice. He was older and his physical fitness was not as good as that of young people. But he recovered better afterwards. The side effects of the soldiers who tested the medicine were more obvious, and their physical recovery was much slower. Chapter 331. Several people have tried the drug, and except for the death of the severe case, the virus in the other patients was killed. But the severity of the sequelae was different. Now it was the turn of the research institute to be in trouble. After repeated consideration, they wrote a report and submitted it truthfully. There were not enough drugs. Officials in various cities sent people out to look for them. But there was no good news. Whether to ensure quality or quantity is not something the research institute can decide. If there is a choice, no one wants to give up. The night the report was submitted, Academician Li did not sleep all night, and his hair turned a lot whiter the next day. Jiang Ning sat in the dormitory with a complicated expression. Huishan probably guessed her thoughts and sat beside her and said, "Our disease has been cured. What do you plan to do with the remaining herbs?" That's right. When Jiang Ning donated the medicine anonymously, she was more cautious and did not donate all the medicine. It's not that she doesn't trust Ling Ju or the research institute, but before getting the final correct answer, she often has to take countless detours. And this detour is very likely to use up the precious herbs. Once it is used up, you can only wait for death. In the previous life, they repeatedly tried drugs, but in the end, there was really no other way. Academician Li's team could only take the risk of going out to find drugs. Perhaps it was not destined to be desperate. And finally the test was right. But Jiang Ning did not completely let go of the tragic experience in her previous life, including Huishan's tragic death. So, her heart was tangled. She looked at Huishan. "You said, should I take it out or not?" Huishan did not answer directly, but thought for a while and said, "The herbs are grown in your space, and it is understandable whether you take it or not." He just paused for a moment. "But if the natural disaster passes and the world returns to peace, if we have children, who will teach them to read and treat them when they are sick? Perhaps you can teach them writing, medical skills, and survival skills. But as the natural disasters escalate, a large number of humans die, and thousands of years of civilization fall. The descendants of the survivors cannot read, and only know how to survive by eating raw meat and drinking blood. How can our descendants integrate with them?" Jiang Ning extracted the key words. "Do you want to have children? I'm just giving an example. If you have a chance to survive, you can have children if you want. It's okay if you don't want to have children. But we will grow old and die. And Daodu is much younger than us. When the natural disaster is over, don't you want to meet the brilliant civilization again? Walk around and find the most suitable place for us to settle down." Jiang Ning didn't say anything. He thought for a long time before nodding. "Let's go back to Fengcheng. It's useless to leave the extra medicine in the space. Not to mention that it is still growing." The two returned to Fengcheng overnight. Over the past month, the smog has become increasingly severe, with visibility less than 10 meters. After confirming that it was safe, Jiang Ning, wearing a fascikini, unloaded the herbs not far from the police station and honked the car horn. When the police rushed out, the Hummer had disappeared in the thick fog. Seeing the pile of medicine, they were shocked at first, and then rushed through the office. Director Ling, someone has delivered the medicine again. Judging from the bags and the quality of the herbs, it's the same group of people as last time. Do you want to deliver the medicine to Yuecheng immediately? Director Ling relied on an oxygen cylinder to maintain his breathing. Wait. Let me ask the leader. All cities knew that medicine was very scarce. If they wanted to keep more survivors alive, even officials who usually helped each other had to save their face and use means to grab medicine at the moment of life and death. There were only so many resources. And the crying child got milk. And officials also had relatives and strangers. He covered his oxygen mask and took a car to the municipal center. 2 hours later, the officials notified the army to send the herbs to the Guangdong City Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute. Also traveling with the car was Deputy Secretary General He Tianming, who was responsible for bringing back the medicine to eliminate the smog virus. The medicine was donated by caring people in Fengcheng. What's wrong with getting more points? In short, as long as you can get the medicine, faces nothing. However, there is no impenetrable wall in the world. Before the car delivering medicine from Fengcheng arrived in Yuecheng, the military base in Huicheng and the official base in Jiacheng were on the way to speed up. Everyone wants to grab it. The quicker the hand, the slower the hand. Not only them. Even Jiang Ning is waiting to grab it. After all, the ancient pharmaceutical process is complicated, and there are many tricks in it. You can't be proficient in it just by reading it once. If the process is not good, the efficacy of the medicine will be greatly reduced. After learning that academician Li was ill from overwork, Ma Guangyan temporarily took charge of the research institute. Jiang Ning went to see her, closed the door, and went straight to the point. Teacher Ma, I want the portion for 50 people. I won't sell it outside at a high price. It's for relatives and friends. And it's only for this time. Ma Guangyan didn't speak in a hurry, but frowned in thought. Seeing him in a dilemma, Jiang Ning immediately felt that she was presumptuous. If you find it inconvenient, just think of it as me disturbing you. For doctors, whether they are high-ranking officials or civilians, they all treat diseases and save lives. But Ma Guangyan knew that the drugs were in short supply, and the government would not immediately distribute them to the lowest-income citizens after getting them. They had their own priorities. But he also had family members. And he hoped to get the drugs as soon as he was sick. Thinking of the relationship between master and apprentice. Thinking of Huishan life-saving grace. Thinking of the efforts of the two during this period, as well as the donated materials, and the medicinal materials delivered according to the contract. Ma Guangyan finally nodded and agreed. It will not happen again. Jiang Ning was definitely not the only one who asked him for money. Surrounding cities heard the news, and moved with donated supplies or medical personnel. And some brought official approval documents. They all wanted to talk. And they all wanted to use the back door. But Ma Guangyan was a researcher. And he was not good at dealing with complicated interpersonal relationships. But he was not really ignorant. All of them were closed door. The research institute belonged to the Guangdong city government. So let the Guangdong city government worry about it. They gave it to whoever they wanted. Anyway, whoever they gave it to was to cure diseases and save lives. Jiang Ning was not idle. In addition to staying to help, he also took time to visit Lao Hu. He has taken the medicine and is resting and recovering. Originally, the master and the apprentice wanted to have a good talk. But Yutong and Xiaoba Zong were there. She didn't even need to ask. She saw the emotions in Lao Hu's eyes. Oh, what a sin! In the end, he said nothing, exchanged a few words and left. A few days later, Ma Guangyan gave Jiang Ning 2 bottles of medicine. I don't know how the Guangdong city government divided it. Anyway, the government of each city didn't block the gate. But the medical personnel from the military base and the official base entered the research institute. And the production speed increased significantly. It has been confirmed that the virus has not mutated for the time being. And the cured patients have not relapsed. With more helpers, Jiang Ning has less use and can learn less knowledge. She said hello to Ma Guangyan and left with the dog. Huishan drove the car, and the two sat in the back seat to play, driving in the thick fog. Even with the lights on, the visibility is very low, and it is easy to get into a car accident if you are not careful. Jiang Ning put on the latest night vision goggles. Although it does not have the effect of seeing through the haze, it has thermal imaging function. which can avoid danger to a large extent. Excellent. Smart. Wearing it. The car's speed increased a lot. After more than a month, I returned to the villa area again. I don't know if it's because the windows are soundproof or it's really quiet. It was foggy everywhere. The lights in the villas were not on. There were only withered and dying plants in front of and behind the yards. Volcanic ash is weakly acidic and will damage the soil to a certain extent. So the crops planted by Yunya with lights died one after another. Just after stopping at building 50, a group of things suddenly rushed over, spitting blood at Jiangning, and continued to fall to the ground with a bang. Chapter 332. Fortunately, Jiangning dodged quickly. Otherwise his feet would have been splattered with blood. When he saw clearly what kind of monster it was, he was completely speechless. It was really used to extortion. Last time, it was covered with wounds, and this time it vomited blood. The dog was ready to attack, but he realized that it was his own henchman who was causing trouble. He first stepped back in disgust, growling and scolding its rogue behavior. After losing his temper, he whimpered to show his concern. They communicated in dog language. The Tibetan Mastiff lay on the ground, coughing and weakly wagging its tail at Jiangning, revealing its soft belly. In just over a month, the majestic and powerful dog has become skinny and looks like it is not far from dying. Jiangning was speechless and had to spray the blood with disinfectant first, then disinfect the Tibetan Mastiff's body, and finally drag it into the yard. After more than a month, the brother and sister were responsible for disinfection inside, while Jiangning found a rope to tie up Ah Bin's limbs. Its size is about the same as that of an adult, and the amount of feeding one is about the same. Jiangning took this opportunity to go to the backyard to see Dahui and Xiaobai. The haze virus came fiercely, and she thought she would have to collect their bodies when she came back this time. But she didn't expect that they survived and were gathering together to eat dry grass. It seems that the haze virus has a relatively small impact on poultry. Otherwise, the dog would not have recovered so quickly. When the rabbits saw Jiangning coming back, they ignored him. The dog stayed with Ah Bin, who was in pain, fearing that his blood would splash on him, but also afraid that he could not see clearly from too far away. Jiangning was too lazy to care about Ah Bin, and went upstairs after disinfecting Coke. For more than a month, except for the rest during the period when he was sick, he worked non-stop every day, and even an iron body could not bear it, although he had antibodies. Compared with the critically ill patients in the research institute, his family was undoubtedly much luckier. If mild cases are so painful, you can imagine how torment severe cases are. Moreover, the virus can easily change, so you can't be careless. Turn on the air purifier, wash from head to toe with hot water, and pour disinfectant on the clothes to be changed. No matter people or things. Clean thoroughly. Turn on the lights. Take out the tempting food. Chicken soup, braised pork elbow, seafood. 3 people and 1 dog enjoy it. This is the most comfortable meal since the smog. After eating and drinking, Jiangning put on protective clothing and went out to see Ah Bin. Good fellow. It is really tough. Still breathing. It was tortured to the point of dying, but it still wagged its tail at Jiangning. 2 pitiful eyes. Jiangning couldn't bear it, so he untied the ropes that bound its limbs and gave it a bowl of high-calorie dog food. The dog didn't leave after eating. Its huge and skinny body nestled in the corner of the courtyard wall. Its watery eyes looked helpless, pitiful, weak, and cautiously trying to please. Oh! Is it planning to find another master? Woof! Coke lay on the glass of the rooftop, encouraging the seriously ill henchman. The Tibetan Mastiff raised its head and looked at its elder brother with grievance. Jiangning slapped her forehead and silently closed the door. Back on the second floor, she rubbed her forehead and discussed with Huishan. How should we divide the medicine we brought back? Even if all the medicines have been donated anonymously, it is obviously not enough to go around. This is just the southern provinces. The haze virus has spread all the way south from the northern island country. No, it has even spread in all directions. It is foreseeable that the cities where the virus has passed. Everyone has selfishness. Otherwise she would not ask Ma Guangnian for medicine. After all, every minute and every second of the infected person is tortured, especially when the cough lasts for a long time. It is really worse than death. She tried to think positively, but she knew that the survivors at the bottom would not be able to get the medicine so quickly. Many people could not even wait for the medicine. She only had 50 copies, and the dog had already taken a place. Hui thought deeply. The virus is more advanced than the last time I experienced it. Many people died in just a few days from the onset of the disease. Even if you want to give it, some people may not be here anymore. Jiang Ning felt a little heavy in his heart. But this was a natural disaster. An unpredictable and cruel end of the world. She picked up the intercom and contacted them one by one. In no particular order, choosing by distance. After a long time, a response came from the other end. A violent cough, a broken voice, and a weak voice. Sister-in-law, are you and brother Hua okay? Dowdu was beside her and asked nervously. Uncle Qin, is brother Xiaomu okay? Dowdu, Xiaomu is okay. But he keeps talking about you every day. He said he must see you again. Before she finished speaking, a weak and violent cough came from the other end. Dowdu. Both father and son were still breathing. Qin Chuan felt very uncomfortable. But he still told them what had happened during this period. Many people in the community were infected. The intercom channel went from panic, noise, crying, and asking for medicine to slowly calming down. Now no one is talking on it. Every day someone is infected. And every day someone dies. The haze weather was hot and windless. And there was a faint stench of corpses. And then it was everywhere. In the end, it was the Rong family who took the lead. And the owners followed to help. Everyone wore protective clothing. And those who didn't have any took sheets or clothes to wrap themselves up. Cleaned the bodies out of the villa. Poured gasoline on them and burned them. No one knows exactly how many people died. But they cleaned up every 2 or 3 days. And the owners of the community took turns. Green flies flew everywhere, which was a great impact on the visual and taste senses. Many people couldn't eat for several days. But they had to bite the bullet and do it. Otherwise they would not only be unbearable, but also cause plague or accelerate the spread of the virus. Qin Chuan stockpiled some medicine himself. And with the medicine bag given by Jiang Ning, the father and son's condition was relatively not so serious. But they were almost tortured to death. He insisted on taking care of his son. And his son wanted to see Dowdu. But no matter how they called, there was no movement from the next door. As if they had disappeared from the face of the earth. Every day, people came and knocked desperately on the door of Building 50. Begging or cursing. But without exception, they all wanted to live. Qin Chuan was also worried. But he knew that both of them were capable, and should have gone to find someone to treat their illness. Seeing that no one responded, the unwilling owner wanted to climb into Building 50 to find medicine, but was stopped by Building 42 several times, and even fought. The people in Building 42 were fierce and merciless, so the beaten owner gave up. I didn't expect that Zhang Chao and his team would still guard Building 50 even though they knew I was not there. Jiang Ning smiled, and was concerned about his condition. Qin Chuan was breathing rapidly. I coughed up blood today, and I felt like I was going to vomit out my heart, liver, spleen, and lungs. I have an intermittent fever. Don't worry. Your symptoms are far from death. At the Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine, you either perform autopsies or deal with patients. Jiang Ning diagnosed him through the intercom. Eat well and sleep well. You will get through it. She thought for a moment and asked, how are the monkeys? Qin Chuan was stunned for a moment. The monkey is fine. But there are many families with children over there. And there are not enough medicine bags to go around. Some families with heavier burdens have not had good food, clothing and daily expenses in recent years. So their health is naturally broken. And several of them have passed away. There are boys and girls. And they also have children. Qin Chuan is running out of medicine. And no matter how sad he is, he can't change the cruel reality. Chapter 333. After hanging up the intercom, Jiang Ning went to find Lu Yu. He couldn't help but feel nervous, hoping that they were still there. Hearing Jiang Ning's voice, Lu Yu didn't speak for a long time. Jiang Ning was stunned. She seemed to hear sobbing. Ning, where have you been? After so many years of natural disasters, he had long forgotten tears. But now, he couldn't control it at all. We thought you and Brother Shen were gone. Jiang Ning was silent for a long time. We were all infected. And we went to Yuecheng on purpose. At that time, we didn't know if we could find medicine. So we didn't tell you because we were afraid you would worry. In addition to knowing some medical skills, she was able to enter the research institute because of Ma Guangnian's special care. Ma Guangnian allowed Hui Shen to go in with the two of them. And he also took into account the life-saving grace of the past. There were a lot of people waiting for treatment outside, and hundreds of them could not come in. Even if they admitted patients, the research institute would selectively choose them. I rely on others' faith. So how can I take care of others? After thinking about it, I simply didn't tell the truth, and just said that I had something to leave for a few days. Fortunately, the three of them had better physical fitness than ordinary people, and they insisted on drinking herbal medicine every day, so their symptoms were much milder than others. Jiang Ning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After returning from the catastrophe, the people she cared about were still there. This feeling was quite good. She didn't look for the third young Master Rong. She believed that with the strength of the Rong family, they would have been busy looking for connections to get the medicine. There were dozens of people in the Rong family alone. It was a problem whether to give it to someone or not. She simply gave up the idea. The medicine was brought back to treat the disease, but it was important to give it to someone. Jiang Ning threw the problem to Huishan. What choice could Huishan make? She would definitely give it to Zhang Chao, Lu Yu and others. As for the others, give it to Qin Chuan and his son first. If they are willing, they can try. Let's wait until this group of people have tried the efficacy. The truth cannot be hidden. If we give it out all at once, what will happen to those who didn't get it? This matter must be kept secret. The medicine is not 100% safe. Besides, everyone's tolerance is different. What if it is not only ineffective, but also accidentally hurts? Jiang Ning agreed deeply. So he gave the choice to Qin Chuan. The medicine was brought back from the research institute, but it is not really effective for everyone. If you want it, we can give it to you, but we will not bear any responsibility if there is any problem. Please consider it carefully. Even after getting a vaccination, the unlucky ones may have an allergic reaction. Don't save others, but end up getting yourself into trouble. Qin Chuan believed in their abilities, and after a little consideration, he said, I eat first. If he can survive, it won't be too late to give it to his son. The medicine bottle was thrown across the high wall. Qin Chuan handed all the keys of the villa to his son, including the place where supplies were stored, the food in the basement, etc. Xiao Mu, you are already 13 years old and have grown into a little adult. If your father dies one day, you have to live well. Live better than your father, and persevere to the end. After saying that, he swallowed the medicine. Jiang Ning said the same thing to Lu Yu. Lu Yu did not hesitate. Aining, if anything really happens, we will take responsibility for our own lives, and will not blame you and Brother Shin. He came to get the medicine. Through the haze, he was very thin, and those who didn't know would think he was a zombie. Fearing that he would infect Jiang Ning, he covered his nose with 3 layers of cloth inside and outside, and dared not get too close. After the first course of treatment, remember to take supplements to prepare for the second course of treatment. Jiang Ning was also seriously injured. After distributing the medicine, he went home and turned off the lights to rest. When she woke up in the morning, she received news that Qin Chuan, Lu Yu, and Zhang Chao had all survived, and they were very exhausted. Qin Chuan was in a very good mood. Thanks to you, my son will cook century egg porridge today. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were fine, and Jin Weili and Ding Qi had all survived. She still had medicine in her hand, and when she was thinking about giving a few pills to Rong San Shao, he came over excitedly to harass her. Sister, you're back? He didn't sound like he was sick. And Jiang Ning asked in surprise. You don't have yang? Rong San Shao's glass heart was instantly shattered into slag. Sister, do you just want me to die? No. I admire your strong body. You are really immune to all poisons. I'm impotent. Young Master Rong felt sad when he thought about it. I'm impotent. Jiang Ning was speechless. You are so happy after being impotent? But I'm cheating again. Young Master Rong, who had just returned from Guangdong City after recovering from his illness, was happy. My illness is cured. It's really worthy of the Rong family. No matter who needs medicine, the Rong family will not be lacking. Young Master Rong was lying on a 7-digit mattress. Sister, you are also cheating. Right? Jiang Ning was drinking water and almost choked. He subconsciously glanced at Huishan and said unkindly, You are the one who is cheating. Your whole family is cheating. Yes, my whole family is cheating on me. How did you know? Jiang Ning was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Just hang up if you have nothing to do. No. Young Master Rong was anxious. Sister, have you seen my dog? Where is my dog? Do you still remember that you have a dog? Jiang Ning stood at the window and looked down, vaguely seeming to see a shadow moving downstairs. I guess someone beat him up and made dog meat stew. There are close and distant relationships, and the dozens of people in the Roan family can't guarantee life and death. So how can they take care of the dog life? No wonder Ah Bin doesn't want to go back. It seems like she is also a bad woman. Jiang Ning quickly prepared a plate of chicken breast and brought it to the backyard for Da Hui and Xiaobai. Here, this is compensation for you. The rebellious rabbits are happy to see meat and come over. Seeing that the symptoms of Qin Chuan and his son were getting better, Jiang Ning threw another medicine bottle over. This is medicine for the monkeys. Don't tell them that it's from me. Remember to tell them to keep it secret. Qin Chuan was puzzled. Isn't it good to let them owe you? Jiang Ning smiled. No need. She also wanted to exchange supplies. But they didn't have what she wanted. Since there were still a lot of medicines, it was fate that they met at that time. Instead of giving medicines to irrelevant people, it is better to save people who know each other well. Maybe one day they will need their help. In addition to gratitude, Qin Chuan stood in awe. Qin Chuan. Oh, you. Don't treat me as an outsider in the future. Finally survived the smog virus. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. If you have good things one day, you can compensate me. Under the orange light, she leaned gently on Hui Yishan's shoulder, and he gently held her waist. Because of each other, they were able to get through this level. Aining, thank you for staying with me. Jiang Ning's mouth curled up. I should say this. Because of meeting him, because of his tolerance, she seemed to start to like herself now. Whether she looked at herself again or reviewed her past life, she felt more tolerant and relieved. Like a bamboo shoot, peeling off the sharp outer shell on the top. The haze continued, and the temperature rose accordingly. Thinking that volcanic ash was corrosive, Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan put away the electric fence erected on the wall. This thing is hard to find now, but it may be useful in the future. The Tibetan Mastiff came over to eat and drink, wagging its tail, but seemed to be afraid that Jiang Ning would dislike it, so it didn't dare to get too close. Its stupid appearance made people laugh and cry. Jiang Ning opened the door and let it choose to stay or leave. Chapter 334. Whether it was true or false, Han Bin still chose to stay. Jiang Ning didn't care. Anyway, it would leave naturally when it got tired of living there. It didn't think that Building 50 was a paradise, and came to make trouble when something happened. After Qin Chuan and others took the second course of medicine, the official finally received news that the drug to fight against smog was successfully developed. It is estimated that Tianming argued with reason, and Fengcheng was really given special care and received more drugs than other cities. Because the drugs arrived in batches, it was temporarily unable to meet the needs of all survivors. So they could only use the lottery method, sending one person from each household to draw. Jiang Ning specially tuned to the Yuecheng channel and found that the Yuecheng government had not announced this news to the lower classes. It is not surprising to think about it. Yuecheng is the provincial capital, and there are more public officials and public institution employees than Fengcheng. So there are even fewer people to share with the lower classes. It is estimated that we have to wait for a few days. The antiviral drug has been successfully developed, and the lifeless villa area has finally become popular. Some owners began to walk out of their homes and planned to draw lots. Before leaving, I did not forget to wash my hands devoutly and muttered 3 times in my mouth to show my sincerity. Please bless me, gods and immortals, and give me the golden finger to win the lottery. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Oh my god. I'm going to cough to death. Jiang Ning realized that the smog virus had caused almost 2/5 of the owners in the community to be wiped out. As for the slums or other places, it was unimaginable. Sister, where is my dog? In the smog, Rong Sanshao came over wearing a breathing helmet. Yes, it was the kind that looked like a motorcycle helmet, with an oxygen bag inside so that you could breathe freely. The richest man family. The move was indeed extraordinary. The dog follows the owner, and the cured Ah Bin left without looking back with the second generation of slippers. Jiang Ning was not angry either. She couldn't argue with the dog. Right? Just as he was about to close the door, a big head suddenly squeezed in. It came back again, dragging its own doghouse. 2 bags of high-quality dog food and toys. Jiang Ning, who didn't want to compete with the Rong family for the dog, Ah Bin was still aggrieved. dragging the doghouse to the corner of the yard, and did not forget to offer his dog food and toys to his eldest brother. Jiang Ning was so angry that he laughed. Do you think it thinks of itself as a human? Hui agreed deeply. I think so. It's like I'm abusing it. Finally, the first floor was given to Ah Bin, and the second floor was absolutely not allowed. It wasn't that Jiang Ning disagreed, but Coke bared his teeth, saying that only the big brother was worthy of living on the second floor. As a lackey, did it know what transgression was? The weather was getting hotter and hotter, without a single breath of wind. By the time the third batch of drugs were drawn, it was almost 45 degrees. The air became scorching hot, and thinking of the volcanic ash in the air outside, Jiang Ning gave up the idea of turning on the air conditioner, and instead took out the air conditioner fan and added ice cubes to it. The temperature was not friendly to people, but it made the experts happy. If the temperature continued to rise, it might have a blocking effect on the spread of the haze virus. The misty volcanic ash particles are suspended in the air, and the temperature will rise after being exposed to the sun, which is not conducive to the reproduction and survival of the virus. 45 degrees may seem high, but the survivors have greatly improved their tolerance after the test of extreme heat. As the infected began to recover, many people began to plant again, but no matter how carefully they took care of the seeds, they either did not germinate, or even if they grew green leaves, they would quickly wilt and turn yellow. The survivors were panicked because they could not plant, and people would starve to death. The official quickly gave an explanation that because the mountain fire ash and haze are weakly acidic, they would pollute the soil when they fell on the ground, and outdoor planting was not possible for a short time. Relevant departments suggested that since there was no rainfall during this period, the deeper soil should not have been polluted, and it was recommended to dig it up and try planting it indoors. As a result, a wave of hoarding soil appeared. Many diggers went out with hoes or shovels to dig soil, and then carried bags home. God knows what disasters will happen in the future. So since you are hoarding, you might as well hoard more. Those who did not build glass houses on the rooftops, I don't know how much they envy the last 2 villas at this time. Even the king of Copy Kings Qin Chuan also admired the 50 villas. The backgrounds of these 2 people are definitely not simple, and they have calculated all the natural disasters. He immediately gathered Ho and others together. Think carefully. What has Jiang Ning hoarded from you or others? If you can't think of it, don't have dinner tonight. He also glared at the sharp-mouthed monkey, pointing at him by name. Especially you. She always asks you for supplies. Think carefully. The sharp-mouthed monkey was so aggrieved. Boss, it's been so many years. How can I remember so much? Qin Chuan took off his golden Chelsea-pointed leather shoes. How about I teach you a lesson? The monkey was so scared that he held his head. No. 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 I want to think. I want to think. Are you kidding? If such a big sharp tip pokes down, it will kill him on the spot. He quickly snatched the leather shoes and wiped the dust off with his sleeves. Boss, let's talk nicely. My memory is fine. This is just the sequelae of the disease. Give me some time. What are you doing? Qin Chuan let him go and put on his leather shoes again. Aren't you hungry? The glass shed on the roof is still empty. Plant it quickly. Other families were busy, but Jiang Ning was relaxed. He had already stored fertile soil when he was in Aoyuan, and it would not be too late to take it out when needed. Liu Yu called the intercom and asked Jiang Ning and Huishan to come over for dinner and help. As for what kind of help, he did not say on the intercom, but he sounded very happy. After taking medicine, the survivors continued to recover, although the haze never receded. As long as they had antibodies, it would not recur. Jiang Ning felt uncomfortable after staying in the house for a long time, so he decided to keep the appointment. Considering that the 2 families were not wealthy, she did not intend to bring 2 gluttonous dogs to the party, as they would not eat the people out of money. It was estimated that the Tibetan Mastiff was also ashamed of his appetite, and lived cautiously in Building 50. He did not dare to eat too much in front of his elder brother. From time to time, he would go back to the Rong family to have a big meal, and then come back with a full belly. The Rong family knew that it was a servant of 2 masters, so they did not care. Anyway, they would give it food when it came. The 2 took Daodu and went to Building 42 to eat. Wow! There were 2 cars parked in the yard. 1 sedan and 1 SUV. There was a sound coming from the rooftop. Zhang Chao and Liu Yu were thinking about how to install a solar generator. Jiang Ning was surprised. Other families fell back into poverty due to illness. But they became rich. She had an impression of the red Ferrari, which seemed to be the favorite car of a certain socialite. If I guessed correctly, the two families were making money from the dead. Hearing the noise, Zheng Weili came out and said, "Come in quickly. The fog outside is too strong." They were all old acquaintances who knew each other well. So she didn't hide it, and even took the initiative to say, "Since the outbreak of the virus, many households in the community have been wiped out. When we cleaned up the bodies and disinfected them, we took back the usable supplies. The two families only took the families with no descendants. Found 2 cars, a solar generator, and clothes, shoes, furniture, etc. Anyway, they took back everything that could be used. Even if they don't need it, they can exchange it with people in need. Many people do this. They not only take the families with no descendants, but also the widows and orphans. The haze is not clear. Just cover your face." Chapter 335. It is useless for the victims to cry out. Each family is deeply poisoned by the virus. Who has the energy and leisure to help? Whoever grabs it will own it. Of course, there are also owners who defend it desperately, at the cost of leaving their lives or being sprayed with blood with smog virus. In short, the villa area is in chaos. But this kind of chaos is different from the thugs outside. As long as the window paper is not broken, the surface civilization and cultivation can continue to be maintained. Seeing that the two families received more supplies, some people secretly felt jealous and spread rumors. But the 4 people were able to survive and rise in the end times. And they didn't care about gossip at all. As long as they don't come, just pretend nothing happened. As long as they dare to come, they have to pay the price. In fact, many people are eyeing Building 50. But they have been caught by Zheng Weili and Ding Qi several times. Although they are women, they are much more ruthless than men, and almost broke their waists. Since then, no one dares to take Building 50. Zheng Weili listed the list. "Aining, see if you need anything?" Jiang Ning would never want it. But since she asked, she still had to pretend. He pretended to look through it carefully, then pushed it back. "We are fine for now, and we will ask you for more if we need it." The two went to the rooftop to help install the solar generator, while Zheng Weili and Ding Qi prepared meals. The serious illness did not kill him, but his body was hollowed out, and he had to recover as soon as possible. The poultry that Yongye had carefully fed was almost dead, with only a hen, a drake, and 2 quails left. Ding Qi slaughtered the duck and cooked it, scrambled eggs with black moss, and stewed dried vegetables with chili peppers. The dead poultry were not thrown away, either cooked and eaten, or dried and stored. Ding Qi knew that the two had a good standard of living, so she was embarrassed to take those treats. If something went wrong after eating, it would be troublesome. The smog was too heavy. Jiang Ning reminded while helping to install. "I heard from experts that the volcanic ash this time is weakly acidic. It has been so long that it has not dispersed. The soil pollution is a small matter. What if it suddenly rains one day? Wouldn't it be acid rain? You'd better find a way to find some glass cover. Otherwise the solar panels will be corroded, and it will be troublesome." Zhang Chao just had this plan. "We also want to build a glass shed." And we went to the official center to inquire. Glass is so expensive that it bleeds, and not everyone can buy it. We have to find acquaintances to find a way. Although he is no longer on patrol, Zhang Chao has a good relationship with his colleagues and police officers. He thinks that Director Ling is very caring towards them, so he wonders if he should ask him for help. But he must be too busy now, so we have to wait for a while before we can talk about it. Jiang Ning agrees. "Okay, you can try to find more connections." The generator was successfully installed. Although the haze weather seriously affects the conversion of light energy, it is better than nothing. The energy stored in one day is enough for lighting at night. When the haze disappears one day, life will be more comfortable. After the meal was ready, Zhang Chao opened a bottle of white wine. "Come on, Aining, Brother Shen. Let's clink glasses to thank you for your care over the years. Otherwise we would have become a pile of bones." What unlucky words. Friends should care for each other. Jiang Ning glared at him. "If you say that? If you hadn't blocked the brick for me when I was a child, I would have become a pile of bones." Zhang Chao raised his glass and drank it all. "Ha ha ha. I'm not good at talking, but all my friendship is in the wine." The atmosphere was good as they ate and talked. Halfway through the meal, Luyu said, Aining. The eternal night is over. What are your plans for the house opposite the police station? Jiang Ning thought for a while. It's okay to live here. I plan to sell them. They were bought to prevent the eternal night riots. Since the villa area has been successfully defended, there is no need to continue to occupy resources. It is better to sell them to people in need. Luyu was a little undecided. Do you think we should sell the house too? After getting used to living in a big villa, how can we go back to living in a subdivided flat? To put it bluntly, less than half of the owners in the villa area have died. And even if there are many orphans and widows, they have no fighting power. Once the smog came, the rent was also interrupted. They can continue to pay. Or if they are arrogant, they don't have to pay. The owners have been dead for several years, and no one can drive them out. Besides, those who are still alive are full of shit, so they should not have time to cause trouble. You can sell it. Anyway, there are empty houses everywhere. Jiang Ning thought for a while. I don't know when the smog will end, and the government is seriously injured. I believe they don't have time to clean up the ownerless houses. You can continue to live there. The end of the world is not like the peaceful times. When someone dies, they need to issue a death certificate. Unless there is a report or an investigation, you don't know which houses are ownerless. And organizing an investigation requires a lot of manpower. After the smog, there will be acid rain, which will not give people a chance to breathe. Several people made up their minds. Okay, we will sell the house and replace it with some glass. The volcano that can sink the island country. The smog not only drifts to the south, but also causes the virus to rage. Who knows what disasters will happen in the future? It is better to follow Aining equipment and keep up with the pace to make people feel at ease. After dinner, Jiang Ning didn't rush home, but took a walk along the community. When he walked to the C-position villa, he vaguely saw a slender figure pulling a little boy. Mommy, is he really my daddy? The voice was a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Jiang Ning walked a long distance, and then suddenly remembered. Little Tyrant. No, it should be Little Tyrant. The mother of the tyrant is the real first generation of tyrant, and the tyrant is at most the second generation. I heard from Rong San Shao that after the first generation lost his eldest brother Plain, he saw that the second generation was still trapped in the grief of love and couldn't get out. So he broke his other arm with his own hands in a rage. You don't want to live, right? Go die now. Die right now. If her elder brother hadn't stopped her, she would have almost thrown her son out of the window. What's the big deal? I give birth to another one. The brother and sister who raised a useless child almost cried. Jiang Ning sighed, wondering if it was because the boss was too charming, or if God had opened a back door. And the wife, who was blown away by the typhoon, really came back. She even brought a baby with her. She didn't care about the boss and his wife, but she was worried about Lao Hu's safety. Anyone who dares to covet the wife of the boss, whether he is the second male or the 18th male, will never have a good ending. With the anti-smog virus medicine, as the survivors are constantly cured, the city gradually becomes lively and no longer looks like a dead city. Even if the visibility is very low, people gradually appear on the road. There are those who come out to make a living, and there are those who come out to rob. Although it is not safe forever, smog is also a good protective coat for criminals. The community is no exception. Because the patrol was interrupted by the natural disaster, some people dared to sneak in and try to touch things. Just found the target. Saw no signs of life. Thought it was vacant. Who knew a woman in thin pajamas appeared, skinny like a skeleton. You? What are you going to do? Cough. Cough, cough, cough. The violent coughing continued, almost coughing out the lungs. The thief was almost scared to death. Don't cough. Be careful of droplets. Don't be nervous. I don't mean any harm. The woman was frightened. Her mind was racing. Come on. Anyway, I didn't draw the medicine. I can only wait to die. Give me a knife to kill quickly. Don't be like this. There's no hope this time. But I definitely win next time. I just came here for a walk. Let's go. Let's go. Fearing that he might be infected, he ran very fast, and accidentally tripped and rolled down the steps. Just as he rushed to the gate of the courtyard, he happened to bump into Ah Bin, who had eaten a lot at Chongrong House. He was going back to Building 50 after a walk to digest his food. The dog nose is very sensitive, and there is no smell of the owners in the whole community that he can't remember. This is an alien biped. A bad guy. Instantly, the lion roared, knocked down the thief with a few claws, and easily dragged him back to building 50. Big brother. Fresh legs. Come and pee. Hearing the call, Coke came down from the second floor and easily climbed over the 3-meter-high wall. The three of them went to the official trading center. So building 50 was empty. The two dogs played at the door. Bipeds are really fun. Chapter 336. Many people died from the haze, and Jiangning was worried that the house would not be sold well. So he came to the trading center for consultation. I gave the young lady from the housing management team half a bag of candy, which made her so happy that she dared to say anything. Your house is in a very good location. I suggest you raise the price 3 times and put it up for sale. If there are people who want to buy a house, I will also recommend it to you first. Raise the price 3 times? The virus has killed so many people, so the house should not be as popular as before. Seeing her surprised expression, the young lady smiled. You don't understand this. Fengcheng is a blessed place, and many survivors from other cities come here to admire it. So the house is very popular. Jiangning was a little confused. She listened to the radio every day and was not out of touch with society. The disaster warning was issued by Fengcheng, and the antiviral drugs were also donated by Fengcheng. It is divided from the same city as Yuecheng, but the housing prices are much cheaper than Yuecheng. What else can it be but a blessed place blessed by God? The young lady is from Fengcheng and is really proud of Fengcheng. Living in Fengcheng, the survival rate is higher than other places. Many people who went to the official base before have returned. If the other party had not been a good person, she would not have told her the most reasonable housing price for half a bag of sugar. Some people are so stupid that they not only don't report an increase, but also report a decrease, without even realizing it. Jiangning sent something and quickly stuffed another half bag of candy over. Excuse me, pretty girl. Don't worry. I take care of it. The lady smiled so hard that her teeth were showing. By the way, if you want to sell the house, do you want points or materials? Points can be spent on your own. And if you have any requirements for materials, you can make a request in advance. Jiangning thought for a while. What materials can be exchanged? The young lady handed her the latest list. In fact, Jiangning didn't really want any supplies, but it was useless to ask for points. He read it over and over again, and then asked for seeds and books. After the unremitting efforts of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, a lot of self-retained seeds, rice, green vegetables, radishes, and kudzu were rescued. However, the yield was very low, but in the end of the natural disaster, they were extremely precious and sold at a sky-high price. Jiangning chose those that he didn't have. The same is true for books. I didn't expect that the authorities would actually exchange the books in the hands of survivors, sort them out, and then sell them to those in need. However, facing the natural disasters that kept them going for 3 meals a day, books were just fire starters for the survivors at the bottom, who would pay for the replacement of materials. So, almost none of them were sold. This was a bargain for Jiangning. Physics, mathematics, chemistry, technology, biology, various academic research, emotional magazines, various novels, and even calligraphy and paintings. The price was not expensive. She kept ticking and circling with a pen. As long as the house was sold, these would be hers. The young lady was dumbfounded. This man must be stupid. It's easy to ask for seeds, but she actually wants so many books. Is she going to take them back to make fire starter paper? Having a house means being willful. After completing the formalities, Jiangning drove around to the research institute. The visibility in the haze was less than 5 meters, and the 4 wheels drove very slowly. If it weren't for safety considerations, the little donkey would have moved faster. Fortunately, the two cities are very close. Even a snail can crawl there, compared to the last time when the gate was crowded with patients. The research institute finally returned to its former quietness. I got to know the soldier guarding the gate, registered, and went in directly, thinking about the curse of the domineering boss. Jiangning did not visit Academician Li and Ma Guangyan, but went to confirm whether Lao Hu was still alive. Pushing the door open, she was almost scared. Lao Hu, what happened to you? The fat man was gone, almost as thin as a skeleton. The spirit was sucked away by the fox demon, and his face was colorful. Really? If you don't have that diamond, don't get close to your wife. This is not a broken heart. Even the soul is gone. Seeing him listless and motionless, Jiang Ning almost sniffed his breath. If you are still alive, take a breath. Old Hu took a deep breath. Thank you. I'm still alive. The master and the apprentice had something to say. Jiang Ning gave Hui Yishan a look and asked him to wait at the door. She dragged a stool over and sat down opposite Old Hu. Do you want cigarettes or wine? Old Hu was stunned. Cigarettes? Cigarettes? Jiang Ning took out a pack of expired cigarettes from her bag and lit them for him personally. With a helpless ridicule. You haven't even solved the problem of food and clothing. And you want to have a romantic life? Or the kind of wishful thinking? Old Hu laughed at himself. I didn't expect that the iron tree would bloom in the end times. Forget about her. And solve the problem of food and clothing first. Jiang Ning is not good at comforting people. If I really like you, I won't recognize you as my brother. Old Hu smoked 3 cigarettes in a row. Yeah. You can't even eat enough. Even if she is willing to be with you, you can't support her and the child. Right? Old Hu took a breath. I am your teacher after all. Can you not rub salt into your teacher's wounds? Jiang Ning smiled. We are a master and a disciple. I don't mind sacrificing myself to stab you a few more times. Old Hu was stabbed repeatedly. The wound on your face. Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes. Did the boss beat you? Boss? Old Hu was stunned. And it took him a while to realize. Yeah. You are so weak. Both of his arms were broken. And you can't beat him with all your limbs intact? Who said you can't beat him? Old Hu was not convinced. His arm was broken again. And I helped to connect it. You are really a kind-hearted doctor. Why don't you take the opportunity to kill him? Maybe Yutong will stay with you? Old Hu also wanted to. But he knew in his heart that Yutong didn't love him. You can only figure out things like feelings yourself. No matter how much others say. Jiang Ning left him a bottle of white wine, patted his shoulder and left. Ma Guangyan recovered a little, and worked with academicianly and his team to finish the smog virus. After coming to the research institute, Jiang Ning knew that the problem of insufficient medicine supply had been solved. Academicianly continued to optimize the prescription regardless of his age, and finally developed a new prescription, adding a few more medicines to the original prescription, so that the amount of dragon knot grass and 5 scattered ziziphus could be reduced. But the effect was the same. This is the charm of Chinese medicine. Even if the same species is treated, there are countless combinations of prescriptions. Once the prescription is changed, a large number of life-saving drugs are added. Jiang Ning has great respect for academicianly. How many survivors were saved because of him? It is not easy to come here. Under the introduction of Ma Guangyan, Jiang Ning went to the traditional Chinese medicine group for in-depth study. Worried that the dog is not safe at home. I still have to drive back. It was already evening when I returned to the community. When Jiang Ning saw the scene in front of the courtyard gate, he almost fainted. These 2 dogs. Do they treat themselves as human beings or not? They actually tore the thief's clothes into rags, and were having a lot of fun. Like a mouse playing with a cat. Killing people is not enough. Don't insult them like this. This is going against the will of heaven. Chapter 337. Seeing that the thief was being played with to death, Jiang Ning showed rare kindness and told him to get out of here. If he was really bitten to death, she would not take the responsibility. Jiang Ning was really angry, and punished the 2 of them by not allowing them to have dinner. It was fine if they were attacked by criminals when natural disasters were out of order. But if they were caught for fun like today, although the thieves deserved it, what if they got used to playing with ordinary people? Dogs should not be kept together. If they stay for too long, something bad will happen. Jiang Ning always protected her shortcomings. So she called the intercom of young Master Rong and said angrily, "Take Ah Bin back quickly. Her coke is so well behaved. It must be Ah Bin who led him astray." "No, sister. It has hands and feet. I can't tie it up wherever it wants to go. Take it away quickly. I owe you a meal." "Hot pot. No problem." He drove a Land Rover, put his hands in his pockets in front of the car, and whistled at the Tibetan Mastiff. Ah Bin was reluctant to leave, but got in the car obediently. Jiang Ning pretended to be concerned. "Is your cousin's arm healed?" "No. It's broken again." Jiang Ning stroked his forehead. "Did you find Yutong?" Rong Sanshao glanced at her and said meaningfully, "Sister, you have a brother-in-law. You can't have your eyes on the pot while you have your cake and eat it too." "What the hell?" Jiangning almost choked. He forgot that he spent a lot of money on women in one night. And now, he was lecturing her. Sure enough, natural disasters teach people how to be a man. Jiangning retorted. I think there is something wrong with your brain. Rong Sanxiao was jealous. Otherwise, why don't you ask me? But care about your cousin in a roundabout way. Aren't you standing in front of me with healthy hands and feet? It's true that there are natural disasters. But we have to eat melons when there are melons. So it's just a casual question. Young Master Rong was suspicious. But he still told the truth. Yes, Yutong is back. It's amazing. She broke 2 legs and was blown away by the typhoon. But she was still pregnant and gave birth to a child. My cousin is the same. His arm was broken twice. But he insisted on bringing Yutong back. And then he was stabbed again. He acted like nothing happened. So amazing. He also said that he could let Yutong stab a few more times to relieve his hatred. He was shocked at the time and secretly decided not to fall in love or get married in this life. It was too scary. Really. He didn't dare to play with his cousin now. Last time he was kidnapped. What if Yutong accidentally stabbed him in the waist this time? In short, the eldest aunt also gave up on her cousin completely and focused on practicing the trumpet. After dinner, Jiangning was still worried and asked Huishan to give Kaylai psychological counseling. There would be no next time. The house opposite the police station was indeed in high demand and was successfully sold in just a few days. After taking the property certificate, the 3 of them went to the real estate transaction center. In exchange, they got more than a dozen types of self-retained seeds, totaling more than 100 kilograms, and 2 trucks full of books. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu's house was put up for sale for half a month before it was sold. Because it was far from the city center, it depreciated a little. But the loss was not much. The 2 sold their red Ferrari. And with the money from the house sale, they asked someone to find a connection and actually got glass. In order to build the rooftop, they specially asked Jianzui Ho and others to help. The smog continued, but people had to live. So Qin Chuan found a way to get them glass and installed it one after another. After the night and the haze, the owners of the community almost returned to poverty. While capable people like Qin Chuan and Zhang Chao were getting better and better, and their identities were completely changed. How glamorous they were in the past. How miserable they are now. The high temperature reached 56 degrees, and it lasted for half a month. People were very uncomfortable with the heat. But the virus seemed to disappear gradually, and it was rare to hear about someone coughing up blood after being infected. Whether it disappeared or herd immunity, it felt like we had survived again. The virus was gone, and the damaged body gradually recovered. The 3 people and the dog started exercising again, and occasionally went out for a walk at night. As they were walking, a woman angry yelling and cursing suddenly came from a roadside villa, followed by a fight. Soon, there was a panicked running sound. If Huishan hadn't reacted quickly, the other party would have bumped into him. When he saw the situation clearly, he immediately covered Jiangning's eyes. A naked man, holding red boxer shorts in his hand, ran out of the villa in a panic and quickly disappeared in the fog. The dog saw the running legs and instantly became excited. Just as he was about to run after them, he was stopped by the trainer. Coke. Daodu was shorter and farther away from Huishan, so he didn't have time to cover his sister's eyes. She opened her eyes wide, shocked and stunned. Huishan didn't know how to explain what she saw, and she wanted to kill people. The fight in the house continued, and the curses were foul. They said that the old and the young were all shameless and relied on selling to exchange for food. Jiangning pulled Daodu away quickly. This kind of thing not only happened, but it might become more frequent in the future. Maybe it's immoral, but there is no morality in the end of the world of natural disasters. In order to survive and stutter, even dignity can be abandoned, let alone the body. They may have been rich wives or celebrities, and lived a life of luxury before the natural disaster. But the real suffering began when the backbone of the family was gone. Not only them, but also them. Not all rich wives or celebrities are canaries. Some awakened early, or relied entirely on their own efforts, and accumulated wealth again due to the disaster. And there are also good-looking uncles or second generations who choose to devote their bodies to hunger and beg for food. All I can say is that existence is reasonable. It is not enough to catch the scene and beat the people. The victims named and abused them on the community channel, all of which were vicious and humiliating words, which were sharper than knives. Countless natural disasters eventually made the rich wives more aggressive than the lower-class women. She did not mention her husband who ran away naked, and cursed the mother and daughter who shared the same man for 18 generations. All the gentlemen, if you have any needs, you can go and find them. The mother and daughter are doing a good job. I don't know what they are thinking. Everyone pretended to be dead, and no one spoke in the channel. She cursed for several hours, and continued to curse when she woke up the next day. A voice suddenly came from the intercom. You idiot. Is your brain on your butt? If you have the guts, castrate your man. The mother and daughter in Building 26 have committed suicide by cutting their wrists. Their bodies are already stinking. Do yourself a favor. After being bombarded with foul language for 2 days, Rong San Shao came on stage cursing. No one in the channel dared to refute him. He did not lie. The mother and daughter who were caught at the scene yesterday were indeed dead. When he was out walking the dog, Ah Ben smelled something wrong and broke in to find out. I don't know when they died, but the weather has been hot, and the body is already stank. Even though they were beaten black and blue, the mother and daughter still picked out the most beautiful clothes and put on makeup. Died peacefully, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Young Master Rong thought that he could still smile after this. Probably because he was dreaming of the prosperous times before the natural disaster before he died. One was still a rich wife, and the other was still a socialite, with luxury houses, fine wine, food and clothing. This matter came to an end for the time being, and even though the community was filthy, everyone still maintained a superficial peace. The Barebutt movement was staged from time to time, but it was always solved behind closed doors. The community was visited by thieves for several days, and the safety issue was put on the agenda again. Chapter 338. After being attacked by the virus, except for those who were able to get the medicine, the losses were not big. Even if the other owners were not extinct, there were more or less deaths in their families. Even if they successfully waited for the antivirus medicine, the sequelae were very serious. The Rong family was well informed. Due to smog or other disasters, several escape teams were migrating south. The survivors must have been at the end of their rope when migrating long distances. They would inevitably scramble for survival resources in the south. But Fengcheng had no surplus food, so they were afraid that there would be trouble at that time. A corrupt official once said that refugees are not human beings. I used to think it was absurd. But when I really experienced a natural disaster, I realized that refugees are really not human beings. No one will forget the ferocity of the thugs in the eternal night. If they come back again, can the villa area still be defended? Mr. Rong did not show up, but threw the question to his son. You are not 3.5 years old anymore. Since you are the chairman of the property management committee, you should take up the burden and think about how to solve the problem. At this age, who knows how many years he can live? He can't wait until the moment of death because he is worried that he can't even close his eyes. Right? The herbal package Jiang Ning gave was good, but most of the Rong family was infected with the virus. Mr. Rong survived, but lost one grandson and 2 granddaughters. Although he had many children and grandchildren, it was not pleasant to see the young die. He was too exhausted physically and mentally, and suddenly looked much older, and began to fear death. At this age, he was not worried about his own death, but was afraid that the Rong family would follow the old path of other owners. If the head of the family was gone, the whole family would be gone. Mr. Rong lost his father at a young age, and took on the responsibility of the family early, working hard with his younger brothers and sisters. And the Rong family went from being penniless to building a business empire. He supported the Rong family for decades, and thought he could enjoy his old age. But he didn't expect to encounter a natural disaster and the end of the world. After several years of hard work, Master Rong was so tired that he could hardly hold on. But he didn't dare to die, for fear that once he closed his eyes, the government would no longer give face to the Rong family, and the evil forces would run rampant. It's true that he has sons, but which one can stand on his own? The eldest son is honest but has no talent. The second son is a mere figurehead, and the third son is somewhat smart, but flashy and superficial. Brat, grow up quickly and stop messing around. Young Master Rong actually considered. Dad, I think the community still needs to absorb fresh blood, but only reliable people. If you think it's right, then do it. Mr. Rong stood up and patted his shoulder. Make some achievements and let us all see them. Looking at his father's increasingly old face, young Master Rong suddenly felt heavy in his heart and felt very uncomfortable. He thought again and again, and then drove out. When he came back, he didn't even enter the Rong family. He took Ah Bin to building 50. And his smile was still mean. Sister, you promised to treat me to a meal? It seemed that if he didn't treat him to a meal, he would throw Ah Bin back. The meal you owe must be repaid. Jiang Ning opened the door and said, Come in. Sincerity is needed when treating someone to a meal. She wanted to ask Qin Chuan to come over and chat with her. But Rong Sanshao said, Sister, I don't want to eat hot pot anymore. I want to eat home-cooked meals. Whether it was hot pot or home-cooked meals. Hui Yishan was the chef. Jiang Ning had no opinion. What do you want to eat? Whatever. Whatever. Jiang Ning ordered a flame-drunk goose. This is a famous dish in Fengcheng. Eat more. Rong Sanshao was really rude. He stuffed food into his mouth from time to time. Well, my brother-in-law is really good at cooking. Hui Yishan rarely spoke, but he would pick up food for Jiang Ning and Daodu. Rong Sanshao envied. Sister, you are so lucky. Pink Diamond's girlfriend would also pick up food for him. If the natural disaster hadn't come, he might have been married and even had a child. It's a pity that he can't find her anymore. Even if he finds her, he may not change his original intention. Not to mention outside, there are all kinds of people in the villa area. The second generation who used to drive sports cars and yachts and order more than a dozen young models a night now have to serve rich women for several hours to get a few kilograms of food. This world is so fucking suffocating. Seeing that he was a little depressed, Jiang Ning joked, My last name is not Hu, but Jiang. Young Master Rong smiled and took a sip of strong liquor. Sister, the community has lost a lot of people now. I heard that several groups of refugees are on their way to the south. And some of them are very likely to settle in Fengcheng. If we want to defend the community, we have to replenish blood. What do you think? Jiang Ning agreed. Well, your idea is good. Building 42 is pretty impressive. Do you have any better recommendations? Jiang Ning thought for a moment. No. Young Master Rong said meaningfully. I went to see Secretary He today, and he gave me some advice, saying that we could consider people who moved in from Aoyuan. I remember that you and your brother-in-law seem to have lived in Aoyuan before. Some of the security guards recruited by the community seem to have come from Aoyuan. And your brother-in-law was their instructor. That's true. Young Master Rong pondered. Do you think they are suitable? They were good in Aoyuan. But we haven't lived together for so many years. Besides, people's hearts are different. So it's hard to say how they are now. But I believe in young Master Sen's vision. And you can make your own decision. In the end of the world, people's hearts are unpredictable. It's not that she didn't consider Aoyuan. But after so many years of separation, the living environment is too different. It's normal to recommend the right one. If something goes wrong, it will be troublesome. Besides, Building 42 is close to Building 50. And the group of sharp-mouthed monkeys is Qin Chuan's people. Some people have said that they are in a group. If someone else comes in from Aoyuan, although she has no selfish motives, what will the Rong family think? She has no covetousness for the villa area. She just wants to survive the natural disaster with the people she cares about. But where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. And where there are rivers and lakes, there are right and wrong grudges. No matter who comes in the future, she and Hui Yishan can survive on their own. So there is no need to give more examples. Rong Sanshao saw that Building 50 really didn't want to meddle in other people's business. After eating and drinking, he thanked and got up to leave. A few days later, Rong Sanshao convened an owners' meeting. It was foggy everywhere, and he didn't do any empty talk. He held a meeting directly on the intercom channel. One was to attract fresh blood, and the other was about the possibility that smog might cause acid rain. After careful consideration, he decided to absorb the people from Aoyuan. They lost some people in the natural disaster, and now there are about 70 people in total. These people were recommended by He Tianming, and their character has been checked. The owners have no objections, and they won't say anything if they have any. Life is too bad, and most people are powerless, so they just let it go. They also want the Rong family to set up a private base, preferably with food, drink, defecation and urination. What if acid rain comes? They can't even afford glass. Chapter 339. Young Master Rong has already thought of a countermeasure. The volcanic ash will not dissipate for a long time. If it rains one day, it may be acid rain. How long it will rain is also a problem. If the acidity is serious, It may corrode the roof. If you can buy glass, try to buy it. If you can't buy it, dig a basement just in case. The villa has 2 floors. As long as there is no continuous splashing of sulfuric acid. Even if it rains for a year or 2. As long as there is a basement, it can still withstand it. Even if the owners are all giving up. Who would be willing to die if they really want to? It is useless to envy the villa with glass shed. It is more important to dig a basement to save lives. With the participation of our UN members, the community once again organized security duty. But the number of people in the team is not as large as that of Yingya. And each family basically rotates every 3 days. The duty points are mainly the gate of the community. And occasional community patrols. I don't know when the acid rain will come. As long as I am not on duty, I will dig the basement desperately. The excavated soil is not thrown out, but piled up for planting. Qin Chuan is the only one in the community who dares to be leisurely. Not only does he have a glass shed, but his basement is also impregnable. He is so idle that hair grows on his feet. He harasses the neighbors from time to time. Brother Hua, is your family digging a basement? I can help. We don't plan to dig. Thank you. The glass shed on the rooftop is built outside, like an extended eaves, which can effectively protect the wall from corrosion, as long as there is no continuous strong wind. The wall is thickened, so even if it corrodes, it will not cause a big impact. But Hui Yishan was not idle either. He closed the door whenever he had time, especially going to bed early and getting up late to avoid the two entering the space. Teaching Jiang Ning how to fly a plane and how to operate a yacht, even if it is just on paper. As long as you know it by heart, it can save your life at a critical moment. According to Hui Yishan memory, the smog will last for a year. So Jiang Ning will go to the Chinese Medicine Research Institute every once in a while. Chinese medicine is profound and extensive, and it is not possible to learn it all. It is a rare opportunity, and she will not miss the opportunity to absorb knowledge. Natural disasters are ruthless, especially after the attack of the smog virus. A group of medical staff have been sacrificed. There are fewer and fewer talents in this field, and they may disappear completely one day. Although it is close, it is inconvenient to go back and forth due to the smog. So Jiang Ning simply stays in the research institute. After studying for a few days, he returned to the villa to digest the knowledge and accompany Hui Yishan and the two. There were more people from Aoyuan in the villa area, and they would greet Jiang Ning when they met. Jiang Ning smiled in response, but rarely interacted with them. It was better to maintain a lukewarm relationship. Too much bond was not a good thing. Since being kidnapped, Rong Sanshao still joked, but he was obviously more mature than before. He would occasionally bring Ah Ben over to force a meal, and even move the mahjong table over. Come on. Come on. Play 2 games. With a cigarette in his mouth. He looked like a gangster. He and Qin Chuan were a perfect match. Both of them loved cigarettes. The middleman was good at flattering, and the two of them had a good chat in Building 50. He had no experience in property management, but he and Qin Chuan had similar tastes, and learned a lot of experience from the middleman. He had grown up and no longer wore slippers, but spotless leather shoes. After waking up, Jiang Ning stared at the foggy window in a daze. The fog seems to have faded. Hui Yishan opened the window. It is indeed lighter. The haze has been there for more than half a year, and it is really starting to fade day by day, and visibility is expanding. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 50 meters. As the fog continues to dissipate, the silent atmosphere becomes active, and the survivors seize the opportunity to start planting. After dinner, Jiang Ning took the two out for a walk. As they walked, there was a sudden violent collision in front. Listening to the sound, it seems to be a car. Could it be that young Master Rong couldn't help driving a bumper car? Regardless of the end of the world or not, eating melons is a natural thing for people, especially those who can eat enough. Sure enough, it was a bumper car. The person driving the car was not Rong Sanshao, but Yu Tong. She ran away again, and the domineering president came out to stop her, but was hit and flew away. I don't know if he was dead or not, but he fell in a pool of blood. Yu Tong hugged him and cried bitterly, "Doctor, come quickly. Save him." Jiang Ning was speechless, crying so hard that her heart was broken. Who would believe him if he said he didn't love her? Alas, cherish your life and stay away from the domineering president and his wife. Jiang Ning took the opportunity to teach them. Remember, If you meet someone you like one day in the future, you can be together if it's suitable. And if it's not suitable, you can separate quickly. Don't cling to him, and don't take your life seriously. Dowdu was confused. Goozy was confused. Woof. She took the two dogs as far away as possible to avoid getting blood splashed on her. After a few days of rest in the villa, Jiangning returned to the research institute. It happened that Academician Li was free, so she hurried to visit her master with gifts. It was rare to meet someone who studied diligently in the end times, so Academician Li readily recruited her into the team and took her with him to do research projects. Ma Guangyan has been very busy recently. The research institute received a batch of glass donated by caring people from Fengcheng. He and his students hurriedly planned the expansion and wanted to build another glass shed. He didn't say who donated it, but Jiangning knew who it was with his toes. The Rong family negotiated with the authorities through their connections and exchanged the glass for medicine. Originally, Ma Guangyan wanted to build a glass shed at the Fengcheng branch, but he thought about it and gave up. Although it's not far away, what if acid rain really falls as predicted by the authorities? You can't run back and forth, so don't waste it. Jiangning participated in it. It took almost 10 days to build it, and then transplant new herbs in. Huishan brought 2 here after not going home for a long time. The dog was too eye-catching, so I didn't dare stay in the research institute for long. I stayed for 1 night and then went back. Huishan didn't say anything, but Kaylay was unwilling to leave with a face full of resentment. There were too many things to learn, so naturally there was less time to spend with family. Jiangning squatted down and stroked its head. Be good at home. I will come back to accompany you when I'm done. The research institute not only has to cultivate herbs, but also has to take on the responsibility of a hospital and make house calls. The hospital is gone, but people will get sick. There are not many doctors, and they can't even be assigned to treat them like animals. Today she is seeing patients with Ma Guangyan, and tomorrow she is studying difficult and complicated diseases with Academician Li. Jiangning can't even find time to go home if she splits herself in half. She even has to squeeze in time to go to the toilet. She is like a sponge, absorbing moisture crazily. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months have passed. The army sent a batch of supplies. Acid and alkali corrosion-resistant clothing. There are only 20 sets. Not even 1 set for each person. It's understandable. After all, there are too many units to distribute. And there are too many people and too little porridge. Jiangning touched the protective clothing, which was surprisingly thin. I don't know what new material it is made of. It feels like a raincoat. She picked up the instruction manual. It didn't say what material it was made of, but there were instructions for wearing it, as well as key standard precautions. It should not be worn for more than 20 hours in an environment with an acid coefficient of 0. The technology for making protective clothing is not difficult, but it is probably limited by the material. There are too many butterfly effects, and no one knows when acid rain will come. Jiangning reminded Ma Guangyan. Teacher, the government has even issued protective clothing. It seems that acid rain will definitely come, but we don't know when it will come. We must be careful when we go out. Chapter 340. Ma Guangyan agreed and quickly issued the requirements. Starting tomorrow, all patients who go out to see patients must carry protective clothing with them. Protective clothing is limited, and those who carry it must keep it carefully and be careful not to lose it. After a busy half-month, Academician Li's research project was temporarily completed, and Jiangning and Ma Guangyan went to Yuecheng Square to see patients. Not knowing when the acid rain would come, Jiangning did not dare to take it lightly. She asked Ma Guangyan for leave, saying that there was something going on at home and she would need to take a few months off after the seeing patients. She was not a staff member of the research institute, and it was good enough for her to persist in studying. Ma Guangyan readily agreed. Don't forget to consolidate your knowledge when you go back. You can come back and ask anytime if you don't understand something. The weather was hot and humid, and several people came out to Yuecheng Square early. The radio sounded, and the official relevant departments predicted that due to the influence of air currents, it might rain in the next few months. The air was affected by volcanic ash for a long time, and once it rained, it was very likely to be acid rain. It was recommended that citizens should not go out unless necessary. Bring protective equipment when going out, and do not stay outdoors for too long. The news will be reported in the morning, noon and evening, reminding citizens at all times. Jiangning, Ma Guangyan, and others set up a stall on the first floor of the square in the scorching heat. Since they can only come once every half a month, there are quite a lot of people coming to see the doctor. The Research Institute is not a charity fund. There is a fee for seeing a doctor. Each patient is charged 2 taels of grain, and acupuncture and massage are charged separately. Elderly people over 60 years old and children under 5 years old are free. If the Research Institute has medicine, the doctor will also prescribe it according to the patient's condition, and they need to take the prescription to get it themselves. Medicines are in short supply, and doctors will not prescribe unnecessary medicines. The weather is as hot as a furnace, and patients are coming in continuously, suffering from heat stroke, vitamin deficiency, lack of oil and salt, lack of various mineral elements. Natural disasters continue to torture humans, and physical disorders emerge in an endless stream, and all kinds of problems have come out. Jiang Ning is so busy that he sweats profusely, and he wants to go into the space to enjoy the air conditioning or have some ice watermelon. In reality, he is so busy that he can't even keep his feet on the ground, and can only occasionally steal a few sips of ice water in the thermos to quench his thirst. After finally getting through a wave, just when I was about to take a breath, another patient came over. "Doctor, please take a look at the child." The voice was a little familiar, and when I looked up, it turned out to be Zhong's mother, holding a child in her arms. The child was over 1 year old, and it must be the one that Xiao Min had exchanged her life for. Xiao Jiang. Zhong's mother was surprised. She didn't expect to meet her in Yuesheng. After not seeing her for almost 2 years, Zhong's mother had aged a lot. Not only was she haggard, but she also had white hair. Jiang Ning nodded and said, "Is the child sick?" Zhong's mother said anxiously. "The child has no appetite, and has not eaten much, but has severe abdominal distension. Adults suffered, but children were particularly vulnerable. Unfortunately, there was no doctor in Fengcheng, so they had to rush to Yuesheng to find one. I hope everything is fine. This is the child that Xiaomin sacrificed her life for, and there can be no mistakes. Don't worry. Let me take a look." Jiang Ning brought the child over. His eyes were timid and scared, and his body struggled slightly. "Grandma?" Judging from his reaction, his intelligence was not affected, which was a blessing in disguise. "Don't be afraid, Xiao Bao." Zhong's mother comforted him softly. "Aunt is a good person. She saved you in the beginning. Be good. Call me Auntie." The child was confused and nervously pulled his grandmother's sleeve, looking at Jiang Ning with his dark eyes. He was still relatively obedient. "Auntie." Jiang Ning smiled and took out a piece of tangerine peel candy from his pocket. The child had never seen candy before. He looked at his grandmother and took it after asking for consent. Pediatric diagnosis and medication are different from those for adults. Jiang Ning did not have much experience in this area, so he deliberately exchanged positions with Ma Guangyan. Since the natural disaster, the survivors have not had enough food or warm clothes, and many women of childbearing age have even stopped menstruating, let alone giving birth. The birth rate in recent years is frighteningly low. Ma Guangyan carefully examined the child. "No big problem. It's common intestinal flatulence in children. The weather is hot recently and children tend to have poor appetites. Feed them something easy to digest. Don't force them to eat if they don't want to. Just eat small meals frequently. It's not convenient for children to be injected." So Ma Guangyan asked Jiang Ning to massage the child's acupoints. Zhong's mother asked nervously, "Can you prescribe medicine?" Ma Guangyan said, "The situation is not serious. There is no need to prescribe medicine. I let Dr. Jiang teach you a few simple massages later. Observe for a few days first." After telling Jiang Ning how to massage the acupuncture points, he continued to work. Jiang Ning found that the child had prickly heat. The weather is too hot, and covering the child too much will make him sick. Just do it moderately. She gently massaged the acupuncture points on the child, and asked Zhong's mother to learn beside her. Xiaobo's IQ is fine, but the child born in the end times lacks food and drink. So how good can his health be? The Zhong family's life is better than that of ordinary people, but not much better. The child is malnourished, and it is probably common for them to get sick. Raising this child might drain the family. Jiang Ning told Zhong's mother about common pediatric diseases, treatment methods, massage techniques, etc. As for how much she could understand, it was up to her. "Is Grandma Thong okay? My health has deteriorated over the past 2 years, but it's still okay. Every family has its own problems. So Jiang Ning didn't chat too much. After the massage, the child's stomach was not so bloated, and Zhong's mother felt relieved and took out food from her bag. Jiang Ning stopped her immediately and said, "The child can see a doctor for free. You can go back and treat him slowly and observe for a few days. Take the child home as soon as possible. It's been very hot and muggy these days. It will be troublesome if it rains on the road." The Meteorological Bureau said that acid rain might come. The Zhong family works in a scientific research unit, so they naturally know about it. Xiao Jiang. Thank you. Mother Zhong hurried away with the child. The others continued to be busy, and had whole grain steamed buns and black moss soup for lunch. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a sudden commotion outside. "It's raining. It's raining!" Jiang Ning shuddered. "Acid rain is coming." She stood up suddenly, and quickly put the medical money into her bag. This is the operating fund of the Chinese Medicine Research Institute. If someone takes advantage of the chaos to rob it, it will be troublesome. The quick action shocked Ma Guangyan and others. Xiao Zhang's family is well off. How can he be like a starving ghost reincarnated? Several people were not idle either, and they followed suit to clean up. Bean-sized raindrops fell on the faces and bodies of pedestrians. They shouted and ran quickly into the square to take shelter from the rain. Some panicked and even wiped the rain off their faces with their hands. "It's over. It's over." Disfigured. "Hey, I don't feel it." I rubbed it, but still didn't feel it. Some were brave enough to put it in their mouths and tasted it. It wasn't sour. The Meteorological Bureau is talking nonsense. It's just volcanic ash. It's like pouring sulfuric acid, making everyone nervous. What a mess. Chapter 341. The haze has dissipated, and many survivors have come out to make a living. Crowding in the square hall, listening to the radio's looping broadcast, I became more and more irritable. Damn it. If they had enough food at home, why would they come out to make a living in the scorching heat? Who doesn't want to sit at home and live a happy life with their legs crossed? The daily broadcast is annoying. It's better to give them 2 taels of relief food, which is more practical than anything else. Who is not afraid of acid rain? But do they have a choice? Who will give them protective clothing and food for 3 meals a day? Looking at the sparse raindrops outside. You fucking rain. Rain as much as you can. But the sky is like a sheep taking a shit. A little bit at a time. A little bit at a time. Playing? Everyone was upset, but still crowded in the hall and waited for more than half an hour. Some brave ones, sure that the raindrops would not corrode, ran out with bags on their heads. With the first one, there will be the second, and then more and more. The people in the hall gradually dispersed, running outside to go home or work. Seeing that it was almost afternoon, and disturbed by the sudden raindrops, it was estimated that there would not be many patients coming. So Jiang Ning suggested to close the stall and go back early. In case it really rained heavily, it would be troublesome. Just when they had almost closed the stall, there was a shrill scream outside. Jiang Ning looked up and found that the rain outside suddenly changed from sheep shit to heavy rain, hitting the people passing by. There was a sudden severe pain on the head, face, hands, and body. Some people subconsciously stretched out their hands to block the rain on their faces, and their arms burned. At first, I felt nothing on my body, but soon my clothes were burned by the rain. It hurt like a spot, then a block, and everywhere, like being thrown into boiling water. The screams continued, and they looked for a place to hide in the rainstorm. But there were people fleeing everywhere, so where could they hide? Those who reacted quickly ran towards the square hall. The rain blurred my vision, and some were knocked down while running, knocking down others, and some stumbled and fell heavily, causing trampling. The body fell into the rain, just like calcium carbide thrown into water. A violent chemical reaction occurred, and the process of heat release was generated. The severe pain forced him to get up from the rain, but the burning pain made it impossible for him to walk or run, and he soon fell down again. Once, twice, 3 times. His screams became weaker and weaker, and finally he fell into the rain, unable to make any sound. His exposed skin turned red and blistered, and soon even the skin peeled off. The child was scattered by the crowd running for her life, and the pain of the acid hitting her body made her scream, "Mom! Mom!" even through the glass window. It made people breathe hard. The umbrella burned through in just a few seconds. No one dared to rush into the rain to save people. They all turned their faces away, and could not bear to watch the cruel and bloody scene outside. Jiangning was the same. Although she had never given birth to a child, she raised Daodu with Huishan. The child was only about 6 or 7 years old. The voice became weaker and weaker, and was finally swallowed up by the rain. More and more people fell down. They were either squeezed down or far away from the square. They could not escape in the middle of the run. In short, like frogs thrown into a boiling pot, they jumped out one after another. But the acid water was like the 5-finger mountain from the sky. Even Monkey King could not escape, let alone the survivors, who had been tortured by natural disasters for several years. The wailing was like a bloody hell on earth. Even if they managed to escape, they were still covered in wounds. Countless injured people rushed into the square hall. "Help! Help! My face hurts," the wailing continued. The cries for help were endless, and the smell of acid rain and corroded flesh filled the hall. Jiangning reacted quickly, put on his backpack and shouted, "Teacher, let's go quickly." They were doctors, but they didn't have any medicine in their hands, and they were completely helpless against burns. People who are burned by acid rain should immediately take off or cut off the contaminated work clothes, underwear, shoes and socks, etc. Quickly rinse the wound with plenty of running water. Apply 5% sodium bicarbonate solution for 5 to 10 minutes, and then rinse with water for about 5 minutes. Then do debridement. Remove other pollutants. Cover with sterile gauze, and send to the hospital. Just treating a burn patient will take a lot of medical resources and time, not to mention so many injured people. And the square does not even have the most basic tap water. The serious injuries in such a short time show how concentrated the acid rain is. If the wet people are contaminated, they may also be burned. Ma Guangnian and others then realized that as doctors, they were not only unable to save the dying and the wounded, but even had to flee in the face of danger. They felt guilty and remorseful. "Teacher, it's not that we don't want to save them, but there are no medical drugs to save them. The injured patients are eager to get treatment, but once the doctors can't help, they won't listen at all, let alone stand in the doctor's shoes. At this time, friction is easy to occur, and even life is in danger. Otherwise, why would the doctor-patient conflict never end?" Several people hurriedly retreated with their bags, leaving behind tables, chairs and benches, and planned to leave through the back door. However, they were still a step too late. The injured who rushed into the hall first subconsciously looked for a doctor, but there was no one when they rushed to the medical point. In a hurry, they looked around and happened to see the figure who was evacuating in a hurry. Suddenly, the injured chased after them like zombies. "Doctor, we are injured. Please save us." Many people were wet by the acid rain. Once they lost their minds and rushed up, or had physical contact in a hurry, they were likely to be corroded. Jiangning used the large backpack to hide, and quickly took out the sharp tang sword, shouting, "Don't come over." Faced with the sharp weapon, they were so anxious that they were howling in pain. "You are doctors. How can you watch people die without saving them? Hurry up and save us. We want to save you too, but we don't have any medicine. So what can we do to save you?" Jiangning shouted at them the first aid method. "Instead of entangled here, you might as well find clean water to wash the wound immediately, to reduce the corrosion of the acid rain on the skin and relieve the pain of the wound." They were the first to rush in, and they were less exposed to acid rain. If they were treated in time, they could still be saved, but the pain made them lose their minds. And they didn't listen to what Jiangning said. They just watched the patient die without saving him. They were doctors, and they must have a way to save him. But they watched him die without saving him. Between life and death, their hearts twisted instantly, and they felt that the group in front of them were just hypocritical beasts, who didn't take the patient's life back at all. Cold-blooded, selfish, anger filled their minds. The first aid method mentioned by the woman in front of them was just an excuse to send them away. "You are doctors. Why don't you save people? What do you mean by saving the dying and the wounded? Are you worthy of the white coat on your body? You collect money faster than ghosts, and you treat diseases more quickly than monkeys. Do you still have a conscience?" For a time, everyone was angry and criticized Jiangning and others. Chapter 342. Those who were originally in the hall, although they were far away for fear of being exposed to acid rain, could not bear to see the people being burned so painfully, and they followed suit. "Doctor, can you save them? If you don't save them, They will just wait to die. Jiang Ning reiterated his position. We have already told you the first aid methods. How can we treat them without medicine? The scene was in chaos. And Ma Guangyan shouted at the top of his voice. Everyone. It's not that we don't save people. It's been 7 years since the end of the world. Where can we get the sodium bicarbonate flushing solution? It's useless for you to block here. What we need to do now is to find clean water, instead of blocking here and making things difficult for us. The longer the injury is delayed, the more trouble it will cause. One of them was in unbearable pain. And he rushed up and punched him. King talk so easily. Where can we find water to wash? Jiang Ning kicked him away. King can't even find clean water. How can we find medicine to save you? This action instantly angered the injured survivors. And they all followed suit. What a heartless doctor hitting someone. With no hope of survival. They lost their minds and went completely crazy. Rushing over like ferocious monsters and ready to attack. Pain intertwined with resentment. As if they wanted to eat Jiang Ning and the others alive. Even if they died, they wanted to take someone with them. Ma Guangyan and the others were gentlemen engaged in research. And the research institute was also protected by the official army. They turned pale in fear when facing the ferocious survivors. If they really fought, they would not be opponents at all. Countless wounded rushed over and were about to drown them in an instant. Bang! Deafening gunshots rang out. The irrational people were startled and subconsciously stopped. Jiang Ning held the gun, his eyes as cold as a knife. What's wrong with the doctor? Doctors are human beings, not gods. It's been 7 years since the end of the world. And you are still playing the game of moral kidnapping? If there were no doctors vomiting blood to study the antidote to the smog virus, you would have died long ago. Do you know how many doctors died of exhaustion on the job to save you? How many doctors risked their lives to test the medicine? Today, do you not know whether we have medicine? I'm talking to you nicely, but you won't listen. If you want to die, come here. I send you to hell. The logic was correct, but the words were too harsh. Ma Guangyan was afraid of the public's anger, so he quickly stood up to explain. Dear fellow villagers, you are burned by acid rain. We feel the same, but we are really powerless. Over the years, we have been working hard to restore the medical system. But every time we see a glimmer of hope, it is extinguished by natural disasters. You are right. The doctor's duty is to save the dying and the wounded. But a good cook cannot cook without rice. As doctors, we are helpless and can only watch you suffer. We feel bad too. I know you are anxious. But it is useless to be anxious. Even if you beat us to death today to vent your anger, can it heal your injuries? I hope you can calm down and find water according to the first aid methods we said. Instead of venting your emotions here, which will make your injuries more and more serious and miss the best time for treatment. But there is no water. Someone cried out in pain. What should we do if there is no water? There is water. There is water here. Someone shouted in the distance. There is well water in the backyard of the official store. Those who reacted quickly ran over. Some were a little slow and paused before they went to grab the water. In addition, many people stared at Jiang Ning and others. But they were afraid of the knife and gun in her hand. Finally, seeing that more people were running to grab water, they were afraid that they would not be able to grab it. So they left unwillingly. The timid team members were so scared that they cried and tightly grasped Ma Guangyan's arm. Teacher Ma. The sky gradually darkened and the rain outside was getting heavier. Jiang Ning put away his weapon. Teacher, let's leave quickly. People have hatred in their hearts. And there is no guarantee that those injured people will come back to kill them. Ma Guangyan nodded and hurried to the back door with a few people. There were also people hiding from the acid rain at the back door. Seeing them coming with bulging backpacks, several of them had bright eyes and communicated with each other secretly. Jiang Ning had seen too many people like this, so he pulled out his gun without saying a word. Those people immediately became honest, and they dared not look around anymore, and even quietly moved away, fearing that the bullets would not have eyes. Ma Guangyan took out a large jumpsuit and carefully tried it in the acid rain. The acid-proof effect is good, and the clothes are intact. The heavy rain showed no sign of stopping. Seeing several people take out brand new protective clothing, many people immediately envied them. Where did you get your clothes? Can you lend me a set? I'm waiting to go home and cook. No one is a fool. And no one cares. The one-size-fits-all clothes can even fit into a backpack. Jiang Ning asked them to wear protective clothing first. and she stood by with a weapon to guard against restless people. After they put on the one-piece acid-proof clothing, she took out her own set and put it on. Several people braved the acid rain and walked back to the research institute with heavy backpacks on their backs. The rain continued along the way, and many people took shelter in roadside shops or eaves, seeing someone wearing protective clothing walking in the rain. Envy, jealousy and hatred in their eyes were about to jump out. Despite the protective clothing, everyone was still terrified. They never thought that the acid index of acid rain would be so high, and they were always worried that the protective clothing would leak. In addition, the jumpsuit was too thin, and it was not easy to walk with the filter mask on, so every step had to be cautious. What was even more shocking was that corpses were lying on the road from time to time, some lying on their backs or prone, their shoes and clothes corroded, and their bodies were unrecognizable. One team member couldn't hold it back and vomited. The protective suit was airtight, and she vomited all over her clothes, almost choking. There was no choice but to breathe in the stench of her own vomit and continue walking towards the research institute. Someone's broken bicycle was thrown into the rain without being pushed away in time, and the tires and old iron were corroded into potholes. The rain kept falling, and the sky was getting darker and darker. It felt like it would never end. It took more than 2 hours for everyone to return to the research institute safely. They first washed their protective clothing with clean water, and then carefully took it off. Only then did they feel relieved. They were so scared even though they had protective clothing. So I wonder what those who didn't have protective clothing should do. Thinking of the group of people injured in the square, everyone felt a deep sense of powerlessness in their hearts. They could only sigh that natural disasters are unpredictable, and that life is really difficult. The acid rain lasted for a long time, and did not stop until the evening. Jiang-Ning listened to the sound of the rain outside, and he couldn't help but feel a little irritated. The rain was sometimes heavy and sometimes light, and it didn't stop for 7 or 8 hours. The rain kept falling, and everything human had stopped. The acid rain still came early, and it didn't follow Huaishan memory. In his memory, the first acid rain lasted about 2 hours, then stopped for half a month. And then the second one came, and the rain was definitely not heavy. Everything changed, like a green-faced demon with fangs, waving its claws constantly. I don't know what happened to Huaishan and the two. Chapter 343. As early as when the haze began to dissipate, Jiang-Ning took 3 sets of acid-based protective clothing from the space and placed them in the villa, hoping that they would not go out. And even if they went out, they would wear the clothes. The protective clothing she stocked was thick colloid, which was indeed the highest level of protection. Even if sulfuric acid was splashed, it was not afraid. The only disadvantage was that it was extremely heavy. It was almost impossible to carry it with you. I didn't sleep well that night, and I didn't know how many times I woke up during the period, and it was still the sound of drizzling rain. When I opened my eyes in the morning, the rain had not stopped. I couldn't guess how long it would rain, but it felt like it would take 10 days or 8 days. Even if it stopped for more than 10 minutes, it would soon start to rain again. The road was full of water, and even if the rain stopped, I couldn't drive back. Jiang-Ning was impatient, and she couldn't wait any longer. So she chose the dumbest way. Hiking. There were very few official protective clothing, and they were shared by everyone. Jiang-Ning couldn't use them for herself, but she couldn't guarantee their safety. She returned them, and then took out the ones she had stockpiled. It took a lot of effort to put them on. The 30+ kilograms on her body almost crushed her. The mask was very heavy, and the protective shoes were even thicker. Opening the oxygen bag, she stepped into the acid rain without hesitation. She felt safe, but her appearance was extremely ugly, like a biochemical suit, and it was very heavy to walk. She was exhausted after only a few hundred meters. She didn't feel the rain hitting her clothes, but her breath caused the mask to fog up. However, the built-in desiccant took effect, and her vision soon became clear. The Research Institute of the Chinese Medicine Hospital is more than 30 kilometers away from the Fengcheng Villa district, and it only takes about half an hour to drive. You can change into protective clothing and walk on the road. At this snail's pace, you can't get there from day to night. It had been a whole day and night, and the rain was not going to stop. There were still people taking shelter under the eaves or in the shops on both sides of the road. They were getting more and more anxious waiting, and they felt like they were going crazy from hunger and exhaustion. But they didn't have the courage to rush into the rain. There were also those who were impatient and didn't care about the consequences. and planned to go back as soon as the rain stopped. They found a wooden board to pad their shoes and slowly moved home. But they didn't know that the rain would start pouring down again before they had walked a few hundred meters. Those who were lucky and ran fast could save their lives. But those who couldn't run could only accept the baptism of acid rain. And it was useless to howl heartbreakingly. Jiangning felt someone calling her, and turned sideways to find that it was a survivor hiding from the rain at the door of the store. Some were Indians. Some were yelling. And some were so jealous that they threw things. The colloidal protective suit was well shielded, so she couldn't hear clearly, but she could feel the gravel thrown on her body. Jiangning scanned through the mask and successfully captured who threw it. A middle-aged man, who was caught. Not only did he not reflect, but his face was full of malice and mockery. As if to say, "Come here if you dare. This is human nature." Ugly and smelly. Once Jiangning went over, several people would rush over to snatch the protective clothing, and it was hard to say whether she would drag him in and bully him. In fact, he should be thankful. If it wasn't for the acid rain, Jiangning would cut him into pieces. She didn't take the bait and continued to move forward. After walking for several hours, they hadn't left the territory of Yuecheng. Occasionally, corpses corroded by acid rain could be seen on the road. The long-term decay had already made them unrecognizable. Fortunately, Jiangning was not surprised. Otherwise, he would have vomited the overnight meal. Many survivors couldn't afford it, so they built shanties, with roofs made of wood or thatch, and some made of iron sheets. And the whole family lived like this. It might be okay at ordinary times, but it is fatal when acid rain comes. Then iron sheets are corroded, and wooden boards or thatch will be soaked by acid rain. She looked ahead, deliberately not looking at the sides of the road. But she still saw two teenagers in front of one of the wooden houses. They stood on a broken table and held up the door panels that were removed to block the acid rain. I don't know how long they held it up. Their limbs looked extremely stiff, and their legs were shaking violently. No one knew how long they could hold on. Looking at their age, they are about the same age as Daodu. Jiangning took a deep breath and continued to walk forward. His clothes were too thick to sit down and rest. He could only stand and rest when he was tired. He didn't even have a chance to eat lunch. The road was harder than he had imagined. He walked for 8 hours before reaching the border between the two cities. He hadn't even reached half the distance, and it was already evening. It was getting dark quickly on a rainy day. He probably had to find a place to spend the night. Jiangning looked around and planned to find a hidden place to enter the space. He walked and searched for about half an hour, and saw a lonely thatched house not far away. Judging from the broken roof, no one lived there. Just as she was about to go over, she vaguely saw someone coming up the road. It was dusty, and not very clear. She deliberately stopped to rest, wanting to wait for the other person to go far away before going to the thatched house. Unexpectedly, the other person was getting closer and closer, also wearing biochemical equipment. Hey, why does it look a bit like her clothes? It seems to be a man. Very tall. She was on guard and deliberately stood aside. But the other person actually walked towards her. Jiangning was stunned and stared at the other person. Through the mask, their eyes met. She didn't expect Weishan to come out to find her in the acid rain. They stared at each other through the rain, reluctant to look away. Jiangning walked over, and Weishan opened his arms. The two hugged each other tightly in the acid rain. Jiangning looked up and asked, "Why are you here?" "I'm worried about you." Walking all the way from Fengcheng, it can be seen that Weishan set out early in the morning. It was getting dark at that time, and it was inconvenient to talk in the acid rain with dozens of kilograms of protective clothing on his head. Jiangning pointed to the thatched house. Weishan took her hand, and the two walked not far away. The thatched house was very old, with only 2 broken tables with missing legs inside. So shabby that it felt like the mud bricks would collapse at any time. There was indeed no one around. So Jiangning took Weishan into the space. She rinsed the protective suit with clean water, then took it off carefully, and breathed freely in the space, feeling like she was alive again, seeing that her face was full of wrinkles from the breathing mask. Weishan reached out and rubbed it for her. "Does it hurt?" Jiangning said slickly. "It doesn't hurt when I see you." Weishan smiled and hugged her into his arms. Jiangning asked with concern, "You are drenched by the acid rain. Were you?" "No. He was on duty at the time. And luckily it wasn't acid rain at first. Everyone in the community was fine, and they hurried home when it started to rain. But they didn't expect that the acid rain would come soon. I was so tired that my feet were numb. The two of them ate something to fill their stomachs. And after a short rest, Jiang Ning went into the bathroom to soak in the hot springs. But Hui Yishan followed him in. During this period, they were so busy that they didn't have much time to talk alone. Even if Hui Yishan occasionally brought the two over, Hui Yishan pinched her shoulders and waist. Are you tired? Yes. But I feel very at ease. It's been a long time since I worked so hard. But I also learned a lot of knowledge that I couldn't learn from books or videos. Knowledge is the capital for survival. She can't compare with medical giants like Academician Li or Ma Guangyan. But Jiang Ning learned everything she could in various subjects. With the accumulation of knowledge, both her vision and self-confidence have improved a lot. Chapter 344. Jiang Ning leaned on Hui Yishan's shoulder and talked about his experiences during this period, and the world that was corroded by acid rain. The severity of acid rain was beyond the imagination of Hui Yishan, who had experienced it once. He couldn't imagine what would happen in the future. Jiang Ning checked his body and found that he was not injured. Were you burned by acid rain last time? Yes. But I hid in time. There were scars on his arms and face, which were hard to bear. After healing, there were many pits left. But this time it was okay. The two were well behaved at home. They are all fine. The medicine you left is not needed. It is best if it is not used. Jiang Ning hugged Hui Yishan's neck. Mr. Hua, you have worked hard during this period. He was actually okay. But he was a little uncomfortable. So he took the opportunity to ask, you have been learning for so long. Have you learned everything? Ah? Jiang Ning reacted a little, but soon became embarrassed. Lying on the soft big bed, the two tired people fell asleep. In the morning, Hui Yishan woke him up gently. Aining, we should set off. She opened her heavy eyelids and found that it was only 5 o'clock. And it was not even light outside. But she still got up, brushed her teeth, washed her face, had breakfast, then put on the heavy protective clothing, and took Hui Yishan out of the space. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was hazy, and it was not very clear. It was still raining, but the rain was much lighter than before, and the road was so quiet that only the sound of rain could be heard. The vision was not very clear. Hui Yishan walked in front, protecting Jiang Ning behind him. After walking for about half an hour, the sky gradually brightened, but it was still gloomy, and there was no sign of clearing up. The street lamps and wires were corroded by acid rain, and the light bulbs had long been out of light, with raindrops dripping down. A sudden rain disrupted the pace of all the survivors, and those outside were still trapped. Those who took shelter in stores were a little better, as they could ask for some water or a place to rest. If they were really hungry, they would just smash and loot. Those who curled up under the eaves were in trouble. They were starving and cold, and they had to worry about being splashed by acid rain. After 2 days of torture, they collapsed. So, when I saw people wearing protective clothing walking in the acid rain, I was instantly shocked. Either I cried for help or I smashed things. Smashed them to death. And the clothes will be mine. Fortunately, the road was wide, and the colloid protective clothing was thick enough, so it didn't cause any damage. After a day of rest, my strength was restored, and I had just started on the road. Jiang Ning's temper was not as good as Hui Yishan. When she saw who was smashing things, she bent down and picked up a stone and threw it at him. Ah! A scream rang out, and the evildoer was smashed and bleeding. He covered his forehead and wanted to curse, but when he saw the cannibalistic eyes in the mask, he immediately misfired. Others who wanted to gloat over the disaster immediately hid far away. My God! This is too fierce. The two continued to move forward. Perhaps because Fengqing's population was not as dense as Yueqing's, there were not so many survivors trapped by the acid rain. It's just that the rebuilt cement house is not as strong as before the natural disaster. There are gaps in the structure or drainage system. If the acid rain lasts for a long time, the cement board may not be able to withstand it. Jiang Ning observed the cement board that fell on the side of the road. The surface had been corroded and pitted. She was glad that the villa had a glass shed. Otherwise it might not be able to withstand the pouring acid rain. Perhaps with the company of a loved one. I felt my steps were much lighter than yesterday. It took 10 hours to finally successfully cross the acid rain and return home. With the arrival of acid rain, the community fell into a deserted state again, and everyone hid at home and shivered. Not only did they have to face acid rain, but also the problems of soil and water pollution. If it is not solved, the community will probably be in chaos soon. Huishan seemed to guess her thoughts. Young Master Rong is quick-witted. He reminded the owners to stock up water on the channel a few days ago. But no matter how much you hoard, it is useless. The pollution problem cannot be solved overnight. Jiang Ning was curious. How did you solve it before? Huishan recalled. The deep wells dug by the government took groundwater and filtered it before drinking. He belongs to the government, and the relevant departments will solve it. It is not clear how ordinary survivors got through. In short, before the plate collision, polluted soil could not be planted. Back to building 50. Huishan hadn't opened the door yet, and the sound of a dog whining came from the second floor. It smells it. Jiang Ning felt relieved. She had traveled more than 30 kilometers and finally returned home. When she entered the door, the dog rushed down from the second floor and was so excited that he wanted to pounce on her. Jiang Ning hurriedly stopped him. Don't move. Wash the protective clothing. Took it off and hung it up. Then hugged the dog affectionately. I'm back, sister-in-law. Daodu followed and pounced on her. The two of them circled around Jiang Ning. And Huishan could only touch his nose in boredom. Is everything okay at home? Daodu jumped into his brother's arms. Well, Coke and I had a good meal. Following Jiang Ning. Her cooking skills are not bad. She eats well every meal and takes care of Dahui and Xiaobai. The acid rain outside is overwhelming. But the house is very warm. Daodu is still wearing an apron. Sister-in-law, dinner is ready. Just stir-fry some vegetables. Jiang Ning smiled knowingly. It is really not easy to raise a baby to a little cook. Braised spare ribs, fried eggs with leeks, meatball soup, stir-fried vegetables, all of which are Daodu's skills. The vegetables are grown on the rooftop. It is true that the poultry was extinguished, but a lot of fertilized eggs were stored before. Daodu has hatched several nests with an incubator and carefully fed them for almost 2 months. Jiang Ning was very pleased to have another diligent person at home. It was dark quickly on a rainy day, so the lights were turned on at home and they had a quiet and warm meal. Jiang Ning was very tired during this period, so he rested at home for a few days and recovered completely. Huishan was so self-disciplined that he trained his sister and dog every day, and at the same time, he reminded Daodu to save water. The water is polluted, and there are only a few water tanks at home, so we have to use it sparingly. Jiang Ning's space is not short of water, but the cultivation of her sense of crisis cannot be ignored. Daodu nodded, and then found time to call Qin Mu on the intercom. Brother Xiaomu, the water is polluted. Your family should pay attention to water conservation. No water will kill people. My family doesn't have much, so I won't lend it. Jiang Ning is really not used to being idle all of a sudden, and he uses the intercom to tune the channel. The community channel is very lively. Some people flatter Rong Sanshao, thank him for reminding him to store water. Some worry about the rooftop being corroded and pierced, and some lament that their own vegetables have died. Jiang Ning listened quietly without saying a word. She went to the balcony and the backyard, and the glass shed was intact. Dahui and Xiaobai are no longer brooding, but their offspring are still being born. Thinking of them accompanying him on the adventure, Jiang Ning rewarded them with a plate of mincemeat and touched the heads of the 2 rabbits. Eat. You have worked hard. Chapter 345. Ordinary acid rain does not have a smell, but the acid index of the natural disaster is too high, which has caused the death of survivors or corrosion of other substances, and the air is filled with unpleasant smells. Jiang Ning disinfected the house, and then turned on the air purifier. Unable to go out, she sorted out and digested the knowledge she had learned during this period, and did not forget to tutor the brother and sister in medical knowledge. The dog did not understand, but it may have regarded itself as a human being. It squatted next to it stubbornly, and was unwilling to leave even if it was drowsy. One is responsible for knowledge training, and the other is responsible for physical training. For them who have endured the apocalypse for 7 or 8 years, life is not too difficult. The person next door was so idle that he kept picking up the intercom. Brother Hua, sister-in-law, are you short of one? Jiang Ning readily agreed. Okay, if you have a way to come over. The acid rain continued for several days, and it was intermittent, and there was no sign of clearing up. Who knew that Qin Chuan actually came over? And the protective suit on his body was the same brand as his own. Well, he is worthy of being the king of copying in the universe. Not only the Qin family father and son, but young Master Rong also came over. Sister, can you provide meals? This is even more amazing. Not only does he have the most advanced protective clothing, but he also has a dog. It is obviously customized. Abin walked strangely in the protective clothing, but he was still willing to brave the acid rain to see his elder brother. The two were playing downstairs, while Daodu and Qin Mu were boxing on the rooftop. I am addicted to mahjong. I played until I was exhausted and didn't even have the mood to cook, Jiang Ning said perfunctorily. I have expired instant noodles. Do you want to eat them? Rong Sanshao no longer had any pursuits. As long as it doesn't kill people, it's fine. You know if it kills people after you eat it. I'm not lying. It's really expired. I took it out of the space and put it in the villa a year ago. I didn't use the seasoning packet. I watched some technology and hard work being put into the pot, and added some dried mushrooms, black fungus, beef tendon balls, fried eggs, etc. And everyone had a big bowl. Rong Sanshao never ate low in junk food, but now he felt that it was delicious food, and he wanted to swallow his tongue. Sister, I have to follow you to have delicious food. Jiang Ning glanced at him. Your family has a farm, so it's not difficult to make instant noodles and seasonings. It's true that the Rong family has a farm, and they also tried to build a glass shed. But who knew that the acid rain would come so fiercely, and the soil would be polluted sooner or later. This damn day. There is no way for people to survive. A few people discussed while eating, wondering when the acid rain would stop. Jiang Ning shook his head. Who knows? It feels like it has IQ, and it specializes in killing people, living in a disaster. If you don't have a sense of awe, you will definitely die the fastest. If it was acid rain when it first fell, perhaps not so many people would have died. But it forced them to let down their guard and suddenly poured down. Young Master Rong didn't even let go of the last mouthful of instant noodle soup. Who said it wasn't? You're playing tricks on us. Just as he was about to continue playing mahjong, the sun suddenly shone in from the window. The acid rain stopped, and the sun came out. The rainbow after the rain was particularly gorgeous and beautiful, like a fairy tale world, revealing a temptation that bewitched the mind and made people intoxicated. The sun is out. On the rooftop of the villa, someone suddenly cheered. Not just one person, but people rushed to the rooftop one after another and jumped up happily. Rong Sanshao was not happy. He picked up the intercom and started to curse. Are your heads all made of buttocks? The last lesson was not enough. Your brains were eaten by dogs. Believe it or not, there will be another wave of acid rain soon, which will melt all your bones. Woof, Aben protested. He didn't want such a stupid brain. Since he took over the position of chairman of the Property Management Committee, Rong Sanshao's temper has become more and more irritable, and he curses at will. Those who were so excited that they lost their minds might not be convinced, but no one dared to refute him openly. Soon, they calmed down and went downstairs obediently. Less than half an hour later, acid rain swept in again, with a sudden downpour. Jiang Ning was slightly surprised that the second generation of slippers had grown up. If he hadn't stopped it in time, he would probably have been sent away by acid rain again. The community was avoided. But as for the outside, it was hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. The authorities had already warned that acid rain might recur. So don't rush out even if it was sunny. Just wait for news from the relevant departments. Unfortunately, people are born with a rebellious mentality. Acid rain came and went, and the community soon faced a new problem, water shortage. Even if they used it sparingly, the water was still consumed quickly. Even if it was not used up, it would go bad. Even if it was boiled before drinking, the intestines were still unobstructed. After many years of natural disasters, the water purification tablets had long been gone, and it was impossible to store water for a long time. Many people began to borrow water on the community channel. Water is life. Who would give up water, even if they had it in their hands? They could only remain silent at this time. The water source was polluted. There was a limit to helping others. Who would give up their own life? No one said anything. The thick-skinned ones could only call out names one by one. In the end, everyone pretended to be dead and offline. Jiang Ning also pretended to be dead. Fortunately, the government quickly issued a plan. From the day after tomorrow, there will be water in the municipal square, and residents in need can get water. Everyone cheered. But soon they became worried again. How to get the water back? There was a heated discussion in the channel, and Jiang Ning, who was sleeping wrapped in a quilt, had no idea. And then someone was destined to make her life difficult. Rong Sanshao came to the door, and even picked up Qin Chuan. Sister, brother-in-law, can I borrow your protective clothing? Jiang Ning was surprised. You still lack protective clothing? The landlord's family didn't have any surplus food. And even if they did, they couldn't let young Master Rong squander it. Old Master Rong only agreed to give 2 sets. If the water source problem is not solved, people in the community will die of thirst sooner or later. Young Master Rong has his own plan. The government will distribute 2 100-liter polyethylene plastic barrels per community to prevent acid rain. Sister, your family can lend out protective clothing, and other owners will take turns to carry water back. If you have protective clothing, you don't have to work. Jiang Ning thought about it for a while and agreed. I only have 2 sets of protective clothing, and I can only lend 1 set. There is still room. But after so many years in the apocalypse, how can we show off our wealth easily? Young Master Rong had no objection. Each of the 49th and 50th buildings provided 1 set, plus the 2 sets of the Rong family. For people were sent out to get water every day, 3 trips a day, and each family could use it sparingly, and barely avoid dying of thirst. It was decided happily. The owners who heard the news were very happy, and followed young Master Rong arrangements. However, they soon became miserable. The protective suits were extremely heavy, and 1 liter of water weighed 2 kilograms. 2 people carried 200 kilograms of water back, and they were so tired that they almost cried. I stumbled along the way. Fortunately, the plastic buckets issued by the government had lids. Otherwise they would have all spilled along the way. I had to distribute the water door to door after returning. Not only was I exhausted, but my shoulders were bruised and swollen. But even so, survival was still an instinct, and no one was willing to give up easily. And all the owners took turns to come. And it took several days to get a turn. Alas, it would be worth 1,000 gold to know earlier. If I had protective clothing in my hands, I could just lie at home and wait for others to deliver water to my door. Chapter 346. Life went on like this, and 50 buildings could get about 10 liters of water every day. Jiang Ning specially tested it with a test paper, and the pH was normal. The water had a faint smell, which should be the official groundwater, which was filtered and distributed to residents. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu went to carry water, and chatted for a while when delivering water to the door. The water was delivered by a water tanker and distributed from the municipal square. There were quite a few people who went to get water every day. The community was based on households, and both families had men working. So the average water per person was naturally more than that of other families. After the 2 left, Jiang Ning realized that the water allocated to his family was doubled. It was impossible to allocate more water. The 2 people probably thought that the consumption of 3 people and a dog was too much. So they secretly gave 1 portion out. The weather was sometimes sunny and sometimes rainy. After the lessons of the previous 2 times, many survivors learned their lesson and dared not go out without waiting for official notification. Even if they had to go out, they would either cover their heads with plastic or wooden boards, or use homemade umbrellas. The weather cleared up a little, and the community received news that the relevant departments would come to disinfect, and asked each household to close the doors and windows. It is called disinfection, but it is actually degradation. After 8 years, Huicheng Agricultural Science Institute finally developed a method to quickly and efficiently reduce soil acidification. The formula has been shared with officials in various cities, hoping to reduce the pollution of soil by acid rain. Land is the basis of survival. Cities dare not slack off and immediately organize manpower to implement it. The gray-white particles, which look similar to compound fertilizers, are spread on the land by hand. The particles react with the acid in the soil, emitting a pungent and unpleasant smell, which makes people feel sick after smelling it for a long time. In the middle of the night, there was a sudden storm, and the rain splashed on the wall. Jiang Ning tilted the flashlight and observed the changes in the outer wall. Fortunately, there was no wind in the past period of time. Otherwise, the outer wall would not be able to withstand repeated erosion. Building 50 was fine, but it did not mean that other buildings were fine. Someone in the community was burned. I was sleeping in a daze in the middle of the night, and suddenly something dripped on my face, and I was awakened by the severe pain. The rooftop was repeatedly washed by acid rain, and the cement board was corroded. There were several burns on my face, and I screamed in pain. I quickly washed it with water and moved from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor overnight, temporarily squeezing in with other families. It wasn't just one family whose rooftop was burned through. It was happening one after another. The acid rain dripped onto the second floor and was not drained to the outside in time, continuing to corrode the floor. I was worried every day. And some people whose hearts couldn't stand it simply moved to the basement in advance, because there was no material for decoration. The basement was barely covered with wooden boards to block the surrounding mud. It was dark and damp, and there was no light. I had to endure it. At first, it was okay, and people could live on the first floor. But as the ceiling was corroded and holes were made again, the basement was so crowded that there was no place to stretch my feet. If someone farts, it smells so good. Not only did they have problems, but Building 50 also had problems. After several months of acid rain and several strong winds, the glass shed on the rooftop was swaying in the wind and rain. The glass was fine, but the connecting parts and brackets could not hold up. This is a big project, not something that can be done with 1 or 2 screws. Jiang Ning frowned, then took out the glass from the space and laid it on the rooftop in staggered layers, laying 3 layers in a row. Acid rain will penetrate, but with 3 layers of glass protecting the cement board, it can at least last for about half a year. The next day after the glass was laid, I was sleeping soundly at night when I suddenly heard the sound of heavy objects breaking and falling. Due to the broken anchor, the glass shed collapsed completely, and the glass fell from the roof. Jiang Ning and Huishan got up quickly and rushed to the backyard to check. Fortunately, the support structure of the glass shed in the backyard was different from that of the second floor, and the anchor was not exposed, so it was still very safe. The glass shed was fine, but 2 rabbits were scared to death. A few days later, Qin Chuan's glass shed collapsed. Fortunately, he was alert enough and moved the vegetables planted on the roof to the backyard in time. Glass sheds in the community collapsed one after another. The last 2 buildings that had glass sheds in advance were fine, but the ones that followed suit spent a fortune to build glass sheds, and now all of them were broken into pieces. Those who could not bear it cried on the spot. If I don't live anymore, what's the point of living? It's too hard. Really too hard. Some people are naturally optimistic. Why cry? It has protected us for several months. Just consider it as money to buy our lives. Those who didn't build glass sheds can hold on for several months. And our houses can hold on too. When I woke up in the morning, I went upstairs to check the rooftop. During breakfast, Jiang Ning asked, "Should we dig a basement?" Hui thought deeply. The acid rain should be over soon, so there is no point in digging. If it doesn't work, we can live in the car. Jiang Ning had no objection. After all, the Predator can withstand TNT. When the time comes, just cover the car body with acid-proof cloth. The acid rain continued, and Jiang Ning would take a test paper every few days. The acidity was gradually decreasing, and the corrosiveness was not as strong as at the beginning. Out of curiosity, she dug some soil from outside. After several official degradations, the acid pollution of the soil is really decreasing. When the acid rain ends one day, after a year or 2 of hard work, the soil may be able to recover. However, Jiang Ning was not happy, but felt more and more depressed. In Huishan memory, after the acid rain, it was calm for a while, and then the collision of plates suddenly broke out. This calmness is the calm before the storm. Huishan didn't know what happened after that. Jiang Ning felt uneasy. All disasters were coming early. Would the collision of the plates also happen early? There was no point in worrying. I had prepared everything I needed in the past few years. It was up to fate whether I could survive. The weather was clear for a few days, and then it started to drizzle again. But the acidity was getting lower and lower. Fearing that the survivors would be too depressed, the authorities notified the news in time, which really encouraged many people. I felt that I could survive. In the next 2 months, it rained a few more times, but they didn't last long. Then, there was sunshine for half a month, and the long-lost blue sky and white clouds. After several consecutive rains, the pH value was normal. The official announcement was that the acid rain was over. Many skinny people came out of the basement and basked in the sun, crying or laughing. The land after the acid rain had long been barren, but the official continued to carry out degradation projects, hoping that the homeland could be restored to life as soon as possible. Many survivors took out the soil they had hoarded before and started planting crops again, placing broken boxes on the roof to receive sunlight. The surface water was polluted, and the wells in the community could not be used. Considering that the acid rain had ended, Rong Sanshao disbanded the water collecting team and let everyone take care of their own families in the future. In order to conceal his tracks, Huishan would drive out to collect water every few days. Chapter 347. Jiang Ning went to the Chinese Medicine Hospital Research Institute on purpose. Ma Guangyan and others had worked hard. But fortunately the glass planting shed was still there. The planting shed was built by official professionals, and the structural design was quite clever. It successfully withstood the repeated attacks of acid rain, and the herbs were well protected. After not seeing each other for more than half a year, Jiang Ning, who respected his teachers, brought them all gifts, including tea from Academician Li, candy from Ma Guangyan, cigarettes from Lao Hu, as well as old rice, bacon, etc. He didn't dare to give too much, but it was within a reasonable range. It seems that old Hu has become more cheerful. I wonder if he has come out of the shadow of his wife. Jiang Ning controlled her mouth and dared not ask. But I heard from young Master Rong that his wife seemed to be pregnant. Tie her up and stop harming others. Seeing that the others were in good condition, Jiang Ning returned to Fengcheng with peace of mind. It is true that the natural disaster has escalated, but the authorities believe in the prophecy and have made a lot of preparations for it. I hope that when the plates collide, they can lead more survivors to survive. People like Academician Li and Teacher Ma should be the ones that the authorities should focus on protecting. And it is not her turn to worry about them. With the end of the acid rain, many people in the community repaired their villas, hoping to make them stronger to withstand the next natural disaster. Pa. I hope there won't be another natural disaster. I drank some wine at night and slept very deeply. Bang! I felt the ground being hit hard, and the stable bed shook. Jiang Ning's ears were buzzing, and he sat up quickly in fear. What the hell? The acid rain has only ended for a few days, and the plate collision is coming? There are still almost 2 years left. Huishan also woke up and quickly turned on the light. The two looked at each other and quickly got up and put on their clothes. Daodu was also awakened and quickly put on his clothes and put on the earthquake first aid kit. The three ran downstairs. Jiang Ning walked to the yard and was about to release the lifeboat, but Kailei suddenly barked at the seat-position villa. His voice was full of urgency, and then ran to pull the door. Huishan pricked up his ears. It's Ah Ben who is calling. Listening to the sound, it seems to be asking for help. Jiang Ning calmed down and didn't feel the ground shaking. Huishan opened the door and took out the telescope to observe. It seems that something happened to the Rong family. Many owners were awakened by the deafening sound and stood up to look around. Those who were close to the seat-position villa turned on the lights and shouted, Hurry! Hurry up and save people! The house collapsed. The house collapsed? Jiang Ning was surprised. The building materials used by the richest man were definitely top-notch. How could the house collapse? The intercom rustled, and the voice of Rong Sanshao, who was almost desperate, came out. Sister, my dad is injured. Help me save him. What happened? Jiang Ning asked calmly. Where is Mr. Rong injured? Young Master Rong didn't know that half of the house collapsed inexplicably. The old man fell down and injured his forehead due to the shock. His cousin's family was still under the ruins. Don't worry. Help the old man to a safe place. Don't shake him. It was a false alarm. The vibration just now was not the movement of the plate, but something that collapsed the Rong family. Thinking that more than half of the property in the space was related to the Rong family, and that the father and son of the Rong family had taken care of the 50 buildings over the years, Jiang Ning planned to go over and find out. Put the escape capsule on the first floor and let the two stay inside. Huishan warned. Daodu, fasten your seat belt. Take good care of Kailei. Don't come out even if the sky falls. Aining and I will go to Rong house and come back later. Daodu was a little worried. Brother and sister-in-law, be careful. The two of them did not delay and hurried to Rong house. Jiang Ning took out the surgical emergency instruments and medicines from the space in the dark and stuffed them all into his backpack. Many owners walked out of the villa and saw that the Rong family's magnificent villa had its annex building smashed down. And they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Damn it. Who is so awesome that dares to attack the Rong family? They won't use rocket launchers to attack, right? After being shocked, they all rushed to rescue. When Jiang Ning walked in, the Rong family was already in chaos. Young Master Rong was waiting on the sofa in the living room with the injured Master Rong in his arms. Master Rong had hit his head, and blood was gushing out. soaking young Master Rong's clothes. Several children were so scared that they cried loudly beside them. Young Master Rong, who was upset, yelled at his nephews and nieces. "Why are you crying? Shut up. You're making so much noise." After his roar, even Mrs. Rong dared not cry anymore. Jiang Ning came over, prepare a clean room, and help Master Rong in. In addition, she asked to take out all the medicines and instruments of the Rong family. The natural disaster lasted for so long, so we should pick up and use what we can. Before the two came, young Master Rong had already ordered people to prepare and quickly asked people to help Master Rong in. Jiang Ning was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that the second generation of the Playboys would remain calm in the face of danger. Just as she was about to go in, someone suddenly grabbed her arm. It was a woman in her early 30s. "My son's hand is dislocated. Can you help?" This is the second daughter-in-law of the Rong family. She is hugging her crying son, with half of the child's arm hanging down. Jiang Ning said politely, "Please wait a moment. Dislocation is painful, but it is far less urgent than external injuries." Who knew that she would hold Jiang Ning's sleeve tightly, with displeasure and anxiety in her eyes. Rong Sanxiao's eyes swept over, and it felt like he wanted to kill someone. The second sister-in-law felt a little guilty and subconsciously let go. Jiang Ning walked into the treatment room, and Hui Yishan helped as an assistant. It must be said that the Rong family is rich in supplies, and half of the room is filled. There were countless surgical gowns, masks, veils, surgical instruments, emergency medicines, Western medicines, Chinese patent medicines, etc., and they were all well preserved. Jiang Ning searched for medical supplies. Some of the medicines were actually new. Judging from the packaging, they were produced by the government or the base, which shows how powerful her network of connections was. There was no shortage of medical supplies, and Jiang Ning started to treat Mr. Rong's injuries. After 2 years of training in the research institute, she was more confident in her medical skills and handled them in an orderly manner. Young Master Rong did not stay, but returned to the site of the collapse to direct the rescue. Many owners came to help, including Qin Chuan, Zhang Chao, Jian Zuohu and others, moving broken bricks, tiles and broken glass in the dark. Everyone, be careful. Watch your step. Time passed, and the injured were dug out one by one. There is no distinction between life. Jiang Ning rescued according to the severity of the injury. There were servants, bodyguards, and the female boss among them. Xiao Shiba had a big cut on his face. The female boss didn't care about her own injury, limped on the scene, and didn't want to leave, and her voice was hoarse in anxiety. "Please help me. My son is still inside." Xiao Shiba cried hysterically. Blood and tears mixed together and kept flowing down. "Daddy, Mommy." Jiang Ning didn't rest for several hours. His waist and back hurt. His legs cramped, and he felt that his bladder was about to explode. After treating more than a dozen external injuries, when it was slightly dawn, he finally dug out the boss and his wife. Bloody. Yutong lost too much blood due to miscarriage, and she was no longer breathing due to suffocation and lack of oxygen. In order to protect his wife, the boss tightly protected her with his body, but his spine was injured by a sharp object, and now he can't move. This time, Yutong really won't come back. The boss' pupils are dilated, and even his soul is gone. Chapter 348. If it weren't for her biological mother slapping Yutong several times, and the boss's eyes shaking violently, Jiang Ning would have thought he had committed suicide for love. The female boss gnashed her teeth in hatred. "If you want to die, die quickly and leave your son to die." If the little bitch hadn't been angry and insisted on moving to the side yard, her son and grandson wouldn't have gone to accompany her and coax her. Now, the house has collapsed. The little bitch is dead. The unborn child in her belly is dead. Her son's spine is injured and paralyzed, and her grandson has no mother. She is going crazy. If she had known that she had given birth to such an evil creature, she should have strangled him to death, and there would not be today's tragedy. Rong Sanxiao hugged the out-of-control female boss. "Aunt, calm down." The female boss burst into tears. He might as well die. It's all over. Jiang Ning was not good at orthopedics and neurology, so he could only treat the paralyzed boss's injuries. Thinking of the supplies the boss had contributed to her, she reminded him kindly, "He injured his nerves. If conditions permit, see if acupuncture can work." As for where they could find an acupuncture expert, she couldn't help. After treating the injuries, Jiangning hurried to rescue her bladder. It was already daybreak, and the rescue finally stopped, because it was not clear at night. Zhang Chao, Qin Chuan and others suffered some skin injuries. The Rong family had medicine, so they could just take care of it themselves. The black thing dug out from the smashed side building looked twice as big as the escape pod. It was this ghost thing that caused many injuries and deaths. Everyone gathered around it and muttered, "What the hell is this? It doesn't look like a missile." Jiangning observed it repeatedly. "It seems to be a satellite." Satellite? Everyone was confused. Those who didn't understand were confused, and those who did understand had their faces changed. There are tens of thousands of satellites in the sky. They orbit in the sky, and once the service life expires, the relevant national departments will recycle or replace them. Even if they stop working, satellites rarely fall. Even if they fall, they may not fall on the Earth, but more often disappear in the vast universe. The Rong family was hit by a falling satellite. This luck is really unmatched. If the villa had not been expanded, today's tragedy would not have happened. Thanks to poverty for saving their lives. Jiangning approached the black ball. The high-speed fall had burned it to the point where its color could not be seen. But there seemed to be some chips that had not been completely burned to charcoal inside the heavy iron ball. Several people pondered over it again, and became more and more certain that it was a satellite. Many people thought it was a bad luck, but Jiangning did not think so. In recent years, he had experienced many disasters that could not be explained by science. Could it be that there was a problem with the running galaxy, such as changes in magnetic field production? If it was true, there were tens of thousands of satellites in the sky. If all of them fell to the Earth, just thinking about it, I broke out in cold sweat. Young Master Rong looked exhausted. He always liked to show off, but he didn't even have time to change his blood-stained clothes. He said tiredly, "Sister, brother-in-law, this time it's really thanks to you. The family doctor died during the smog. I haven't found several doctors during this period, but none of them are satisfactory. Now many people in the family are injured. I guess I will have to trouble Jiangning again during this period. So, just tell me what you want for the reward." Jiangning smiled. "I haven't decided on the reward yet. You should take care of the family first. If Master Rong has anything, you can tell me at any time." As he was talking, Director Ling came with police officers to understand the situation. Jiangning didn't want to make himself known, so he pulled Huishan and ran away quickly. After identification by scientific researchers, the culprit that collapsed the Rong family's annex building was indeed a satellite, and it was from America. Director Ling's face changed when he learned the truth. According to official news, this is not the first satellite to fall. A few days ago, one had already fallen in the capital, causing a house fire and casualties. Now Fengcheng has also been attacked, and it is still unknown whether there are other places. The old city was collapsed by the earthquake, and there were no air raid shelters in the new city. If tens of thousands of satellites fell down, it would be a great disaster for mankind, and it would be unpreventable. The officials were on high alert and held a meeting immediately. At dinner, Jiangning was still in shock, and there was another earthquake. She went to the rooftop and searched around with a telescope, but she didn't find any disasters. Her eyelids kept twitching. Jiangning didn't dare to sleep on the second floor anymore, thinking that the escape pod had a limited range of movement. So she took out the Predator. The seats were tilted, and 3 people and a dog spent the night in the car. Lu Yu dialed the intercom. "Aining? Something was smashed again. Why don't you come and live with us?" The 4 of them dug a basement, and it was quite large, so it was no problem for several people to live there. Jiangning declined. "No. We have already moved to the first floor, and the Rong family was just smashed. How could my family be so unlucky to be hit? There is no such probability. Just be careful." Lu Yu was worried and continued to persuade her, but she refused. Just as the other end hung up, Qin Chuan called again. "Brother Hua, sister-in-law, how about you move in?" His basement was well built, with no problems with drainage and ventilation, and could be divided into 2 rooms for them. With tens of thousands of satellites, who knows how long the disaster will last? Living here for a day or 2 is fine. But what about a month or 2 or a few years? Jiangning expressed his gratitude, saying that a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as his own doghouse. It is a bit crowded to use the Predator as a living vehicle, but it can't be destroyed by TNT. And it is safe enough. As long as he is not desperate. Jiang Ning will not live with anyone. Except for those who have secrets, and those who are sick for a long time. Let alone friends. Keep a safe distance. Sleep in the car at night. And you can move freely during the day. Do whatever you need to do. What you fear will come true. A few days later, a loud bang was heard again. A hole was smashed in a residential building. It is said that there are also smashed deep in the mountains and forests. If the trees were not burned by acid rain, it would probably cause a forest fire. Many people couldn't stand it and started cursing in the channel. Damn it. Hemp ropes only break at the thinnest part. And bad luck only finds the unfortunate. Come on. Smash me to death. I don't want to live anyway. I'm afraid I can't smash you to death. But I make you half paralyzed. If you don't have the fate of a domineering boss. Don't seek death everywhere. Otherwise, if you become paralyzed one day, your mother won't be able to find an acupuncture expert to save your life. It may not be safe to stay at home. So Jiang Ning simply went out to have fun. If you don't have fun now, you may not have the chance in the future. So he drove the car and took the man, the baby, and the dog to the research institute. They were so familiar with each other that Jiang Ning's face was a pass. And the soldiers on duty let her go. But she never expected that the glass shed that had survived the acid rain would be broken by the satellite. The glass was broken. The herbs were smashed to pieces. And even the ground was smashed into a big hole. The only lucky thing was that when the satellite fell, it was evening, and no one was in the planting shed. I didn't expect that satellites would fall so frequently. And the chance of winning the lottery is hundreds or thousands of times higher. Chapter 349. The medicinal field was the hard work of everyone. But 2 of them were crushed by a satellite. Ma Guangmian and others were so anxious that their mouths were full of blood bubbles. There were no signs of the disaster. And humans didn't even have the power to resist. There were several satellite crashes in Fengcheng and Yuecheng alone. Not to mention other places. Is this going to exterminate humans? Jiang Ning knew he was sad, but didn't know how to comfort him. Teacher, maybe the disaster will pass one day. She helped clean up the smashed planting shed and rescued as many herbs as possible. We were busy until sunset, and then drove back to Fengcheng. When we got back to the community, it was completely dark. Daodu looked up accidentally, pointed at the sky and said in surprise, "Look, a shooting star." Jiang Ning looked up and saw a shooting star slowly streaking across the sky, and then disappeared in the night sky. I remember when I was a child. I was so happy when I saw a shooting star. Now I can't be happy. It's a fallen satellite, and I don't know where the disaster will happen again. There are no air raid shelters, and the survivors can only dig their own basements or reinforce them. Compared with fixed disasters, this kind of random accident is more frightening, because you don't know when you will be chosen by the god of death. Jiang Ning had to go to the Rong family every few days for follow-up visits and stitches removal. Mr. Rong was lucky. His forehead was only bleeding from a fall, and he had a slight concussion. He had 6 stitches and could have the stitches removed. Little Shuba's cute and handsome face was left with a hideous scar. He was listless and would never smile again. Grandma. Where's Mommy? The eldest aunt of the Rong family tried to stay strong. Mom went to a far place. She will come back when you grow up. Some were sick and some fell ill. The Rong family was finally in chaos. Young Master Rong took the time to clear out a batch of medical supplies. Sister, this is your reward. Jiang Ning was surprised by his generosity. You gave too much. It was really a lot. It felt like he had taken half of the Rong family. Sister, keep it. If you think it's too much, you can give it out someday when the Rong family needs it. Young Master Rong smiled wearily. I keep it with you. If a satellite hits us someday, at least we won't be wiped out. Jiang Ning was stunned. Okay. There were too many things. So young Master Rong had them loaded into cars and delivered to 50 buildings. The Rong family was rescued in time, and the owners of the community helped a lot. Master Rong thought for a moment. Prepare some gifts to thank each family. For those who have helped the Rong family a lot, you can treat them to a meal. But it's best to be low-key. People are not worried about the lack of wealth, but the inequality of wealth. After this natural disaster, he felt deeply that no matter how powerful a person or a family is, it is not enough to fight against natural disasters. The relationship between neighbors is still very important. especially the 50 buildings. If they hadn't rescued them in time, I don't know how many people in the Rong family would have died. It's worth it that the third brother has lowered his profile to make friends over the years. Master Rong glanced at his son. You are still reliable this time. You didn't waste a helicopter and 100 tons of fuel. Young Master Rong, who was stabbed in the back. In the evening, Qin Chuan received a gift. A box full of fresh meat, which was dragged over by Ah Bin. The second-hand dealer was well informed. Other families only had a few kilograms of rice and a piece of bacon. But only his family was too rich. The brain made of lubricant turned very quickly. And he turned around and invited the neighbors. Brother Hua, sister-in-law, young Master Rong is treating us. Do you want to eat hot pot or something else? The two of them didn't care. Whatever. After living together for a few years, Daodu occasionally gave instructions. And the sharp-mouthed monkeys came over from time to time. The father and son's cooking skills improved a little. Not only did they take out their treasured wine, they also planned to cook and show off their skills. Then, as expected, they failed. In the end, they chose hot pot. And the base was still made by Jiang Ning. The meat was very rich. And the hot pot was spicy and fresh. However, Rong San Shao changed his boastful and noisy behavior in the past. Picked up the chopsticks and ate. And kept eating. When his stomach was almost full, he began to toast Jiang Ning and others. Come on. I toast my sister and brother-in-law. And you, Lao Qin. If it weren't for you. Anyway, it's all in the wine. He toasted 3 times in a row. And then, he couldn't stop drinking. And even blew it with the bottle. This is white. Brother. Qin Chuan saw that he was worried. And did not persuade him to drink less. Satellites kept falling from the sky. You might eat meat and drink wine at this moment. But you might be smashed to death the next moment. The survivors on the earth are like mice, who can only live in mouse holes. If they accidentally pop out of the hole one day, they are likely to be beaten to death by the god of whack-a-mole. After years of repression, it is a miracle that he didn't go crazy. Qin Chuan was upset and kept drinking. After a while, his tongue became swollen. He burped, looking confused and melancholy. Brother Hua, sister-in-law, do you think the natural disaster can end? Neither Huaishan nor Jiang Ning could give an accurate answer, because they didn't know. Jiang Ning also drank 2 glasses of white wine. I hope there will be a day when it ends. Tell me, when will the satellite not fall? Qin Chuan followed and blew the bottle. Or, when the satellite does not fall, what will be waiting for us? This atmosphere almost made Jiang Ning depressed. No matter what happens next, we live if we can. And if we can't, we hope to die quickly. It was smashed to pieces with a bang. Instead of being corroded by acid rain and living a life worse than death. Or being a paralyzed overlord who wanted to die but couldn't. Rong Sanshao rakes his hair with his hands. Like a drunken husky. Sister, how do you want to die? Jiang Ning glanced at him when he said this. If I have a choice, I want to die beautifully. Rong Sanshao's eyes were blurred. Well, you have to die beautifully. You got a man as good as your brother-in-law. Well, this seems to be correct. Jiang Ning took the initiative to pick up some food for Huaishan. Thank you for your hard work. After eating and drinking, the third young master Rong was drunk and fell unconscious on the table. Qin Chuan couldn't help but sigh. It's not easy for the third young master. He used to be a playboy who only ate, drank and had fun. Now he is suddenly asked to take on such a big responsibility. I guess he is under a lot of pressure. He heard some rumors that the old man wanted to help him up and let go of many things. I really don't know which will come first. The accident or tomorrow. If the old man didn't hold on this time, the Rong family would be in disarray now. A generation of the family has fallen. And it is estimated that few will have a good ending. As a father, Qin Chuan felt the same way. If he died one day, Xiaomu would be even more miserable than the third young master. Jiang Ning should eat and drink. Who knows if there will be another meal? In the end, it was Huaishan who carried the drunk third young master Rong back. He was tall and strong, and his physique was not bad. Qin Chuan couldn't carry him at all. Back to building 50. Brushed his teeth, washed up, and got into the car to sleep. The two fell asleep quickly, and Huaishan hugged Jiang Ning, but didn't feel sleepy at all. Qin Chuan and third young master Rong seemed to be testing us. Jiang Ning felt the same way. Now the community regards building 50 as a weather vane. Do you think they suspect us? Chapter 350. Suspicion is certain. Both of them are smarter than ghosts. It's just a matter of where to doubt. Huishan felt that they wanted to know what would happen next. After all, there were traces of the 50 buildings before. But now there are none. Jiang Ning leaned in his arms. What do you think will happen next? I don't know. Huishan kissed her forehead. As long as we are together, we can face all disasters together. The satellite continued to fall, like an out-of-control child, hammering here and there. How much it fell. How it fell. And where it hit was all up to him. The community was lucky enough that it has not come back yet. But the official garbage power plant was destroyed, causing a raging fire that burned for 2 days and 2 nights. The lights on the road will never light up again. I don't know if they will light up again in the future. At night, 3 people and a dog sat on the rooftop to eat barbecue and admire the bright stars in the night sky. Daodu ate grilled squid and his eyes suddenly widened. Brother. Meteor shower. Huishan looked up at the sky. His pupils dilated instantly. Go! Jiang Ning subconsciously followed the gaze, and saw a red meteor shower in the night sky, getting bigger and closer, red like blood, burning fiercely, so close that it felt like it was brushing against his face, and the heat could be felt through his pores. Magnified, magnified, infinitely magnified, as if it was about to rush towards him. But when he blinked again, it seemed very far away. The 3 people and the dog suddenly jumped up, leaving behind the barbecue beer, tables, chairs and benches, and ran downstairs, swiftly getting into the car. Jiang Ning reminded, fasten your seat belts. The seat is explosion-proof and can withstand the impact. Fearing that the dog would get hurt, Huishan picked it up and tied it to himself. The violent collision sounded, and the ground continued to shake. Even though the predator weighed 15 tons, it was still shaking. The collision lasted for more than 10 minutes, and it felt very far away. But it seemed to be close at hand, and my heart started pounding. The 2 held their fingers tightly, and their breathing rose to their throats. Then, the world returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. No one made any rash moves, but stayed in the car for half an hour before coming out. The community channel was noisy. Some said it was a satellite cluster falling. Some said it was an earthquake again. Damn it. Is the earth going to explode? Let's blow us all to death. It may be an alien monster attacking us. We are dead. We are dead. After all the noise, it was still fear. Everyone was panicking. Jiang Ning frowned, never spoke, his eyelids twitching and making people upset. An hour later, the intercom rang, and young Master Roan called. Sister, it's a satellite group that fell. Hearing his voice, Jiang Ning had a bad feeling. Where did it fall? Shurjin Mountain. Shurjin Mountain? Jiang Ning's heart sank suddenly. According to geological exploration, Shurjin Mountain is a billion-year-old extinct volcano. It has never erupted since human history began, and it has been a scenic spot for thousands of years. Has it been dead for billions of years? Or has it been sleeping for billions of years? If it was just sleeping, with such a violent impact, is it possible? After hanging up the intercom, Jiang Ning's heart tightened. Huishan asked with concern. What's wrong? The Shurjin Mountain, where we went to collect herbs, is a billion-year-old extinct volcano. It was hit by a group of falling satellites just now. Huishan frowned. Do you think the impact will activate it? I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Jiang Ning took a deep breath to calm himself down, and was silent for more than 10 minutes before speaking. How about we leave? Sooner or later, the plates will collide, and it may be the same everywhere. But Fengcheng is a coastal city, and it will trigger a tsunami, and even ships can't withstand it. Compared to the ocean, the land is relatively safer. Even if the world changes drastically in the future, as long as you choose the right place, you may have a chance to breathe. Huishan thought for a while. Okay, let's leave. No matter where you go, home is where your family and loved ones are. After making up his mind, Jiang Ning did not hide it and called Rong Sanshao directly. I am a little worried that the satellite collision will cause a volcanic eruption. I plan to move away from Fengcheng. You can consider it yourself or listen to the official opinions. After all, it is just speculation, and you can't lead others into the ditch. At the same time, she also told Qin Chuan, Zhang Chao and others, I am considering leaving. You decide for yourself. It was too sudden, and everyone was stunned. Zhang Chao was stunned. Aining, where are you going? I'm not sure yet. I plan to leave Fengcheng first. Qin Chuan was also confused. Why did he leave suddenly? He still had a lot of supplies in his hands, and he might not be able to take them all away. Even if he could take them away, where would he stay? Natural disasters are dead ends everywhere, and it is so difficult to survive together. And it is even a problem to stay in a new place. Everyone has their own ideas, but Jiang Ning has no time or energy to care about them. After all, it is unknown whether she can survive. She made up her mind and packed up her things overnight. She didn't know what would happen in the future, but she took away everything that could be moved, even the door frames and windows, and the planting pots. She was used to being a bad girl, so she didn't forget the rabbits this time and took the cage to the backyard. Hey, where are the big gray and the little white? Their descendants are gone too. Thinking that they were frightened by the collision, Jiang Ning searched the backyard for a long time, but there was no sign of the rabbits. I kept searching the haystack in the corner. And fuck! I actually dug a deep hole and ran through the wall. What a treacherous rabbit. Who knows what they will experience soon? If I leave them alone, they will either end up in someone else's stomach or die in a natural disaster. Thinking of the source of his love for meat rabbits over the years, Jiang Ning had to go out and look for them. It's true that he would eat their offspring, but he didn't plan to eat the heroic parents. After all, they had survived the natural disaster for so many years. However, Dahui and Xiaobai left very resolutely, and there was no trace of them around. Jiang Ning thought that if he called Dog Brother over, he would definitely be able to catch them all. But then he changed his mind and decided to forget it. If they could survive, he would enrich the species. If not, he would just take it as fate. As soon as he returned to the gate, Zhang Chao, Lu Yu and others came to discuss. Aining, where are we going to retreat to? While talking, Qin Chuan also opened the gate. Yes, if we retreat, where are we going to retreat to? Chapter 351. Looking at them, Jiang Ning fell into deep thought. In fact, she really didn't want to go anywhere. She subconsciously wanted to stay away from the distant sea and Jinshan, as long as she was with the people she cared about. It didn't matter where she went. But in the past few years, whether it was Qin Chuan, Lu Yu, Zhang Chao, etc., including Rong Sanshao and other owners in the community, they all used Building 50 as a direction mark and moved towards it openly or secretly. Otherwise, why did the Rong family take the initiative to make friends in the past few years? And Rong Sanshao even told her that it was Jinshan who was hit by the satellite group. The source of the news must be official. He told himself that he just wanted to know her choice, so that he could make a choice that would benefit the family. If she was still in the community, it would be fine. Once the gate was closed, no one knew the secrets of Building 50. But it would be different if she went out. No one knew what she would experience when she encountered a disaster that could not be resisted by human power. How could she survive? She had been vaguely worried over the years. Although she and Huishan had been cultivating Daodu with all their heart, the human heart was the most unpredictable. Daodu would grow up, and she might even get married and have children in the future. She would have a close lover and family. Once she faced an unbearable predicament. Would she have a covetous greed? And now so many people are looking up to her. So many eyes, all full of desire for life. Before the desperate situation, it's all about you, me and everyone else. And you can help in times of need or add icing on the cake. But what if it comes to life and death? During the haze, Qin Chuan was able to test the drug on his child. He may not be afraid of death, but he definitely doesn't want his son to die. She believes that Zhang Chao and Lu Yu will not harm her. But what if Zheng Weili or Ding Qi is going to die? In their hearts, can she be more important than them? When they first met, Huishan might not be as important as Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. But after so many years of life and death support, there is also the intimacy of sleeping in the same bed. If she really had to choose between the two, Jiang Ning knew her answer very well. So, if she couldn't do it, she shouldn't expect others to do it. She thought for a while before speaking. I want to go to the Huicheng military base. If it's suitable, I stay there. If it's not suitable, I make another choice. She didn't go to the Jiaqing official base. Even the Rong family was forced to return to Fengcheng, which shows how fierce the internal struggle is. Various forces took turns to appear, and Jiang Ning was not a good-tempered person. So there was no need to run around. If Hui Chum couldn't stay, she might go to a place with a high altitude. Natural disasters and man-made disasters. There are many dangers along the way. Jiang Ning may not be able to escape unscathed, let alone protect or take care of others. Zhang Chao and his men are quite skilled. Qin Chuan has his brothers, and they are not the kind of people who will surrender when they encounter danger. At worst, there are still officials. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with disappointment when he learned that Jiang Ning was going to the military base. Not everyone can enter the military base, and he is definitely not up to the standard with his skills. He can only retreat to the next best thing and go to the official base in Jiaxing. And he must act quickly to get ahead of the large number of survivors. Although he was disappointed, Qin Chuan knew that all good things must come to an end. He would be lying if he said he was not grateful for living many more years by copying homework. You and Brother Hui should take care of yourselves. I hope we can meet again in the future. Jiang Ning nodded. You too. Don't give up easily. Qin Chuan made a clear choice and immediately called his brothers together. If they wanted to leave, they would leave together. If they wanted to stay, they would stay. He made a choice happily. But Lu Yu was in a dilemma. Zheng Weili was kicked out of the official base for fighting and was put on the blacklist. It was impossible for her to go back. The blacklist is shared. If you are kicked out of the official base, no matter how powerful you are, the military base will not accept you. Lu Yu knew it in his heart and didn't want to drag down Zhang Chao and Ding Qi. You go to the military base, Weili, and I will think of other ways. Zhang Chao disagreed. No. We have been here for so many years. We can take care of each other wherever we go. Zheng Weili said. Just go to the military base. Don't let me drag you down. The opinions of several people conflicted, and no one was convinced for a while. Jiang Ning suggested, why don't we go to the military base first, and then make plans if it doesn't work? This is also fine. At least now is not the time to argue. What if the military base changes the rules? Lu Yu said happily. Okay. Then we go together, and we can take care of each other if something happens. Jiang Ning said tactfully. You go first. We have a lot of stuff. It may not be that fast. Lu Yu said frankly. It's okay. We don't have much stuff. We can help move it when the time comes. Zhang Chao has a good eye. Secretly pulled Lu Yu, and immediately said, okay. We will wait for you at the military base. You and Brother Shen should pay attention to safety. Jiang Ning hugged them. You should also pay attention to safety. On the way back, Lu Yu was a little puzzled. Aining and Shen are only two people, and they have a lot of things. If we don't help them, who will help them? What if they encounter bad guys or robbers on the road? Should we save people or materials? Zhang Chao explained. Aining and Shen have been working in Fengcheng for many years. It is impossible for them to have less materials. If they leave suddenly, they can't take many of them with them. They have to take time to deal with them. Materials are life. In this day and age, even your own mother may not be trusted. Who will hand over their life to others? He wouldn't do that either. So it's understandable that Aining did that. Lu Yu then remembered that Aining still had a plane and fuel. Not to mention the plane. The fuel certainly couldn't be taken away, and it had to be transferred or resold somewhere. He thought too simply, hoping that the two could transfer safely and successfully reach the military base. The few of them didn't talk anymore, and hurriedly packed up their things when they returned home. There weren't many things, and an off-road vehicle could fit them all. It was still dark, and Zhang Chao drove to Building 50, thinking that he had been taken care of by the two over the years since he returned to Fengcheng, and he had to say goodbye even if he left. But after thinking about it, he still didn't get out of the car, but turned around and left. Regardless of whether we can meet again, I hope we can live well. If there is a chance, I hope that one day I will be able to take care of them and repay their kindness for so many years. Leaving. Coming back. Leaving. Every time the mood is different. The mood has never been as complicated as this time. Jiang Ning stood on the rooftop, watching the off-road vehicle disappear into the night. With mixed feelings, Hui Shen walked to her side and whispered, they are much better than others in terms of skills and abilities, and they can live well no matter where they go. Yeah. Jiang Ning nodded. The news of the 50 buildings leaving spread quickly, and many owners panicked. Even they had to leave. What should they do when they were tortured to death? For a while, They all turned on the radio to pay attention to official news, or to inquire about the Rong family's movements and how they decided. When young Master Rong learned of Jiang Ning's decision, he felt like 1,000 horses galloping past. But he didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately told the old man the news. Master Rong frowned, and then got up at night to go to the municipal center. 2 hours later, Master Rong came back with a serious look. Mrs. Rong and several children were awake, and hurried over to greet him. Master, how is the situation? The relevant departments went to the Shurjin mountain area to explore, and the equipment has detected vibrations. It is not ruled out that the dead volcano that has been dormant for billions of years will erupt. The sophisticated equipment has been destroyed in a natural disaster, and can only be detected in a retro way. Continuous vibrations have been detected many times. No one dares to be sure that the volcano will not erupt, and it is even less clear about the scale of the eruption. If it is like the northern island country that was destroyed in seconds, the residents in the surrounding areas will die. Thinking of the smog disaster she had experienced, Mrs. Rong was terrified and said, "What should we do?" Chapter 352. Shurjin Mountain is only a few dozen kilometers away from Fengcheng. Once a supervolcano erupts, the magma alone can swallow the city, even if it is not so serious. What about the volcanic ash disaster and air pollution caused by it? 50 buildings have packed up and are ready to leave. Rong Sanshao asked, "Should our family leave?" The official leaders of the two cities held a meeting overnight to discuss, but there is no clear policy so far. Master Rong was undecided for a while. Rong Sanshao did not hesitate. "I think we can withdraw first. If the volcano does not erupt, it will not be too late to come back. It's true that we have some assets, but compared to the government, we are just light." The eldest and second sons agreed. "Dad, I think what the third son said is right. The government has a lot of assets. Once the evacuation involves all industries and all residents, they will be affected. But we can make preparations for both situations. No one wants a disaster to happen. But if it really comes, it will be too late to move." After thinking it over and over again, Master Rong finally made a decision. Move. For a moment, everyone did their job to pack up their belongings. Master Rong looked at the busy people with a heavy and complicated mood, and then called his son into the study. "Except for the official base, our family has no other way out. It is indeed a bit embarrassing to leave and come back, but the official base has complicated factions, and there are materials that can make the devil work. There will be no problem going back, but it will only lose face. In the end of the world, face is nothing. Life is the most important. Dad, I will talk to them when the time comes." After a few years, young Master Rong is no longer the arrogant and conceited second generation. Master Rong looked at him, feeling reluctant. "San, I take the whole family to the official base, so you don't have to go." Young Master Rong was shocked. "Dad, what are you talking about? You go to the military base." Master Rong stood up, walked to his son, and patted his shoulder. "I believe with your skills, you will have no problem getting in." Young Master Rong was puzzled. Why did the old man make such a decision when his own building was collapsed by a satellite? Master Rong had a bad feeling that life would become more and more difficult in the future. Even though he had a lot of money, he didn't raise any outstanding offspring. The third child was the most outstanding one among the children. Master Rong was afraid that the Rong family would be wiped out. The military base was not only strictly managed, but also gathered science and technology and national defense forces. It was a veritable fire base, far from being comparable to the official base. You are not qualified to go with your family. But if you believe in the third child alone, there is still a chance. Eggs should not be put in the same basket. The blood of the Rong family needs to be passed on. Young Master Rong was shocked. "Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Your mother and I are accompanied by the eldest and second sons. Just find a way to enter the military base. Don't think about anything else. If you can survive, the family will eventually meet. If you can't survive..." Mr. Rong took a deep breath. "Don't be as careless as before. Live well." Young Master Rong's head was buzzing. "We are a family. There is no reason to separate. Even if the official base is mixed, the Rong family can distribute their wealth and still get special care." Master Rong got excited and used the cane again. "How old are you? Why are you still so stubborn?" After being beaten with a cane more than 10 times, young Master Rong was forced to agree. "When you go to the military base, Don't be naughty again. You should bow your head when you should. Don't act on impulse. Suffering a loss won't kill you. Master Rong said, as if he was telling his last wishes. If you are lucky enough to survive the natural disaster, remember to get married and have children. And build the Rong family back up again. If you don't have the conditions, you don't have children. But don't live too lonely. Find someone to take care of each other. Young Master Rong turned his face away. His eyes were sore. Master, it's not good. Mrs. Rong's panicked voice came from downstairs. Official news has come out. It was about to dawn, but it was unprecedentedly dark. Official emergency notice. Due to the continuous impact of satellite groups on Shijing Mountain, the meteorological department detected high-frequency vibrations around the disaster area, and this impact is very likely to cause a volcanic eruption. It is recommended that residents pack up their belongings and evacuate. There are 3 options for evacuation. The first is to retreat to a safe distance of 100 kilometers and wait and see. The second is to retreat to the official base in Jiaxing. The third is to go to the military base if you have strong evidence. For those who choose the first 2 options, the authorities will send a responsible person to escort them. If there is a choice, no one is willing to leave their homeland. Not to mention that food needs to be paid to enter the official base of Jiaxing. Where can the lower-level survivors get food? As for the military base, it is even more unthinkable for ordinary people. Master Rong's face changed, and he urged, pack up quickly. Take away everything you can. Quickly. If the authorities dare to make a decision, the volcano may really erupt soon. What if it is like the kind that destroys the island country? Once the news is released, the lower class will explode soon. If you don't leave first, you will collide with the large-scale migrants. The danger on the road will increase 100-fold. And you don't know if you can survive to Jiaxing. The Rong family is large, so the plane and car are left behind. Master Rong allocated the off-road vehicle to the 3rd young Master Rong. Guns and ammunition and other precious supplies. But not much food that takes up space. We will find ways to help each other after we settle down. In the past, I complained that shit was not so smelly. But sending him away was like cutting out my heart. After this separation, I don't know when we will have the chance to meet again. Maybe it will be a farewell forever. Mrs. Rong couldn't bear to part with her son, and her tears fell like pearls. But she knew in her heart that this was the best arrangement. The 2 brothers envied him, but they also worry about him, although they were usually disgusted. When they were separated by natural disasters, they still hoped that the other party would be well and survive. Young Master Rong sat in the car, his head resting on the steering wheel, so heavy that he couldn't lift it up. After a while, he looked up at the villa standing there, and the family that had bound him for a lifetime. Gritted his teeth and stepped on the accelerator, disappearing in the dim light of the early morning. At this time, Jiang Ning and Huishan had packed up all their things and discussed where to go. The military base was mentioned to Lu Yu and the others, but she didn't want to go there because she was used to freedom. It was under military management and brought together the most advanced technology and national defense in the country. It was not a place where people could run wild. Huishan was in the military and police system, and he had a deeper understanding of the military base, so he didn't agree to go there from the beginning. If she wasn't careful, she would be targeted, and she couldn't afford the cost of her secret being exposed. Jiang Ning looked at him. Where are we going? Hui thought deeply. Why don't we go to Huishan first to find a place to stay? If the disaster is not serious, we can find a safe place to live. If the day comes when human power is irresistible, we can go to the military base to have a look. If you don't adapt, it won't be too late to leave then. Jiang Ning has no objection. This is relatively safer. Chapter 353. The 2 did not rush to leave, but waited for about an hour. After all, they had to deal with supplies. If they left one after the other, they would easily bump into acquaintances. Dowda looked out the car window. I want to say goodbye to Brother Xiaomu. Hui nodded. Go ahead. There were children of the same age in the community, but Dowda was very sensible. Over the years, he was only close to Qin Mu, but getting along well is not necessarily a good thing. Emotional connections are formed in the end of the natural disaster. When they are separated or die, they will be sad or painful, and in serious cases, they will even be heartbroken. Dowda gave Qin Mu a painting. Brother Xiaomu, I'm leaving. This is a gift for you. Qin Mu was a little overwhelmed and handed her a rag doll. Dowda, I find you when I grow up. Dowdu was stunned for a moment and smiled. Okay. In the blink of an eye. A few years have passed. And both of them are no longer children. Dowdu has grown to Jiangning shoulder height. And Qin Mu is only half a head shorter than his father. In peacetime, they may still be half-grown children. But in the end times, they are already adults. Qin Mu knew the gap between himself and Dowdu. He was not qualified to enter the military base now. But he would one day. Turning to leave, Qin Mu suddenly grabbed her hand. A little flustered and helpless. Dowdu, will you wait for me? Dowdu knew that the military base was not the best choice for her brother and sister-in-law. And no one knew where they would be in the future. Looking at Qin Mu's eager eyes, she couldn't tell the truth. Okay. Entering the military base is the best choice. If he has this goal, it is not a bad thing for him. Qin Mu stood by the door and watched her leave. Qin Chuan hugged his son's shoulders. Let's go. Don't watch. One day when you are strong enough, you can catch up with her. Qin Mu looked in the direction where Dowdu disappeared and made up his mind secretly. After leaving the community, I realized that the outside world was turned upside down. Crying, wailing, fighting and looting. It was so chaotic that it couldn't be worse. How many people spent half their lives to buy a house and settle down in Fengcheng? And the good days didn't last for a few days. And every day was full of disasters. And now the volcano is about to erupt again. What should I do? God, please open your eyes and give me a way to live. The quilt was torn. The clothes were tattered. The body was emaciated and the expression was numb. There was no food on the body. And the shoes on the feet were torn to the point of holes on the 5 fingers. I couldn't survive if I stayed where I was, let alone migrate to Jiaqing, 500 kilometers away. I felt desperate just thinking about it. The woman stood on the rooftop corroded by acid rain, raised half a foot and stepped out. The man rushed up and grabbed her fiercely. The numb woman suddenly became hysterical. Don't worry about me. I don't want to live anymore. Let me die. He hugged his crazy wife and cried. If you die, what will I do? What will happen to the children? The children are gone. The woman hit him hard. Our 3 children are all dead. It will be fine. Everything will be fine. The man cried and begged her. I promised your parents that I would take good care of you in this life. It's useless. I don't want to insist anymore. Please don't care about me anymore. Downstairs, there were people rushing back and forth. Some alone. Some in groups to help each other leave. No one had the time to care about those who jumped off the building. Most people still want to live. This is driven by the human instinct for survival. Even if they are like walking corpses, they will not give up. 500 kilometers? Just walk as far as you can. The official gathering time is very short. Most people still travel in groups. In the same village or the same building. Only by sticking together can they survive natural disasters and man-made disasters. The survivors at the bottom rely entirely on their legs, while those in related units use trucks to transfer, taking important supplies and personnel, and set off first to move to a safe place. With so many people coming and going, cars can't go fast, and they dare not honk. Many survivors have nothing to lose, and they are impatient and dare to fight if they disagree. Stopping people from leaving is the least of their worries. And even worse, they smash the car windows with stones. What's even more outrageous is that since the car can't move, they simply climb on the roof of your car. If you don't open the door, they will stomp on the roof. If you dare to get out of the car, another group of people will rush over to grab the car soon. Come on. You're going to die anyway. Even if there were military police at the scene to maintain stability, it was useless. They were so emotional that they didn't want to live anymore. It would be great to have a burst of bullets. Huishan had experienced this in his previous life. So he deliberately stayed away from the evacuation assembly point and took a long way out of the city. Even if it was a bulletproof car, the two did not dare to take it lightly. Ordinary people wanted to escape, and the evil forces also wanted to escape, and they even robbed while escaping. Who knows if a grenade would be thrown at them? So, the two took turns driving and guarding. Dowdu and Guzi in the back row did not rest either, and were on high alert. The muddy road was hard to walk on, and it was shaky all the way. Moreover, many survivors spontaneously formed teams to leave before the main group. There were several fights and robberies along the way, and the reality was hard to describe. It was not as good to rob the lower class as to rob the rich. And the Hummer became the red braised meat in the eyes of many people. The evil robbers, and the refugees and the team were very jealous. And they made gestures or communicated with their eyes, wanting to make a fortune. Jiang Ning was never used to encountering such things. Wearing a bulletproof vest and a helmet, he lowered the glass window and shot a volley of bullets at those who wanted to come and cause trouble with iron bars. Headshot. Fell down. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously stopped, but stood in the middle of the road without any intention of moving away. Jiang Ning waved a grenade at them, with a cold and ferocious smile. Damn! Who could afford to offend this? Everyone was almost crying with anger, and they reluctantly retreated to the sides of the road and let the Hummer leave. Looking at the car going away, someone said depressedly, "Brother is dead. What should we do now? What should we do? Can we just leave it alone? Just choose another one." I encountered several groups in a row, and was shocked after using several bullets. Not only the residents of the two cities were migrating, but the cities closer to Shurjin Mountain were also nervous. Many well-informed and well-off people packed up and drove away. After leaving Fengcheng, there were fewer groups migrating on foot, but private cars that were also fleeing could be encountered from time to time. After walking dozens of kilometers, it was already around noon, and Huishan chose a place with few people and easy defense to rest. The 3 people and the dog came down to exercise, and they couldn't run too far to solve the problem of the 5 grains. Not far from the driveway, they didn't dare to eat a big meal at noon. They ate steamed buns and boiled eggs, and the thermos was filled with boiled water. The 2 took turns eating, and the remaining one was alert around. Just as they were about to get in the car after eating, they suddenly felt a shock under their feet, and the car shook with it. A huge muffled sound seemed to come from a distant place. Everyone thought it was an earthquake and subconsciously wanted to find an open place to take shelter. Fortunately, the shaking did not last long and soon returned to calm. "Quick! Look over there!" Someone on the road pointed to the distance and shouted. The direction she pointed was exactly the direction of Shurjin Mountain. Jiang Ning took out the high-definition telescope, and it turned out that Shurjin Mountain had an accident. Chapter 354. Thick black smoke rose into the sky, rapidly rising and spreading in the air. Immediately following the black smoke, gray-white smoke gushed out, followed by black-red flames. Flames gushed out from the top of the mountain, flying dozens of meters in the air, constantly carrying the black smoke to spread. The ejected magma splashed and fell in all directions, like beautiful fireworks. The fire, thick smoke, and magma continued to expand wantonly, like a demon from hell that had been sealed for billions of years, revealing its hideous face and waving its claws and fangs fearlessly to pounce on the tiny humans. Really? The volcano erupted. For a moment, everyone was shocked. "Go," Hui reminded in a deep voice. Jiang Ning woke up and immediately called Daodu and Guzi to get in the car, telling them to fasten their seat belts. Passers-by were frightened and tried to escape, but the more they rushed, the more accidents happened. Several cars rear-ended each other, and a new tragedy occurred. Hui was calm and swift, and he quickly avoided the accident scene and drove forward safely and quickly. Jiang Ning looked back and saw that the volcanic ash had dyed half of the sky black, and the red lava flames were waving their claws wantonly. This was her first time experiencing a volcanic eruption. Even though she was dozens of kilometers away, she could still feel the air becoming hot and oppressive, and the scenery in the distance was constantly twisting and shaking. The fact that she could still feel the tremors from such a distance showed how serious the volcanic eruption was. If the magma was rampant, would the survivors who could only migrate on foot have enough time to escape? Jiang Ning took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and focused on guarding the surroundings. Both pedestrians and vehicles were evacuating at an accelerated speed, hoping to stay away from the source of the volcanic eruption and not experience smog again. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw helicopters in the sky, and more than one, but I didn't know whether they were private or official. It was estimated that all land, sea and air would be used, and everyone showed their magical powers just to survive. The road was difficult to walk on. There were many cars and people, and there were traffic accidents from time to time, so we had to be alert at all times. In the evening, we had only walked more than 100 kilometers, and there was still half the distance to Huicheng. The traffic was even worse than the free highway on holidays. We stopped to rest, and 2 of them went to solve 3 urgent problems. People were restless. Jiang Ning, who got off the bus to move around, looked at the crowd not far away who were fighting each other violently because of a disagreement, and ate a multi-grain steamed bun silently. After filling her stomach, she used a telescope to look for the direction of Fengcheng. The afterglow of the setting sun was too far away to see the volcano, but it seemed that there was a gray area on the other side of the sky with traces of graffiti, and it was expanding faster and faster. Strange. Is the volcanic ash dispersing so quickly? It didn't seem like it. Jiang Ning stared at the other side of the sky carefully. The setting sun still emitted golden light, but a shadow quickly covered it like a heavenly dog swallowing the sun. It didn't block the setting sun, but it seemed like a shadow was shining over it. Oh! My God! What is that? Someone behind him exclaimed, followed by a scream. Jiang Ning looked back, and his pupils suddenly shook. A huge storm swept up yellow sand, soil, flying stones, and dead branches, engulfing the mountains and forests, sweeping towards everyone. Sandstorm. It's a sandstorm. Everyone was shocked. This is the southernmost part, not a desert. Although natural disasters have been raging in recent years, causing rivers to dry up, trees and mountains and forests to die, and a large amount of water and soil to be lost. No matter how serious the damage is, it will not cause a sandstorm. Damn! Where did the sandstorm come from? Could it be that the sandstorm rolled all the way south, intending to swallow up everything in the world? However, time did not allow them to think too much. In an instant, a strong wind blew. Sand and rocks flew everywhere, and the sky was dark, making it impossible to tell east from west and south from north. The refugees in front of the road were the first to discover the sandstorm. They turned the car around while screaming in fear, trying to escape safely before the sandstorm arrived. However, as soon as they held the steering wheel, they were hit hard by the driver behind them, who used the brake instead of the accelerator. The two sides did not even have a chance to battle before they were swallowed by the sandstorm. Aining. Huishan's face suddenly changed. Hide. The two were not far away, running towards the Hummer quickly. But a sandstorm came in the blink of an eye, and he subconsciously rushed over to hug it. The strong sandstorm blew on her face, carrying coarse sand and flying stones. Jiang Ning's head suddenly sank, and the pain was like a knife stabbing. The wind and sand blinded her eyes, and she couldn't open her eyes at all. The body suddenly flew into the air, and she subconsciously reached out to hold the car body. But the door was blown over by the strong wind and hit her wrist hard. The bone felt broken, but Jiang Ning bit her lip tightly in the severe pain, even though her body was blown in the air by the dust. Resisting the pain, she slowly tightened her arms and used her forehead to push against the car door. She climbed into the car in a panic. Huishan? The storm sounded like ghosts and wolves, and the sand poured in as soon as she opened her mouth. The sound drifted away at a high speed. Unable to see with her eyes, Jiang Ning could only reach out and touch. When she felt someone in the passenger seat, her heart was relieved and she quickly flashed into the space. The strong wind, the sound of ghosts and wolves howling. The sandstorm disappeared in an instant, and it was so quiet that it was scary. Jiang Ning used her consciousness to get a bottle of water, twisted it hard and drank it, spit out the sand in her mouth, and then washed her eyes with pain. Hiss. Warm liquid slowly flowed down her forehead, probably injured by the flying stone. She touched her wrist that was swollen by the car door. It was already swollen, but it seemed that there was no fracture, which was a blessing in disguise. Are you okay? She took out a handkerchief to wipe her face. The car was silent, and Jiang Ning tried to open her red and swollen eyes. Her vision was blurry, but she could see clearly that the passenger seat was empty. What she touched just now was a mountaineering bag, which she put there at any time when she got off the car to rest. The front passenger seat was empty, and the back seat was empty too. Where's Huishan? Where's her dog? Jiang Ning panicked instantly, and moved out of the space again with the car. As soon as the car came out, a sandstorm hit it hard, and the front of the car was instantly lifted up. The storm was too big, and Jiang Ning had no choice but to retreat again. The sandstorm lasted for 2 or 3 hours at most. Huishan was always very stable, and no matter how big the difficulties were, he could not be defeated. It's okay. It will be okay. Jiang Ning was confused, but he could only wait for the storm to pass before going out to look for it. If she went out now, she would not know where she and her car would fly to. She took out medical supplies, cleaned and disinfected her forehead that was hit by the flying stone, and then bandaged it. Her wrist that was hit by the car door was swollen like a pig's hoof, and blood was constantly oozing out of the broken skin. It hurt like a knife when she moved a little. She gritted her teeth and cleaned the wound, bandaged it, applied ice packs, took anti-inflammatory drugs and painkillers, and closed her eyes to try to rest. About half an hour later, she changed into a bulletproof vest, wrapped herself in a military coat, and put on a motorcycle helmet. Even if she was blown away by the sandstorm, she should not die. She was really worried. So she threw a roll of steel into the car to increase the weight. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ning, fully armed, left the space again. Chapter 355. The dust storm was still raging outside, but the situation was slightly better than before. At least the Hummer was not blown up again. But the wind was still very strong, and countless sand and stones hit the car windows, making a constant bang. All I could see was yellow sand, which continuously attacked obstacles, and seemed to trample everything in the world under its feet. Even if Jiang Ning lay on the window or held a thermal imaging night vision goggles, he could not see anything around him except the storm of yellow sand. Bang! The front window of the car was hit hard, and it looked like a person was blown in by the sandstorm. Before Jiang Ning could see clearly, the person was blown away again. There were blurred bloodstains on the glass, which were soon covered by the wind and sand. Even if the glass was bulletproof, it could not withstand the continuous impact of super sand and gravel. Scratches had already appeared, and it would be broken sooner or later if it waited any longer. Jiang Ning was upset, but had to retreat back to the space. After living for 2 lifetimes, she finally experienced the feeling of living a year in a day. She waited anxiously for 2 hours, like a fish fried in a pan. After waiting for 2 hours, she left the space again. The hope in her heart was instantly extinguished by the yellow sand, and she felt like she had fallen into an ice hole. The wind weakened, and Jiang Ning chose to wait in the car. She couldn't see outside clearly, but what if Wei Yishan could come over? What if he found out that the car was not there and looked for her everywhere? Wrapped in the wind and sand, the car was dark, and Jiang Ning turned on the headlights and the high-intensity lights, hoping that he could see. After all, she was probably the only one who could turn on the lights in the wind and sand. However, after waiting for 5 or 6 hours, Wei Yishan never showed up, and the yellow sand had buried half of the tire. If she waited any longer, she would not be able to open the car door soon. But the strong wind and flying sand still showed no sign of stopping. Jiang Ning still held on, like a lonely lighthouse guarding the storm. It was already dark at this time. The sky and the earth were dark, and only the wind and sand were still raging. Jiang Ning ate something casually, and several wounds were painful. The medicine she took seemed to be useless, and her forehead was very hot. Hearing that the wind would not stop for a while, and her consciousness became more and more blurred, she had to retreat back to the space. After getting off the car, Jiang Ning's legs softened and she almost fell down. She supported her dizzy body upstairs and fell unconscious on the bed the next moment. I don't know how long I slept. I opened my heavy eyelids in a daze, and I felt dry mouth and smoke in my throat. She seemed to have a dream. She dreamed that she was attacked by a sandstorm on the way to escape, and she couldn't catch Wei Yishan for a while. He flew away. Coke was gone, and Dowda was gone. No matter how she looked in the sea of sand, there was no trace of him. She stared at the ceiling with a dull look, and when the feeling of dizziness disappeared, she gradually woke up. This was not a dream. She struggled to sit up, barely ate 2 bowls of porridge, and then continued to take medicine. The fever went down a little, but it kept coming back, and both wrists were swollen beyond recognition. Disinfection. Applying medicine. The painkillers and antipyretics took effect, and Jiang Ning felt much better. She went downstairs and looked at the floating light and shadow timer in the living room, only to find that she had actually been unconscious for 2 days. After 2 days and 2 nights, the sandstorm should have stopped. She was very weak, so she forced herself to eat high-protein and high-calorie food and decided to go out and take a look. If the wind and sand stopped, it would be easy to meet survivors. She put on military boots and coats and put a privacy film on her helmet to prevent being recognized by others, and loaded 2 pistols. Jiang Ning flashed out of the space. The yellow sofa under her feet was soft. The strong wind blew over her. She bent down quickly to steady herself. The wind and sand were still endless, but she could barely stand firmly. She looked around. even through the helmet. She couldn't see far away. The visibility was less than 2 meters. What kind of sandstorm was this? Back into space, Jiangning became more and more uneasy. She was so uncomfortable in the space. If Wei Yishan was injured, could he survive? The brother and sister carried their first aid kits with them, but it was unknown whether the sandstorm would blow them away. There were medicines, compressed biscuits and water in them, but there was really not much. Jiangning sat on the sofa, staring at the light and shadow device that kept ticking. She set an alarm and went out every 5 hours. The first day. The second day. It was not until the 7th day of the sandstorm that it finally became relatively stable, with visibility reaching about 5 meters and the wind not so strong. But the yellow sand was still dancing wildly. The wound on the forehead was almost healed, and the tendons of the wrist were bruised, and it was still very sore. But the swelling had subsided, and the bruises were beginning to fade. The road was buried by the wind and sand, and the cars were either blown away or buried, and the feet felt soft in the sand. Jiangning searched the surroundings several times, but did not find the 2 people and the dog. The place to Huicheng is mountainous, and Jiangning came to the nearest mountain to avoid the wind and sand. The mountains are sheltered from the wind, and the wind and sand are relatively less serious. Jiangning made sure that there was no one around, then took out the Hummer and waited in the car, fearing that she would miss it. She did not enter the space again, and stayed in the car. The night came, and she fell asleep in a daze. She had a dream all night, as if someone was calling her in her ear. But when she opened her eyes, it was still empty. If she hadn't met Kaylai and hadn't fallen in love with Hui, she could have lived alone. But now it's become very difficult. As if she was sick again. Jiangning curled up subconsciously. Boss, there seems to be a car over there. Shoo. The leader stopped him with his eyes, and pulled out the baseball bat on his waist. The sandstorm was so big that even the road was swallowed up. The car was either buried or the wind and sand blocked the exhaust pipe. How did this car drive to the foot of the mountain and stop on the wind and sand? Judging from the extent to which the tires were buried by the dust, the car must have been parked here for no more than a day. Anyone who can do this must be a capable person. Hummer. This is a Doomsday war vehicle. It must be taken down. A thin man in his early 20s in the team whispered. Boss, something seems wrong. The boss was also puzzled. So he said, what's wrong? How did this car get here? How did you say it got here? The thin man said something shocking. Could it be space? It was true that he was suspicious, but the boss was confused when he heard it. What space? The natural disaster came. The man was just a teenager, and he was a fan of deep novels. He read all kinds of novels, especially those with sex or harem. He explained to the boss what space was. Are you mentally healthy? The boss didn't think so. It had been almost 9 years since the end of the world, and he hadn't cured his paranoia. He was just thinking nonsense. It would be clear after he caught the person and asked him. He gestured to his 7 or 8 brothers, planning to surround the person and force him out. If it was a woman, everyone would have fun together. If it was a man, they would still have fun. Not to mention getting a car. They could also kill her when they got tired of playing and have a few meals. The fat meat was right in front of them, and everyone was ready to fight. Each of them picked up a weapon and surrounded her. Chapter 356. The leader wanted to puncture the tire, but when he got closer, he saw that the car was really majestic and strong, and it looked at least 70% to 80% new. And it didn't look like a car that had experienced many natural disasters. It was probably a wealthy person with a prominent status. Otherwise, how could it be preserved so well? The car was covered with anti-peep film, so he couldn't see the situation inside clearly. He circled gently and found that there was a crack in the leeward window for ventilation. So he closed his eyelids. Wow! It seems to be a woman. And there is only one person. And the blood boiled instantly. I couldn't see her face, but she was definitely living a comfortable life. Smelling something wrong in the air, Jiangning half closed her eyes and looked at the people outside through the privacy glass. She didn't rush to open her eyes, and found that the 5 people were all holding cold weapons. Blood-stained baseball bats tied with iron wire, sharpened steel pipes, heavy iron rods and kitchen knives, and no hot weapons were found for the time being, braving the strong wind and sand to rob. It is estimated that they are the evil forces in the nearby area, rushing to escape the survivors. 3 of them have pockmarked faces, with pits on their faces. which should be pits left by acid rain corrosion. And their faces looked very hideous. I don't know if they relied on their numbers, or didn't take the woman seriously. Seeing that she didn't have a gun, they obviously lost their vigilance and alertness. Several people walked around the front of the car, and one of them kicked the door rudely, showing his big yellow teeth and looking frivolous. Beauty. It's dawn. Get up and go. After making sure that they didn't have hot weapons, Jiang Ning slowly lowered the window and said in fear, "What do you want to do?" "My husband went out to find food and will be back soon." "Husband? With such strong wind and sand, your husband may never come back." Seeing her fair and tender face, several people's eyes were straight, and they spoke more bluntly. "But don't be afraid. We will all be your husbands in the future, and we will definitely love you well." The bloody knife knocked on the glass. "Beautiful girl. Open the car door. We will go in and have a good chat with you." The emphasis was on the last tone, and the others followed suit. Jiang Ning pretended to be stunned and shook her head in fear. "My husband will be back soon. He is very powerful. You should leave quickly if you are sensible." "Awesome?" Several people laughed after hearing this. "How awesome? Don't worry. You are definitely not as awesome as us." Jiang Ning still refused to open the car door. Several people looked at her like a frightened little deer, and they were even more arrogant and contemptuous in their hearts, wishing to drag her out and bully her severely. Some people couldn't help but threaten with fierce eyes. "Don't be shameless. Either let us in or you come out. Otherwise we will kill you." Jiang Ning had no choice but to open the car door and walk out tremblingly. The car was stuffy and hot, and the military coat was not buttoned, revealing her slim and well-proportioned figure. TSK. I haven't seen such a devilish figure in many years. Jiang Ning walked to the shelter, and everyone surrounded her, with a beast-like light in their eyes, wishing to swallow her in one bite. There were middle-aged people and young men, looking at the weapons in their hands. It was clear that they were habitual criminals who specialized in robbing houses. I don't know how much blood was stained on their hands. One of them was impatient and reached out to touch Jiang Ning's face. Jiang Ning dodged sideways and suddenly took out a charge from behind. The action was fast, without any hesitation. After sweeping the front, he turned around and swept the back. One of them was shot but didn't fall down, and he covered his chest and fled into the wind and sand. Jiang Ning didn't rush to chase him. She didn't want to waste bullets, so she took out her tang sword and started to finish off one by one. Puff! The leader was shot in the chest and fell to the ground. His body moved backwards step by step, and his face was pale, and he said, "Beauty, spare me. Spare my life. Spare my life?" Jiang Ning put the tip of the knife against his wound and stabbed it inch by inch. After so many years in the apocalypse, didn't anyone tell you that you must not mess with women who live a glamorous life in the apocalypse? The tip of the knife sank in, and the man screamed, and soon he stopped breathing, so he didn't have a chance to speak. Looking at the blurred shadow in the wind and sand, Jiang Ning took out the windproof goggles and put them on. Chasing after the man, blood gushed out, and the man stumbled to the ground. Watching her getting closer and closer, he was standing behind her just now, and saw her making things up. The man retreated in fear. "Don't come over here. Are you scared?" Jiang Ning smiled at him, raised the bloody tang sword in his hand. "You may have been impatient just now. You have space." "In a hurry?" The man spoke without thinking. "Why doesn't he have space? I have lived worse than a dog in the past few years. This is unfair. If he had space, he would be the one standing today." Jiang Ning smiled. His voice was even softer. "Originally, I just wanted to give you another stab, but it seems that it is not enough." After speaking, he stabbed you several times in the heart with a knife. Jiang Ning was not polite to those who rushed to die. The man died very thoroughly, and he couldn't even close his eyes. This incident also taught Jiang Ning a lesson. The wind and sand are getting weaker and weaker, and the possibility of meeting people in the future is greater. Can't wait any longer. At least you can't wait blatantly. Otherwise it may not be Huishan who will wait, but a group of evil wolves. Even ordinary people can't take it lightly. They lack water and food in the sandstorm. As long as they encounter life-threatening situations, even little sheep will turn into demons. But without a marker, how can Huishan know that she is waiting? After thinking about it, Jiang Ning tore a long red cloth strip from the space, tied it to a conspicuous tree, and let the cloth strip fly in the wind and sand. Back in the car. Her injured wrist was swollen and painful after the vibration of the submachine gun and the swing of the tank sword. After applying medicine to the affected area and putting on her equipment, she put the car into the space, walked in the wind and sand with a hiking stick, and planned to start looking from the surrounding mountains and forests. No matter how difficult his previous life was, Huishan survived and would not die before the collision of the plates. Daodu opened her eyes in a daze and found herself lying in a cave, pitch black and filled with a foul smell. The body was cold and stiff, but she couldn't move at all. It took a while for her confused mind to wake up. The emergency kit on her body was gone, and her hands and feet were still tied up. She was caught. Her eyes were adapted to the darkness, and she could vaguely see the surroundings. This was a cave similar to a prison cell. There were 6 or 7 women sitting or lying around in tattered clothes. All of them looked haggard. They were not tied up, but their bodies were covered with scars, and there was no life. She recalled her experiences in the past few days, and couldn't help frowning. Her bright eyes showed worry. She didn't know how her brother, sister-in-law, and Coke were doing. Her brother caught her hand, but the overwhelming storm hit her and directly knocked her out. Daodu was swept into the eye of the storm. Her body turned upside down with the storm, and then was thrown high and smashed down. When she woke up, the yellow sand almost buried her body. She was in pain all over, injured everywhere, and her ribs hurt so much that she couldn't breathe. The worst thing was that she couldn't see. Chapter 357. Daodu had studied with Jiang Ning for several years, and had some knowledge of medicine. She thought that she had damaged her nerves and lost her sight. The roaring sandstorm kept coming and poured into her ears and nose. Flying stones hit her body from time to time, making her choke. She couldn't open her mouth, and could only crawl on the ground. But no matter how she touched, she couldn't find her brother. And even the car was gone. She didn't know where she was. And the most urgent thing was to avoid the sandstorm. Unable to see, she could only crawl in the wind and sand by feeling. She couldn't stand up straight. She was either blown away by the sandstorm or hit by flying rocks. Daodu was lucky. After climbing for several hours, she finally reached the foot of the mountain. But the mountain was facing the wind, so she carefully climbed around the terrain to the leeward side. She touched several people along the way, but couldn't tell whether they were dead or alive. But they couldn't move. Fortunately, the first aid kit was tied to her body, and was not swept away by the sandstorm. After spitting out the sand in her mouth, Daodu unscrewed the mineral water bottle, took a few sips of water, and tore open a compressed biscuit and ate a piece. It tasted terrible, and felt harder to swallow than cold-resistant potatoes. But she still ate it cleanly without wasting a single bit, whether it was drinking water or food. She strictly followed her brother's instructions and saved money. There were medicines in the first aid kit. Although it was not clear, she knew what medicine it was just by touching the packaging. Daodu knew how much medicine to take according to the different injuries. Her sister-in-law had already listed them and asked her to memorize them by heart. After taking the medicine, she rested with the dagger in her hand. Except for the roaring wind and sand, there was no sound. After an unknown amount of time, the weather turned cold. It must have been dark. Daodu took out a blanket from the first aid kit and wrapped himself up. It still hurt after eating, and it seemed like he had a fever. His lips were chapped and his throat felt like it was on fire. He didn't know when the sandstorm would stop, and the nerve compression that caused blindness would not be solved in a day or two. She didn't dare to drink more water, so she could only swallow a mouthful to quench her thirst. It was getting colder and colder, and her body curled up subconsciously. It seemed like someone was calling him, like a brother, but also like a sister-in-law. And there seemed to be Coke, but it was still pitch black when she opened her eyes. She had just been hit by a thick layer of sand. The fever went away, but came back again. She could only continue to eat. It was pitch dark, and Daodu couldn't help but recall her childhood. Her cousin scolded her for having no parents and eating for free. She cried and pushed him. Her uncle locked her in the utility room and didn't give her food or water for a day and a night. She wanted to apologize to her cousin, but he spit on her face. From then on, she was afraid of the dark. She thought she had forgotten it long ago. But the memory became clearer and clearer. When will the sandstorm stop? She missed her brother, sister-in-law, and Coke. However, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, there were only 3 bottles of water in the first aid kit. After a few days of fever, Even if she drank sparingly, it was all gone. There were still 2 pieces of compressed biscuits, but her throat was burning like fire, so she could only swallow them desperately. Later, even the compressed biscuits were gone. Dowda could no longer remember how long she had held out. She seemed to be able to see vaguely, but she was drowsy from hunger and thirst. And the sandstorm showed no sign of stopping. Before, it seemed as if she had returned to her childhood, with her parents happily holding her. Dowda's consciousness became increasingly blurred, and she curled up weakly. Brother, sister-in-law. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in the cave. Dowda had never experienced it, but her brother and sister-in-law had told her a lot, and she must have been captured by the surrounding evil forces. Dowda knew very well what the fate of a captured girl would be. First becoming a plaything, and then food. Her eyesight did not recover well, and she was choked by the wind and sand these days, and she did not receive timely treatment, so it was still red and swollen. She felt around her body, and found that not only was her first aid kit gone, but her gun and dagger were also taken away. It was a relief that the blade tied to her thigh seemed to be still there. Dowda didn't dare to act rashly without understanding the situation. After an unknown period of time, several more women were thrown in. The men spoke foul language, and many of them had scars from acid rain on their faces, like ferocious demons from hell. 5 women were thrown in, but they seemed to have other things to do, so they locked the door and left. The vision was poor, and she couldn't see their appearance clearly. After confirming that Jiang Ning was not inside, Dowda closed her eyes to rest and recuperate. The cave was silent, and the fainted women woke up one after another. Some cried out of fear, and some looked around in panic. One of them sat up slowly and looked around indifferently, feeling someone staring at him. Dowda opened his eyes a little, and a flash of surprise flashed in his heart. But he quickly calmed down. The other party was the same, with his mouth slightly open, but said nothing, and finally pushed the unconscious person next to him. After a few hours, several men came in and looked at the women they had captured in the past 2 days. With green eyes, they selected 6 or 7 women with flesh on their bodies, and those who were imprisoned before and were as thin as skeletons were disdained and let go. The sandstorm hit suddenly, and they took the opportunity to make a fortune. Not only did they find supplies, but also a group of beautiful women. They were all raised by wealthy families, and they still have faces and waists after so many years in the end of the world. They haven't seen a delicate and tender woman for a long time, especially the one they picked up yesterday, who looked so young and tender, and looked like she had never had sex. Just thinking about it makes me excited tonight. Dao slammed the door heavily and shouted rudely, "You guys, come out." He pointed at a few people, including Dowda. Dowda staggered to her feet, but then fell down again, mumbling, "Water, water." The man came up and was about to kick her, but she looked pale. Her body was twitching weakly, and she seemed to be dying at any time. She is the youngest and most beautiful one, and the boss will definitely be happy to arrange her for him, so she can't die. He pointed at the 2 women casually. "You two, help her out." The 2 women trembled and stepped forward to help the fainted Dowda up. One of them said, "She seems to be sick, with a high fever. How about giving her some water?" The other women bravely agreed. "Yes, we are almost dying of thirst. Please give us some water and food." The man shouted angrily, "Shut up. Believe it or not, I will beat you." The woman who supported Dowda spoke again. "What if she is dying?" The man ordered them to come out and let others watch, and he went to report to the higher-ups. "Boss, these goods are all good. All of them are pampered by rich families, and they probably have never suffered in normal times. They have been trapped in the sandstorm for a few days, and they are as droopy as chickens with plague. They can't stand the torture. How about giving them some food and water? Otherwise, I'm really afraid that they can't even survive one night. They are all good goods, and they should be kept for fun slowly." The man who was called the boss thought about it and said, "Give them food and water, but don't feed them too much. Just 40% full." The man got the words and immediately made arrangements. Chapter 358. Several people were taken to another room, each with half a bowl of water and a black-faced steamed bun made of mixed grains. They were all people who suffered from water shortages and food shortages. Their eyes lit up when they saw the food. They reached out to grab it like evil spirits, gulped it down, and stuffed the cold and hard steamed bun into their mouths desperately. There was no trace of the exquisiteness before the sandstorm. They ate in a hurry, swallowed it desperately, and coughed violently. Dowdu was still unconscious. Someone saw that there was still a portion of food on the table and immediately rushed over to grab it. The woman who was taking care of Dowdu pushed him away. "We are all women. Don't go too far." The woman who was pushed away grumbled in dissatisfaction. "She's not your daughter. She doesn't even know whether she can survive. You're really worrying about nothing." The woman's eyes were cold. "Do you believe I kill you?" Several people were unwilling. But seeing her cold expression and murderous aura, no one dared to refute for a while. After drinking water and food, they slowly recovered. Someone asked in panic, "Why did they capture us?" No one answered her. The woman fed Dowdu water and crushed the steamed buns into her mouth. After resting for about half an hour, seeing that they had recovered a little, the man took them to the pool and said, "Wash yourself clean. If you survive, I will treat you to good food and drink." He kicked them in one by one. The water in the bathing pool was also water. Several people didn't even care about screaming, and desperately scooped up the water with both hands to drink. Dowdu washed her face and said to the person who took care of her, "Thank you, sister." Just after washing, the clothes were delivered, half new and half old. It was obvious that they were worn by someone, but it was unclear whether it was a dead person or a living person. After getting dressed and coming out, several men stared at her with their eyes wide open. Dowdu was so dizzy that she almost bumped into them. She was so weak that she couldn't even walk steadily. It was really pitiful to see her. They were soft-hearted and didn't use force on her. Dowdu smiled at them with gratitude. "Thank you, brother." Her voice was hoarse, sweet and innocent, which shocked some men and made them think of their daughters, who had died many years ago. She was still a child at this age. Dowdu followed the crowd and walked at the end, her eyes slightly lowered, but she was actually listening with her ears perked up. After 3 years of eternal night, most of the survivors had improved their hearing. She vaguely heard the wind outside, and estimated that the cave was not very big. These men seemed fierce, but no hot weapons were found for the time being. The cave was not big, and several people were quickly taken to a cave house similar to a living room. There were 7 or 8 men sitting inside. On the table were steamed buns and rice, fragrant bacon and sausage, and bottles of white wine. They devoured the food voraciously, protected by her brother and sister-in-law. Dowdu had not seen many people, but even though it was her first time seeing them, she knew clearly that these people could no longer be called human beings. They had human skin, but the aura they exuded told her that they were a group of demons. Demons that eat sheep. The environment has been deteriorating over the years, and they can't get anything good even if they rob people on the road. In order to survive, they even kill people. The skinny women imprisoned in the cave are proof of their crimes. This time they were able to drink and eat meat, all thanks to the sandstorm. They took advantage of the danger to rob and loot and got a lot of good things. Not only Dowdu had a keen sense of smell, but the other women also clearly sensed the danger. Even if the food smelled tempting, they were trembling with fear and tried their best to hide behind. Their eyes seemed to want to eat people. Dowdu was not afraid, but it was useless to be afraid. They were now fish on the chopping board to be slaughtered. The more afraid she was, the more excited they were. She glanced at them calmly. Although they were eating and drinking, they all had daggers or sharp knives on their bodies. The man in the lead had several hideous scars on his face and a gun hanging on his waist. The gun looked familiar. It was the one Huishan gave to Dowdu. He was the only one in the room who had a firearm. However, those who could form a group to rob and plunder for a living could not ignore their skills. Several people were pushed in. The men looked at them with eyes like wild beasts, as if they were staring at prey that was about to be eaten. Excited and bloodthirsty, someone swallowed his saliva first. After chewing the steamed sausage, he rubbed his greasy hands, revealing his yellow teeth. "Boss, this batch of goods is really good. Oh, there is even a rosebud waiting to bloom. She's really tender. The boss will eat the meat later, and we can just drink some soup." Not only did they say that, they also pushed Dowdu, almost causing her to fall onto the man in the lead. Dowdu staggered and stabilized. The other women screamed, but the more they resisted, the more exciting it was. Soon, they were all held in the arms of the men, who either touched them or stuffed food into their mouths. Seeing Dowdu standing still, the man raised his eyebrows unhappily. "Do you want me to do it myself?" He liked women to take the initiative. Dowdu looked scared, but still stood timidly in front of him. slowly lifting her skirt. I didn't expect that Xiaoduya would be so tactful. The man's eyes lit up, and he took a sip of white wine from the glass. He put down the glass and was about to use force. But a cold light flashed in front of his eyes. And then the gun on his waist was snatched away. He cursed and was about to beat Xiaoduya. If I don't make her cry today, I can give her my life. Who knew that as soon as he moved, blood suddenly spurted out of his neck, followed by severe pain. Like a tap being smashed. Blood gushed out continuously. He couldn't breathe, even if he opened his mouth wide. The man's eyes were as big as copper bells. And he covered his neck with both hands. But he couldn't cover it. Warm liquid kept pouring out from his fingers. The other brothers were impatient, hugging the women and devouring them. But Doudou stood in front of him, blocking all sight, playing with the gun in his hand skillfully. With extremely cold eyes, she looked at him. Her eyes were like lambs, simple, pure, and romantic, like flowers blooming in the morning light. You. The wind was in his throat, and the man couldn't speak. He pointed his finger at Doudou desperately. He never thought that the innocent girl who seemed harmless would kill people without blinking an eye. And even smiled. Doudou raised her hands and easily broke his neck, accompanied by 2 more noises. Someone finally noticed something was wrong. Damn. You bitch. As soon as she finished speaking, she was kicked away by the petite woman. She then picked up the wine bottle on the table and smashed it on the man's forehead. She held the broken bottle tightly and stabbed him in the chest more than 10 times without blinking. Another woman with a stronger frame smashed the man's jaw with a punch, snatched the dagger from his waist, and stabbed it into his heart. Ah! The incident happened suddenly, and the other women were frightened and screamed at the top of their lungs. Chapter 359. 7 women came in. 3 of them resisted, and fought fiercely with the men in the room. Doudou put away the sharp blade in his hand, raised his hand, and shot a peanut at the man who heard the sound, and came to reinforce with an axe. The shooting skills taught by my brother are always the safest to shoot in the head, accompanied by the screams of women and the continuous influx of men to support. The fight in the room became a mess. Doudou stabbed in with a knife and pushed the other party into the corner. She was extremely weak due to the fever, and it took some effort to deal with it. For a while, she didn't notice that there was a knife slashing at her back. Doudou, be careful. Someone suddenly pushed her away. Doudou hit the wall and found that it was Ding Qi who saved her. Ding Qi subconsciously raised her arm to block, and then blood spurted out. The other party was determined to kill her, raised his knife, and slashed at her again. Cursing, Doudou raised her hand and shot him in the head. Bang! Another one was killed. She said in panic, Sister Qi, are you okay? Ding Qi's face was pale, and she gritted her teeth and said, I won't die. Kill them first. As she spoke, she kicked another man over, stepped on his neck tightly, and punched him without caring about the bleeding arm. Zheng Weili lifted the bench and smashed the man opposite, sending him to hell to continue eating sausage. The enemies kept rushing in, and the 3 of them rushed out, stabbing with daggers, slashing with knives, and shooting with guns. Thanks to her brother years of devilish training, as long as Doudou pulled the trigger, red flowers would bloom. There are guns. They have guns in their hands. Whether it is Ding Qi or Zheng Weili, after years of tempering in the end times, they are no longer good people. Doudou may be well protected, but it's not the first time she has killed someone. Today, either they die or they live, and they are all risking their lives. Hearing the gunshots, someone outside calmed down and stopped rushing in without thinking. The man in the room was frightened by the 3 women who were killing like crazy in front of him. In a panic, he grabbed a pale-faced woman and threatened, Don't come over, or I kill her. Ding Qi picked up the bloody axe on the ground and threw it over. His arm was injured and he lost his aim, but he still chopped the man's body. Damn. These bitches who don't care about their own lives don't even care about other people's lives. Ha. Ding Qi wants to take care of it. Who will take care of her life? There are still people outside, and bullets are limited. Doudou took the short knife given by Zheng Weili and threw it at the man who was coming towards him. The short knife was firmly inserted into the heart. The man fell down with a bang, and died with his eyes wide open. Now no one dared to come in, and the room was full of men with tragic deaths. More than a dozen of them. There were not many other women left. They either ran away in panic and lost their lives, or were killed by the men with a knife when they hid with their heads in their hands. This is the fate of the end of the world. as cheap as grass. Even if there is no such thing today, they still have a bad ending. There is a choice. But the ending will not change. Dowda cut a piece of relatively clean cloth from the man and bandaged Ding Chi hurriedly. Sister Chi. Thank you. If she hadn't blocked the knife for me just now, Ding Chi wouldn't have been injured. The arm was cut hard, and blood flowed out. Silly child. What are you thanking for? Ding Chi smiled weakly. If your sister-in-law hadn't given me the anti-smog virus medicine, I would have died long ago. After all, I still owe Jiang Ning, and I have to pay it back when I have a chance. When mentioning Jiang Ning, Zheng Weili asked with concern, Daodu. Where is Aining? Daodu said sadly. We were blown away by the sandstorm, and I don't know how my brother and sister-in-law are doing now. A sudden sandstorm caught all the survivors off guard. Ding Chi and Zheng Weili were also separated from Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, and the vast sea of sand disappeared. I hope they are all safe, and there is a chance to see each other again. However, now is not the time to be sad. There are still enemies outside to deal with. Ding Chi's wound was so deep that her bones were visible, and it was difficult to stop the bleeding. Trapped in the sandstorm for so many days, she was already extremely weak, and if she couldn't stop the bleeding, her life would be in danger. Daodu remained calm in the face of danger, trying to memorize the knowledge by heart, and tried to press the acupoints to stop the bleeding. These were taught by Jiang Ning, who said that they could be used to save lives at critical moments. Unexpectedly, it really worked, and the blood flow slowed down significantly. Daodu was responsible for bandaging, and Zheng Weili was responsible for defense to prevent the evil outside from rushing in. The three of them were so weak that they didn't care about the mess in the room and picked up the food on the table to fill their stomachs. Only after eating enough could they have the strength to deal with them. Fortunately, there were only more than 30 people in the den of thieves, and more than a dozen of them died in the room alone. All of them were of relatively high status. The people outside were all lacking in backbone, and they were afraid of Daodu's gun, so they were really frightened for a while. Daodu's skills were clean and neat, and she was ruthless. This was the first time they saw her take action in all these years of getting along, and they couldn't help but sigh that Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan taught her well. The little girl usually looks soft and sweet, but her moves are so cool. After quickly filling their stomachs, the three began to work together. After determining their respective tasks, Zheng Weili took the lead. As soon as they stepped out of the door, someone rushed up with a knife, shouting, Kill! Zheng Weili raised the steel pipe to block his knife, and Ding Chi stepped forward and stabbed him in the chest several times. This is a tacit understanding of several years of cooperation, and there is no need for too much language between each other. The second person rushed up quickly, and Daodu shot him accurately. 2 people were gone in an instant, and the others panicked. They didn't expect that they would meet a female Rakshasa today. Zheng Weili shouted, Your boss has been chopped into 18 pieces by us. If you don't want to die, get out. If you want to die, come up. I will send you down to reunite with them. Her voice was full of energy, and she smashed the door frame with one punch. It was really domineering and powerful. In fact, it hurt so much that I almost spit out a mouthful of blood. But whether it is boxing or being a security guard, the most important thing when encountering an enemy is the posture, which can deter the opponent's momentum. Zheng Weili had a firm grip. The den of thieves was not big to begin with, and no matter the eldest, the second, the 9th, or the 10th, they were all killed by the bitch. The remaining minions were already nervous, and when they saw the tiger smash the door frame with one punch, killing 2 people in an instant, and the little loli had a gun in her hand, they were simply scared out of their wits. Nothing was more important than life, so they didn't care about being pretentious and turned around and ran. As soon as they left, the 3 of them immediately lost their energy, and their bodies were shaky. Daodu pinched his legs to wake himself up. 2 sisters. They may come back at any time. We can't stay for long. The sandstorm outside stopped. Zheng Weili and Ding Chi hurried to find Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. Okay, let's pack up and leave right away. The 3 of them did not separate, and carefully checked the cave to make sure that no one was hiding in the dark before they began to pack up. They quickly found the material warehouse, and there were large and small bags on the ground, all of which they had taken from the survivors or corpses outside. Ding Chi was seriously injured, and Daodu wanted to find some medicine. But it was a pity that it had been so many years since the end of the world, and who didn't lack medical care and medicine? Chapter 360. They found several Chinese medicines, but none of them had antibacterial and antibiotic effects. However, the three of them still put them in their bags, as they might be useful in the future. Then, there were some dry food. Dried potatoes, dried sweet potatoes, dried moss, etc. I guess all the good stuff was eaten by them. They put some of them in their bags and picked up clean clothes to change into. The most important thing was water. They could survive 7 days without food, but only 3 days without water. The fear of being dominated by thirst was still there. So they picked up a few bottles and filled them with water. The 2 surviving women came over to pack their things, saying flattering words. 3 beauties. You are so awesome. Can we go with you? Ding-Chi glanced at them, raised the bloody knife in her hand, and said coldly, I am not your mother. I have no obligation to protect you. If you don't want to die, you'd better stay away. The 2 were so scared that they dared not speak again. But their hands did not stop packing supplies for a moment. They were all sick, and it would be inconvenient to carry too much. So Doubtful did not take more. Before leaving, she walked to the cage where she was imprisoned and cut off the iron chain that tied the door. Whether the women inside can survive depends on their own luck. Just as they reached the entrance of the cave, they found that the sandstorm had stopped. But the sky was very gloomy, and it started to rain heavily soon. The slightly brighter heart sank to the bottom again. They were all still sick. Especially Ding-Chi's wound could not be exposed to the rain. Otherwise the risk of infection and deterioration was very high. Doubtful suggested, how about waiting for the rain to stop before leaving? This wait lasted for 2 hours. The rainstorm not only did not stop, but it became heavier. The sky seemed to have opened up, and water poured down continuously, and the world was full of yellow mud and water. Rainwater continued to gather, and the streams became rivers, and the mud and sand kept rolling. The sea of sand turned into a water world, watching the water from the distant hillside rushing down, carrying loose mud, more and more, and becoming more and more turbid. Ding-Chi, who began to have a fever, had a bad premonition. No, we have to leave immediately. The natural disasters that lasted for many years destroyed the mountains and forests, and the soil and water loss were extremely serious. The sandstorm was the embodiment of the disaster. The rain kept washing the forest. Without the protection of vegetation, the mountain was left with only loose lush, and the rain would soon seep in. Doubtful also thought of it, and her face changed. When she was looking for supplies just now, she found a raincoat and put it on. Zheng Weili also felt that the hidden danger was great, so the 3 of them decided not to stay any longer and walked towards the cave entrance where the heavy rain was pouring. As soon as they arrived at the cave entrance, there was a sudden rumble, and then everything went black. Jiang Ning didn't expect that the situation would not give him a way out. As soon as the sandstorm stopped, heavy rain came. She wore a raincoat, stood in the heavy rain, and stubbornly held up a telescope to look around. There was water everywhere, and bodies floating in the flood. There seemed to be living people on the shallows in the distance. She looked around repeatedly with a telescope, but did not find a familiar figure. In the past few days, she had turned over countless bodies, seen many survivors, and encountered robbers. Without exception, there was no one she wanted to find. The soil under her feet felt a little soft, and the heavy rain made the whole world more and more blurred, and it was difficult to move everywhere. Jiang Ning had a severe heart attack and had no choice but to go into the space to rest. She took a sleeping pill and finally managed to fall asleep. It was several hours later when she woke up. She ate something, put on her raincoat, and left the space. She almost stepped on the air and rolled down. There was a landslide at her feet, and half of the mountain was gone. The rain was much lighter, but it continued. She carefully went down the mountain from the other side. There was no road at the foot of the mountain. There was water everywhere. The muddy water was so deep that she didn't know whether it was a road or a river. After confirming that there was no one around, Jiang Ning took out the inflatable rubber boat, sat on it, and paddled along the water. There were dead trees or floating corpses everywhere. She carefully used the paddle to push them away, so that they would not hit her and damage the rubber boat. After paddling for about half an hour, someone suddenly called her. There were survivors at the foot of the mountain, waiting and calling for help, but she ignored them. Jiang Ning would stop at shallow waters from time to time and take out a telescope to look around. How many times did she ignite hope? And how many times did she get cold water? In this vast world, she could not find it. But she did not give up, paddling the rubber boat through the turbid water and continued to search. The water was complicated, and the currents were dangerous. The rubber boat was torn to pieces in less than half a day. Jiang Ning was reluctant to abandon it, so she threw it into space, thinking that it could be used after repair. She took out the wooden boat and searched tirelessly. In the afternoon, she met a few soldiers who were rescuing trapped survivors. They waved to Jiang Ning and wanted to requisition her wooden boat. This place belongs to the territory of Guanxing. When the sandstorm was about to stop, the government sent troops to carry out humanitarian rescue. But they didn't expect to encounter heavy rain. They set up a camp in Wangyuden and rescued many people from mudslides and heavy rain. Several rubber boats and assault boats were damaged, and it was a time when emergency tools were in short supply. Jiang Ning thought about it and agreed to lend them the boat. The wooden boat was not big, and it rescued 5 or 6 trapped people, all of whom were pale and thin, looking at her with complicated expressions. 2 soldiers were rowing in the front, and Jiang Ning was sitting at the stern. Seeing that she looked okay, the skull-headed auntie couldn't help but ask, "Big sister, do you have anything to eat?" Jiang Ning refused. No. The auntie had been hungry for several days, but in the face of life and death, her cloudy eyes were full of brilliance. "Your bag is bulging, so you must have water and food. Right? Take it out to save the day. I give it back to you when we get to the camp." The others were also starving, and they all echoed, "Yes, yes, give us some water and food." Jiang Ning didn't say anything, but lowered her head and opened her backpack. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect her to really share food. Everyone was drooling, their stomachs growling. Jiang Ning took out a kitchen knife from his bag and patted the side of the boat. "The boat is mine. I can lend it to you if I want to, and I can take it back anytime if I don't want to. If you keep asking for more, get out of here and throw it into the river." The kitchen knife was sharp and flashed with cold light. Everyone took a deep breath and dared not speak anymore, only muttering in dissatisfaction in their hearts. The atmosphere on the boat was awkward, and one of the soldiers said, "It will take half an hour to get to Wangyuden. Everyone, just bear with it." Apparently, this kind of thing has long been commonplace. The boat sailed in the rain for half an hour and finally arrived at Wangyuden. The terrain here is relatively high and open, which is very suitable for disaster relief and resettlement. In the blink of an eye, it is densely packed with military tents. Each tent is crowded with 30 or 40 people. Some survivors have the conditions to set up their own tents. In addition to having a place to rest, they can also avoid being calculated by others. There were still a dozen boats in the space. Jiang Ning didn't care about this wooden boat and continued to lend it to the soldiers for disaster relief. She hurried inside. The disaster relief in Wancheng had just been established for 2 days. The authorities were eager to save people. Batches of survivors were continuously sent over. However, due to insufficient manpower, the logistics management could not keep up. The victims were sent over without registration. They were just stuffed into the tents one by one. Chapter 361. Jiang Ning found the receptionist, but he was so busy that he didn't know anything about the person she was looking for. The disaster came suddenly. The sandstorm injured many people, and the heavy rain caused mudslides in many places. Now a total of 500 or 600 people have been resettled. We can't register them one by one for the time being. You can either find them yourself or come back when we are free. Jiang Ning couldn't wait, so he had to search the tents one by one. There were limited military tents, and there were crowds of people everywhere, let alone rest. Sometimes there was no place to stay. Each of them looked indifferent, tightly holding their own supplies, and being vigilant to the people around them. People's hearts are hidden in their stomachs, and no one knows whether the person next to them is a human or a ghost. Some careless people have had their supplies robbed. Displaced by disasters is fine, but supplies are life. Seeing Jiang Ning open the tent to look, the people inside all looked resistant and resisted. But there were also many who secretly looked at her. It's true that she was wearing a raincoat, but the eyes of the people in the end times are very sharp, and they can judge whether you are living well with just a few glances. Jiang Ning had only found 5 or 6 tents when she was already being targeted. She pretended not to notice and continued to search stubbornly. Soon, someone followed her. "Big sister, are you looking for someone?" "What person? I've been here for 2 days, so I'm familiar with the situation and may be able to help." Jiang Ning ignored her, so she kept nagging beside her. She kept nagging, and was very annoying. Jiang Ning pulled out a tang sword from her backpack. Get lost. Didn't she think she was blind and didn't see the person following her? He just wanted to take her to a remote place to rob her and kill her. The tang sword was sharp and flashed with cold light. The woman wanted to explain. But when she saw Jiang Ning's horrified eyes, her throat was choked. She didn't dare to continue pestering, fearing that she would really chop at her. Jiang Ning was not the only one looking for someone. Many survivors who were separated from their relatives came here after hearing the news, hoping to find their lost relatives and friends. After searching for 20 tents in a row, Jiang Ning, who was anxious, had to turn over private tents. Who are you? Why are you lifting my tent? You are sick. As long as I can find someone. A few scoldings are nothing. Some people have good tempers and can just explain it in a few words, while some people have bad tempers and will even curse your 8 generations of ancestors. But Jiang Ning didn't take it to heart. But she searched all the private tents, but still had no news. And her mood became more and more complicated. So many ordinary people have survived. Why didn't he? Endless fatigue came over, and Jiang Ning was shaky. Someone reached out to help. Are you okay? Jiang Ning looked at her, and the whole person was spinning. Excuse me. Are all the resettlement personnel here? You're looking for someone, right? The other person helped her steady. I'm here to look for someone too. Look behind the staff resettlement area. There are a few tents over there, all of which house people injured and unconscious in the mudslide. Jiang Ning calmed herself down, thanked him and left. She stuffed a piece of candy into her mouth to replenish her energy and waited for the dizziness to pass. There were indeed a few tents behind the work camp. She explained her purpose, and the staff accompanied her outside the tent. Go in quietly. Don't wake up the patient. Some people were exhausted. Some were in critical condition, and all needed to rest. In short, anyone who was not in danger of life was moved to the front. Jiang Ning's heart was in his throat, and he searched in each tent. First, he was trapped by the sandstorm, and then buried under the mudslide. His weak body could not hold on, and he was suffocated by lack of oxygen. Even if he was dug out, there was no medicine or equipment for rescue. Whether he could survive really depended on fate. The miserable faces made people feel depressed and suffocated. Jiang Ning suppressed her discomfort and looked carefully at them one by one. She wanted to find them, but was afraid to actually see them. Still nothing. She breathed a sigh of relief, but was confused at the same time. Just as she was about to leave, another group of rescuers came hurriedly with stretchers. Come on. Come on. Help us. These people have been buried for a long time. See if we can rescue them. They were all dug out of the soil, and their facial features were not clearly visible because of the yellow mud and dirt all over their bodies. The staff hurried over to help. Jiang Ning watched the wounded being carried in, and her mood was extremely complicated. Sister-in-law? A weak voice suddenly sounded behind her. Jiang Ning was shocked and turned around subconsciously. A girl covered in yellow mud stood not far away and looked at her. She was about to fall, and Jiang Ning rushed over and supported her. Daodu? Sister-in-law? Daodu smiled slowly, and her eyelids folded and she fainted. Daodu? Jiang Ning kept calling her, anxiously saying, Where is your brother? Where is your brother? She carried him into the empty tent next door, helped him change his muddy clothes, took some rainwater from outside, and secretly mixed warm water from the space to wipe Daodu's body clean. She had a severe fever, and there were all kinds of scars on her body. She was very thin. We had been apart for so long. How did she survive? Jiang Ning quickly fed her antipyretic medicine, seeing that she had a wound on her head. She gave her antibiotics. After settling Daodu, she hurried to the next tent. She just took a look and found that the people carried in did not match Huishan body shape. But she was lucky. If there was really no Huishan, Jiang Ning would never have thought that she would find Zheng Weili and Ding Qi. The 4 of them left Fengcheng earlier than her. So how come they were left behind? And were with Daodu? Doctor, how are they? I heard they were buried for a long time by the mudslide. One of them has an arm injury and has become infected. It's hard to say whether they can wake up. The doctor didn't have life-saving medicine and could only perform simple bandaging treatment. He was very busy and had no time to talk. So he asked Jiang Ning to leave. When they returned to the next tent, Daodu happened to wake up. Sister-in-law, where is my brother? Jiang Ning choked. He's not with you. Dowdu was also deeply shocked. My brother, Your brother will be fine. Jiang Ning comforted her and himself. As her chaotic consciousness gradually became clear, Dowdu asked anxiously, Sister-in-law. How are Sister Weili and Sister Aki? Zheng Weili was fine. But she was suffocated by lack of oxygen and had multiple injuries on her body. Ding Qi's condition was much more serious. Learning about Ding Qi's condition, Dowdu felt guilty and blamed herself. Sister Aki was injured because she was trying to save me. Not only was there a knife on her arm, but at the moment of the landslide, Ding Qi used her body to protect her in her arms. Jiang Ning was shocked to learn about the process of Dowdu's encounter with the two. She believed Zheng Weili would, but she didn't expect Ding Qi. Jiang Ning stayed in the tent for almost an hour, and Dowdu was exhausted. After taking the food and medicine, he fell asleep in a daze. Hearing no movement next door, she was worried about the safety of Zheng Weili and Ding Qi. So she opened the tent again and went in. Chapter 362. The doctor cleaned Ding Qi's external wounds and performed simple sutures. The rest was left to fate. Jiang Ning opened the thermos and fed her antipyretic medicine and antibiotics. After everything was done, she told the staff about the relationship between the few people and planned to take care of them personally. The staff did not object. So Jiang Ning took out the tent from the big backpack and set up a 2-bedroom, 1 living room tent next to it. It rained and there was water everywhere. She laid out moisture-proof cloth and used an inflatable mat. And then moved Zheng Weili and Ding Qi in. 2 people in 1 room. She and Dowdu in 1 room. The raindrops hitting the tent made a rustling sound. And it seemed to hit Jiang Ning's heart. Cold and lost. After rebirth, she did her best to prepare supplies, even if it meant training or taking risks to eliminate evil, just to control the right to choose in her own hands. But fighting against the sky is still so insignificant. A sandstorm can make the people or dogs she cares about disappear. Even if you dig 3 feet underground, you can't find them. This is a natural disaster, so unpredictable that it makes people collapse. No news is both good news and bad news. As the days go by, what are the chances of his survival? It only took half an hour from the rescue site to the resettlement camp. And it is not an exaggeration to say that there were corpses everywhere. Jiang Ning didn't want to think about it, but he couldn't help thinking. Could Wei Yishan be among them? Sister-in-law? Dowdu looked worried and cautious. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, took out a cold steamed bun from his bag and handed it over. It's okay. Your brother and Kaylai will be safe. Dowdu was hungry, but he couldn't eat the steamed bun in his hand. At night, the 2 of them lay on the air mattress, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. They both missed the same person and the same dog, but neither dared to say it easily, for fear of putting pressure on the other. Finally, Jiang Ning swallowed a melatonin and finally fell asleep. When he woke up, he felt dizzy and exhausted from the nightmare. The 2 hadn't woken up yet, but Ding Qi's high fever had subsided. But it was still a low fever. He was very confused and seemed to be mumbling something. Jiang Ning listened for a long time before she realized that she was calling Zhang Chao's name. It seemed that her sister was really moved, but she didn't know where Zhang Chao was. The rain outside was gradually easing. Jiang Ning gave antipyretics and antibiotics and asked Dowdu to stay to take care of the 2 of them, and at the same time pay attention to the newly rescued victims in the resettlement camp. She couldn't wait for news and wanted to go out to look for them again. Dowdu was anxious. Sister-in-law, I go with you. If we all leave, what if your brother comes and finds that we are not here, and rushes to look for us somewhere else? Firstly, it is safe to leave someone to wait. And secondly, it is too dangerous outside. I have space to adapt to the situation. I have too many concerns to take Dowdu with me, tortured by the sandstorm and mudslides. No matter how good the physical fitness is, it will be tossed. Dowdu is very weak now. If something happens to him when he is taken out, how can she explain to Hui Yishan? Dowdu is very sensible. Well, I will wait for my sister-in-law and brother to come back, and Kaylai will be fine. There is no surplus food in the resettlement camp. There are only 2 meals a day. Each meal is a fist-sized dough made of dried black moss, which can barely keep you from starving to death. And don't think about nutrition or filling your stomach. Jiang Ning left a few packs of compressed biscuits and told her to be safe and protect herself. The rain was lingering, and there was rotten yellow mud everywhere. But the water level was much lower than yesterday, and many potholes were exposed. It was difficult for boats to pass and people to walk. Not only was the efficiency reduced, but it was even more dangerous. If you were not careful, you might step into a deep pit. The resettlement camp was full of people waiting for their lost relatives. They were impatient and surrounded the staff, pestering them over and over again. The turbid water was the most dangerous. If you were stabbed by rusty iron, you would easily get tetanus. Huishan was trapped in this way in his previous life. Jiangning put on a one-piece raincoat and high-top rain boots. Seeing the rescuers just coming back, he took the opportunity to ask a few questions. "Brother, where have you been these days?" The rescuers told him the general direction. "Sister, it's too dangerous outside. I suggest you stay and wait. Don't let us come to rescue you when we can't find anyone. This kind of thing happens every day. Many people don't listen to the instructions and insist on going out to look for someone. As a result, they are exhausted." Jiang Ning denied. "I'm not going out. I'm just asking you guys for information." As soon as they left, she left the camp immediately. She found a deserted place, took out her phone to check the nearby map, and then entered the places where the rescuers had searched, and conducted appropriate investigations. Based on the terrain, she analyzed the direction of the sofa riot and the place where Huishan might have been scraped off, and went out with a try-and-see attitude. There was mud everywhere, deep and shallow, and if you weren't careful, you would slip. The first step was a shallow pit, and the next step was a deep puddle, and she almost fell in. This is the deterioration of the environment. The entire area has changed beyond recognition. Jiangning used a hiking stick to test the depth and moved forward at a snail's pace. After several days of search and rescue by the Wancheng authorities, fewer and fewer people were trapped outside. She walked for more than 2 hours in a row, and there was nothing but water and floating corpses. Around noon, a group of people came towards them on foot. They were particularly happy to see Jiangning and asked about the direction of the resettlement camp. This group of people met together to take refuge during the sandstorm. Since their luggage was not lost, they managed to survive by saving their teeth. Before they could wait for the rescue, the water level just dropped. So they came here by themselves, wanting to rest and replenish supplies in the resettlement camp before setting off. Jiangning told them the direction of the resettlement camp, and then described Huishan's appearance. "Have you seen him?" Everyone shook their heads. "No." Jiangning was unwilling to give up. "Have you seen a horse dog?" "Horse dog?" Everyone's memory was fuzzy, and they thought for a long time before they remembered what a horse dog looked like. It has been so many years since the end of the world, let alone a living dog. They have never even seen dog hair. Jiangning was disappointed, but he didn't dare to give up. A rumbling sound of a motor came from behind him, and a speedboat came from far away and suddenly rushed towards the hiking team. It made an exaggerated and rapid turn, and the muddy yellow mud water splashed towards them. Everyone was angry and couldn't help cursing. There were 2 people on the speedboat who looked less than 20 years old, and one of them was wearing camouflage clothes and a life jacket. Seeing that they dared to scold him, he pulled out a gun from his waist and fired several times, causing continuous screams, and some were even scared to squat with their heads in their hands. The boy laughed arrogantly. "Ha. Look at how cowardly they are. It's not a real gun. It's a rubber bullet. But it hurts when it hits you." 9 years after the end of the world. Judging from his dress, who else could be this arrogant and stupid guy except the second generation of the official? Since he didn't get mad at me. Jiangning didn't join in the fun and continued to move forward. Not long after, the speedboat passed by the river. After driving a few dozen meters away, it stopped again. The boy turned around and looked at Jiangning, saying in a frivolous tone, "This lady? You look really good." Chapter 363. Jiangning ignored him. The second generation rich should be thankful for his good luck. If it was sunny, he would have been torn into pieces by the devil. Seeing that she didn't say anything, the boy became even more arrogant. "Big sister, do you want to go on the boat to play? I have food and drinks here." As he said that, he shook the gun in his hand again. Jiangning treated him as if he didn't exist and continued to move forward. The boy was annoyed. It was always women who racked their brains to get close to him. It was rare that he took the initiative to chat with her, but she ignored him. He was immediately angry and wanted to go ashore to teach her a lesson. "Master, this is bad, isn't it?" The follower was somewhat helpless. "We came out secretly. It would be bad if we were discovered. We have already gone around. Why don't we go back earlier? Doc, I must deal with her today. The follower had no choice but to continue driving forward, trying to find a safe place to dock, who knew that the second-generation ancestor was shouting loudly, "Right now! Right now!" So, they had to dock nearby. Just as the second-generation ancestor was about to go ashore, the speedboat suddenly shook twice. The rubber under his feet deflated, and he stumbled twice and almost fell. The follower was horrified. Oh no! It's leaking. Due to the forced landing, the speedboat was cut by sharp objects in the water, and the gas leaked quickly. The boy was panicked immediately. He couldn't swim, and the water was very dirty, with corpses everywhere. Although he was arrogant and domineering at ordinary times, his brain turned quickly at the critical moment. He quickly grabbed the rope on the speedboat and threw it to the shore. "Miss, please help me pull it." The rope was thrown to Jiangning feet. Jiangning looked down at the thick hemp rope and kicked it into the river. The second-generation rich kid begged in panic. "Sister, I was wrong just now. I apologize to you. My father is the leader of Wancheng. I came here to help with the disaster relief. Please help me. I can give you the water and food on the boat." Jiangning ignored him and continued to move forward. Even disaster relief can be so arrogant, which shows how arrogant he is in normal times. Why save such a waste of food? Believe it or not, once rescued, he will return to his previous face. The deflated speedboat kept spinning and was washed farther and farther by the current. The boy went from begging to anger. He kept cursing, but he became more and more desperate. Jiangning crossed mountains and ridges and met several groups of trapped survivors. She would tell those who were kind-hearted the location of the resettlement camp. If anyone saw that she was alone and wanted to rob her, Jiangning would kill them with a knife. In the evening, she accidentally saw a simple cave. There was a woman with a dull expression in the cave, with dried blood at the corners of her mouth, and a corpse with a thigh bone exposed next to her. Jiangning did not approach, but took out a crossbow and shot. Judging from the clothes, it was not Huishan, but she couldn't help but step forward. The corpse was unfamiliar. Jiangning thought for a moment and finally fired the crossbow. The woman did not scream, but fell to the ground. She wanted to find a place to spend the night, but she remembered that Daodu was still in the resettlement camp, and Huishan was very likely to be rescued. She returned along the same route and arrived at the resettlement camp late at night. When she entered the camp, she found that Daodu was actually volunteering to help receive and settle the rescued survivors. When she saw Jiangning, her eyes lit up. But when she saw that her sister-in-law was alone, she couldn't help but feel a little sad again. "Sister-in-law?" She came forward and handed the kettle in her hand to Jiangning. "Drink some hot water." Jiangning still couldn't help. "Do you have any news?" "No." Daodu volunteered because she wanted to contact the rescued survivors as soon as possible, so as to find her brother in Keela. Every time a victim was sent to her, she was full of hope. But what she got in return was endless disappointment. Not wanting Jiangning to be sad again, she quickly diverted her attention. "Sister-in-law." Sister Weili woke up at noon and went out to look for someone in the afternoon. She hasn't come back yet. Sister Aki woke up in the evening, and her low fever has not subsided yet. I have given her medicine. Jiangning did not rush back to the tent. She rested at the door for a while, and then asked Daodu to go back to take care of Ding Qi. She got up and walked up the mountain. It took more than an hour to climb up the mountain in the dark. After making sure that there was no one around, she took out the fireworks from the space and stuck them in the ground, and lit them with a lighter. The colorful fireworks ignited flames on the ground, and then rushed into the pitch-black night, exploding into a cluster of flowers. Brilliant, dazzling, and gorgeous. The fireworks were bought from the sharp-mouthed monkey on the second spring festival when I met Huishan. At that time, the two were already lovers, and they took Daodu and Guzi to celebrate the new year, hoping to create some atmosphere for the new year. They bought a lot, and the unused ones were left in the space. If Huishan could see the fireworks, he would find the direction and would not go around in circles. The fireworks were too dazzling in the dark, so Jiangning did not dare to continue to set them off. He threw the firework tube into the space, dived into the darkness and left quickly. Back at the resettlement camp, many people were talking about the fireworks. What beautiful fireworks! Am I dreaming? Who is so powerful that he can still produce fireworks after so many years in the end of the world? Dad, were those fireworks just now? Amazing! Jiang Ning had just arrived at the tent when she bumped into Zheng Weili coming back from outside. She looked depressed and had returned empty-handed. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The feeling is indescribable. Only those who have lost the person they care about the most will understand. Ding Qi woke up and learned that Jiang Ning had given her the medicine. Her expression was a little complicated. Aining, you saved me again. Who can say whether she can save him or not? If it weren't for her, Dao might not be safe and sound. This kind of thing is hard to calculate at all. But she was really grateful to Ding Qi for helping her at the critical moment. If Dao really had to suffer, Huaishan would not be able to get over it. Ding Qi looked at Jiang Ning. I am not a good person, but I am grateful. I saved Dao just to repay your kindness. As a result, he owed her again. Don't talk about whether it is owed or not. We are all friends. Some favors are just a small effort. But you protected Dao with your life. Jiang Ning was moved and smiled at her. Ding Qi. Thank you so much. Ding Qi knew that Jiang Ning didn't like her. And the previous care was for Zhang Chao. But it was beneficial after all. She had been thinking about repaying. But she never found the right opportunity. She didn't like to owe others. But Jiang Ning's sincerity made her feel relieved. The three women sat in the tent, talking about their experiences, and then comforted each other. Even we made it through. They will definitely be fine. After not sleeping much that night, they still got up early the next day. Ding Qi's fever subsided, and she insisted on going out to find someone. The three did not go together, but divided the work and cooperated. Jiang Ning crossed out the places she had found and rearranged them. Dao continued to stay as a volunteer. A new day. Went out with hope, but returned in despair. Every time Jiang Ning came back, he would quietly set off fireworks, afraid of being discovered and dared not to be in the same place. But they were always very close to the resettlement camp. The fireworks were very short, and he might not be able to find them. But as long as he set them off a few more times, maybe he would always find them. On the fourth day, Jiang Ning went out early, and Dao opened his mouth several times, but he couldn't say a word. In fact, the rescue team had decided to stop the rescue. They said that the possibility of those who had been missing for so many days being alive was extremely slim. Dao cried secretly, not daring to let Jiang Ning see her tears. The sky was slightly bright, and the air was filled with thick fog, and the vision was not very clear. Jiang Ning was in severe pain during her menstrual period, but she didn't dare to stop, fearing that she would go crazy. Faintly, it seemed that something was moving slowly in the fog. Chapter 364. Jiang Ning stopped and stared at it vigilantly. The mass of things was hiding in the fog, moving from time to time. Jiang Ning took out a flashlight and shone a strong light. It was a pair of eyes. The body was hiding behind the rock. Only half of the head was exposed, and the ears seemed to move. Jiang Ning moved the flashlight and confirmed that it was a pair of eyes. A pair of eyes that did not belong to humans. With vigilance, confusion, fatigue, and stubbornness, she instantly burst into tears and choked. Coke? The head in the fog moved, and the body trembled and stood out from behind the rock. Woo! 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 It started out walking, then ran, stumbling into Jiang Ning's arms. It was very thin, so thin that it was just skin and bones, and it felt like its head was going to fall off. It was weak and limping, with pus oozing from several places on its body. If it weren't for the familiar eyes, Jiang Ning wouldn't have recognized it even if it stood in front of him. There was a long cut on its stomach, which had been sutured with needle and thread. It had scabbed over, but the stitches hadn't been removed. It was obvious how badly it was injured. Who else could suture its wound except Huaishan? Jiang Ning broke down emotionally, hugged the dog and choked up. Cole, where is Huaishan? Tell me, where is he? Woo woo woo. The dog threw himself into her arms and cried, without even the strength to struggle. The claws were scratched, bleeding and pus, and no one knew what supported it to come here. It was fireworks. It saw fireworks. After crying, the dog bit her clothes and dragged them desperately, making a sad sound in his throat, ignoring the extreme pain of the festering claws. His body was even more shaky. Seeing it limping, stubbornly and anxiously walking in front, Jiang Ning felt very uncomfortable, and took a few quick steps to carry it on his back. Tell me, where can I find Huaishan? After being trained by the trainer for many years, the dog still understands human words, and is smart enough to point the way with his paws. Go left. Go forward. Carrying the dog on his back. He stuffed hot dumplings into its mouth. And its favorite legs. The dog rubbed his eyes with his paws while eating. And the sad sound in his mouth became louder and louder. Jiang Ning heard that Hui Yishan was in danger. She was anxious and her steps became faster and faster. At the fork in the road, it was unclear which direction was going. The dog jumped down in a hurry and led the way stubbornly despite the injury on his paws, walking faster and faster, and even running in the end. The sandstorm buried the road, and the mudslide and rainstorm redefined the terrain. The dog walked in the mud and waded through the muddy and dangerous river. After twisting and turning, passing through several dangerous places with mudslides, it took 2 hours to arrive in front of a simple cave. There were more than 10 corpses around the cave, many of which had rotted and stank, but a few of them could barely be seen, with bite marks all over their bodies, and their throats torn open. They were fresh, and they were done by the dog. As for the old ones, they were most likely killed by Hui Yishan. He and it were protecting each other. Standing in front of the cave, Jiang Ning's heart was in her throat. She didn't dare to go in, fearing that the result would not be what she wanted. The dog was anxious. Woof! Jiang Ning took a deep breath, lowered her head, and bent over to crawl in. The cave was dark, and the exploring hand touched the first aid kit, which was empty. Going further in, it was so narrow that I couldn't even lift my head. It was difficult for a person to crawl in when he was injured. It was probably that the dog had Hui deep inside. It crawled in on its stomach, biting the clothes and trying to pull them out. Jiang Ning felt it. A cold hand. Her heart skipped a beat. She didn't dare to pull it, fearing that it would break. Jiang Ning reached out to touch it, and felt Hui Yishan's face, which was only skin and bones. His forehead was burning, and his body and feet were extremely cold. At this moment, tears blurred her vision. She finally found him. Now was not the time to be sad. Jiang Ning put him and the dog into the space. The darkness disappeared, and the light was a little dazzling. She could see Hui Yishan clearly. His cold and handsome features disappeared, leaving only a pale and skinny body. He was so thin that he looked unrecognizable, and his breathing was intermittent. Jiang Ning examined his body with her own hands. His waist was injured, and there was a big wound on his leg, which had already rotted in maggots. He was injured in many places, but he gave the medicine to the dog, sutured it, and gave it a chance to live. He obviously injured his waist and couldn't move, but he still had to deal with those people who coveted dog meat. She couldn't imagine how he survived these 10 days. Jiang Ning fed him some glucose water, took medicine and injections, took out the medicine box, and started to clean the wound on his thigh. After anesthesia, he carefully cut out the rotten meat, cleaned the wound and sutured it. She might not feel anything when cutting off someone else's flesh, but the target was Hui Yishan, who was infected and in danger of death at any time. Jiang Ning's hand holding the scalpel was shaking. It had been more than 10 days, and this was already a miracle. If it were someone else, they might have cut it off long ago. He might have been waiting to hand the dog to her personally. His eyes were stinging, and Jiang Ning took a deep breath desperately. After treating the external injuries, he began to check his horrible back. The dog kept groaning outside the door, and the sound was equally complicated, as if he was both self-blaming and guilty. Jiang Ning spent several hours to treat his injuries all over his body. The fever subsided and came back again, and at the most dangerous time. His heartbeat was not working. She immediately performed first aid and injected adrenaline. During the injection, Jiang Ning's heart struggled violently. She was not a professional doctor, although she had learned a lot from academician Li and Ma Guangyan. She studied Chinese medicine, but if she didn't inject, she knew Hui Yishan would not survive. A shot of cardiac stimulant. In fact, she had no choice. Hui Yishan, you have to hold on. You have a wife, a sister, and Coke. You can't abandon us. She held his hand tightly and shouted over and over again. Guzi broke the door and ran in, circling around the bed anxiously. Jiang Ning accompanied him, mumbling. He didn't know what he said, but it felt like he had said everything in his life. Perhaps he was not destined to die. His heartbeat gradually stabilized. He continued to feed him glucose and a small bowl of porridge. His life could be in danger at any time, so Jiang Ning stayed by his side all the time. When he was sleepy, he would lie down beside him and take a nap. When he was awake, he would talk in his ear. He set the alarm clock and fed him medicine and soup on time. Jiang Ning was guarding Huishan, and the dog was guarding the shit scooper. Seeing her in a trance, it stretched out its injured paw. Jiang Ning blamed herself and felt guilty, and hurriedly treated the dog wound. After treating the two paws, she fed a few medicines and removed the sutures on its stomach. Accustomed to fighting, the dog was not afraid of pain, and its bright eyes looked back and forth at Huishan and Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning stroked its head. "Kola, thank you for always guarding him." Seeing that the trainer was still unconscious, the dog made a sad sound and stayed with the shit scooper. Jiang Ning felt sorry for the suffering it had endured during this period, and gently stroked the dog's head. "Go to sleep peacefully. I take care of you this time." The dog understood her words and closed his eyes to rest. In the second half of the night, Huishan's condition finally stabilized, and the dog did not have a fever. Jiang Ning then closed his heavy eyelids. "I don't know how long I slept." And in a daze, Jiang Ning was pushed awake. "Woof!" The dog pushed. The voice was urgent, and the tail was shaking desperately. Chapter 365. Jiang Ning sat up and found a pair of eyes staring at her. She rubbed the corners of her eyes and confirmed that it was Huishan. The four looked at each other, and neither of them was willing to look away. "Aining? Am I dreaming?" The voice was extremely hoarse. Jiang Ning smiled, but it was uglier than crying. "Huishan, do you want to die?" Huishan was fuzzy, and it took him a long time to wake up. He held Jiang Ning's hand, and this time he really held it, and it was extremely warm. Jiang Ning stroked his thin and pale face. "Why are you so stupid to give the medicine to Coke?" Huishan covered her hand and said after a long while, "Coke is what you care about the most. I wanted to be alive and accompany you, and always accompany you for me. If he wasn't sick." Jiang Ning really wanted to slap him. "Huishan, you should love yourself the most. If you don't even love yourself, how can you love others?" Huishan didn't refute her, but just looked at her quietly, unwilling to move his eyes away. Jiang Ning gently leaned on his chest. "Promise me, don't be so stupid in the future. Okay. Remember to love yourself." "Well, I listen to you." The two of them hugged each other gently, unwilling to separate for a moment. Feeling that she was crying, Huishan rubbed Jiang Ning's head. "How did you find me?" "It was Coke." Jiang Ning leaned on his shoulder. "It saw the fireworks I set off and came here through many obstacles. After taking a nutrient injection and drinking some nourishing soup." Seeing that he was in a better spirit, Jiang Ning asked, "What happened between you and Coke?" Huishan's memory was far away. He did not hold his sister's hand, but he hugged Coke, who knew that the power of the sandstorm was too great, and he and the dog were blown away. When he woke up, he was injured in many places, and Kaylee's stomach was cut by flying rocks. The man and the dog were knocked away several times while avoiding the storm, and his thigh was scratched. He stumbled and groped his way to the shelter, and it was unknown how long he walked before he found a cave to take shelter. What happened next was similar to what Jiang Ning had guessed. The wind and sand continued, and there was not enough emergency medicine for one man and one dog. He sewed up the dog wound and gave up most of the food and water. As more and more survivors took refuge, they began to think about Kaylee. He killed several people, but the infection in his wound worsened, and he could no longer hold on. Huishan held on until the sandstorm stopped, but his body could no longer move. So he had to let Kaylee go. But Kaylee didn't leave, but instead protected him. Huishan, who was in a coma, had no idea what happened later. He didn't expect that Kaylee would not only protect him, but would even try to save himself. Perhaps this was destined. If it hadn't seen the fireworks, Huishan would never have woken up again. Huishan stroked the dog's head. "Good dog." The dog suddenly collapsed and whimpered. After comforting the dog, Huishan tried to sit up and asked nervously, "Where is Daodu?" "Don't worry about Daodu. She is a volunteer in the resettlement camp and will take good care of herself." Jiang Ning also wanted to rush back, but he and the dog were too weak. It would be difficult to take care of them with so many people, especially with a dog. He would become the target of public criticism. Unconsciously, he had been in the space for 3 days, but Jiang Ning was still quite confident in Daodu. She is very sensible and will not run around. Before leaving, she reminded him not to worry too much even if she didn't come back for a few days. She promised Daodu that she would definitely bring Huishan back. Don't worry. Wait until you and Kayleigh's injuries are better. Then it won't be too late to go back. He had been in this state for more than 10 days without medical care, medicine, or food, and even a strong body couldn't stand it. Jiang Ning took good care of him, paying attention to his condition and adjusting his medication in time. A weak body cannot be supplemented, and fruits and meals should be properly matched, and milk and eggs are indispensable. After 2 days of raising Daodu, Hui Yishan was really worried about him. Jiang Ning had no choice but to take him and the dog out of the space. Even with masks, the cave was still stinking and full of rotting corpses. The 2 men and the dog covered their mouths and noses and climbed out carefully. Hui Yishan not only injured his thigh, but also sprained his waist, and couldn't walk at all. After the baptism of sandstorms and heavy rains, it was unrealistic to drive the intact car back. Taking 2 injured people back, there might be danger on the road. Jiang Ning found a secluded place to hide Hui Yishan and Kayleigh, leaving food, water and weapons. You wait here. I bring Daodu here. Hui Yishan's injury was no joke, and he would need to recover for a long time. He warned, Aining, be careful on the road. After 5 days away, Jiang Ning was also worried about Daodu, and hurried back all the way. The rain stopped, and the sun came out, and the road was much easier to walk than before. Her legs were too slow, so she found a rusty bicycle in the space, and pedaled hard to rush to the resettlement camp. The road was very bumpy, but we finally arrived after rushing. The resettlement camp was being dismantled, and many survivors had already left. Jiang Ning then learned that the rescue mission in Wancheng had been officially terminated a few days ago, and these few days were for the survivors to recuperate. The rescue mission was completed, and they had to go home. The Wancheng government was only responsible for humanitarian rescue, and as for the subsequent future of the survivors, they had to make their own decisions, and no one could make decisions for them. Who knew that many people refused to leave and even quarreled with the staff. Those who didn't find their relatives wanted the staff to continue to help them look for them. If even the resettlement camp was withdrawn, where should they wait? Some died and were left alone, unable to survive on their own. If the resettlement camp was still there, they would at least have 2 wild vegetable doughs a day. The sounds of crying, cursing, and fighting intertwined into a tragedy in the world. Some even committed suicide on the spot. It was really lively. Jiang Ning searched among the crowd. The shadows of Daodu and Zheng Weili came into view, followed by the injured Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. Especially Zhang Chao. His foot seemed to be sprained. Ding Qi was holding him up beside him. The natural disaster was raging, but the 4 people were still alive and well, which was something to be happy about. Jiang Ning was about to come over, but a camouflage boy suddenly blocked their way and reached out to grab Daodu. Zheng Weili didn't even blink, and threw a fist at him. You're born with a good life, but it's endless, right? The boy's mouth was twisted, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The next moment, he took out a gun from his pocket, pointed it at Zheng Weili's head, and shouted arrogantly, Don't be shameless. Believe it or not, I'd blow your head off. Several followers rushed forward and surrounded the crowd. Jiang Ning narrowed her eyes. The arrogant boy looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. She quickly remembered that this was the guy who had played tricks on the survivors by the river last time and wanted to go ashore to teach her a lesson. But his speedboat was slashed. He didn't drown? Good people don't live long, but evil people are left for thousands of years. As the son of a disaster relief leader, it's fine if he doesn't set an example, but his attitude is so arrogant and domineering. He is really a good son who betrays his father. Jiang Ning walked over calmly. Chapter 366. Having lived with Hui Yishan for a long time, Jiang Ning was also very familiar with guns, and could tell at a glance that the one in his hand was a fake. However, even if it was a rubber bullet, it would still be life-threatening if it was fired at Zheng Weili's temple, who knew that Zheng Weili was fierce, and suddenly raised her hand to sweep away his gun and punched him in the stomach. The speed was too fast, and the arrogant boy had no time to react, and fell to the ground in pain. The 2 groups quickly fought. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were injured, and Ding Qi's arm was not healed. It was Zheng Weili and Daodu who fought. The boy was so angry that he took out another gun from his pocket and shot at Zheng Weili's head. Oh no! This one is real. Jiang Ning moved faster and pulled the trigger at his arm. There was a loud bang, and then it was quiet. The boy's gun fell to the ground, and he rolled over. covering his bloody arm. Jiang Ning walked over, stepped on his chest, and hit him hard on the head with the butt of the gun, saying coldly, "Do you really think you are the boss?" The frightened 5 or 6 followers recovered and said angrily, "You are so bold. Do you know who he is?" "No matter who he is. He was born and raised by his parents." Jiang Ning glanced at him coldly. "Since his parents don't care, naturally someone else will discipline him." She raised the gun in her hand. "Do you also want to taste the taste of peanuts?" Everyone was furious, but they were afraid of the gun in her hand. Seeing Jiang Ning, Daodu's heart finally settled down. "Sister-in-law," Jiang Ning said. "What's going on?" Daodu's face turned red with anger, and he hesitated and didn't speak. Zheng Weili scolded, "You dog who hasn't even grown all his hair yet dared to set his sights on Daodu, flirted with her several times, and wanted to force Daodu to go back to Wancheng. What? The young man she and Hua Yishan had carefully nurtured for so many years was actually favored by a playboy?" Jiang Ning was so excited that she almost blew his head off. "Stop it!" the middle-aged man shouted hoarsely. Jiang Ning looked up and saw him walking quickly with several staff members around him. The followers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the man coming. Without saying a word, they complained, "Uncle Jiang, these evil people are lawless. Not only do they not appreciate your help, they not only openly beat young Master Jiang, but also dare to shoot. If you hadn't shown up in time, young Master Jiang would have been beaten to death by these evil people." The dandy howled like a pig being slaughtered. "Dad? Dad? Save me. I'm dying." Jiang Ning kicked him and almost broke his chin. And he howled again. The man frowned when he saw his son being beaten, and the staff hurried over to stop him. Jiang Ning raised the gun in his hand. "Who dares to touch me?" The man stepped forward and shouted. "What happened?" "If I guess correctly, he should be the person in charge of this disaster relief," Jiang Ning said coldly. "Comrade Jiang?" "Right." The man nodded. "Yes, I am the person in charge of this rescue. Put down the gun first. If you have anything to say, please talk to me nicely, and don't be impulsive." Jiang Ning still held the gun. "I am very grateful to the officials of Wancheng for their assistance to the survivors, and for taking care of my family. I believe you are an enthusiastic and responsible comrade. Otherwise you would not insist on working despite your illness. You are a good person, but a negligent father. Do you know what your son has done?" After speaking, she kicked the gun that fell on the ground towards him. When the man saw the gun, his face suddenly changed. This bastard actually dared to steal his gun. "Just now, your son almost shot my friend in the head with a gun, just because she stopped your son from bullying my sister-in-law in broad daylight." The man was shocked and stared at his son, who fell to the ground. A few days ago, he went out to play in a speedboat and bullied the survivors passing by. He not only shot at them crazily with rubber bullets, but also teased me afterwards. I considered that you were the leader of the rescue and selflessly rescued so many survivors. I had to give him face, so I didn't teach him a lesson at that time. Unexpectedly, he not only did not reflect on himself, but became even worse. If I had shot him at the beginning, what happened today would not have happened at all. After saying that, Jiang Ning looked at the man coldly. "It's the father's fault for not raising and educating the child. You have done a great service in rescuing the child despite being ill, and we are grateful. But can the merits and faults be offset by indulging your son in bullying the people and girls?" The man was so angry that his liver hurt, and he shouted at his son, "Is this true? How could the boy dare to admit it?" "No, this is a false accusation. Dad, don't listen to their nonsense." Judging from the man's reaction, Jiang Ning guessed that he knew his son was not a good person. "Comrade Jiang, this is the end of the world. If you can't teach him how to behave, someone will teach him for you. That's right. If the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. Your son is not a good person." Someone in the crowd spoke angrily. "You came out to rescue the disaster as a job. Not only did you bring your son, but you also invited the children of the rich and powerful. They are bullying us and calling us refugees who waste food. They also humiliated us for living worse than pigs and dogs and saying that we should just die. That's right. Yesterday your son put on a show by giving us relief dough. He not only mixed sand into it but also spit on it, saying that we would eat it even if it was smeared with shit. How old is the girl? Your son is so cruel that he wants to take her back to play with her. He is really a beast worse than pigs and dogs. You are still a leader. How dare you be a leader after raising such a son? Hypocritical. Do you really treat us as human beings? Bah! For a time, the crowd was indignant. The onlookers not only stood up to accuse the arrogant second-generation officials, but also criticized the leaders of the resettlement camp. The resettlement camp has been disbanded. They have nowhere to go. And they can no longer get relief food. How can they tolerate it? The pain of losing their loved ones. The confusion and despair about the future. Thinking about the humiliation they have suffered in the past few days. All the complex emotions in their hearts were ignited. All turned into a group of violent artillery fire, constantly attacking the father and son. The man is busy with work, and the son's education has always been handled by the daughter-in-law. It is indeed a bit unreasonable to be spoiled by the family. But no one expected it to be so bad. He was temporarily assigned to rescue. But he fell ill as soon as he arrived. But there were people everywhere waiting for rescue. 1 minute earlier, there was more hope. He had to deploy the entire disaster relief. And he was working with illness. So he had no time to take care of his son even if he came here on his own. Let alone dispatching personnel to send him back to Wancheng. But he knew his son's character. So he repeatedly warned his son not to cause trouble. And his son agreed, and even sincerely offered to volunteer to help. He was comforted, thinking that his son had seen the sufferings of the world and had begun to mature and grow up. But he didn't know. You can't know your son. Even if the idiot refuses to admit it. You can guess it from his expression. The man was so ashamed that he grabbed his son's collar and dragged him up. And slapped him twice. Chapter 367. The man hit the boy hard. Blood came out of the corner of his mouth. And he was completely stunned, facing his father's angry eyes. He covered his face, and dared not to argue. The man took a series of deep breaths to calm down, and bowed deeply to the crowd. I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't teach my son well, and I caused you trouble. I apologize to everyone here. The anger of the crowd could not be calmed down. But they also knew that the mistake was made by the second-generation rich. And the resettlement camp did save a lot of people. And they were also the beneficiaries. The leader was always in charge of the rescue, and even came to comfort him in the rain. He is a good person. But his son is bad. After thinking about it, they stopped making trouble despite their grievances. Jiang Ning had no intention of getting entangled. Besides, the people in the resettlement camp were all his people. If they really wanted to get serious, he would be at a disadvantage because he had fewer people. She looked at Daodu. Did you get bullied? Daodu shook his head. No. Jiang Ning gave up. Since my sister-in-law is fine, let's forget about it today. But if there is a next time, I will not show mercy. The man thanked him and slapped his son twice. You idiot. Why don't you apologize? Under the pressure of his father's authority, the playboy had to bite the bullet and say, I'm sorry. Jiang Ning said coldly. I can't hear you. Speak louder. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He said sorry, but his eyes were full of hatred. Jiang Ning pretended not to see it and let the man take his son away. Seeing her come back, Zheng Weili and others breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked with concern, Have you found Brother Shen? Jiang Ning looked at them and shook his head with a complicated expression. No. Aining. Don't worry. Lu Yu comforted. Brother Shen is so powerful. He will definitely be fine. It is probably the same as our situation. And he was delayed by injury. The four drove out of Fengcheng. But they didn't expect the car to break down just after leaving the city. It took a long time to repair it. And then, they continued on the road. When people are unlucky, even drinking water is stuck in their teeth. And the road was blocked by refugees who robbed them halfway. The other party was a whole village fleeing together. Dozens of people blocked the car, picked up stones and smashed the glass crazily, and even tried to overturn the car, just to force a few people to get out of the car. Ding Qi was furious and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, hoping to kill them. But the engine broke down again and couldn't start. The car window was smashed, and Zhang Chao shot and killed a few people. But there were too many of them. Finally, a few people were forced to get off and took out their weapons to fight them. Unexpectedly, a sandstorm suddenly hit, and Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were closer to the car. So they got into the car to avoid the storm. The car was overturned, and the two people hugged the supplies tightly to escape. But they were still ruthlessly blown away. Zhang Chao sprained his foot and suffered multiple injuries. Lu Yu was not much better off. and was hit by a flying rock and suffered a concussion. The two were separated, but fortunately the supplies were not lost, and they survived. Later, the wind and sand gradually subsided, and he endured the pain to find people. They were not separated very far, and the two met first. Unexpectedly, a rainstorm came, and there were mudslides everywhere. The two were first trapped by the river, and then they went in the wrong direction and got farther and farther away. Speaking of it, it's all sad tears. But no matter what, although it took a lot of time, they were reunited in the end. Now, only Hoishin and Kayley have no news. The resettlement camp was disbanded, but they can continue to look for them, and they will definitely find Brothershin and Kayley. Zhang Chao did not consider his sprained foot. Yes, there is strength in numbers. We can find them if we look separately, looking at them who were also injured. It would be a lie to say that Jiang Ning was not moved. But she could not tell the truth. Huishin's injury was serious, and he needed the best treatment and care. If he traveled with Zhang Chao, Lu Yu and others, the bumpy journey would only make his injury worse at any time. Thank you. Jiang Ning hugged the four people. You are injured and sick, and you can't even take care of yourself. So I won't bother you. Lu Yu was stunned. Aining, do you think we are a burden? Nonsense. Jiang Ning rolled his eyes at him. Look at yourselves. It takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone. If you really let you go out to look for him with illness and injuries, don't let your injuries get worse when you fail to find him. Zheng Weili also insisted. How can friends care so much? Besides, you and Brothershin have helped us so much. Now he is missing. How can we rest assured? Jiang Ning accepted their kindness. I have been looking outside for a few days, and I have found out some news. A group of survivors said they saw someone who looked like Huishin and seemed to be heading west. I don't know whether what they said is true or not. Nor do I know why Huishin went west. But I want to take Daodu there to try his luck. It happened that I found a bicycle on the road. So I took Daodu and chased after it to see if I could find him and Kayley. It won't take much time if we go there and come back quickly. Your mission is to take care of yourself. Do you want to go to Huicheng with the majority? Or find a place to heal your wounds first and then make plans? The four people's car was lost. But fortunately Zhang Chao and Lu Yu rescued the supplies. And Zheng Weili and Ding Qi also found some supplies from the cave. So their lives were better than those of ordinary survivors. Lu Yu's concussion had not healed, and he felt dizzy and nauseous if he stood for a long time. After more than 10 days, everyone was weak and really couldn't stand the tossing. But thinking that Aining ran around the world to find Brothershin, and he couldn't help at the critical moment, it would be a lie to say that he was not sad. Jiang Ning accepted their kindness. You saved Daodu and protected her just now, which is the biggest help. Take good care of yourself in the future. We may have a chance to meet again. In the end of the natural disaster, it is a luxury to meet again after separation. Jiang Ning looked at his friend who grew up together. His eyes were a little moist. You must take care of yourself. The four people felt heavy in their hearts, and hugged and said goodbye. Aining, no matter whether we can meet again in the future, you must live well. Jiang Ning nodded, and did not forget to remind, pay attention to the dude just now. He doesn't look like a good person. I'm afraid he will cause trouble for you. Such scum. Just let them come. If he hadn't been born into a good family, he would have died 800 times. Jiang Ning rode a bicycle and took Daodu away. Zhang Chao and others stood on the hillside, looking at her disappearing shadow with mixed feelings. Ding Qi stood beside him. Don't worry. Aining is a capable person. No matter where she goes, she will live better than us. Zheng Weili looked at the three people who were injured. No matter what the future holds, we must live well. Lu Yu said. Should we find a place to recuperate now? Or go directly to Huicheng? Let's find a place to recuperate. Zhang Chao thought. When we feel better, let's go to Huicheng and look for Brothershin. The other three had no objection, and they carried their things and supported each other as they left. Jiang Ning was eager to go home, and pedaled the bicycle so fast that he almost threw Daodu off the back seat. Daodu endured the discomfort and said, Sister-in-law, where are we going now? Chapter 368. Jiang Ning was in a good mood, pedaling faster and faster. Take you somewhere. Daodu felt relieved. She thought her sister-in-law was in danger because she hadn't come back for several days. Sister-in-law, I wasn't bullied. With no outsiders around, she explained to Jiang Ning. Last night, I secretly put a sack on that man and beat him. But I didn't hit him in the face. He has offended so many people. He would never guess that I was the one who beat him. If he hadn't waited for his brother and sister-in-law to come back, he wouldn't have lived to this day. Well done. Jiang Ning didn't expect to raise a white cut black. And finally, he put down his worries. Daodu, you have grown up. You can make your own decisions when you encounter things in the future. And put your own safety and life first. Daodu was very happy to be praised. And it would be great if his brother was there. The bicycle raced for almost an hour. And just when Daodu's bones were about to be broken, he finally arrived. The dog noticed the movement and ran out to greet him. The moment he saw Kayley, Daodu's tears burst out. And he ran over to hug the dog and refused to let go. Cole, are you okay? She was so worried. Woof. Daodu was anxious and held the excited dog tightly. Where's my brother? The dog bit her trouser leg and dragged her to a hidden place. After more than 10 days of separation, the brother and sister were able to meet each other. Daodu almost rushed over. Brother. Jiang Ning quickly reminded. Don't. Your brother is injured. Daodu couldn't stop crying. She thought her brother might be gone countless times. Unexpectedly, her sister-in-law could really find him. She was cautious and worried. Brother, where are you injured? Not wanting her to worry, Weishan smiled and said, It's okay. It will be fine in a few days. The place they found was quite secluded. And no one would come unless there was something special. Jiang Ning took the RV out of the space while Daodu was not paying attention. The sister-in-law and the sister-in-law worked together to carry Huishan into the RV. The RV was very new, and it was too eye-catching. Jiang Ning sprayed 2 buckets of mud on the outside of the car body, so that there would be an excuse even if someone saw it. Daodu and Guzi climbed up the hillside and used a telescope to observe the surroundings. After half a day, she walked down the hillside and said solemnly, Sister-in-law, we are being followed. Jiang Ning frowned. Those playboys in the resettlement camp. Daodu nodded, blaming herself for causing trouble to her brother and sister-in-law. Jiang Ning looked up at the sky. It was almost dark. She went to the hillside to investigate, and indeed found a shadow walking back and forth in the opposite valley. Aren't those standing there with a cigarette in their crooked mouths playboys? He is so capable that he even stole his father's gun. And he actually wants to deal with others. He won't take the road to heaven. And he will break into hell without a door. He is so anxious to reincarnate. How can I not help him? There were 8 people in total. Jiang Ning took out 2 sniper rifles from his backpack and gave one to Daodu. Put on the silencer. Aim skillfully. And deal with 4 people each. Hundreds of meters away, Dandy took a deep puff of cigarette. His arm wrapped in white gauze and hung up. The pain after the operation to remove the bullet made him extremely irritable. Have you checked it out? Is the stinky woman really in there? The lackey said truthfully. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. We are keeping a close eye on her. There is absolutely no way we can make a mistake. She has not come out since she went in. The playboy had never been humiliated like this. This bitch almost made him lose his life twice. And his face was beaten into a pig's head by his own father. He must kill her and cut her into pieces. He spit the cigarette on the ground and stomped it out with his foot. The bitch is yours. Daodu is mine. A few people laughed and said, Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. We will serve her well. Although they said it, they still had a clear mind. The bitch has a gun in her hand. And she seems to be quite good at fighting. Your gun has been taken away. Would it be too reckless for us to rush in like this? As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked. If you are a coward, get out. The henchman in the flowered shirt took out a gun and handed it to the playboy flatteringly. Anyone who dares to show disrespect to young Master Jiang will die. Hitting his face is hitting our faces. We must deal with him today. The playboy took the gun and found that there were only 2 bullets in it. But it was enough. He was wearing a bulletproof vest and brought so many people with him. How could the stinky woman be so powerful? He was careless before and didn't dodge. This time, I will definitely make her crawl like a maggot and lick like a dog. When it gets dark, we will surround her and make her cry for her father. Mom. Before the dude finished speaking, the man in the flowered shirt beside him fell down. Flowers bloomed on his forehead, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. Dead? He still died with his eyes open. Fuck. Who the hell is so awesome? He shot her in the head. They were shocked at first. Then, they reacted and exclaimed, Run. They were no longer as arrogant as before. And they ran away like sprinters, leaving the dude behind. They were fast. But the bullets were faster. Without any surprise, they fell one after another. And they didn't even have the chance to wail after being shot in the head. It was like the game of the god of death. The invisible sickle swung down, harvesting lives in an instant. The dandy was so scared that his hands and feet trembled. And he couldn't even hold the gun. And it fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing his companions' foreheads burst, he ran away with a pale face. After running a few steps, his thigh suddenly felt extremely painful, and his body fell heavily to the ground. As expected of being taught strictly by Huishan, Dowdu was accurate with a sniper rifle. What surprised Jiang Ning was that everyone else was killed instantly. But she only spared the life of the playboy. The little girl finally grew up and had her own ideas. Jiang Ning did not intervene, letting her solve it herself. Seeing the playboy get up from the ground and try to escape with his bloody thigh, Dowdu pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet hit his other thigh, and he howled like a pig being slaughtered. This time he really couldn't stand up. And if he wanted to escape, he could only crawl on the ground like a maggot. The two got up and walked towards him slowly. The setting sun was like blood, dragging the shadows long. The playboy tried desperately to climb, but found himself shrouded by a shadow. He turned over painfully, and saw Jiang Ning and Dowdu falling from the sky. One with cold eyes, and the other with soft and sweet looks. The incarnation of the Black Widow and the beautiful angel. No, they are the real demons. With no hope of escape, the playboy glanced at the pistol that fell on the ground in a hurry, and rolled over to pick it up, and then take the initiative to kill them. However, it was just a little bit short. His fingertips had already reached the gun, but his hand was stepped on. His fingers were connected to his heart, and he screamed in pain. Dowdu bent down to pick up the gun and looked at him with a smile. The gun danced in her hand. His pupils were dilated with shock. The best gun master he had ever seen was nothing compared to her. The playboy realized that it was fake. Everything about her was fake. She was so cute. She was a demon who killed people without blinking an eye. Chapter 369. The playboy realized it late and said in panic, "Did you hit me last night?" "Yes," Dowdu said softly. "I spared your life last night. But you became even more violent. It really makes me angry. I didn't mean it. I really didn't know it was you. Please give me another chance." Dowdu shook his head and refused. "I have already given you a chance. But it's a pity that you are useless." Although the playboy is usually arrogant, he is also a flexible person. He quickly said nice things to beg for mercy. "My father is a senior official in Wancheng. He saved many people during the disaster relief. You also received a lot of care from him. He only has me as his son. Can you spare me for his sake?" Dowdu has her own principles. "Well, uncle is a good man, so sister-in-law will spare your life. I didn't kill you last night, but you didn't appreciate it at all and insisted on killing us." She smiled at him, but her voice was cold and ruthless. "Besides, your father is your father, and you are you. You can't be confused." The playboy was scared. "I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Dowdu, please be kind and treat me like a fart." Dowdu shook his head. "I don't like farting. It will smell." Seeing her clear eyes gradually revealing murderous intent, Wan Ku knew that she would really kill him. He was so scared that he desperately crawled on the ground and shouted desperately, "Dad, save me. Save me." Unfortunately, there was no one around for several kilometers, so it was useless even if he shouted at the top of his lungs. Dowdu watched him crawling in a panic, and waited until he was completely swallowed by despair. Then he raised his gun. It was still his brother teaching. Headshot. Jiang Ning did not intervene throughout the process, but was on guard outside. This was Dowdu's emotion, and he needed a channel to vent. Jiang Ning walked over and patted her shoulder. "Dowdu, you are not wrong. You did a good job." Dowdu took a deep breath and suddenly hugged Jiang Ning. "Thank you, sister-in-law." There was a river not far away, and the two dragged the body and threw it into the river, not forgetting to erase the traces. For safety reasons, they moved to a new place overnight and began to live in seclusion in the mountains. Hui Yishan was seriously injured, and Jiang Ning racked her brains to treat him. Waist massage, acupuncture, and plaster application. She was very glad that she had worked tirelessly in the past few years and learned a lot from academician Li and Ma Guangyan. Otherwise, She could only wait for death helplessly in the face of Haitian injuries. But now, she has the courage and confidence. She was terrified. But at the same time, she felt extremely lucky. Several natural disasters came one after another, leaving no chance for people to breathe. I hope they can all escape safely. Hui was very aware that his body could not move, and he was tossed around by Jiang Ning every few hours. He said guiltily, "Aning, thank you for your hard work. It is indeed tiring to take care of patients, especially for tall men. But after experiencing life and death, he still has the opportunity to take care of the people he cares about. This is already a luxury of happiness." She enjoyed this process. "In fact, you have been taking care of me, tolerant and patient over the years. It's rare for me to take care of you once." Huishan held his hand. "You are very good. How can I be tolerant?" "Really?" Jiang Ning knew her temper very well, and she was not easy to serve. He was really tolerant over the years. After this, her heart became clearer. Huishan was the most indispensable person in her life. Living is important, but living with quality is more important. She lay beside him, with great satisfaction and expectation in her heart. "Wait until you get better. Continue to take care of me. Tolerate me. Okay? You're fine." Huishan kissed her forehead. "I'm lucky." Jiang Ning smiled. And while they were talking, she didn't forget to massage his waist. "Do you feel it?" "Yes. And it was very strong. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. But the dog has amazing recovery ability. The trainer is still paralyzed in bed, but it is already jumping around." Jiang Ning took care of Huishan wholeheartedly, and Daodu and the dog were responsible for patrolling and safety nearby. Under her careful care, Huishan's waist injury has improved a lot, and he can already walk a few steps out of bed despite the pain. Looking at the sunlight outside the RV, he was a little dazed. Was this a dying dream? Or was he really alive? "What are you thinking about?" Jiang Ning brought over the soybean pigtail soup. "This soup is good for your injury." Huishan was very honest. "Are you wondering if this is real or a dream?" During the days when he was unconscious, he had countless dreams, some of which were as beautiful as this one. But when he opened his eyes and woke up, he was still in a dark cave. Jiang Ning could understand his trance of worrying about gains and losses. During the period when he was just reborn, he had nightmares every night and always felt like he was in a dream. She leaned forward and bit his shoulder hard. Huishan cried out in pain. Jiang Ning smiled with satisfaction. "Are you still dreaming?" Huishan drank the hot soup, his mouth slightly raised. "Aning, you have changed too." Jiang Ning blinked. "I was not good to you before." Huishan smiled. "Very good. But now you know how to be cold and warm." Jiang Ning picked out the words. "Then you still think it's not good enough?" Huishan did not refute, pulled her over and hugged her in his arms, looked out the window and said, "Look, Daodu and Coke are having so much fun. Kayleigh's muscles haven't recovered yet, but he's in pretty good shape. His back injury is healing slowly. But Huishan has already started simple rehabilitation training. He's been doing well in the past few years. His foundation hasn't completely collapsed. And the effects of acupuncture and acupoint application are also good. Day after day, it's either sunny or rainy outside the RV, or clear white clouds. If you deliberately ignore the end of the world, it's undoubtedly a beautiful pastoral life." After this separation, Jiang Ning felt more and more touched. He really didn't know which would come first, the accident or tomorrow. She and Huishan took advantage of their rebirth and used the profit to stockpile a lot of supplies. But they were still as small as dust in the face of natural disasters, let alone fighting against them. A sandstorm can make life and death uncertain. This time it was good luck. What about next time? Jiang Ning was terrified and even more anxious. Huishan was also thinking about this problem. In the end times he experienced, there were no satellite clusters falling, no volcanic eruptions and sandstorms. But now they are coming one after another. He and Jiang Ning have become blind and know nothing about the disasters that will come later. Whether they can survive depends entirely on luck. When my injury heals, let's go to the military base. Since I can't see, I can only rely on the eyes of the country. The military base concentrates the most advanced technology and national defense, and may have certain means of observing unknown natural disasters. If I want to get the news in the first time and make a response, I can only rely on the power of the military. But there is a price to go in. I must keep a low profile and not let the military notice me. Jiang Ning thought about it and agreed. Everything is messed up. And I don't know when the plate collision will happen. I can only follow the country. It's not that easy to get in. So practice. With treatment and nutrition, Huishan's condition is getting better and better. And he fully recovered in more than 2 months. Jiang Ning was a little worried. But after a sparring match, he was completely convinced. In the evening, after a rich dinner, the two of them couldn't help but swallow 2 mouthfuls of white milk and fell asleep. Huishan locked the door, leaving only the bedside lamp on, and couldn't wait to kiss. Chapter 370. The next day, I slept until I woke up naturally. They looked into each other's eyes, smiled and embraced each other, wanting to stay together forever. After breakfast, Huishan checked the Hummer. There was a lot of sand and dust in it, and it would take some time to clean it up. More importantly, he might meet Liu Yu and others at the military base. A car that disappeared in the sandstorm was not suitable to appear again, but there might be risks on the road at any time. After thinking about it, I took out the Predator, and it would not be too late to change the car when I got to Huicheng. But the Predator attracted people's attention. So the 3 people and the dog deliberately disguised themselves to avoid unnecessary trouble. After collecting the luxurious RV with dust and mud all over its shell, we drove the rumbling Predator on the road. We set off again, heading for Huicheng. We drove out of the forest after many twists and turns and drove onto the bumpy road. Not long after we started to see people migrating, each carrying their belongings and bedding, migrating on foot, or pushing broken bicycles, and occasionally seeing old cars. Judging from the sound of their voices, they seemed to be the survivors of Wancheng, who were going to migrate to Jiaqing or even higher altitude inland. Wancheng has a coastline, and if they are also moving away, it is estimated that other coastal cities are also moving. It can be seen that the authorities have predicted that a plate collision may occur next. The road is full of groups of migrating people, walking and stopping as slow as a snail. And there are also many people who cause trouble and cause damage, throwing stones and puncturing tires from time to time. Jiang Ning smiled and let them torture the Predators. Anyway, he did not get off the car to create opportunities for them, walking and stopping, at most 50 to 60 kilometers a day. Fortunately, the mentality of the 3 people and the dog is very good. No matter where they go, the most important thing is to stay as a family. After walking for 3 days, they finally entered the territory of Huicheng, going to the military base. It is no longer on the way to the official base of Jiaqing. 95% of the migrating people choose the official base, and it becomes quiet after passing the fork in the road. The two finally found an opportunity to drive to an uninhabited place to change cars. About 20 kilometers away from the military base, 2 people were responsible for high ground sentry, considering that the road should be safer. They chose an ordinary off-road vehicle. Food must be paid to enter the base. The natural disaster has been 9 years, and ordinary flour and rice have expired long ago. Jiang Ning prepared old corn and wheat that are not in good condition, and then cold-resistant dried potatoes and heat-resistant dried sweet potatoes, as well as various dried vegetables. Pots, pans, clothes, quilts, etc. almost filled the trunk, and even the back seat was filled with a lot of stuff. These things will be the survival capital of 3 people and 1 dog in the future. Safety issues cannot be ignored in the last 20 kilometers. Wear the helmet tightly, keep the gun in hand, and wear the bulletproof vest. Set off again. Huishan focused on driving. Jiang Ning stood guard beside him, his eyes rolling. It was already evening. The sunset seemed to be stained with red blood, and there was a faint cry of crows in the distance. Halfway through the journey, someone in front suddenly raised his hand to stop the car. The 3 people and the dog immediately became alert and gradually slowed down. It seemed to be a military off-road vehicle. There were 2 people in military uniform standing next to it, and a car repairman lying on the ground. They kept waving, as if they were in trouble. While waving, they also had guns in their hands. Jiang Ning frowned. Could it be a new type of robbery? Hui looked at them deeply. They are soldiers. They should be from the base. Jiang Ning hesitated. Do you want to stop the car? Huishan thought for a moment. See what they want. We were going to someone's territory, and they were bringing a dog with them. So maybe we could ask them in advance to avoid offending them without knowing it. We stopped the car slowly, about 10 meters away from each other. Huishan lowered the window. What's wrong? There were 2 people next to the car. One of them was a man in his 50s, wearing a straight military uniform, with a serious square face that looked intimidating without anger. Judging from the bars on his armband, he was a big shot. The soldier next to him was much younger, and should be his orderly. Seeing Huaishan wearing a helmet, the orderly became alert, but still walked over and asked politely, "Hello, comrade. Can you repair cars? I know a little, but not much. We are from the military base. We have important things to deal with, and want to requisition your car." Huaishan refused. "Sorry, we only have one car, and there are family members in the car." The orderly was a little embarrassed. "How about you give us a ride, and the base will compensate us with supplies?" Not knowing the other party's strength, Huaishan naturally would not agree. "There is no space for the car. If you don't mind, I can help fix it." The orderly looked at the leader, and nodded after getting the leader's consent. "Thank you for your help." Huaishan got out of the car, and walked towards the other party's vehicle. Jiangning was worried, so she asked Dao to sit in the driving seat, and she got out of the car. She didn't walk over, but stood beside the car, secretly paying attention to the other party's every move. She noticed the middle-aged soldier's eyes sweeping over her, and she was slightly surprised, but soon calmed down. Huaishan talked with the soldier who was repairing the car for a few minutes, then returned to his car and opened the trunk to look for spare parts. He was indeed from the military base, and judging from his military rank, he was one of the best. Huaishan decided to help, not asking for favors, but just to make a good relationship. The other party's brake parts had problems, and Huaishan remembered that the two of them had collected a lot of spare parts when they were in the car modification club, so this part was definitely not bad. He told Jiangning what the part looked like, and Jiangning found it in space with his consciousness and took it out. Huaishan rubbed the part for a while, and then went over after it was old. In less than half an hour, the part was successfully replaced. Huaishan chatted with them for a few words, then returned with the car repair tools. Back in the car, he was a little happy. "I just asked. The military base has police dogs, and also accepts excellent dogs. In this way, Kayley will not be too conspicuous." Moreover, when they learned that he was going to the military base, the other party expressed welcome. "We just follow behind their car," knowing that the dog did not need to be hidden. Jiangning was also very happy, but she was afraid that the military would require that dogs were not allowed, and she would not abandon Kayley. As the sky gradually darkened, Huaishan drove behind the military vehicle. Jiangning was a little worried at first, but the two had been to the military base before, and the route was indeed correct. Due to the migration, many capable people came from all directions, and there were about 50 or 60 people lined up outside the military base. If you want to enter the base, you have to go through 5 levels and cut 6 generals. First, fill in the information for review. Don't underestimate the military's review ability. As long as it was entered into the various systems before the natural disaster, they are able to obtain confidential information. And after the disaster, as long as the official record is filed, it will also be recorded by them. After passing the review, they will have to take the physical fitness test, and then the others. Although there are only 50 or 60 people, and only 10% may pass in the end, it will take a whole night. It was getting dark, and Huaishan parked the car and planned to queue up. Unexpectedly, the orderly came over and said, "Comrade Hua, the commander said you can use the special channel and just follow behind our car." Jiangning was surprised. They said that the army was impartial, but there was special treatment for repairing a car? Chapter 371. Perhaps seeing Jiangning's surprise, the orderly explained, "You are all good at fighting and meet the requirements of the special passage. There is no need to waste time here. If you don't take advantage of it, you are a bastard. The military leaders have opened the back door for you, so why not follow it?" Huaishan drove the car and followed the military vehicle closely, passing through the base gate and going around to gate number 2. The orderly got off the car, whispered a few words to the staff inside, and then came over and reminded, "It's arranged. Just follow the process." Huaishan thanked him. The off-road military vehicle did not stop and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Jiangning got off the car with the two and lined up at the window. After taking Huaishan ID card, the staff checked it in the system, then looked up at him. "Retired as a special police officer?" Huaishan nodded. "What's the reason? Because of injury? Where was the injury?" The questions were very detailed, making people feel that the other party was interrogating with a standard answer. It was like checking the household registration. And the conversation lasted for more than 10 minutes. And then it was Daodu. Huishan was very well prepared, including birth certificate, ID card, etc. This time went by very quickly. When it was Jiang Ning's turn, I don't know if it was an illusion, but he asked about his life in great detail. Even when he entered the orphanage, elementary school and junior high school, personal hobbies and specialties, not to mention college entrance examination scores, etc. It felt like his underwear was about to be stripped off. It took a full half an hour, and Jiang Ning's palms were sweating. Fortunately, the murders and arson happened after the natural disaster. Otherwise, he was really worried that the staff would shoot him on the spot. When it was the dog's turn, the staff looked around and waved him through. Unexpectedly, the dog got addicted to playing and clung to the window, unwilling to leave. Woof. It looked as if it was saying, "Why not ask it?" Treatment discrimination. The staff stamped the form. Go to the next stage. The next stage will assess physical fitness and skills. There is no specific assessment content, but you will be asked about the projects you are good at first. Men and women are separated, and the dog has a special examiner, who is obviously a police dog trainer. The dog smelled a special smell, looked up and looked at the serious soldier in front of him curiously. Why does he smell a bit like his own trainer? Unexpectedly, the other party did not follow the moral code of martial arts and issued a surprise attack order. Stand at attention. The muscle memory developed over the years allowed the dog to execute the action instantly. Woof. Bah! This damn leg. Seeing its muscles and excited state, the trainer became excited and began a professional and demanding assessment. Jiang Ning never thought that the dog had already obtained a pass before she started the assessment. The trainer at the base even thought of Coke. Ms. Jiang, the base has a military dog group. If you are willing, it can be assigned to the military dog group after passing the assessment and can enjoy regular treatment. Awesome. My dog. But Jiang Ning politely refused. Thank you. No need. After finally digging out a target who could become the dog king, the other party was really unwilling to give up. So he tempted. The base army has female military dogs with excellent bloodlines. Ah. This. Coke shouldn't have this need. Right? I don't know when the plate collision will come. Jiang Ning didn't give the dog a chance to sow. Thank you. No need. Just then, Daoda passed the test successfully and walked out of the test hall happily, saying excitedly, "Sister-in-law, I passed." Jiang Ning handed the dog to her and walked in. The test was divided into two parts: physical training and shooting. After so many years of sparring with Huishan, Jiang Ning's skills were beyond doubt. But she did not show her edge. She could easily knock down the female examiner in a dozen rounds. But she dragged it to more than 50 moves before barely breaking even. Even so, the female examiner was still very surprised. Have you been a soldier? No. But I have trained according to the requirements of being a soldier. For shooting, you can choose between crossbow shooting and gun shooting. Jiang Ning considered for a while and chose crossbow shooting and passed the test easily. By the time she finished her assessment, Huishan had also completed it. After 2 rounds of assessment, the 3 people and the dog were qualified. But they still had to enter the 3rd round to choose to become a formal soldier, an ordinary survivor, or a scavenger. If they were formal soldiers, there would be a new assessment on a chosen day. There were no requirements for the other 2, but ordinary survivors could be arranged to work, and scavengers had the advantage of freedom. But they had to solve their own food and clothing. The 2 did not hesitate and chose to be scavengers. The staff was slightly surprised, but did not say anything. Instead, they entered the information of the 3 people and the dog into the system and then issued a receipt for grain. Each person pays 50 kilograms of food, not including the special care of Guzi. 150 kilograms of food. A big snakeskin bag is gone. Then we have to go to the central hall to rent a house. And there are expenses everywhere. The central hall is very large, and the houses are divided into ordinary apartments. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. 10 kilograms of food per month. Independent courtyards. 50 kilograms per month. And short-term rentals with 1 kilogram of food per day, or deducting points from the military base. The 2 were not in a hurry to rent a house, but walked around the central hall. There are many external functional departments, as well as shops, restaurants, stores, etc., which feel not much different from the super large shopping malls before the end of the world. Jiang Ning walked to the trading hall and looked up to carefully examine the transaction content. The transactions were divided into private and official. Private transactions were when the buyer and seller listed their respective materials or needs. The official departments charged a certain handling fee, but weapons transactions were prohibited. The official products were the public products of the base, including firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, clothes, shoes, socks, and various daily necessities. Jiang Ning looked at the scrolling electronic board with great patience and actually saw bicycles, cars, defensive weapons, submarines, and submarines. She widened her eyes. Sure, it was a submarine. A real military submarine. Not a model toy. Can this be sold? Jiang Ning took a breath, and only believed it was real when she saw the 8 zeros at the end. Feeling like she was dreaming, she poked Huishan's arm. Do you think a submarine can really move in the water? Huishan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It should be a small or medium-sized submarine, since the military dared to take it out. It can't be fake. Jiang Ning thought. Can it be used during plate movement? This can only be answered by the professionals at the base. But they have already gone off work and have to wait until tomorrow. Jiang Ning was a little excited and stared for a long time before moving his eyes away, and then went to the scavenger's material trading section. Almost everything is accepted, but mainly metals. Iron, copper, steel, gold and silver, etc. Even ores, and rare metals with the highest points. After so many years of natural disasters, it is estimated that the surrounding area has been rummaged by scavengers. So the price of metals will get higher and higher. Huishan's prediction is correct. Rare metals are skyrocketing. Jiang Ning heard her heartbeat. If she took out a bucket of rare metals from the space, it would be enough for 3 people and a dog to eat and drink for several years. Industrial MSG is so expensive, whether it is the construction of the military base or the complete range of goods. Jiang Ning is moved. I want to stay and take a look. Chapter 372. The scale and management system of the military base are many times better than those of local officials. Perhaps this is the gap between the local and the country. No one was taken to choose a house to see at night, and it was already late at night. The 3 people and the dog were very tired after a day of high concentration. Jiang Ning asked, should we stay in a hotel or sleep in the car? Huishan said cautiously, we will stay in the car for 1 night. There is no need to go to a hotel. I just arrived and I don't know if the base is really absolutely safe. Moving the belongings in the car will easily attract attention. But what if they are stolen without them? Jiang Ning had no objection. Just spend the night in the car. Get in the car and close the door. Let Huishan take out 4 pig trotter rices from his backpack, all of which were packed and placed in the space before. The rice was fragrant and green, and the pig trotters were soft and chewy. After dinner, I drank a glass of juice to relieve the greasiness, chatted about some random things, and then adjusted the seat to sleep. The off-road vehicle has a spacious seat, and it is not crowded to lie down and sleep. Although I was in the base, I fell asleep quickly after being tired for several days. The dog was very alert and occasionally opened his eyes, but he didn't notice anything unusual and continued to sleep. She slept until dawn, and was awakened by the loud and heart-piercing trumpet. The army was training. Jiang Ning opened her heavy eyelids, raised her wrist to check the watch. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. It was not dawn yet. She turned over and continued to sleep. Huishan was very awake. He covered her and Dowdu with a blanket, put on his coat, and got out of the car to move around. Jiang Ning woke up at 6 o'clock, and he had already returned from a round of exercise. Breakfast was soy milk and steamed buns. After eating, they got off the car to relax. Considering that the staff in the center hall had not yet come to work, the 3 of them and the dog walked around nearby. The base is huge, stretching for dozens of kilometers, with no end in sight. Jiang Ning even prepared a telescope. The neat buildings in the distance are dormitories for survivors, each with 12 floors. Unlike the official new towns in various places, there is no chaos of haphazard construction and clothes flying everywhere in the residential areas. Neat, uniform, standard military living. Ordinary survivors are like this, not to mention real soldiers. Countless survivors walked out of the dormitories one after another, rushing to the workplace quickly and orderly. Jiangning followed their direction and saw continuous plantations, food processing plants, power plants, smelters, hardware processing plants. Strictly speaking, this is a small county town. Small but complete. The military area is farther away, not beyond the telescope's reach, but their residential area is only a few kilometers away. After the morning training, the troops dispersed in an orderly manner, with tall figures and young and handsome faces. As time passed, some scavengers who went out came back one after another, with rusty and dilapidated cars and deflated tires, as if they were about to fall apart at any time. 4 or 5 people got out of the car, each with a weather-beaten face, but they didn't pick up much supplies. They carried them to the trading hall to sort and weigh them in exchange for points. Those who choose to be scavengers, or even persist until now, are all bohemian and love freedom. 3 years before the end of the world, they were able to find a lot of supplies with their extraordinary skills and courage, and their lives were very carefree. But now it has been 9 years since the end of the world, and the nearby cities have been searched countless times. Don't even think about picking up a bargain. You can't even find a piece of scrap metal. Sometimes, even if they travel hundreds of kilometers, they waste fuel and effort, and still get nothing. They don't know what to do in the future. Anyway, it's impossible for them to work, and they will never work in this life. I'd rather die than work. When it's time to go to work, Jiangning goes to the housing rental and sales area in the central hall for consultation. With 2 dogs, it's unlikely to rent an apartment building. You can smell the soup next door when you drink it. Besides, most of the people living there are scavengers or survivors' families, which is a place where troubles are prone to occur. So, she decisively chose the independent courtyard. It is unknown when the plate collision will come, so enjoy it as long as you can, and just keep a low profile. However, the independent courtyard is not cheap. In addition to the monthly rent of 50 kilograms, it must be rented for half a year. In other words, Jiangning has to pay 300 kilograms of grain. He just paid 150 kilograms of grain yesterday, and it is really too eye-catching to take out 300 kilograms. She thought, can I use tea, tobacco and alcohol to offset it? Yes, but it depends on the quality. The quality is definitely not bad, but you can't take too good. In fact, this is not a problem. Jiangning has taken out materials from the space in the past 2 years, just to create traces of time on them. Jiangning asked, can we see the house first? The staff agreed and asked the assistant to take them to see the house. The assistant is probably a military family member, and seems to live a more comfortable life. Seeing that Jiangning and Huaishan are beautiful and handsome, she is willing to talk. There are only 3 vacant independent courtyards. You are lucky. If you come earlier or later, there will be no more. She spoke with kindness. But Jiangning could tell that even the military base could not withstand the successive natural disasters. Whether it was smog, acid rain, sandstorms or mudslides, there were survivors who died. The assistant rode a bicycle, but the independent courtyard was a few kilometers away. So Jiangning decided to take her for a ride for efficiency reasons. Following the direction pointed by the assistant, traces of acid rain could be seen everywhere. However, the base had protected the house in advance, so even if there was corrosion on the outside, there was no problem with the structure inside. The independent courtyard is divided into 2 areas, A and B. Area A is occupied by officers and their families, while Area B is for rent and sale. The entrances and exits of the 2 areas are close to each other, but there is a separation zone in the middle. After about 20 minutes, the car slowly drove into Area B. Through the car window, I saw several military vehicles in Area A, and there were soldiers standing guard at the door. Living next door, I guess they feel very safe. However, this sense of security did not make Jiangning or Huaishan really feel safe, so they just had to keep their tails between their legs. There are 200 independent courtyards in Area B, and the assistants took them to see the houses one by one. The courtyard had no walls, and it was clear that someone had lived there, but it was very clean. The layouts were all the same, and after looking at all 3 sets, Jiangning chose the cleanest one. On the way back, she chatted with her assistant. We plan to be scavengers, but we are new here and have no experience. I wonder what we should pay attention to in daily life. The assistant was surprised. Why don't you choose to join the army? If you fail the assessment, the base can arrange a job for you. Jiangning pretended to be confused. Is being a scavenger dangerous? Chapter 373. Thinking that Jiang Ning didn't understand because he had just arrived, the assistant began to explain. The conditions for joining the army are very harsh, and you have to undergo high-intensity training every day. But the food and accommodation are the most stable. If you really encounter an irresistible natural disaster, there is also a base to support the soldiers, ordinary workers or laborers. But the base will arrange accommodation. The food and accommodation environment is a little worse, but it is still much better than outside. Scavengers were okay in the past few years, although there are risks when going out. You can earn a lot if you are lucky. A good trip is enough to cover the expenses for 2 or 3 months. But it's not okay now. There is almost nothing left outside, and going out is a waste of effort. There was nothing to be found outside, so they could only steal from their peers to survive. Of course, they didn't dare to mess around in the base, so they went out to ambush or fight. And if they won, they could take away the supplies. There were even some who went to raid the dens of gangsters. In short, it was very chaotic. They chatted well, and the assistant suggested that the two reconsider. Scavengers are really too dangerous. Jiang Ning smiled bitterly. We also want to join the army, but we have children to take care of at home. Every family has its own problems. And the assistant tactfully did not give any more suggestions, and they could make their own choices. Back in the center hall, Jiang Ning took out 4 packs of expired cigarettes, 5 bottles of brand-name liquor, and 6 kilograms of tea. The real estate leasing and sales department did not give her a price, so she took it to the trading center to convert it into points. When the two of them went to the trading center, they had to pay 30 kilograms of food to offset the rent for half a year. Jiang Ning didn't want to pay for food, so she continued to use tea to offset it. After completing the formalities and getting the house key, she saw that it was still early and wanted to learn about submarines. But Hui Yiting denied it. The military base is different from the outside. We have to guard against the military instead of others. It's not suitable to go there directly to ask when we first arrive. Wait for an opportunity to find other channels to learn about it. Hui Yishan was familiar with the military and police system, so Jiang Ning chose to listen to him. The two drove back to the courtyard number 196. Area B. The courtyard had 2 floors, 3 bedrooms and a living room, and the suite was about 80 square meters, which was quite simple. As usual, the first thing to do when entering was to check if there were any listening devices. Hui Yishan checked very carefully, and almost tore down the wall. Even the sewer. The independent courtyard was not like the villa area. The distance between the buildings was less than 5 meters, and if you spoke a little louder, the neighbors could hear it. After making sure there were no problems, they began to install curtains to avoid being noticed by others. This place is not like a villa, where you can do whatever you want if you have the strength. Jiang Ning only took the most commonly used furniture such as beds, tables, sofas, etc., all of which were old furniture used on the 18th floor. It took several hours to finally complete the layout and have a temporary home again. After a quick lunch, they went back to their rooms to rest. Jiang Ning leaned on Hui Yishan's shoulder. If the natural disaster ends here, it would be great if we can just live a simple life like this. In the past 9 years, Jiang Ning has grown from 19 to 28 years old, and Hui Yishan is no longer the young man he was back then. He is already in his 30s. In another 2 years, Daodu will be an adult. Changing nests is relatively simple, but it is the spirit that is exhausted. And I don't know when it will end. Even if there is an end is unknown. Hui Yishan hugged Jiang Ning. As long as we don't give up, there may be a day when it will end. She fell into a deep sleep, and vaguely felt as if someone was calling her downstairs. Jiang Ning thought it was a dream, and was so tired that she couldn't recover for a long time. Hui Yishan pushed her. Ning, it seems that someone is looking for you. During this period of time, they were very nervous, and it was rare for them to relax. In addition, considering that there was a dog guarding them, they slept very well. The voice was a little familiar. Jiang Ning got up and opened the curtains. She saw 4 people in military uniform standing downstairs. 2 men and 2 women. Oh my god! It was Zhang Chao, Lu Yu and others. Jiang Ning was surprised. You came in too? Not only did they come in, but they also joined the army. In addition to being surprised, she did not forget to put away the familiar furniture and replace it with more tattered ones. Going downstairs, there was a hug after a long separation. Lu Yu was a little excited. Have you found Brother Shin? Jiangning was very happy. We found him. He was seriously injured. We stayed outside for a few months and rushed to the military base last night. We just rented a house at noon and thought about whether we could find you later. I didn't expect you to come. Hearing that Huishan was fine, the few people relaxed and asked quickly, "Is Kayley okay?" Kayley was also injured, but he has recovered. Jiangning quickly welcomed them into the house and said to the empty first floor with a bit of embarrassment, "We just arrived and didn't have time to prepare anything." Zhang Chao and the others didn't care and just sat on the ground. It's good to have a place to stay. No need to be so particular. They started talking and talked about what happened after they separated. All four of them were injured and found a relatively safe place to stay for a month. Without transportation, they could only walk more than 100 kilometers to the military base. On the way, they encountered several groups of refugees and robbers. They have been on the edge of a knife for the past few years. To survive to this day, no one is a vegetarian. They were easily dealt with and got some supplies. The first thing I did when I arrived at the military base was to inquire about the whereabouts of Jiangning and Huishan. Unfortunately, there was no news. The four people signed up for the assessment, and Zheng Weili's dark history of fighting and being kicked out of the official base was easily exposed. Just when everyone was frustrated and ready to leave, who knew that the military assessment official website made an exception and gave Zheng Weili a 3-month probation period if she passed the assessment. Jiangning was surprised. The military has always been ruthless. Is this the sun rising from the west? Or was there some special reason? The military didn't say, and the four were confused at the time. But they slowly figured it out later. They let her off. So there must be a special reason. First, it was true that Zheng Weili had fought. But her brother and sister-in-law had starved her parents to death. So her impulsiveness was understandable. Second, they had worked as security patrolmen in Fengcheng twice, and their performance and achievements were recorded by the police, so the military could easily find out. Third, the four were in good health, and their courage was extraordinary, and they all got full marks in the assessment. Fourthly, and most importantly, there are very few women with outstanding abilities in the military base, especially those who are good at surviving natural disasters. And Zheng Weili is just at the right age for marriage and childbearing. Under the same natural disaster conditions, she may have a higher chance of survival than most women. The military base has another name: the fire base. The fire not only inherits human civilization and technology, but the more important task is the continuation of life. Only by continuing life can we continue humanity, and the fire can be lit. When the natural disaster occurred, Zheng Weili and her group of young people were at their best in terms of age and physical fitness. Most of the younger ones were injured in the natural disaster, and the older ones have lost their fertility in recent years, and their physical fitness is also declining. The natural disaster has lasted for 9 years, and may continue for another 9 years. If the natural disaster ends during this period, they will still have fertility. Therefore, when the base selects excellent fire seeds, as long as there is no problem with their moral character, they will be given appropriate preference. But this matter cannot be made public. Whether one can understand it depends on the individual. But it is undeniable that the ratio of men to women in the base is seriously unbalanced. So in the selection in the past 2 years, under the same conditions, the passing rate of women is relatively higher. Jiangning was surprised. She didn't expect the country to consider it so comprehensively. What they think and consider is much longer term than ordinary people. But she still didn't understand. Why did you decide to join the army? Chapter 374. They are all people who love freedom and don't like constraints. But real soldiers are very strict in all aspects. Jiangning doesn't think the four people can adapt. The idea of joining the army was proposed by Zhang Chao. He explained, aiming, the natural disasters have continued to this day, and they are becoming more cruel and unpredictable. We are lucky to survive the sandstorm. But what about the next time? They can't fight against natural disasters with just a few of them, so they can only choose to cling to the thigh of the country. There are not only technology and national defense here, but also a lot of excellent equipment to resist natural disasters. If they obey the country and follow the command, their chances of survival will be higher. As expected of a salesperson, he thinks more comprehensively than others, thinking that they all have a place to stay. Jiangning is extremely relieved from the bottom of her heart, and hopes that they can all be well. She asked curiously, "Are you divided into arms when you join the army?" "Yes. The base is divided into the Army and the Navy. And we belong to the submarine group of the Navy. Can you also learn to drive a submarine? Jiang Ning pretended to be surprised. Submarines are not easy to operate. There were only a few of them in our country before the natural disaster. How come they are now cabbages? I took a look at the Central Hall last night, and it seems that submarines can be traded to foreign countries. Is this true or false? The few of them looked at each other, and Zhang Chao smiled and explained, this submarine is not that submarine, but is specially designed to deal with possible plate collisions in the future. Jiang Ning dropped his jaw in shock. Plate collision? Lu Yu and others only heard about it when they arrived at the base. Just thinking about it makes people shudder. It simply leaves no way for humans to survive. However, the four of them were lucky to pass the assessment and join the army. Everything follows the country. If they can't even resist the whole country's strength, it's useless for them to be afraid. After thinking it through, I was not so scared anymore. Lu Yu comforted. Aining, you don't have to worry so much. The base has been thinking about countermeasures for a long time. The reason why we can become submariners is one of the plans to fight against plate collisions. Just when he was worried about not being able to find someone to ask, Jiang Ning suddenly became interested. What plan are you going to implement? Can you tell me? This is already an open secret, and no one in the army doesn't know it. Lu Yu and others did not hide it. The base has a port and a shipyard, and is now working hard to produce submarines. Jiang Ning frowned. Submarines can travel through the underwater world. But if a plate collision really occurs, the ocean will experience severe earthquakes and tsunamis, and submarines have no way to resist it. Once the parts are damaged, it will still endanger lives. However, Lu Yu is very confident. They are not only submarines, but also hibernation cabins. This is a new type of submarine. When encountering an irresistible marine disaster, the engine and other devices can be retracted into the cabin, and the submarine will drift with the current. The inner cabin has a shock-absorbing design, and the oxygen packs and food can be supplied for half a year. The outer shell material is extremely hard, and it will not be damaged even if it hits a reef or is attacked by marine life. Jiang Ning thought, since the new submarine is so powerful, why do we need to escape on land? Lu Yu explained. A submarine can only carry 10 people, and the entire base has more than 200,000 people, not to mention the production capacity of the shipyard. Special rare metals are needed just to build submarines. It has been 9 years since the end of the world, and even if the whole country is united, it is still impossible to supply them smoothly. Not to mention that there are many materials that use rare metals. Warships, ships, airplanes, land escape vehicles. The scavengers have made great contributions to the scale of the base today. For survival or rescue, they risked their lives to travel through cities and found many special materials. As natural disasters continued to destroy, materials became increasingly difficult to find. Not only could scavengers not find them, but even the army could not gain much. Jiang Ning was suspicious. Since there is a shortage of materials, why do you still want to sell submarines? Of course, it is to encourage scavengers to do everything they can to find them. Otherwise the points for scarce materials would not have soared so much. But Jiang Ning always felt that something was wrong. Building a submarine consumes a lot of materials and labor. But in the end, it can only carry 10 people to escape. Isn't it too wasteful? After a few glances, Zhang Chao smiled and solved the mystery. The base spent so much money to successfully build a submarine. It is naturally impossible that it is just to carry humans to escape. The Spark base. Everything is done for inheritance. In addition to the inheritance of life, there are naturally civilization and technology. Let's put it this way. A submarine is a big engine. In addition to human escape, it also needs to carry a giant storage box. Zhang Chao compared it to. It's like a tractor, dragging a container forward, and the containers may be loaded with books, antique paintings, seeds and grains, clothes and leather, medical equipment, precision machinery, etc., collectively referred to as the products of human civilization. If the natural disaster ends, these civilizations will be enough for humans to recover or develop quickly. However, the base always puts humans first. The containers will be riveted to the sea with the submarines. If an irresistible disaster occurs, the soldiers can consider disconnecting the riveting and escaping on their own. The containers are made of special materials and can resist tsunamis and earthquakes. Whether it is the sea or the mulberry fields, The device design inside can ensure that the items will not be destroyed within 20 years. And at the same time, it will continuously send out signals. The military, or the official high-level officials, have signal receivers in their hands. If the disaster is over one day, they can use the signal receivers to dig or salvage the containers, and use these containers to restore human civilization. Jiang Ning couldn't calm down for a long time after hearing this. Unexpectedly, the military would make so many preparations based on the prophecy letter. Perhaps this is the whole country's strength. At present, as the giant containers are built one after another, the products of civilization from all over the country will be delivered to the military base in South China. According to Zhang Chao and others, there are 3,000 containers alone, and each of them is about 400 cubic meters. For ordinary people, this data is already amazing enough. But it is a drop in the bucket for the products of civilization of the country. That's all they can do for their offspring. In the 2 months since they entered the military base, Zhang Chao and his men would inquire about the news every 2 days, hoping that Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan would show up. God helps those who work hard. And they finally arrived safely. Aining, what are your plans for the future with Brother Shen? Jiang Ning didn't hesitate. Maybe we be scavengers. Lu Yu was stunned. You and Brother Shen are so good at fighting. There's absolutely no problem joining the army. If you become scavengers, not to mention the difficulty of survival. If there really is a plate collision in the future, you can only follow the base's arrangements and choose to escape from the land. Chapter 375. It is very hard to train hard every day after joining the army. But you will be a real member of the Spark Project. And you will have preferential treatment in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation. Jiang Ning knew that they were worried about him, and smiled bitterly. Hui Yishan was injured and has not recovered completely. I was also sick some time ago. It is already very difficult for me to enter the base this time. Besides, I have Daodu and Kailei to take care of. It is not realistic to join the army or work as a laborer. Try the scavenging business first, and make plans if it doesn't work. Every family has its own problems. Zhang Chao saw that the two were not enthusiastic about joining the army, so he didn't force them. That's fine. Just think about it. After chatting about some random things, he stood up and said goodbye. Aining, Brother Shen, we have to continue training tonight, so we will go back first. Jiang Ning wanted to keep them for dinner. Zhang Chao and others shook their heads. Our food and accommodation are all included, so we came here after eating in the canteen. Jiang Ning saw them out. Come often when you have time. Zheng Weili came forward to hug. Aining, take care of yourself. Remember to tell us if you encounter any problems. Jiang Ning smiled. Okay. Sent a few people away and closed the door. Jiang Ning sat and pondered for a long time, digested the information just now, and then said, we want to build a submarine. It is true that there are yachts and cruise ships in the space, but if the collision of plates is really intense, it will definitely trigger a tsunami, which these two things cannot withstand. The quality of the submarines used by the military production base to implement the Spark plan should be trustworthy. Who would complain about having too many escape tools? Jiang Ning wanted to fill the space. What Yishan calculated. The rare metals we stockpiled before should be more than enough to exchange for a submarine. Originally, they were stockpiled to exchange for supplies, since they can be used on the blade, and I can exchange them for escape tools. Why not? But after all, it has been 9 years, and the scavengers have dug deep into the ground, so they can't take the rare metals too casually. After dinner, they told the two to rest early, and Jiang Ning took Hui deep into the space. The storage containers can't just rust and wear out. The two hammered them here and there, not only to deform them, but also to make them rust and passivate quickly, to fake the illusion that they were buried underground by an earthquake. Forgery can't be completed in a day, but the scavengers have to act as soon as possible. They can't just take out the rare metals and then exchange them for submarines in a high-profile manner. After waking up and having breakfast, I packed up the furniture and drove to the central hall, exchanged cigarettes and alcohol for metal detectors, and officially started my scavenging career. It is impossible to really scavenger, and the living environment outside is very bad. If you leave the deterrence range of the base, you may be targeted by gangs or peers at any time. The most urgent task is to familiarize yourself with the nearby terrain and find a safe place suitable for transit. I walked and searched, and finally went to Dongqiao Mountain. This place is far away from the city, and it is not a must-go for the base. It is more desolate than when I came here to look for medicine in previous years. Considering the safety issue, Jiang Ning still took out the plunderer. It is normal for scavengers to not return to the base for 10 days or half a month. The 3 people and the dog are not in a hurry to go back. They rested for a day at the foot of the mountain, and then drove to familiarize themselves with Huicheng. As usual, they drove with a fast Sakini. One person drove, and the other kept watch. Not to mention, they really met scavengers who challenged them to a fight on the road. There were 3 groups of scavengers in total. One group had been knocked down, and the other 2 groups were ready to fight to the death. Whoever wins will take the supplies away. The dilapidated off-road vehicle, with the wind blowing up the yellow sand, is quite desolate like a western cowboy. Seeing the rumbling looters passing by, the 2 groups of people were so shocked that they almost dropped their weapons. Damn. Awesome. Among the dead bodies, a man covered in blood and dirty clothes suddenly jumped up and chased the looters, shouting hysterically, "Fuck! My car! My car! Damn!" The car thief was finally caught. His car! His favorite! The rumbling sound was so loud that it drowned out the man's crazy voice. Hui was very aware of it. He saw from the rearview mirror that someone was chasing the car, and it seemed that even the shoes were lost. He frowned slightly. It seems to be the 3rd young Master Rong. Jiang Ning was shocked. Who? No. Even if the Rong family evacuated Fengcheng, the best choice would be the official base in Jiaxing. How could they come to the military base? She didn't quite believe it. Did you see it wrong? Huishan slowed down the car and let her see for herself. Hey. There was indeed a ragged beggar with a dirty face chasing behind. This scene. Why does it seem a bit like TSK? He didn't give up after chasing for hundreds of meters, and his shoes were gone. This is the image. Jiang Ning stared at the rearview mirror, as if he was really the 2nd generation of slippers. Fuck. I finally got the car out to show off. But Rong San Shao is still haunting me. What a sin! Jiang Ning was extremely depressed. Hurry up. Speed up. How much friendship do we still have? We can't turn around and kill him. Right? Hide. Huishan accelerated at full speed, and the predator sped along the apocalyptic highway. Jiang Ning looked at the rearview mirror and saw Rong San Shao's figure getting farther and farther away, until only a black dot remained. And then even the black dot disappeared. Her car had to be hidden away, and her good mood was ruined. She couldn't help but complain. Why did he come to the military base instead of staying in the official base? Huishan was calm. It was probably arranged by Master Rong. It's true that the Rong family is well known in Fengcheng, but the family is not involved in the military and political circles. In the chaotic end times, wealth can no longer make the devil work, and they don't have a decisive position in the official base. Master Rong made such an arrangement, probably to give the Rong family another way out. I just don't know what went wrong with young Master Rong. Why he ended up in such a miserable state. In the end of the world after natural disasters, everything is unpredictable. Huishan shook his head and concentrated on driving. It is true that Huicheng has a military base, but the new urban area is also empty. Those who could enter the base have already entered, and those who can't either move inland, or the passive ones choose to play badly. Love whoever you want. Every day of life is difficult. It's better to have a big collision of plates as soon as possible. Die early and be reborn early. With the official withdrawal, the order of the urban area collapsed, and crimes were everywhere. It's a pity that after so many years of natural disasters, there is no oil to scrape, and even the bones are almost gone. The predator drove into the city and was soon spotted. Faced with a behemoth, few people were strong-minded and decisively chose to turn a blind eye. Looking at the dead city and thinking about the former prosperity, Jiang Ning felt heavy-hearted, so he turned on some relaxing music. Huicheng is very large, with several counties under its jurisdiction. The 2 of them went to the former industrial zone, but it was turned upside down in the earthquake and later turned over countless times by scavengers, so they really couldn't find even the iron sheets. After getting familiar with the place, Jiang Ning took out a paper map and found the former large factories in the entire city, and actually found a special metal processing factory. Not only Huicheng. The 2 marked out the special factories in the entire province. It was almost time to leave, so they drove back to the base. After passing the dangerous area, they drove into the abandoned and dilapidated factory. Jiang Ning specially changed to a truck and took out the rusty and crushed steel bars, scrap steel, doors and windows. He also changed his clothes and was covered in dust from head to toe. And his clothes were even dirtier. The dog spirit tilted his head, then fell to the ground and rolled around, making himself extremely dirty. Woof! All members put on bulletproof vests and helmets and returned to the base with the goods. Jiang Ning did not relax his vigilance and was alert all the way. They had entered the deterrence range of the military base, and neither the scavengers nor the evil forces dared to act rashly. Everything went smoothly on the journey. Daodu suddenly spoke, pointing his finger forward. Kola! Look! There are beggars. Chapter 376. Jiang Ning also saw it. It was indeed a beggar. He was in tattered clothes, walking aimlessly barefoot. Alas! Another person who was tortured mad by the end of the world. Jiang Ning just sighed in his heart. But who knew that the beggar heard the sound of a car behind him and turned around and waved to intercept it? There are endless ways to rob. This is most likely a spy who was intercepted and forced to stop. Jiang Ning loaded the bullet. And if he really showed his hand, he would shoot him. The beggar waved his hand. Stop! Stop! Jiang Ning looked around and did not find an ambush. Huishan drove past him without braking. The beggar gave the car a middle finger. Damn! Stop the car! Jiang Ning narrowed her eyes and found the beggar's figure familiar in the rearview mirror. She stared at him for several times before confirming. Stop the car. Seeing the truck stop, the irritable and depressed beggar rekindled hope and limped over. Comrade, can you give me a ride? He hurried forward, but was shocked the moment he looked up. It felt like a basin of cold water was poured over my head in the cold 12th month. Without saying anything, he quickly covered his face with his hands and turned around to leave. Jiang Ning looked at him. Young Master Rong. He was as stiff as if someone had stabbed him in the heart. It was as if the fig leaf on his body had been torn off and his dignity had been trampled into the mud. Jiang Ning did not laugh at him. Nor did he ask why he had fallen to this point. Come up. It's still more than 10 kilometers away from the base. If you want to walk back, your feet will be worn out. The arrogant second generation, the son of the former richest man, was turned into a destitute beggar by a natural disaster. It was really fate. There was no room in the cab. So young Master Rong had to sit on the rebar roll covered in mud. When his worst side was exposed by an acquaintance, young Master Rong wanted to die. But what else could he do? Finally he climbed up and followed the bumpy truck back to the base. As the sun set, the poor second generation sat on the garbage heap. His numb body kept bumping with the car, his eyes dim without a trace of light. Enter the base and drive to the scavenging trading place. Unload, trade, and exchange points. Because the steel was very dirty, the handyman at the trading office spent some time cleaning it. After weighing it, he received 3,000 points. But 50 points were deducted for the handyman cleaning fee. 1 truckload of steel is enough for a family to live on for 2 or 3 months. The staff's attitude was ordinary, and they didn't ask about the source of the steel in a roundabout way. This made Jiang Ning feel a lot more at ease. She didn't plan to keep the points. After the points were credited, she went to the store at the base to buy supplies. 10 oxygen bags. They can be used in the escape capsule. 10 oxygen bags can last for 3 months. If she needs to go Robinson Crusoe someday, she can be prepared. Half of the points are left. Jiang Ning saw that there is coal. If she wants it, she has to go to the coal yard to get it. This is more time consuming. And the remaining points can only pull half a truck. She wants to save more and get enough at once, so that she can use it when she needs it. As for other supplies, Jiang Ning has almost everything except submarines. After drifting outside for a few days, the family is dirty and anxious to go back. Rong San Shao left without saying hello, probably because of his self-esteem. Jiang Ning didn't know what to say, so she took a deep breath. Who knew that she would run into him again on the way back to the independent courtyard? She thought for a moment and stopped the car, poked her head out and said, Third Master, you had stored a batch of medicines with me before, and I just happened to bring them all here. The world is so chaotic now. I can't continue to help preserve them. How about you decide when to take them away? Third Master Rong was stunned. He didn't expect that Jiang Ning, who was always greedy, would give up the medicines. Oh, later. Jiang Ning nodded. Okay, but try to come earlier. We estimate that we will have to go out to scavenge after a short rest, so that you don't run out of money, Rong Sanshao said woodenly. Yeah. After giving the address of the courtyard, they said goodbye to each other without much greeting or sentimental words. Rong Sanshao looked at the truck going away and felt that his heart, which had been stabbed by the natural disaster, was bleeding again. I thought it was miserable enough before, but who knew there was something worse waiting? What a fucking life. Back in the independent courtyard, the three people and the dog took a shower and took out the delicious food to feast on. The food outside these 2 days was not bad, but it was not as comfortable as home. After eating and drinking, Dowda cleaned up the dishes and did housework. Jiang Ning drank juice and discussed with Huishan. When the satellite collapsed the Rong family's annex building, Rong Sanshao sent a lot of medicine as a reward. He gave at least half more. I think in addition to gratitude, he also wanted to make friends. Now that he is living in such a miserable state, I plan to return the extra medicine to him. What do you think? The Rong family retreated in a hurry. It is estimated that except for Rong Sanshao, everyone is in Jiaqing. It may be difficult to take care of his own son in a short time. With the continuous eruption of volcanoes, sandstorms, rainstorms and mudslides, Rong Sanshao is estimated to be in a mess. With his skills, he probably doesn't have the qualifications to join the army. It's impossible for a rich man who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth to let go of his self-esteem and work as a laborer to earn food. He had no choice but to go on the road of scavenging. But this bowl of rice is not easy to eat, and you have to exchange your life at any time. The son of the richest man, once surrounded by beautiful women, traveled by plane and yacht, and spent a lot of money with a wave of his hand. Now he has become a sharp brother. The picture is really hot, but it makes people feel mixed. Sharp brother. Here just describes the image style. The picture is deleted if it infringes. Even though Huishan is indifferent to outsiders, he has been called brother-in-law for several years. Thinking of the ups and downs of Rong Sanshao's life, he can't help but sigh. Give it back to him. Jiang Ning went into the house, closed the door, and took out half of the medicines from the space. The most lacking thing in natural disasters is medicines, which are much more expensive than gold even in the military base. With this batch of medicines, as long as the third young master Rong does not squander them, he can live a very carefree life. The medicines were counted and put away, but Brother Sharp never showed up. Jiang Ning was not in a hurry. There is always an adaptation process from heaven to hell, and what he values most is face. Whether he can get out of this depends on his own will, and outsiders can't help. If he couldn't get out, there was no need to give him this batch of medicine. However, Jiang Ning was overthinking. I thought young Master Rong would be hypocritical for a few days, but he came in the evening of the same day, and at dinner time. Sister, brother-in-law. He was still smiling. His face was thicker than the city wall, and it felt like bullets couldn't penetrate it. Jiang Ning didn't ask anything, but prepared an extra set of bowls and chopsticks. Dowdu was very shrewd, and he couldn't show off his wealth when there were outsiders around. So he cooked a pot of noodles, the kind without any oily smell, and even reduced the salt by half. Even the bowls were chipped. When Rong Sanshao came, he was quite nervous, thinking that it was shameful for him to be in such a mess. But when he saw that Jiang Ning and Huishan were equally miserable, he felt much better. Even the two mysterious people had fallen to this point, so he was not very embarrassed. Instantly, he felt very happy, picked up the bowl and chopsticks without any hesitation, and filled a big bowl of noodles. He hadn't eaten for 2 days, and he wanted to swallow the whole pot. Seeing him wolfing down the food, the dog narrowed his eyes in displeasure. These two-legged beasts actually snatched food from it. Woof! What the hell? Where is its lackey been? I thought about it a little. Unfortunately, Rong Sanshao couldn't understand dog language. Chapter 377. After 2 bowls of noodles, Rong Sanshao regained his eating manners as a young master from a rich family and became elegant and refined. However, his words were full of anger. Sister, I caught the car thief. It was rare for Jiang Ning to be kind, but she almost choked on the noodles in her mouth. Cough. Cough cough. Damn it. This ungrateful bastard. I gave him half of the medicine as compensation, and he still talked about the car. It's been 9 years. It's endless. Right. Jiang Ning was so angry that she almost threw the bowl on his head. If it weren't for the 3 super wild cars, Would she be willing to spit out the medicine in her mouth? It was really irritating. But she still had to smile. Really? Who stole it? He ran away, and I didn't catch him. Rong Sanshao cursed while eating noodles. Don't let me catch these bastards. Otherwise I will drink his blood and eat his meat. Chop off his head and kick it like a ball. Jiang Ning couldn't bear it anymore. And her tone became cold. There is more than one predator in the world. Why do you say it's yours? My car. I can recognize it even if it turns to ash. Young Master Rong was furious. There are more than one in the world. But there is only one in China. Jiang Ning wanted to hit him. How do you know there is only one in the country? Of course. My cousin helped me with the formalities. And it is the first in the country. Jiang Ning began to attack. Your cousin has mental paranoia and needs to take medicine every day. What do you believe in what he says? Young Master Rong believed it without a doubt. No. Although my cousin is sick, he will never lie about this. Feeling Jiang Ning's murderous intent, Hui Yishan coughed lightly. Maybe it was smuggled in. Or maybe they didn't have time to go through the formalities. Besides, the Predator is an armored vehicle. And the military may also buy it. Their information is top secret. And your cousin can't find it no matter how powerful he is. Rong Sanshao was stunned. This made sense. But he still felt that the Predator belonged to him. And said firmly, Sister, you won't understand. The car is mine. I can smell it. Jiang Ning rubbed salt into his wounds. Oh, you are so powerful. How come you are so miserable today? He kept nagging and nagging. And finally exhausted the little guilt and conscience left in her heart. If it weren't for the friendship they had for so many years, Jiang Ning would have twisted his head off without hesitation. Perhaps Jiang Ning's words were too hurtful. And Rong Sanshao's sadness instantly turned into a river. And he couldn't eat the noodles in the bowl anymore. Yeah. A waste like me is worse than garbage without my dad. In the final analysis, he is a second generation who relies on his parents. Others flatter him not because he is really capable, but because he is reborn to find a good father. Being stabbed in the heart by his sister's sword. Young Master Rong was like an eggplant hit by frost. And all his energy and spirit were drained away. Jiang Ning felt a little bit sorry. You are like this now. Even if you get the car back, can you really keep it? Young Master Rong's heart was bleeding. And he really couldn't keep it. Jiang Ning brainwashed him. What's the use of complaining? When you become powerful one day, it won't take you long to get a plane or a cannon. Everyone understands the truth. But young Master Rong knows how much weight he has. He came with full confidence, but was slapped hard by reality. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Hui Yishan took the initiative to ask, what are your plans for the future? Young Master Rong really didn't know that he couldn't work as a part-time worker if he didn't pass the assessment for joining the army. After thinking about it, he could only be a scavenger. It was unrealistic to work alone. So he decisively lowered his status and joined the team. He thought he had chosen a strong team. But who knew that there was always someone better than you? You were ruthless. And you could even risk your life to pile up scraps. The team he was in challenged him to a battle. If he hadn't been smart and fell down and pretended to be dead, he would have been stabbed to death. It's just a pile of scrap metal. Back then, he could buy a plane and a yacht with a wave of his hand. And buy a pink diamond for 80 million without blinking an eye. But now, he is actually doing it for a pile of scrap metal. Ha ha. Ha ha. It's absurd to think about it. And young Master Rong couldn't help laughing. But as he laughed, he couldn't control his tears. Oh my god. It's so embarrassing that he actually cried in front of his sister. In the face of natural disasters. Even the son of the richest man has to accept the bloody reality. Without the protection of his biological father, he fell from the clouds to hell. But no matter how hard he fell, he could only rely on himself to get up. Young Master Rong wanted to lie down and close his eyes. But thinking of his father's words, he didn't have the courage to die. He lived not for himself, but for the Rong family. But he was really confused about how to live a good life. He tried hard to reach it. But he couldn't reach it. You think it's miserable enough. But there are worse things. Young Master Rong was really confused and couldn't control himself for a while. Sister, what do you think I should do? What should I do? The car was in her space. How could he die? Jiang Ning swore that this was the last time. If he dared to pick up the car again, she would chop him into 18 pieces. And she would not be named Jiang. Take a deep breath and calm down. Jiang Ning said, you are not suitable to be a scavenger. And you can't do heavy labor. I will ask your brother-in-law to teach you a few tricks to pass the assessment for joining the army. Only by joining the army and becoming a fire planner can you have a greater chance of defeating natural disasters. If Master Rong were here, I believe he would support you in doing this. Send him to the army. Train him to death every day. And see if he still has time to talk about the broken car? In fact, Rong Sanshao came here to join the army. But he didn't have enough skills. If there is a brother-in-law to guide, then there is still no need to worry. He subconsciously looked at Huishan. Really? Brother-in-law? Since he called him brother-in-law, could Huishan refuse? Besides, he knew Jiangning's plan. I can guide you. But you have to work hard to make up for your shortcomings, and try to pass the test as soon as possible. Rong Sanshao was not polite, and hurriedly agreed. Thank you, sister. Thank you, brother-in-law. Where is the dignity? How much is face worth? He promised the old man that he would live well. Besides, his sister and brother-in-law are so strong. He has no shame. Jiangning frowned. Why did he feel cheated? The second generation is cunning and treacherous. Anyway, it has been said, and he can't regret it. The master leads you to the door, and you have to practice on your own. Huishan doesn't teach stupid disciples. If he doesn't have a good understanding, there is nothing to say. Jiangning pointed to a few boxes in the corner. Third master, these are the medicines you gave me in the past. Now they are returned to the original owner. Don't forget to take them away later. After eating this free meal, don't even think about eating her food again. Most importantly, if you mention the car again, she will really get angry. What you gave to someone else, you can actually ask for it back? Rong Sanshao really felt ashamed, and the current life was really unbearable. Although he left early, he still encountered a sandstorm. Fortunately, he didn't hit the wind outlet. Otherwise he and the car would be blown away. Chapter 378. The car broke down after taking in a lot of sand and dust, and we had to walk the remaining dozens of kilometers. The old man gave us guns and medicines, but we encountered gang robbery on the way, and half of the supplies that Rong Sanshao had fought hard to protect were also squandered in the past few months. Now he is worse off than a beggar, and he can't even eat. So, Rong Sanshao didn't act pretentiously. Sister, consider it as a loan from you, and I will pay it back later. I don't know if the old man has settled down in Jiaqing, or if he encountered an accident due to the volcanic eruption and sandstorm. So I haven't contacted him for so long. But what's the point of worrying? He doesn't have the conditions to go to Jiaqing or Fengcheng now. Jiangning didn't want to push it back and forth. Well, remember to pay me back double in the future. They still had to continue scavenging, and it was impossible for the two to spend all their precious time on Rong Sanshao. So they could only conduct targeted training, commonly known as cramming. That's right. There are tricks to the physical fitness assessment for joining the army. Ordinary people may not know, but Huishan used to be in the military police system, and he knew very well what assessments the military base would conduct. After the second generation had eaten and drunk enough, he conducted emergency training in both civil and military aspects. Jiangning ignored it and took Daodu and Kailei upstairs. It took several hours to finally send young Master Rong away. Jiangning stood by the window and watched him leave with the medicine, looking at his lonely back. She couldn't help but think of their meeting in the villa area many years ago. With a flowered shirt, cropped pants, diamond glittering slippers, and a cool military coat. Natural disasters are unpredictable. She retracted her gaze, squatted down and stroked the dog head. Coke, what's wrong? Ever since young Master Rong showed up, I found that the dog was a little depressed. Kailei hummed twice and silently curled up and lay on the ground. Jiangning understood that he missed Ah Bin. Whether it was people or dogs, they were all getting used to the sudden separation. She didn't mention Ah Bin's name, fearing that it would be in a worse mood. She could only say that time would heal everything. Huishan went upstairs, and Jiangning handed him a cup of warm water and smiled. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Hua. Huishan took the cup and sat down on the sofa. Young Master Rong has a high level of comprehension. He understood the content of the written test at once, and his thinking and position changed quickly. His skills were a little inferior, but I taught him how to disassemble and deal with all the moves that might be tested. Don't worry. With his intelligence and comprehension ability, as long as he practices hard, passing the test is not a problem. Jiangning was a little depressed. Do you think he is deliberately playing the victim? Huishan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, It's really miserable. But it's also really playing the victim. Young Master Rong has his own style of doing things. It's probably harder to ask him for help than to kill him. Thinking of his obsession with super off-road, Jiang Ning felt very aggrieved. It's not reasonable to give it back if you get it by your own ability. Huishan saw it and couldn't help laughing and said, just like you said. If it's not his, you can't keep it. Whether it's for him or the Rong family, you have done your best. Let's just forget about it. No one knows what will happen in the future. Perhaps when the plate collision breaks out, there will be no chance to meet again in this life. Speaking of this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but get nervous. The disaster will not come one day, and the submarine must be obtained as soon as possible. This transaction made Jiang Ning have a new discovery. That there are also middlemen in the base. The middlemen are a branch of scavengers. Since there are various factories in the base, the materials are naturally richer than those outside. But not everyone is qualified to enter the base. So the smart scavengers act as middlemen to make a profit. They earn points by scavenging, and then help people outside buy the materials they need, earning a certain difference. Similarly, if people outside have good things, they can also exchange them with people in need in the base. It is less profitable to trade, but it is much safer than scavenging outside. Over time, many people are engaged in this business. Of course, these cannot be put on the surface. Jiang Ning couldn't help but think about it. The materials were passed around in the hands of the dealers, and it was not easy to track them down. Therefore, even if the rare metals were traded, which aroused the suspicion of the military, it would take time for them to track them down. After all, the plate collision could happen at any time, and they urgently needed rare metals to make various escape tools. Things had their priorities, and if they were really found to have any evidence, they could run away with the submarine at any time. After listening to her suggestion, Huishan thought it was feasible and took the submarine first, worried that the night would be long and dreams would arise. The two did not rest too much and drove out early the next day. As soon as they left Area B, a few smoking men came up to them. Handsome guy. Beautiful girl. Let's talk somewhere else. From the way they were dressed, they were obviously a scavenger team. Jiang Ning refused coldly. I don't know you. Please don't bother me. Who knew that the other party had no intention of giving way, and even began to introduce themselves. We are from the Tornado team, one of the best scavengers. There are hundreds of team members in total. All of them are very skilled and have a say in the base. We only recruit a small number of members every year. You two are really lucky. It turned out to be Wang Po's selling melons. It was probably because they were targeted when they were pulling supplies back yesterday, and they wanted to recruit the two into the gang. Jiang Ning didn't bother to pay attention, and walked around them. Seeing that she was about to leave, someone came up and pulled her. Hey, beautiful lady, listen to us. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the base. But looking at their forced buying and selling posture, it seems that they are not prepared to give others a chance to refuse. Huishan pushed the man hand away. The black muzzle of the gun was against his abdomen, and said coldly, We have no intention of joining the team. Can we leave now? Damn. They pulled out their guns when they disagreed. They also had guns in their hands, but they didn't dare to start a war openly in the base. Seeing that he was serious, the man took 2 steps back and smiled flatteringly. Brother, let's talk it out nicely. We are all civilized people. There is no need to take out weapons. Right? Scavenging is scavenging. Making it like a pyramid scheme. Cheating and forcing people to recruit. I guess that's how young Master Rong was deceived. Jiang Ning stared at them coldly. We don't form an alliance, and we have a bad temper. We will fight when we disagree. Please stay away from us in the future. Unexpectedly, they ran into 2 tough guys, and they were not far from the exit of Area A. The soldiers on guard had already cast sharp eyes over them. The crowd did not dare to confront them openly, so they had to let the 2 leave. 6 brother. Are we just going to let it go? One of the subordinates was dissatisfied and said angrily towards the distant background. These 2 people were able to live in an independent courtyard as soon as they entered the base, and they returned with a lot of scavenging. They don't look like simple people. What if someone gets there first? No matter how powerful they are just a mouth and 2 eyes. How awesome can they be? Ma Zilliu was extremely unhappy when someone pointed a gun at him. He said angrily, Since they don't want to drink, let's teach them a lesson. Gosheng, take the brothers and follow them. If they find something good, we will ambush them and rob them. If they don't find anything, we will teach them how to respect their elders. Goshen quickly followed with a few brothers. Chapter 379. Jiang Ning drove a truck, and Hui Yishan drove an off-road vehicle. As soon as they left the base, they found that they were being followed. The two were not in a hurry, but took out the walkie-talkie to communicate, and then left in two directions. Goshen was dumbfounded and quickly ordered, separately chase them. Don't let them get away. Whether it is a large truck or an off-road vehicle. Don't look at the dirty appearance. But in fact the performance is very good. Jiang Ning, wearing a bulletproof vest and a helmet, started to drive fast, walking them like walking his grandson, and soon left the people far behind. After passing the hidden valley, they entered the space with their cars. The Cyclone team stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and chased after them in their shabby cars. And they were stunned. Where is the car? Before they could be stunned, there was a loud bang, and everyone hurriedly hid nearby. Later they found that the tire of the car was flat. Damn! They were scared to death. There was no trace. So they had to turn around and return. When Jiang Ning arrived at the foot of Dongqiao Mountain, Hui Yishan and the two were already waiting. Are you okay? Just a bunch of rabble. Those who can enter the military base may have good physical fitness. But these people are just swindlers. Their early passion has long been worn down by natural disasters or life. So they can only make a living by deceiving newcomers to work for them. If they really encounter something, they will probably run faster than anyone else. What about you? Jiang Ning asked back. Did you encounter any danger? No. We got rid of them. The off-road vehicle has good performance and quickly got rid of them. However, Hui Yishan often frowned. These people are probably not easy to deal with. It's not easy to get away if they are targeted. They may set an ambush on the way back. So we have to be careful. Jiang Ning thought so too. One step at a time. She didn't take the initiative to cause trouble. But if trouble came to her, don't blame her for being rude. The three people and the dog didn't run around. Indeed, no one took out the RV. They ate, drank, defecated and urinated in the car. Dowda watched cartoons with the dog. Hui Yishan was concentrating on keeping watch, and Jiang Ning seemed to be sleeping in the room. But in fact, he entered the space to load the rare metals into the car. It was enough to load 2 large trucks. But Jiang Ning didn't load it all, but kept 30% for emergency use. After loading the car, it was covered with canvas. It is used to exchange submarines, so no accidents can happen. If you really encounter road robbery, you can take advantage of the canvas to cover it and store it in space. After 2 days of camping in Dongqiao Mountain, the two of them planned to pull the goods back to the base when it was about time. They did not take the tornado team seriously, but they should not relax their vigilance. They took a walk first. After a disguise, even their father could not recognize them. When they drove the shabby car back to the base, they found clues. There was indeed an ambush on the road. However, the 3 people and the dog were disguised and drove the broken car that seemed to fall apart at any time. So the people ambushing on both sides of the road did not notice it at all. And they thought the broken car was really an eyesore. There were people on both sides. More than a dozen in total. The ambush point was very tricky, belonging to a no-man land. Beyond it was the outer sentry post of the military base, which was under surveillance. Jiang Ning couldn't take this risk, so he had to deal with this group of people. The old broken car disappeared on the road and stopped quietly in the corner of the valley. Hui Yishan took out his gun and installed the silencer. In fact, Dowda could help, but Jiang Ning planned to destroy the body, and it was inconvenient to bring Dowda with him. The two of them cleaned up their own side, and Dowda and Guzi took a detour to the front of the road and drove the pre-hidden truck over at the agreed time, each doing his own job. Jiang Ning quietly returned to the back of the ambushers and successfully found a shelter. When the time was up, Dowda drove the truck and slowly appeared at the other end of the road. As expected, the ambushers on both sides of the road immediately became alert. "Six, brother. It's this truck. They are back." The car drove very slowly, and it looked bulging, probably with a full load again. As long as it was successfully taken, it would definitely be exchanged for a lot of points. Enough for everyone to squander for a few months. The days were getting more and more miserable. They hadn't had enough food for several months, and the brothers had all become weak shrimps. Thinking of the supplies that were about to be obtained, they could not help but get excited and ready to fight. "Gather. Let's do something." Everyone's eyes were attracted by the truck. And they didn't notice that the mantis stalked the cicada, and the oriole was behind. Their backs were exposed, and they all showed excited eyes, unaware that death had come. At the appointed time, Huishan and Jiangning took action at the same time. Puff! Puff! With the silencer installed, the sound of the bullet was swallowed. Deciding to take action, Jiangning never thought of leaving any survivors, and red flowers bloomed on the back of their heads. The henchman holding the telescope found something wrong. Sixth brother. The driver seems to be a little girl. She is wearing a mask, and there is a dog next to her. It seems not right. Before he finished speaking, Mauzilia's body tilted and fell on him, and warm liquid flowed out. Sixth brother. OMG. There is a trap. Ambush. Before he finished speaking, he fell down with Guangrong. 6 or 7 people fell down in an instant, and the rest were shocked at first, and then they reacted. One of them turned around and raised his gun, but the gun fell to the ground. Jiangning quickly changed the magazine and raised his hand to send him on his way. The other 2 rolled over to avoid him and immediately ran away. Jiangning did not give them a chance. His hand holding the gun was very steady. The 2 fell one after another, with the earth slope as a cover. She collected the bodies of several people into the space and wiped all traces on the ground. She dealt with it hurriedly and ran to the other end of the road. Huishan work was very beautiful. All the bodies were gathered into a pile. One was on guard, and the other collected the bodies. Dowda picked up his brother and sister-in-law, and the truck turned around again and drove to a secret place. After making sure there were no obstacles, Jiangning asked 2 people to go out to keep watch and take out the 2 trucks loaded with rare metals. She also threw out the bodies, took away the items that could identify them, and then poured a few buckets of acid rain on them. The acid rain was collected in the villa area at the beginning, and the acid index was very strong. The bodies were unrecognizable after a while. The smell was unpleasant, so you have to wear a gas mask. Fearing that Jiangning would feel nauseous, Huishan took the initiative and asked her to wait in the distance. After handling everything, the 2 drove away in the truck, not forgetting to pick up Dowdu and Guzi. The obstacles have been cleared, and the road is unobstructed. But the 3 people and the dog did not relax their vigilance until they entered the surveillance range of the military base. Although they were low-key, there were many scavengers in the base. 2 fully loaded trucks drove into the trading center, which still attracted the attention of many scavengers. There were countless pairs of eyes openly and secretly. So what if there was envy, jealousy and hatred? Who dared to mess around in the military base? They really dared to shoot people, and they had already shot many people. Otherwise there would be no peace today. Chapter 380. The canvas was opened, and the car was full of sealed barrels mixed with mud and rust. There were dents here and bulges there, and it felt like it had been bombarded many times. The staff was curious. What was inside? He took out the mud and gently scraped off the rust, and saw the logo on the sealed barrel. Titanium? Then he cleaned a few more barrels. Tungsten. Beryllium. Oh my god! These are all rare metals. The base has sent countless people to look for them, but they have not found the source for a long time, and the factory is about to stop production. The staff member's jaw almost dropped. These 2 cars are all? Yes. Jiangning wiped his dirty face. His voice was nervous and urgent. Comrade, can these things be used? We spent a lot of effort and gambled all our belongings to exchange them. If we can't use them, we will really go bankrupt and have no way to survive. The sealed barrel was too old, and the staff were not sure whether the metal inside was still intact. I don't know either. He was nervous because of Jiangning's exaggerated expression. Wait a moment. I will notify the comrades from the Scientific Research and Inspection Department to come over. After saying that, he ran into the office to get the intercom to contact. After explaining the situation, he did not forget to remind. Yes, both trucks are full of them. Send someone over immediately. Although there are only 2 trucks. These metals are industrial MSG. And just add a little to the materials. These are already a huge amount. 20 minutes later, a car drove over and several staff members in military uniforms got off. Seeing the sealed barrels in the 2 trucks in front of them, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't even close their mouths. The captain reacted quickly and said excitedly, "Quick! Move them all down and take samples for inspection first." So, almost all the staff of the trading center came out to help. Jiangning came over quickly. "Comrade, Where are you going to move our things? It hasn't been weighed yet. You don't want to swallow it, do you? Seeing her alert and nervous expression, the captain smiled and explained, please rest assured. We will not embezzle the goods. But the storage conditions of rare metals are relatively special. The environment has been too bad in recent years. We need to test them one by one to ensure that they are useful. Jiang Ning frowned. How long will it take to test them one by one? We will test a batch first, and the results will come out in about 3 hours. If there is no problem, we will test all of them, which will take about 2 days. The goods will not be taken away, but only samples will be taken, although the sealed barrels are in tatters. When the lids are carefully pried open and the metal inside is purified powder, the experts in the testing department are particularly surprised. They did not expect it to be preserved so well. Based on their rich experience, it is almost certain that it is intact. But scientific testing is still needed to reach a conclusion. Within 3 hours, the people in the trading center must clean the dirt on the outside of all sealed barrels. The space has a preservation function, and the rare metals will not go bad. But this cannot be told to the inspectors, and all Jiang Ning can do is wait. The 3 people and the dog were not idle either, helping the staff to clean up together. Knowing the importance of rare metals, the staff was extra careful when cleaning. Seeing that Jiang Ning and Hui were picking up and putting down the sealed barrels, and the sealed barrels were still rolling on the ground, they hurriedly said nervously, be gentle. Be gentle. Don't damage the barrels. If you don't know, you might think that the sturdy sealed barrels are made of tofu. The staff didn't even have time to eat lunch, and fully cooperated with the requirements of the inspection department to clean up the things as soon as possible. All the staff of the trading center were mobilized, and the news spread quickly. Many lone wolves or groups of scavengers came to inquire about the news. When they saw the 2 trucks of rare metals, they were so envious that they were jealous. It's rich, buddy! The price of rare metals has soared to the sky. If all of them are exchanged for supplies, you will never have to worry about food and clothing for several lifetimes. Therefore, many people shamelessly came to lick Huishan. Brother, where did you find your goods? Bring the brothers. I will help you. Some people wanted to sacrifice their looks. Beauty. Are you in need of a brother or a puppy? You can choose a muscular man or a weak beauty. I am also good at sharp style. I am always waiting for your call. Huishan's face was dark. Get lost. Jiang Ning was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Get lost. Daodu was so angry that he jumped up and down. She is my sister-in-law. Kuzi grinned. Woof. Legs. Everyone wanted to force him, but Huishan took out his gun and loaded it without saying anything. Seeing that the 3 people and the dog were invulnerable, they had to leave with regret. Damn it. How could such overwhelming wealth fall on someone else's head? The staff laughed. Don't be angry. Just get used to it. They didn't do this before. It was really because there were no supplies outside, so they kept staring at other people's bowls. In the end, it's still for survival. However, there are always people who think they are special, and come to chat with them one after another, using their eloquence to try to form an alliance. Just sending off a few waves was already annoying. The 3 people and the dog went back to the truck to rest, and took the opportunity to eat lunch. About 3 hours later, the results of the inspection department came out, and they directly contacted the scavenging department trading center to pass. The staff was excited and contacted Jiang Ning and Huishan to weigh and classify the rare metals. The ones that just passed the inspection will be converted into points for you first, and the results of the rest will be available in 2 days. Then you can take the receipt to exchange for points. Jiang Ning had no objection, and the 60 points were easily credited. She calculated that if all the points were qualified, she would have a lot of points left in addition to exchanging for a submarine. Not knowing what to exchange, the 3 of them and the dog went to the material trading mall. The last time they came was at night, and they just stared at the scrolling electronic screen. This time there were staff at work, and Jiang Ning found that many products had been updated. There was an escape capsule, single, double, 4, 6, 10. All sizes are available, as long as there is enough food and oxygen. The escape capsule is enough to deal with earthquakes and tsunamis. Jiang Ning looked at the escape capsule. The size of the 6-seater capsule was much smaller than the one he had stored in his space. It was probably due to the shortage of materials. It was too small. The size was cramped. and he had to bend down to get up or go to the toilet. But it was still okay for emergency use. However, if the disaster lasted for a long time, there would be no extra space for supplies. And people would probably go crazy if they were cramped in there for a long time. Just in case, Jiangning wanted to store another one. But he was not sure about the materials. So he waved to the waiter at the counter. "Hello. What materials are this escape capsule made of?" The beautiful waitress was chatting with a soldier in military uniform, and she ignored him as if she was deaf. The soldier heard the voice to remind her, but the beautiful waitress didn't take it seriously at all. She pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "Why bother with poor people who only look but don't buy? There are so many people coming in every day, but less than 10% of them buy things." The soldier frowned, a little dissatisfied with her arrogant attitude, but he didn't show it on his face, and said tactfully, "I have something to do in the army. I go back first. Brother Zheng, it's not easy for you to come here. Please chat with me for a few more words." The soldier left in a hurry. "Sorry. I have official business." The blind date ran away, and the beautiful waitress was so angry that she jumped up and down, turned around and yelled at Jiangning, "What are you yelling about? You are born poor. Can you afford an escape pod?" Chapter 381. The woman's voice was piercing, and her eyes were full of contempt. "Oh, as expected. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Even the military base is not immune to this. There are still arrogant waiters." Jiangning was a little curious. How did such people get in? Or is it because they are the second generation of the military and feel superior? The three people and the dog turned around and looked at the arrogant waiter. A familiar yet unfamiliar face made Jiangning a little stunned for a moment. Isn't this the socialite who raised alpacas? It seems that the two are related by blood, born by the same cheap woman, in order to fit the image of a scavenger who is exposed to the wind and rain. Jiangning wears clothes that have not been changed for several days. His face is full of oil and dirt, and his hair is messy. Huishan is no exception, and he looks like a sharp brother with a story. Qin Yanfei didn't recognize the two, but Jiangning recognized her at a glance. Not as delicate as before, but living better than most people. Even without makeup, she still has beautiful features and fair skin. "What's your service attitude?" Jiangning sneered at her. "Call your leader over." The owner was angry, and the dog jumped out fiercely, baring its teeth at Qin Yanfei. Woof! Not only was it fierce to her, it also pretended to rush up and bite her. Ah! The moment she saw the dog face, Qin Yanfei was frightened. It was it. The bitch dog that bit Mimi back then. This dog is not dead yet. So, she looked at Jiangning in shock, and the blood in her body rushed to her head. Why did she come to the military base? Jiangning didn't know why Qin Yanfei appeared in the military base, and he was not interested in digging up her shitty past. But for her dog-eyed attitude, who else should he teach her a lesson? Why? I am not worthy of entering the mall with this outfit? Jiangning showed sarcasm. Or do you think you are superior and unwilling to serve customers? If you are so noble, why come out to get a free salary? You are really occupying the toilet without doing anything. Woof! Eat your legs. The dusty memories came to her mind, and the scenes of being humiliated in the past kept floating up. Qin Yanfei, with her silver teeth clenched, was deeply in shock and couldn't recover for a while. "You?" Her voice was so sharp that the busy team leader Sister Lu came out quickly. Seeing this scene, Sister Lu couldn't help rolling her eyes. It was really a dog that couldn't change its nature. It got into trouble again. She took a deep breath and smiled. "Hello. How can I help you?" Jiangning pointed at Qin Yanfei without any hesitation. "Your employees flirted during work hours. Not only divided the customers into different levels, but also insulted us." She slapped the points card on the table and said arrogantly, "You look down on others, don't you? Or I buy them all." Sister Lu glanced at Qin Yanfei and saw that her face was flushed with shame, and at the same time, she was full of hatred, as if she wanted to cut the customer into pieces. This kind of person is mentally ill. Sister Lu quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. Everyone, this employee is new and doesn't know the rules of the store. I apologize to you on her behalf. It's really rude." "New? Why don't you say she's a temporary worker?" Jiangning was dissatisfied with her words. "She's a clerk who makes 2.58 million yuan. She must have connections to support her, since you have such a strong relationship. You can just stay at home and be a rich lady. If you don't have any sense of serving the people, why do you come out to work? I didn't expect the customer to be so angry that even Sister Lu was blushing. Her apologies were useless, and she was speechless for a while. Qin Yanfei was so angry that she trembled all over. Jiang Ning, don't go too far. Is this too far? Jiang Ning retorted. But not as far as you said just now. You are so capable. If you have the ability, don't come out to work. The base didn't hire you to work to humiliate customers. Sister Lu had seen all kinds of difficult customers. From the conversation between the two, it turned out that there was an old grudge. Qin Yanfei had hit a nail this time. If the customer kept complaining to the relevant departments of the base, she would not only be evaluated but also have her income deducted. Seeing that Jiang Ning was not an easy person to talk to, Sister Lu decided not to indulge Qin Yanfei anymore and said with a stern face, Yanfei, why don't you apologize to the customer? Apologize? Why? Qin Yanfei couldn't apologize. But Jiang Ning clearly wanted to make a big deal out of it. Many people were attracted by the noise and blocked the entrance of the mall to watch the excitement. In her anger and shock, she couldn't help but shed tears. Jiang Ning didn't buy it. Cry? You still have the nerve to cry. Where is the energy you had when you insulted the customer just now? Qin Yanfei covered her face, pushed the crowd away, and ran away. Sister Lu was speechless and had to apologize to Jiang Ning again and again. I'm so sorry. We will punish her according to the mall rules. Okay. I wait. Jiang Ning didn't give her a way out. When the punishment results are out, remember to tell me. If you are perfunctory, I will complain. Sister Lu had to smile. How can I help you? Qin Yanfei was just an episode. Jiang Ning didn't take it seriously. What material is the escape pod made of? She quickly called other shop assistants to serve the customer throughout the process. The material of the escape pod is a bit complicated, so the store took out the manual. Jiang Ning and Huaishan looked through it carefully, and the material was still okay, but it was still far inferior to the aviation materials before the end of the world. But it should be no problem to resist earthquakes and tsunamis. But the comfort level is greatly reduced. After thinking about it, she decided to give up. However, she took the opportunity to ask about the submarine. Does it include a tutorial if you buy a submarine? The clerk was stunned. It includes a tutorial. And it also comes with nuclear fuel kinetic energy. Nuclear fuel kinetic energy? It sounds good. Jiang Ning took the opportunity to ask for the instruction manual. Then, she left without buying anything. The clerk smiled and sent them out. Then turned around and complained. Sister Lu, these people are just trying to be rich. They can't even afford an escape pod. And they still want to buy a submarine. But Qin Yanfei deserved it. She finally met someone who could deal with her. Just thinking about it made her happy. Do you want to follow in Qin Yanfei's footsteps? Sister Lu glared at her. No matter if the other party has points or not. They are customers when they enter the store. We serve customers, not give them a cold shoulder. This is the value of our existence. Sister Lu is right. The clerk couldn't help but stand up for her. You are the only one who spoils Qin Yanfei. If they really complain, you will be punished. Sister Lu said helplessly. How about what do you say? She is the daughter of the chief. Chapter 382. Faced with Qin Yanfei's stupid behavior, Sister Lu was helpless. What do you think we should do? She is the daughter of the chief. And we should look at the Buddha's face instead of the monk's. The chief has made great contributions to the base and has helped my wife. I can't just tell her about this. Forget it. I don't think she is a good worker. If she doesn't want to work one day, she will resign on her own. She has changed so many jobs. And there is chaos everywhere. The clerk was very depressed. We are so unlucky. You shouldn't have stopped this today and let those people beat her up. She is afraid to come to work. Sister Lu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay. Stop talking about people behind their backs. Let's just do our job well. After 2 days of rest, Jiang Ning took the submarine manual and planned to go back to study it carefully. After returning to the independent courtyard, he washed himself from head to toe, changed into clean and soft casual clothes, and took out delicious food to reward himself. Qin Yanfei cried all the way home, but she left her bag in the mall in a hurry. She didn't have the key to open the door, so she had to knock on the door with her hands. Song Yaling opened the door and said with a smile, Old Gu, you are back? Seeing her daughter in tears, she was stunned for a moment, and immediately asked with concern, Yinfei, you are at work. Why are you back early? Don't be late and leave early all the time. It will be bad for your reputation if it gets out. And I can't explain to your dad. After being bullied in the store, she was also scolded when she got home. Qin Yanfei was full of anger. Mom, am I still your daughter? Why do you always use Dad to pressure me? When she entered the house and saw the cake on the table and the carefully prepared meals in the kitchen, she couldn't help but mocking Mom. Don't waste your time preparing. He won't come back to celebrate your birthday with you. Song Yiling frowned. Who made you angry? You are so sarcastic. Your dad promised to come back a few days ago. Hurry up and control your temper. He will be back soon. Seeing her mother dressed up exquisitely and even making cakes and cooking by herself, Qin Yanfei felt extremely ironic. Mom, don't deceive yourself. When did he come back to accompany you on your birthday? You? Song Yiling was choked by her daughter, and her face was ugly. He was too busy to come before. But he promised it this time. He is a man of his word, and will not break his promise. He won't come back. Qin Yanfei looked at her mother, shaking with anger. Jiangning is here. Jiangning is here. Song Yiling was stunned. What did you say? Jiangning came to the base and openly humiliated me in the mall. Song Yiling was shocked and fell on the sofa after a while. Why would she come to the military base? Qin Yanfei didn't know why Jiangning came? In recent years, natural disasters have occurred frequently, and people have been dying every day. But Jiangning has not been hurt at all. And now he has come to the base to act arrogantly. Jiangning looks so much like her, especially like her mother. If she meets Gu Tinglin one day, Qin Yanfei knows Jiangning methods very well. If the truth is exposed, the consequences will be disastrous. She panicked. Mom, what do you say we should do? There are always similar people in the world. Whoever I say is the daughter of old Gu, is it? After being shocked, Song Yiling quickly calmed down. Yanfei, from today on, you are not allowed to mention Jiangning, especially in front of your father. Pretend that you have never known her. But, Song Yiling warned her daughter. No buts. The base hospital cannot do paternity testing. You are his biological child. Yes. Qin Yanfei almost forgot that the hospital did not have a paternity test program. So what was there to panic about? As long as she and her mother refused to admit it. What would happen even if Gu Tinglin suspected it? But Qin Yanfei was still worried. Mom, do you think he found out something? Otherwise, you have been so good to him in the past few years. But he is still cold and doesn't come back for 10 days or half a month. And never stays at home overnight when he comes back. This statement made Song Yiling feel a little embarrassed. Your father is an important person in charge of the base. He is indispensable for all matters. And he has long regarded the office as his home. Qin Yanfei disagreed. Mom, which other leader is not busy? They have to balance work and family. So why don't they go home? She had secretly asked him a long time ago. Gu Tinglin was very busy, but he used to live in the family area. Later, she came with her mother. At the beginning, it was understandable that they were unfamiliar with each other. But after so many years, he was still as cold as a stone. If you say he doesn't like her, he not only accepts her and her mother, but also tries to satisfy them in life. You can say he accepts her. When her mother suggested that she change her surname to her father's, Gu Tinglin refused again, saying that she was raised by the Chen family, and she should remember Brother In. So it's fine to take her adoptive father's surname. And there's no need to change her surname. Her mother has been a widow for many years, and she still has her charm. Gu Tinglin has never married for her, and she is his first love. It's reasonable that he should be able to give in to her. But when faced with his mother's initiative to show her affection, he actually has no desire. So, Qin Yanfei always feels that something is wrong. Gu Tinglin was calm and wise. His sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. And there was a kind of indifferent distance that made it impossible for people to get close to him. It was probably the evil spirit of the military superiors that made Qin Yanfei dare not be presumptuous in front of him. And she lived in fear. In fact, it was better for him not to go home. At least, he would not have to worry about food and clothing in the military dependence area. And he didn't have to pretend to be so tired. And the military dependents were all flattering because of her identity as Gu Tinglin's daughter. But Jiangning appeared. Although her mother was very sure, Qin Yanfei had a bad feeling that Jiangning would take away everything she had now. Her mother didn't admit it because she cared about her reputation. But Qin Yanfei was not blind. Gu Tinglin might have lost his feelings for her a long time ago. The reason why he accepted and took care of her was because they had a child together. I have to say that her mother was quite good at making up stories. She almost believed it. Qin Yanfei was uneasy. And Song Yaling was also immersed in memories. In the night, the thugs rushed into the villa area, and Qin was beaten to death. Song Yaling survived by chance. Her daughter needed food and drink. And there were 2 bastards to raise at home. She had been used to a life of luxury all her life. And she was simply unable to support the entire family. She put aside her dignity and went to find Jiang Ning. But what she got in return was ruthless humiliation. In desperation, she could only go to Gu Tinglin. Before the natural disaster, she attended a charity exchange party and accidentally learned about Gu Tinglin. Not only did he not have a family, but he was already a senior military official. When his daughter had a swimming pool party, young Master Rong got drunk and didn't control his mouth. In order to show the ability of the Rong family, he revealed a list of the heads of a number of official bases and military bases. Only then did she know that Gu Tinglin was at the military base. Jiang Ning was cold-blooded and ruthless, and always hated her for abandoning him out of necessity. He would never care about her life or death. But if she had a choice, how could she be willing to break up with the one she loved, and even give up her own flesh and blood? She could only wait for death if she stayed in the villa area. So she had no choice but to take a gamble. Chapter 383. Song Yaling took out the supplies hidden outside by the Qin family, hired a bounty hunter for protection, and took Qin Yanfei to the military base for refuge. Who knew that the bounty hunter was so cruel and wanted to kill her as soon as she arrived in Yuecheng? If she hadn't happened to meet a patrolling soldier, she and Yanfei would have been dead. It seems that it is not easy to reach the military base safely. So when the soldier asked about the situation, she lied. She said she was Gu Tinglin's family member, and Yanfei was his daughter. There is nothing wrong with it. Gu Tinglin chose not to get married for her, and she has not forgotten him for so many years. Knowing that it was Gu Tinglin's family, the military district really helped to contact them. Using the military satellite phone, they finally got in touch after more than 20 years. Listening to the voice on the other end, Song Yaling really regretted it. If she had known this would happen, she would never have compromised with her parents' arrangements. She agreed to break up with Gu Tinglin and marry into the Qin family to help the family business through the crisis. At a friend's party, she fell in love with Gu Tinglin at first sight and took the initiative to pursue him for a long time before they became lovers. Unfortunately, the good times were too short. Gu Tinglin received a special mission and could not contact the outside world due to confidentiality. She promised to wait for him for a year and get married when he came back. Therefore, even if they broke up, they couldn't find her. What was even more terrifying was that she was pregnant. The Qin family couldn't know about this. Otherwise the marriage would no longer exist, and the Song family would be completely ruined. So, she could only choose to abort the child. However, the doctor said that her uterine wall was very thin, and abortion and curettage could easily cause infertility, and it would be difficult to have children in the future. In desperation, she could only choose to give birth to the child. The Song family kept it a secret and quietly threw away the child after Song Yaling gave birth. How could she not feel sad when her own flesh fell from her body? But she had no better choice. Gu Tinglin's family could not help the Song family. In reality, love is enough to satisfy one's hunger. But after all, it was the flesh and blood of her beloved. The sad Song Yaling secretly inquired and learned that the child was sent to an orphanage. Just as the two families were preparing for the wedding, Gu Tinglin returned after completing his mission. At that time, she was pregnant again, with the child of the Qin family. The wedding was imperative, and her past with Gu Tinglin could not be exposed. In order to cut the Gordian knot, she chose to conceal the truth and burst into tears in front of her beloved man. The Song family went bankrupt. You were gone. I was pregnant. You were gone. I had a miscarriage. You were still gone. Now I'm getting married. I hope you're still gone. The incident happened suddenly, and Gu Tinglin didn't agree. Song Yaling put her hand on her abdomen. I'm pregnant. Not yours. She will never forget Gu Tinglin's eyes in her life. Pain, self-blame, and the last respect. Who wouldn't change after more than 20 years? Not to mention facing a life or death choice. Song Yaling tears fell when she heard the voice on the other end of the satellite phone. I'm sorry. I lied to you back then. The child was not aborted at all. She is still alive and well. That's our child. She has your blood in her body. I can't bear to abort it. The other end was silent for a long time, and then arranged for the military district to escort the mother and daughter to the base. In fact, Song Yiling still loved him in the past 20 years. But this love was mixed with too many things. It was no longer pure. Gu Tinglin also knew that he was no longer the same person he was back then. Soldiers in the apocalypse shouldered heavy responsibilities and missions, and had no time or energy to devote to personal feelings. Or perhaps, he didn't want to. Otherwise, facing her initiative for several years, he never responded, but only guaranteed the lives of the mother and daughter. He became more and more unfamiliar, making it difficult to figure out. And now, Jiangning also got involved. The intercom sounded, pulling the mother and daughter back from their trance. Sorry, I have a lot of work to do today, so I won't go back. His voice was mature and stable, and his words were polite, but not very warm. Song Yiling was stunned and quickly replied, no matter how busy you are, you have to eat well. If you don't have time to go home, how about I prepare the food and send it over? There is a cafeteria here, and it is a military stronghold, and no outsiders are allowed to come in. Besides that, there is nothing else. Song Yiling's face was very ugly, and her hands clenched subconsciously. In previous years, even if he didn't come back, he would say a blessing and ask the orderly to bring back a gift. Nothing happened this year, and he seemed unwilling to talk. What happened? If he didn't want to give her a chance, why did he take her to the military base? He even admitted her and Yanfei's identities. Mom, he doesn't love you at all. Qin Yanfei's heart sank. Jiangning is here. He must know something. Shut up. Song Yiling's emotion suddenly lost control, and she said sternly, I warn you again. If you still want to live a good life, don't mention this name at home anymore. Over the years, Song Yiling has maintained her image as a mother very well. No matter how spoiled and arrogant her daughter is, she never gets angry. After all, her daughter is her future support. But now, she is constantly stabbed by her daughter. How can she maintain her face and dignity? Stupid thing. No matter how you train it, it is still stupid. It can't even get over the cruelty of the end of the world. It is completely hopeless. At this moment, Song Yiling is endlessly exhausted. Qin Yanfei was frightened by her uncontrolled emotions and choked for a while. Song Yiling realized that she had lost her composure, and immediately adjusted her mood and changed the subject. Yanfei, how was your blind date today? The other party's military rank was not particularly high. But after all, she had begged him to introduce her through her friendship with the officer's wife. So his conditions were not bad. Speaking of blind dates, Qin Yanfei was furious. We were chatting well, but Jiangning insisted on interfering, causing the other party to leave in a hurry. The other party looked good, but it was a pity that she was only a deputy battalion commander. And even if she got married, she could not be a stable officer's wife. However, she is already 27 years old this year, and if she doesn't get married, she will be too old. If she were a few years younger, and if Gu Tinglin was willing to act as a matchmaker, it would be no problem for her to marry the head of the regiment or above. Gu Tinglin is mentally ill, saying that in the face of natural disasters and the end of the world, the duty of soldiers is to defend the country and strive to keep more people alive. And it is not suitable for love. To put it bluntly, he will not find a son-in-law for himself. Not only is he single, but he also wants his daughter to live alone for the rest of her life. This kind of man is a psychopath. Besides, many people get married and have children every year in the base, especially in the military dependence area. In the end, he still doesn't treat her as his own daughter. If it were Jiangning, would he still be so cold-blooded? Chapter 384. In the end, Qin Yanfei still felt that Gu Tinglin despised her mother for having been married before, and she was raised by another man, which made her feel very uncomfortable. He did not really accept her and her mother, but he was in a high position and had no shortage of food and drink, so he took her to his side to raise her, just to avenge the abandonment of her in the past. As a leader, he had no shortage of women around him. If he needed anything, he would just beckon and countless women would line up. He had all the young and beautiful ones. But his mother was just a middle-aged woman, and she only came back to him after her husband died. If she were Gu Tinglin, she would be a fool not to feel uncomfortable. What made Chen Yanfei even more upset was that since entering the military base, her mother had been focusing on Gu Tinglin and had not considered her future at all. Gu Tinglin asked her to join the army, and her mother stood on his side even though she knew she could not endure the hardship. She asked for a good job, but Gu Tinglin was unwilling to ask for it. Her mother also argued that he was in a high position and should set an example. In the end, no matter how close a daughter is, a man is closer. What's funny is that her mother is still trapped in it and can't extricate herself. And Gu Tinglin doesn't look down on her at all. Not even coming back for her birthday is clearly a humiliation. Song Yaling didn't know what her daughter was thinking. When she heard that it was Jiang Ning who ruined the blind date, she couldn't help rubbing her temples and said, "It's her again. It's endless." Jiang Ning was born to be her nemesis. If she had known this would happen, she should have taken the risk of abortion, and shouldn't have given birth to this evil child who always went against her. She sighed deeply. Yan Fei. This guy today was introduced by Mrs. Guo, the wife of Major General. The man is already a deputy battalion commander at a young age, and his work ability is impeccable. If he can get your father's approval, he will have a promising future. You must seize the opportunity. Chen Yanfei also wanted to seize the opportunity, but the other party left halfway through the conversation. Could it be that she would be entangled like a vixen? Soldiers are honest and dull, and they are brainwashed by their superiors every day to sacrifice themselves to defend the country. They tend to retreat when encountering emotional problems. What's wrong with you taking the initiative? Song Yaling is an experienced person. She couldn't help but persuade her daughter. It's easy for a girl to chase a boy, since he is willing to come for a blind date. He either likes you or Lao Gu's power. You must actively seize the opportunity. Chen Yanfei pretended to be reserved, but he didn't leave any contact information. That's easy. I asked Mrs. Guo to arrange another date for you two to meet alone. Song Yaling patted her daughter's hand gently. Yanfei, you are already 27 years old. Don't be shy when you need to take the initiative. It's true that soldiers are dull, but they will definitely take responsibility. If he dares not take responsibility, Al-Qaeda will give you an explanation. Are you afraid that he won't marry you then? How could Chen Yanfei not understand her mother's hint? She made a plan in her mind. How about arranging it at Mrs. Guo's house, so that there will be witnesses? Seeing her daughter come to her senses, Song Yaling was satisfied. Well, if you are smart, I will help you. The mother and daughter did not mention Jiang Ning again, and they were prepared to deny it even if the truth was revealed. But they knew in their hearts that as long as Jiang Ning was in the base, no one would have a good life. Facing the candles and cakes, Song Yaling was stunned. Her mind was full of memories of falling in love at first sight with Gu Tinglin 30 years ago. But it was a pity that she could never go back to the innocence and beauty of the past. The natural disaster and the end of the world made each other unrecognizable, leaving only a broken body. Chen Yanfei went back to her room and lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Jiang Ning's face lingered in her mind. Bitch. She beat and scolded her in the villa area, forced her to eat filth, and made her lose face. Now she came to the base, humiliated her in public, and even wanted to steal her identity. No. If she lost her identity as Gu Tinglin's daughter, she would have no way to survive, let alone find a good man to marry, and have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of her life. Even if she refused to admit it, Jiang Ning was a time bomb, and Gu Tinglin was not easy to deceive. Jiang Ning can't stay. She must die. This matter can't be delayed. The more she thought about it, the more she hated him. Chen Yanfei didn't feel that her face was hideous. Jiang Ning. I'm going to kill you. Jiang Ning had no idea of Chen Yanfei's viciousness. At this time, she was eating, but she sneezed several times in succession. She rubbed her nose. I don't know who is saying bad things about me. After being with her for a long time, Hu Yishan had a little sense of humor. It's probably Chen Yanfei. It must be her. Who knows how she cursed behind her back? But Jiang Ning was not afraid. After all, they were in the base. Even the scavengers did not dare to mess around, let alone the brainless Chen Yanfei. She was not afraid of messing around. It was nothing more than those tricks. She had encountered too many of them in recent years. But she was curious that Chen Yanfei seemed to be doing well. After so many years in the apocalypse, she still hadn't changed her toxic and stupid mind. It was obvious that there was a protective umbrella behind her. The mall belonged to the military, and the recruitment of employees gave priority to military families. It would be strange if she didn't use the back door to get this job that countless people envied. Dating at work means you are not married yet, and you want to hook up with a rich man. The person in question is the deputy battalion commander. Young, handsome and tall. Thinking of Chen Yanfei wanting to stick to him, Jiang Ning couldn't help laughing. She remembered that when Rong San Xiao was drunk, he had boasted to Qin Chuan about his erotic history. Not to mention the young stars and models. There were many celebrities in the villa area who liked him. Brother Chuan, I'm not lying to you. There are many women who want to seduce me. That alpaca farmer licked me several times, which was really annoying. You don't know that in order to hook up with me, she actually went out with her whole family, had a party in the swimming pool in the hot weather, and stripped naked in front of me. What a pity. I have seen all kinds of women, but a woman like her is disgusting. Qin Chuan was also drunk. I believe it. How can I not believe it? She bought the fresh water and ice cubes from me for the pool party. Jiang Ning, who sells fresh water and ice cubes, ah. What a sin. When she was free, she chatted with Hui Yishan about gossip. Who do you think is Chen Yanfei's backer? She has no ability, but lives a comfortable life. If she found a godfather, she would not dare to go out for a blind date openly. Hui Yishan didn't understand, nor did he care. I don't know. Wait until the test results come out. We will get the points and change the submarine. Yes, Chen Yanfei is just a minor episode that is not tense. But we can't forget the big thing. The days of waiting are hard. But none of the three people and the dog go out. They stay at home quietly. Eat and sleep. Sleep and eat. Or play landlord. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. Everyone in the scavenging circle knows that the two have picked up a treasure. Every day someone comes to knock on the door. Those who take advantage. Those who recruit people. Those who break the dock. All kinds of monsters and demons. Let them shout at the gate of the yard. Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan upstairs are silent. The dog lies lazily, snoring as if dead. 2 days passed like this. After breakfast, they went to the scavenging weighing place in the trading center. Chapter 385. Seeing Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan coming over, the staff was very happy. The test results are out. I was thinking of notifying you. It was really unexpected that all of them were qualified. This was really a timely rain, solving the urgent needs of the base factory. And the machines were rumbling day and night, working in shifts 24 hours a day, racing against time with natural disasters, making more ships, escape pods or submarines, and trying to keep more survivors alive. The receipt was confirmed to be correct. Signed, stamped and sealed. Jiang Ning took the receipt to the Points Redemption Center. The staff stared at the receipt with wide eyes and repeatedly calculated it. It was indeed 9 points before entering the system. Amazing. This is the richest scavenger in history. No. It should be said that Jiang Ning is the richest individual except for the base. The staff smiled and reminded her that there were too many points in the card, so it was best to spend them in time. Jiang Ning walked with a breeze, and walked straight to the official mall with a step that did not recognize any relatives. I didn't check the almanac before going out, and I saw Chen Yanfei's coffin face as soon as I entered the door. When Chen Yanfei saw Jiang Ning, her heart almost jumped out. This time she was not unkempt, with a white and clean face, which looked like she had spent a lot of money on maintenance. Even though Chen Yanfei was more than a year younger than her, the cruel natural disaster did not seem to leave many traces on her. Compared with Jiang Ning, Chen Yanfei, who always felt superior in front of her colleagues, was instantly turned into a yellow-faced woman. The colleague who was chatting was still a big mouth. When he saw Jiang Ning, he was extremely surprised and couldn't help gossiping. Yanfei, is this your sister? So young and beautiful. She looks just like you. I don't know her. Chen Yanfei almost vomited blood and quickly turned her face away. My mother only gave birth to me. Don't talk nonsense. Oh, my God. You two look too much alike. The colleague was careless. But she looks more like Aunt Song. Song Yaling came to the mall yesterday and sent snacks to Chen Yanfei. All the colleagues in the mall had a share, so she was particularly impressed. It's called sending snacks, but in fact it's just to clean up Chen Yanfei's mess. She has offended many customers in the short time she has been working. The eyes of the mall attendant were like eagle eyes. When she saw that Chen Yanfei looked strange, she knew that she was definitely acquainted with the customer, and probably had a grudge with her. 3 women are in a drama. No matter whether it is a natural disaster or the end of the world, There is no escape from the right and wrong and grudges. Although she is usually cheerful, it would be strange if she didn't stab someone in the back when something happened. Moreover, Qin Yanfei stepped on her several times, and it was impolite not to return the favor. How could Yi Qing miss such a good opportunity? Her expression was extremely exaggerated. Oh my god! If you didn't know, you would think you were twins. Qin Yanfei was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said, I said I don't know you. What do you mean by that? Sister Lu, who was not far away, glared at her. Why are you standing there? Didn't you see a customer coming in? Yi Qing was quick and immediately greeted Jiang Ning enthusiastically. Welcome. How can I help you? Jiang Ning got straight to the point. I want a submarine. Ah? Yi Qing was dumbfounded and didn't react for a while. Not selling? Jiang Ning asked back. But it's all listed on the transaction screen. Are you sure you don't want to sell it? For sale. For sale. Yi Qing woke up as if from a dream. However, the submarine requires 9-digit points. Jiang Ning said without blinking. Okay. The customer was too rich, which made Yi Qing unable to deal with it. So she quickly called the team leader Sister Lu over. Sister Lu was calm and polite. The submarine is indeed for sale. But you need to check the points card first. She had met all kinds of customers who started to shout that they wanted to buy airplanes and submarines. And after a long time of persuasion, the points card was still in the single digits. Therefore, if the value of the purchased items exceeded 7 digits, they must check the points card first to save them from making mistakes. Jiang Ning had no objection and handed over the black gold card. That's right. 7-digit points are silver cards. 8-digit points are gold cards. And 9-digit points are black gold cards. The brand new black gold card changed Sister Lu's expression. But she reacted quickly, enthusiastically and thoughtfully. Please come this way. Not only Sister Lu, but other shop assistants were also extremely shocked. They had worked in the mall for so many years. But this was the first time they saw a black gold card. See, the first black gold card of the base has really been born. The shop assistants discussed it one after another, and Qin Yanfei almost fainted. Black gold card? Why? Why does Jiang Ning have it? Sister Lu swiped the card to confirm the points. Comrade Jiang, submarines are strategic weapons. You need to apply to buy them. Are you sure you want to buy them? Jiang Ning came here just for it. Please wait. Sister Lu walked into the office and contacted the strategic department on the intercom. Half an hour later, she came out and smiled. Comrade Jiang, submarines are available for sale. When do you need them? I can buy them anytime. But I can't drive them. Don't worry. After you buy it, a coach will teach you. And it will take about a week. Jiang Ning wanted it the most. Swipe the card. The submarine was just a gimmick to motivate scavengers. But I didn't expect that there would be a day when the transaction would be successful. Sister Lu took a deep breath and swiped the black gold card to deduct points. There are still a lot of points in the card. Do you need to buy something else? I'm not satisfied with the escape pod. And I don't have enough points to buy a plane or a ship. Jiang Ning has no other needs for the time being. No. I see later. Sister Lu took out the submarine operation manual and handed it over. We can arrange to practice on the boat tomorrow. Here is the operation manual. You can go back and familiarize yourself with it first. Unexpectedly, the transaction was completed so smoothly. But this is just the beginning. Learning to drive a submarine and getting the submarine in your pocket is the real success of the transaction. After agreeing on the training time for docking, Jiang Ning thanked her and left without even glancing at Qin Yanfei from beginning to end. Yi Qing wanted to find an opportunity to say something sarcastic to Qin Yanfei. But she didn't dare to be presumptuous when she thought that she was a black gold customer who bought the submarine. After the people left, she asked curiously, Sister Lu, are they the scavengers who brought back a large number of rare metals that have been rumored these days? Don't be so gossipy. Go back to work. In fact, Sister Lu heard that Jiang Ning was the customer who had a conflict with Qin Yanfei a few days ago. I didn't expect her to dress so young and beautiful. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that in addition to being similar to the leader's wife, there is a hint of the leader. It's not that they look alike, but that they have that kind of natural aura. Sister Lu shook off the strange thoughts in her mind and went back to work. People are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being fat. Jiang Ning didn't want to hang around outside, so she hurriedly left the trading center with Huishan and the two who knew that just as they arrived at the door, a voice suddenly rang out. Instructor Hua. Little Sister Jiang? Chapter 386. Jiang Ning didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance, Yang Jie, at the military base. Yang Jie came in from outside and was surprised to see the two of them again. Jiang Ning was surprised. You all came? Yang Jie was a little sad. No. Just me and Aliang and the others. Jiang Ning was curious. Where are Captain He and your father? Deputy Mayor He led the residents of Fengcheng to Jiaqing. My father and the others were there. But we, parents who love their children, will plan for them in the long run. Yang Weiman didn't want to hold his son back, so he suggested that he go to the military base. Not only him, but all the young and skilled people from Aoyuan were asked to go to the military base. The father and son have been dependent on each other for many years. Besides, the father is old, and it is still unknown how long he can survive in the raging natural disaster. Yang Jie disagreed, but Yang Weiman had made up his mind. If his son didn't agree, he would refuse to leave Fengcheng and let the volcanic eruption submerge him. After a painful decision, he finally agreed to his father's request. Jiang Ning, who had known each other for many years, asked with concern, "Are you all okay during the relocation?" It was a blessing in disguise. But now I think about it, I am still scared. The satellite group hit Shijing Mountain too suddenly, and the official decision to evacuate was even more sudden. Most residents were very resistant, so the process of gathering and evacuating was very slow, and there were endless problems. They didn't set off until around noon, but before they had gone far, Shijing Mountain erupted, and the migration team had to speed up the process. After walking for half a day, when they were about to leave Weicheng in the evening, the volcanic ash had spread, and the team could only cover their mouths and noses and continue to move forward. Who knew that a sandstorm that happened once in 100 years would suddenly blow? Since they were still in the city, the buildings slowed down the impact of the sandstorm, and everyone took refuge in the buildings, which did not cause many deaths. The sandstorm blew for several days, but blew the volcanic ash into the Pacific Ocean. Then, there was a heavy rain, and there was no mudslide in the city, which was considered to have avoided 3 disasters in a row. When the rain stopped, the large army continued to migrate. At the intersection of Weicheng, Yang Jie and others knelt down to say goodbye to the parents, and endure the grief to the military base. With the mood of burning their boats, they didn't expect that several people were lucky enough to pass the assessment and get the opportunity to enter the base. But the assessment of joining the army was too harsh, and they were all rejected. In order to survive, they could only accept the labor arrangement of the base. A few young people who came out of Aoyuan together were very united. They wanted to exchange the points they earned and the supplies they saved from their teeth over the years for an escape capsule. Yang Jie came here today just to buy an escape capsule. They wanted to survive, not only for themselves, but also to live up to their parents' expectations. Thinking that his father had given him most of the supplies, Yang Jie did not dare to give up easily. He had to live to be worthy of his father and have a chance to rebuild with him. Jiang Ning was touched. One day, you will meet again. After the greetings, Yang Jie hurried to buy an escape pod. On the way back, Jiang Ning frowned slightly, and then couldn't help turning around. He was puzzled. What's wrong? Jiang Ning looked around. Why do I feel like someone is watching me? Huishan noticed it. With 9-digit points, it's hard not to be watched. No. Jiang Ning couldn't explain it, but she had a very strange feeling. Not just the scavengers watching. When she said that, Huishan became alert. But he didn't notice anything unusual. Maybe I'm sensitive and suspicious. Back in the independent courtyard, Huishan began to study the submarine manual. This is a medium-sized submarine that can withstand storms in the deep sea. It also has a riveting function and several operating screens. When encountering force majeure disasters, 2 people need to cooperate skillfully. No one can guarantee that no matter how big the disaster is, they can stay together. Jiang Ning did not hesitate. Since Bao taught us, let's take Daodu and Coke with us, the dog said. Woof. Huishan read the instructions several times, summarized the requirements and precautions, and then explained them verbally to the 2 people and the dog. The submarine is anchored at the deep sea dock, which is a military stronghold and ordinary people cannot get close to it. So you have to make an appointment in advance, and the military will pick you up. The few people got up early, ate breakfast, took some dry food, and set off with the dog. When we arrived at the gate of Area B, we waited for about 10 minutes before a military off-road vehicle stopped and the windows slowly rolled down. Jiang Ning was surprised that it was the orderly from last time. The orderly smiled and greeted, "Comrade Hua." "Miss Jiang?" Hua Yishan was puzzled. "You came to pick us up?" The orderly explained. "Originally, the instructor of the Navy submarine department came to pick you up. It's not that you have found so many rare metals and solved the urgent needs of the military factory. The leader wants to meet you to express his gratitude." Jiang Ning frowned. "This is a deal. And you have already converted it into points for us." "No need to thank me," the orderly insisted. "Get in the car. I'm just following orders. Whatever you fear, it will come true." "Sure enough, you've been noticed." Jiang Ning's good mood fell to the bottom. Why is it so difficult to keep a low profile in someone else's territory? The leader also specifically asked to see him. "What should I do?" "Waiting online. It's quite urgent." The two looked at each other and got on the leader's special car. Just as the car started, Qin Yanfei walked out of Area A. Seeing Jiang Ning getting on the military vehicle, her face turned pale instantly, and her head was buzzing. That was Gu Tinglin's private car. He didn't come in when he arrived at the door, but took Jiang Ning in the car? Qin Yanfei's heart was pounding. How could she have the mood to go to work? She turned around and went back to find Song Yeling. Song Yeling was dressed up and was about to go out to find Mrs. Gu to ask for luck. She had to settle her daughter's marriage as soon as possible, even if it was a done deal. The news of the plate collision was spreading like wildfire, and Gu Tinglin was all focused on work. He had not been home for several months. If a disaster really came one day, he could not count on it at all. He dedicated his whole life to the country, and didn't even want a family. She had a bad feeling that Gu Tinglin might really not care about her anymore. So while the family was still together, and she was still the wife of the chief, she had to settle Yanfei's marriage so that she could have a real way out. As soon as she went out, she almost ran into her panicked daughter. Song Yeling frowned. "You are the daughter of the chief after all. Can you be more stable when you go out?" Qin Yanfei couldn't care about it anymore, and quickly pulled her into the house, anxiously saying, "Mom, Jiang Ning just got on Dad's special car." Song Yeling was shocked. "What did you say?" Dad's special car picked up Jiang Ning at the gate of the community and left directly. Song Yeling was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses. "Don't panic. She has only been at the base for a few days. How could she run into your dad? How could Qin Yanfei stay calm? He has been so indifferent to us. Has he known the truth for a long time?" Chapter 387. Song Yeling didn't believe that Gu Tinglin would know the truth. The base hospital couldn't do a paternity test, even if he really had doubts. The natural disaster destroyed everything, and he couldn't find out the truth. Moreover, in the past few years at the military base, she and Yanfei didn't mention Jiang Ning at all. Even when Gu Tinglin asked about her previous residence at the beginning, she didn't even mention the villa area. "Don't worry," I asked. Song Yeling took a deep breath, picked up the intercom, and walked to the balcony to contact Gu Tinglin's secretary. From the living area to the military strategic area, it was a journey of more than 20 kilometers, passing the base hospital, plantation, industrial area, airport, and then the vast ocean. Entering the military zone, there are towering soldiers standing guard, the army training in full swing, and the radar on the platform constantly rotating. In the parking lot, there are countless earthquake-resistant buses. At the airport, there are all kinds of large military helicopters parked. The coastline, ocean-going ships, military warships, escape pods, submarines. It is endless and dense, all the way to the end of the sea. Looking at all this, Jiang Ning got goosebumps all over his body. So this is the power of the country. In the distance, a large transport ship whistled and slowly approached the shore. And the ship was full of giant containers. If I guessed correctly, it was filled with products of civilization, which were transported by sea to the South China military region for unified protection. It was a military stronghold. Jiang Ning could not look at it openly, but only glimpsed it secretly. But it was enough to shock people. After passing through many sentries, the car stopped at the military office area. The orderly Xiao Tang led 3 people and a dog into the car, walked through 2 buildings, and climbed the stairs to the chief's office. Jiang Ning frowned, and expressed his gratitude in such a grand manner. "Don't come to the Hongmen banquet or something," Huishan also felt that it was too much. But on military territory, the two could only communicate with their eyes and react later. Jiangning thought that in order to save time in recent years, she rarely entered the space unless there was a special situation. If the secret was really exposed, it would be no problem to hide in the space for a few months. However, she couldn't bring people with her remotely. Otherwise she wouldn't have been forced to disperse when the sandstorm hit last time. So, she had to get closer later. Huishan winked at his sister, and Jiangning stroked his dog head to signal that he should get out of the way if the situation was not right. If she stayed there for a few months, it was estimated that the plate collision would have occurred, and the military would have no chance to wait and see. Just as she was thinking, the office door opened and the secretary came out. Comrade Hua. Right. Please come in. Divide and destroy? Jiangning suddenly became nervous and wanted to move forward and backward with Huishan. The secretary stretched out his hand to stop her. Miss Jiang, please step aside. 10 steps away were soldiers on guard, and Jiangning could not do anything. She could only watch Huishan go in alone. And the heavy wooden door closed immediately. Secretary, he waited beside her, with a faint smile on his face, so that no one could tell what was going on. Jiangning's heart was in her throat, and she felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. It would be strange if there was no trick. What kind of thanks needed such a big fanfare? Dowda became nervous and looked at Jiangning subconsciously. Guzi gnashed his teeth and felt that there was a battle to be fought. Every second was torture, and her palms were all sweaty. Jiangning pricked up her ears to listen to the movement, but the office was well soundproofed, and the secretary next to her was secretly watching her actions. She had to play dumb and tried to keep her face calm. The door opened, and Huishan walked out unscathed. It was only 10 minutes, but Jiangning felt it was as long as frying oil in a pan. Secretary, he stepped forward politely. Ms. Jiang, please come in. The two did not have a chance to talk, but when their eyes met, Huishan gave her a reassuring look. The office was large, but simple and plain, except for the desk full of documents to be processed. The rest was arranged in an orderly manner. The chief lowered his head to answer the phone, as if he was talking about business. Wait a moment. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, he looked up and said, Jiangning? Jiangning was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that the military commander was a big shot whose car broke down on the road. His majestic features were a few times softer than when they met in real life. There was a smile in the corners of his eyes, which made Jiangning feel less nervous. But she came back to her senses in an instant and reminded herself not to be fooled by appearances. Those who can reach this position are definitely not simple people. She tried her best to keep a polite smile. Hello, leader. Gu Tinglin looked at Jiangning, who had a beautiful face and delicate features in front of him, and waved, sit down. Sirens were blaring in his head, but Jiangning sat opposite him as if nothing had happened. Gu Tinglin looked at her carefully. Are you from Fengcheng? Yes. I'm from Wecheng next door. When I was young, I loved to go to Fengcheng. I have many friends there. No. The head of a military region is chatting with her about family matters? Something is wrong. But what can Jiangning do? Smile. Try your best to keep smiling. I've read your information. Did you grow up in an orphanage? No. You've read it all. What else is there to chat about? On the day of identity verification, the staff almost took off my underwear. Isn't this asking questions knowingly? After all, he is a senior leader of the military region, and he is in his territory. Can Jiangning go against him? Well, I was abandoned and sent to an orphanage when I was born. Gu Tinglin was stunned for a moment, then said calmly, was it difficult to grow up in an orphanage? It's not easy to eat at the expense of others. If he wants to talk, Jiangning will chat with him. Anyway, it's all explained. To see what he is up to. When I was young, I picked up garbage and swept toilets. When I was older, I fought or was beaten by others. And then, I worked hard to make money to support my own studies. It's hard. Of course it's not hard. But looking back, Jiangning is very grateful for this ordeal, which allowed her to live better and longer when she experienced natural disasters later. If she hadn't had the previous experience, she might not have met Huishan, and would still live like a sharp hedgehog. Gu Tinglin was lost in thought, and after a while he said, have you hated your parents? Jiangning didn't hesitate. I should have hated them when I was a child. But later I got used to it. When the natural disaster came, I was extremely lucky not to be held back. Gu Tinglin was about to speak, but the phone rang again. He stood up and stretched out his hand to Jiang Ning. Thank you and Comrade Hua for your contribution to the base. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me at any time. Jiang Ning raised his hand and shook it. No need to thank me. We got the corresponding points. His palm was broad and calloused, but very warm. Gu Tinglin suddenly asked, Are you interested in joining the army? No. I still have family to take care of. He lowered his head and wrote something on the paper, then tore it off and handed it to Jiang Ning. This is my encrypted communication channel. You can contact me anytime if you have any questions. Jiang Ning was stunned, but still took it. Holding the note, she left in confusion, turned around at the door, and said politely, You are not in good health. It is best to find time to go to the hospital as soon as possible. Chapter 388. Facing Jiang Ning concern, Gu Tinglin's smile became even brighter, perhaps sensing his easygoing and goodwill. Jiang Ning added inexplicably, Don't take it lightly. Only with a good body can you better serve the country and the people. To be honest, she really admires such people who dedicate their lives to the country. Such a large base is equivalent to a county town, and not everyone can carry it on their shoulders. There are not many people that Jiang Ning can admire. He Tianming, Ma Guanyin, Professor Li, and he should be one of the ones who can manage the base so well. Gu Tinglin nodded. Okay, I listen to you. There seemed to be something strange about this, but Jiang Ning couldn't figure it out for a while. So she opened the door and left. Outside the door, Huishan and the two were intact, and she was relieved. Secretary, he sent a few people downstairs. The instructor of the submarine team was already waiting, and drove away with 3 people and a dog. He went back upstairs and found Gu Tinglin standing by the window, watching Jiang Ning and others gradually go away. There was an important meeting, and the secretary did not forget to remind him, and at the same time reported the leader's personal life. Chief, my wife just contacted me and asked about your health. Gu Tinglin was thoughtful. Just asking about my health? My wife said that the weather has been unusual recently, and she is worried that you don't have enough clothes to change. She wants to send a few sets, but she is afraid to disturb your work. What did you say? I said that you were in a meeting, and you will inspect the military factory later, and I need to meet and commend the scavengers on your behalf. If the family members do not apply in advance, they cannot enter the military base. Gu Tinglin said nothing more, turned around and left the office to attend the meeting. Thinking of what Jiang Ning said, he opened his mouth and ordered, Please make an appointment with the doctor for me to do a physical examination. Secretary, he was surprised. The chief was overworked due to heavy responsibilities, and his health was full of problems. He would remind him to check up every once in a while, but he was always too busy to do anything, so he had to stand up the hospital. Now he actually took the initiative to retrieve it. It was really a sunrise in the west. Secretary, he was very excited. I arrange it right away. The submarine group is located in the deep sea port, and it takes half an hour to get there by speedboat. Jiang Ning wore a life jacket and held the dog on the sea to ride the wind and waves. The motor of the speedboat was very loud. Seeing that the instructor was concentrating on driving the speedboat, she leaned over to Huishan's ear and whispered, What did Chief Gu ask you? In addition to verbal praise, he asked where the rare metals were found and whether more could be provided. The two had already made up an excuse, saying that they had bought it from others with all their assets. As for how many times others had bought it, according to the rules of the trade, they could not ask. Huishan said that he had taken away everything from the other party. Jiang Ning frowned. Didn't he ask about your past? I asked about my family, upbringing, and past. However, Gu Tinglin said something very strange, saying that he and Jiang Ning looked like a couple, and hoped that they could continue to work together in the end times. Huishan was also asked, which made Jiang Ning feel a little relieved. But she still felt something was wrong. He asked me if I was interested in joining the army, and after I refused, he gave me my contact information. If others said that they were confused, they could explain that they were driven crazy by the natural disaster and the end times. But why would the head of the military region say such a strange thing? Even if he is approachable, he is not like this. Jiang Ning felt that Gu Tinglin was still suspicious. He was just trying to trick the pigs into coming in to kill him. But he was a man who had experienced many storms, and the emotions he showed were very sincere. Unfortunately, the script was too poor, and it was easy to expose the plot. Jiang Ning's mind was full of doubts. But with the submarine instructor present, it was not convenient for the two to communicate too much. In the distance, the deep-sea area dock was exposed, and dozens of submarines were vaguely exposed, like gray-black lumpy monsters. Only a few dozen can be seen with the naked eye. But in fact, the entire sea is densely packed with them. A medium-sized military submarine is quite large in size, about 50 meters long and 10 meters wide. Instructor Su called his assistant to introduce the appearance, functions, power and other basic information of the submarine to Jiang Ning and others. According to regulations, dogs are not allowed to enter submarines. After all, pets love to make trouble, and they are easily frightened and out of control when encountering disasters. If they touch the control buttons, it will be troublesome. Jiang Ning insisted. It's okay. We have been training it as a military dog for these years. When it first entered the base, it was almost abducted by the dog training team. Instructor Su was giving her a voluntary reminder, but he did not object when she insisted. After all, Party A was the father, and the leader had specially taken care of him. People have to be responsible for their own choices. If she said it was okay, then it was okay. The hatch opened, and Instructor Su led everyone down the ladder. The submarine looked big, but in fact a lot of the space was occupied by built-in equipment. The actual control cabin was only about 30 square meters. There were also 2 lounges, a food distribution room, a material room, and a bathroom. It was quite spacious for 3 people and a dog, but it seemed crowded for 10 people. But in a special period, the submarine can be made into an indestructible steel behemoth, and the spark box that condenses human wisdom is riveted and loaded. It is already a miraculous invention and manufacturing. What kind of bicycle is needed? Jiang Ning has read the instructions, and has no complaints about the nuclear fuel kinetic energy of the submarine. Deep-sea diving is no joke. Instructor Su teaches from the most basic operations. It involves professional terms, which cannot be learned in 1 or 2 days, and rote memorization is the right thing to do. The instructor team has taught countless students, and has long summarized the most concise and easy-to-use methods. And Jiang Ning and Huishan have good comprehension ability. Daodu has not neglected her studies in the past few years, but her brother and sister-in-law only taught her the basics, not the profound ones such as physics and chemistry. So, she had a hard time listening. But she had a good memory, and at worst she could write. It was difficult for the dog. He squatted on the ground with his eyes wide open. And even if he tilted his head to think from time to time, he really couldn't understand. He stubbornly persisted for 2 hours, and then fell to the ground and fell asleep. A week of training has been compressed to the point where it cannot be streamlined. Except for sleeping, eating and going to the toilet. The rest of the time is spent on studying. There was no need to think about going back and forth to the living area every day. Everything was done in the submarine. Time is precious. Submarines need to consume a lot of kinetic energy to go up and down or go out to sea. And our nuclear fuel is in short supply, so it must not be wasted. After teaching the theoretical operation, Instructor Su asked the 3 to practice repeatedly. If you don't understand, you can ask at any time. You will be familiar with it after practicing more. Jiang Ning felt like he was dreaming back to the classroom. With the urgency of 3 years of college entrance examination and 5 years of simulation. 3 people and a dog lived in the submarine. The room was a simple iron bed with upper and lower bunks, which was welded to the hull for stability. They shared one room, while Instructor Su and his assistant shared another. Jiang Ning didn't bring much stuff with her, because she didn't notify them in advance that they were going to live in a submarine. Fortunately, she was used to carrying a large backpack when she went out. She and Huishan both had large backpacks that could conceal their identities, so it wasn't a problem to take some clothes from them. But she didn't expect that Instructor Su would cook noodles and ask them to come over to eat. Chapter 389. Boiled noodles in plain water, without a trace of oil, with a handful of dried vegetables. It was already a luxury to be able to eat noodles after 9 years of natural disasters. If it weren't for the high subsidy from the Navy, it would really be impossible to eat. Jiang Ning didn't want to owe anyone a favor, so he took out 6 cold steamed buns and a box of pickled vegetables and dried bacon from his bag. No matter what time, the instructor still had to bribe, knowing that the 2 had earned a huge amount of points. Instructor Sue was polite, but not too polite. After a few excuses, he took the steamed buns and pickled vegetables to heat them up. And everyone sat down and started eating. Jiang Ning was surprised. I didn't know we were going to live on a submarine. So I only brought 2 handfuls of dry noodles. I make breakfast tomorrow. And I pay you back when we get ashore. Instructor Sue smiled. Why are you being polite? You spent a lot of points to buy a yacht. And our Navy department has to provide you with 3 meals a day. But the food is relatively poor. So don't complain. In fact, it was not included. According to the purchase process and schedule, the two did not arrange the course so quickly. But the chief greeted the leader of the Navy department. So he had to temporarily arrange it. In a hurry, the connection was not done well. So Jiang Ning did not bring everything. The big boss took care of it. So food and other things were not a problem. The 3-day theoretical training was very tight. And Instructor Sue was very attentive. He not only made the boring professional technical operations lively and interesting, but also answered all the questions from Jiang Ning and Huishan regarding submarine driving, maintenance, and repair. How could 3 days of theoretical classes cover it? Jiang Ning and Huishan came prepared and raised many problems that might be encountered in tsunami storms. Well, the questions are difficult and tricky. Some of them are even more profound than those raised by professional submarine soldiers. Instructor Sue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But he was very patient to answer the 2 people's questions. Surviving natural disasters is no joke. In addition to eating, drinking, defecating, and sleeping only 4 hours a day, Jiang Ning and Huishan used all their time to study submarines. Knowing more may save your life in the future. Thinking that the 2 were related, Instructor Sue showed his attitude at first. But he couldn't help but complain in his heart. He didn't expect that they were even more hardworking than the submarine soldiers. And their comprehension was very high. And he couldn't help but look at them with admiration. It would be great if they were my own soldiers. He wondered. Why don't you 2 join the army? The base really needs spark planners like you. Jiang Ning smiled and explained. We want to. Too. But do you have family to take care of? Don't worry about that. The base will be able to accommodate your family well. I believe the base will make arrangements. But we have been struggling outside for the past few years, and have experienced many separations and deaths. If disaster is inevitable, I hope that even if I die, my family can stay together. The base will settle the military families, but the soldiers have their own responsibilities and missions. When it comes to the time of retreat and escape, the family members can only make other arrangements. What does separation mean? When the mountains collapse and the earth cracks, either face death or endless separation. In this big world, how many people can live to see the reunion? Everyone has different choices. Instructor Sue didn't say anything else, but taught the 2 of them all his skills as much as possible. Whether it's a soldier or an ordinary person, as long as you can survive a natural disaster, you are a fire planner. After 3 days of theoretical classes, the practical training officially started. The submarine slowly dived into the deep sea, and traveled in the vast ocean. Jiang Ning didn't expect that she would have a day to drive a submarine. It was really rare. After leaving the deep-sea dock, Instructor Sue stood by and began to give questions. One by one, they lined up to take the test. Diving, floating, standing still, turning around, avoiding ocean collisions, islands and reefs, giant creatures, etc. During the theory, Jiang Ning asked questions as much as she wanted. During the practical training, Instructor Sue threw all the questions in her face. Well, think about it carefully. How to solve this problem? I have given the answer. There is still a big difference between theory and practice. But Jiang Ning has an amazing memory and a quick mind. But he is a little uncoordinated due to his lack of experience. But Huishan is not just for show. He calmly assists Jiang Ning. The 2 cobblers are quite good at it. Bringing out excellent students makes Instructor Sue happy. No wonder the 2 can do so well in the end times. They are not ordinary people's brains and courage. Excellent. It's a pity that they are not national. Through the observation mirror, Jiang Ning discovered countless creatures swimming in the ocean, including squids, octopuses, sea snakes, sharks, glowing jellyfish, and many species that cannot be named. The blue ocean and the magical creatures are both spectacular and magnificent. However, other submarines can be found, all of which belong to the military base. Jiang Ning stared at the creatures outside the submarine, frowning slightly. Why do I feel that they seem to have grown bigger? Not only bigger, but also much uglier. Instructor Su explained. During the extreme heat, the polar glaciers melted, and ancient viruses flowed into the ocean to pollute the creatures. Many marine creatures mutated, not only becoming larger in size, but also deformed, and their ferocity continued to increase. Once I took students out to sea and encountered bull sharks. Not only did they grow several times in size, but they also actively attacked submarines. Their bite force was amazing. If submarines were not made of special materials, they might have been destroyed by them. Not only sharks, but many previously gentle marine creatures have now become extremely ferocious. He told me all the dangers he had experienced in the ocean, and how to avoid them. Avoid them if you can. If you can't avoid them, go into hibernation. Don't attack them until it's a life and death moment. Otherwise their ferocity will increase exponentially, and the smell of blood will attract other creatures. And then it will be troublesome to wrap the submarine in dumplings. The submarine is tough enough, but it will be troublesome if the external equipment is damaged, such as the turbine. After 4 days of repeated practice, the 3 people almost wore out the control panel, except for sleeping in the control room. The time is short, but the advantage is hard work. After countless operation indoctrinations, Jiang Ning can control it skillfully with his eyes closed. The submarine sailed in the vast ocean for 4 days, and finally turned back to the deep-sea dock. Coming out of the latter, the sun shines on the face, and the warm wind blows, making people feel as if they are in another world. There are a new batch of submarines at the deep-sea dock. Instructor Su looked at the sea surface and said, "Your submarine should be launched." He took Jiang Ning and others to the office area to inquire. Indeed, a new batch of submarines were launched. The staff retrieved the information from the system. Jiang Ning. Right. Your submarine number is 2688. Parked at slot F in area C of the dock. Signed, stamped, and recorded fingerprints to get the operation password. Instructor Su took 3 people and a dog to area C of the dock and successfully found the 2688 submarine parked. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. She finally had a submarine. Whether it was flying or diving, the equipment was great. She just needed to summon the dragon. If she couldn't survive like this, she could only accept it. It was her fate. Enter the submarine, debug the equipment, and check the facilities. After the on-site handover, Instructor Su reminded, your submarine is privately owned. If you need to dock at the base dock, you need to go to the work center to open an account and pay the fee. Jiang Ning nodded. Thank you. But I want to practice in the sea again, and I will go to the work center to open an account later. Instructor Su taught them everything he could and said goodbye to them. If you have any questions, you can contact us at any time. Jiang Ning shook hands and said goodbye. Instructor Su, let's work together. I hope that we will have a chance to reunite when the natural disaster ends. Instructor Su was startled and smiled. There will be a chance. After seeing him off, the two drove the submarine away from the deep-sea port and then quietly stopped in the ocean. After 7 days of devilish training, everyone looked tired and lost a few pounds. Even Guzzi was no exception. So, I had to treat myself to a good meal. Boiled beef, spicy shrimp, and old hen stew. The room was retidied. Daodu and Guzzi shared a room. Jiang Ning and Huishan lived next door. After washing from head to toe, she felt uncomfortable sleeping on the iron bed. So she took out a 7-digit mattress from the space and slept on the floor. I thought I would fall asleep, but I couldn't sleep after tossing and turning. After 7 days of getting along, Jiang Ning could feel the enthusiasm of Instructor Su. He really taught without reservation, and also taught a lot of military survival knowledge. After living 2 lives, how could she not realize that she was being taken special care of? It was really strange, as if something was wrong since entering the base. Jiang Ning pushed the man sleeping next to her. Is there really no surveillance on this submarine? Chapter 390. Huishan checked several times and found that the submarine was indeed not equipped with surveillance. Just in case, Jiang Ning chose to enter the space. Although Instructor Su was enthusiastic and sincere, the two of them had not relaxed their vigilance in the past few days. But they did not notice that Instructor Su was monitoring them, including when the 2688 submarine entered the sea. No sneaky tail was found. Tell me, why did Chief Gu say something irrelevant to me? He smiled at her. because of his age and his upright appearance. Otherwise she would really think wrongly, and think that he wanted to eat young grass. She admitted that she was narrow-minded, but it was really weird. Maybe she had a secret. So she always felt that everyone looked like Grandma Wolf. It was indeed strange. But Huishan couldn't figure it out. We just need to be vigilant at all times. Anyway, the submarine was in hand. Next, we need to discuss how to deal with the collision of plates. If we don't make a plan in advance, we will be in the dark. Cars, yachts, cruise ships, airplanes, armored vehicles, submarines. Putting aside the military, Jiang Ning really felt that he could try to summon the dragon. But to fight against an unprecedented natural disaster, he had to pay attention to methods and means. After all, the end of losing is death. The most important thing to avoid when trying to survive is arrogance. And avoid the fate of Tianji in the horse race. Jiang Ning pondered. There are so many people in the military base. When the plates collide, the three routes of sea, land and air will be carried out at the same time. What should we do? Hui thought deeply. The ocean accounts for 70%. And it will bear the brunt of the plate collision. The most dangerous thing is the tsunami. Once a person falls into the sea, the chance of survival is almost zero. The ocean can trigger tsunamis. And the land is earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, etc. And dangers are also everywhere. In comparison, the sky is safer. But it is only relatively speaking. After all, whether it is a tsunami, an earthquake, or a volcanic eruption, it is very likely to affect the airflow. In serious cases, the plane may crash. Choosing the lesser of three evils, Huishan suggested taking off as soon as possible. Jiang Ning could not think of a better plan. The helicopter has a parachute. We will put it on in advance, so that we can escape in time if a crash really happens. Remember to tie a few people together with a rope. When the plane crashes, hide in the space first, and wait until you have avoided the shock wave of the earthquake before landing. As for the follow-up, the land did not sink instantly, but the part with violent impact on the edge would be directly shattered, and the inside would be cracked and then gradually sink. In other words, it gave the survivors some time to buffer. Compared with the land, the unknown risks in the ocean are too great. Jiang Ning remained in awe and waited until there was no way to retreat on land. Then it would not be too late to choose the sea to survive. The two discussed and finally decided on the plan. If they could fly a plane, they would fly a plane. If they didn't have time, they would hide in the escape pod. After escaping the first wave of impact, it would not be too late to go to the ocean when there was no way to retreat on land. After leaving the space, the two had a good sleep. Then they practiced in the ocean with the submarine. And when they were sure there was no problem, they approached the uninhabited coast. The speedboat was thrown out. Daodu and Guzi got on first. Jiang Ning and Huishan jumped into the sea, collected the submarine and swam over. It was far away from the military base, and the speedboat sailed on the sea for almost half an hour before it reached the shore. After landing, they changed cars and returned to the base. The distance was more than 300 kilometers, and the road conditions were very bad. We often had to go around, and it took a day and a half to arrive. Jiang Ning was extremely alert when she entered the base, but she was still targeted by someone. She went around the work center and found that the person who was watching her was not a soldier, but a scavenger with a thief's heart. As long as it was not the military, Jiang Ning was not afraid at all. There were still a lot of points left in her card. She exchanged hundreds of oxygen bags and wanted to stock up on gasoline or diesel. But the base did not sell them in large quantities, so she could only drive to refuel. And the price was very expensive. In the end, she had no choice but to exchange them all for coal. 2 large trucks can hold 70 tons of coal, which will be enough for her to use for a long time if she really needs it. The trouble is that the coal yard is not at the base, so she needs to drive to pick it up by herself. Jiang Ning collected the documents and planned to find a time to pick it up. Just as she was about to go back, the intercom suddenly rang, and an excited voice came from it. "Sister, I passed the enlistment assessment." Who else could be so excited except Rong Sanxiao? And there seemed to be a hint of sobs in the excitement. To be honest, Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. "Congratulations. Sister, I treat you and your brother-in-law to a meal." Mr. Rong Joy needed to be shared urgently. Besides, his sister returned half of the medicine, and he used part of it to exchange for points. so he could still afford a meal. It's just that there is no place to cook, and the cooking skills are not good enough. Jiang Ning still has some points left in her card, and she probably won't need them in the future. So she can't help but say generously, "Who asked you to call me sister? Keep your points and spend them slowly. I treat you to a meal and wish you a glorious enlistment." "No. How can I let you and your brother-in-law spend money?" Jiang Ning said without hesitation. "Is that so? Then you treat me. Remember to buy more." The other party immediately became anxious. "No. Sister. I want to eat hot pot." "You little guy. You still want to trick her with this little trick?" Jiang Ning agreed readily. "I happen to be in the mall. I bought some vegetables, and you can come over for dinner." Hanging up the intercom, Jiang Ning turned around and went to the mall to buy vegetables. There are plantations in the base, but they are used to provide food and drink for soldiers and various units. So the supply is still relatively scarce, and the price has risen accordingly. There are rice, flour, oil, grain, vegetables, and meat. The remaining points are not particularly many. Jiang Ning bought some symbolically, and picked the varieties that are available in the space, mainly to cover up. Huishan helped to pick and choose. "Why don't you ask Zhang Chao if they are free to have a meal together? The submarine team has a heavy training mission. Once they go to sea for training, they can only rest for half a month, and they are on standby at any time. If the plate collision occurs one day, they will run away in different directions. No one can guarantee whether they will have the chance to meet again in the future." Huishan knew that Jiang Ning still cared about this friendship. Otherwise, he would not have helped them openly and secretly at critical moments over the years. Jiang Ning nodded. "Okay. Ask them." He took out the walkie-talkie to contact them, but there was no response for a long time. The three people and the dog carried the things back to the independent courtyard, and there was indeed a tail behind them. And it didn't stop until they entered Area B. Huishan thought, "If I'm not wrong, it should be someone from the Cyclone team." Jiang Ning thought it was possible. After all, they had lost more than a dozen people. Even if there was no evidence, he would become the most suspicious person. Back in the yard, Huishan reminded when he unlocked the door. "Someone has been here." Jiang Ning was alert and immediately took out his weapon. The two instantly entered combat mode, but the yard was terribly quiet. Chapter 391. It can be seen that the other party was very careful not to be noticed when he broke in. But in terms of professionalism, Huishan is a master-level expert. As long as the things have been touched, it is impossible to hide from his eyes. When Jiang Ning left, he collected everything he could, leaving only some daily necessities. After entering, several people pretended to chat about family matters, but they checked inside and outside carefully. There were slight signs of being turned over, but no eavesdropping devices were installed. Huishan gave Jiang Ning a look. If it was the military, it would be so professional that no one would notice it. The two of them carried the vegetables into the kitchen. They only bought 1 pound of pork belly. Jiang Ning took out several pounds from the space and put them away, as well as various green vegetables and self-made hot pot ingredients. After eating some delicious food to reward herself, Jiang Ning did not forget to soak in the hot spring to relieve fatigue. It was already evening when she woke up. She took out the intercom and contacted Zhang Chao again. This time they got in touch. They did not go to the sea for training. They did physical training on land and trained in first aid and other knowledge. They just returned to the dormitory after class. They trained every day. And the few people really didn't know Jiang Ning's recent situation. They learned that she and Huishan went out to pick up waste and made a big fortune. They didn't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. They were really happy for the two of them. Aning is very tenacious. No matter what kind of adversity she is in, she can't be defeated. "Okay, let's come. It's a rare gathering, and the few people are very happy." Although Jiang Ning told them not to bring anything, they still picked some. A bottle of wine, bacon, and candy. Rong Sanshao arrived at the same time as Zhang Chao and others, and he also brought things. Originally, they were old acquaintances in the villa area. Now they can get together at the military base. It feels particularly cordial. They hug each other when they meet. Compared with Zhang Chao and others, Rong Sanshao, who was cramming at the last minute, is still inferior. He did not enter the Navy department, but he was lucky to be assigned to the Army department. Zhang Chao has been in the Army for so long that he knows a lot. The Army is not bad. The anti-vibration and earthquake-resistant vehicles are amphibious. If the land really sinks one day, they can still run in the water. Rong Sanshao walked in, left the things on the table, gave Hua Yishan a big hug, and his mouth was like honey. Thank you, brother-in-law. If it weren't for your top-secret guidance, I would have failed the assessment. Brother-in-law, I have achieved what I have today because of your good teaching. When I become successful one day, I will never forget your contribution. Hua Yishan was lost in the sweetness of young Master Rong. Young Master Rong also wanted to hug Jiang Ning, but he held back considering the difference between men and women. But he was definitely flattering. Sister, you are my only sister? Jiang Ning was speechless, but she instantly thought of the sharp-mouthed monkey, and wondered what happened to him and Qin Chuan and others. She glanced at the smooth-talking young Master Rong and said, If I remember correctly, you seem to have 2 sisters. There is no cost to coaxing people. And young Master Rong was not embarrassed. Ha ha ha. That's not important. Even if it's father and mother, they are not as close as you today. If his brother-in-law hadn't been there, he would have had more sugar-coated bullets. Jiang Ning was particularly happy to meet friends. He took the things brought by Zhang Chao and others and put them aside. I prepared a lot of dishes. Let's have a good gathering today. Zheng Weili and others were not idle either, helping out. Some time ago, several people went to sea for training. It took a full half-month to reach the shore. There was no time to rest when landing. In addition to the necessary knowledge of the Navy, the base also taught a lot of survival knowledge or simple self-help medical skills. As a fire planner, these are indispensable. In addition to expanding their own knowledge, they can also be passed on even if the natural disaster is over. While working and chatting, several people also gave young Master Rong a shot of encouragement in advance. Joining the army is very hard, but it is not only physical fitness, but also skills that need to be constantly improved. I don't know if the base gave Liu Yu a sense of security, or if he really liked being a soldier. He couldn't help bragging to Zhang Chao. Chao, do you think if we had entered the military base a few years earlier, would we be able to become a squad leader or company commander now? Zhang Chao didn't think so. I think the timing is just right. If I had come a few years earlier, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to meet Ding Qi. And our skills and experience are much worse. And we may not be able to pass the enlistment assessment. At best, we would be scavengers. And we would still live on the edge of a knife. Jiang Ning laughed beside him. You should work harder now. And you will get promoted and get a raise in the future. When the disaster is over, you will all be big shots with several stripes on your armbands. Remember to take care of me. When it comes to this, Zhang Chao and Liu Yu flattered in unison. No matter how powerful we are still far behind you. Aining, you have made the base factory run at full capacity with your own efforts. And the extra survival tools may be able to save many people. I didn't expect that when luck is overflowing, even the door panels can't stop it. Jiang Ning laughed. I'm treating you today. Eat as much as you can. There's a lot of pork. Not only roasted pork belly, but also dumplings. There are 2 main dishes. Bacon fried with dried vegetables, and steamed bacon fish. The hot pot that Rong Sanshao always missed was also prepared. With lean meat, tofu, bean curd, green vegetables, and mushrooms. Smelling the familiar hot pot smell, he suddenly lost his appetite despite being hungry. The old man had severe 3 highs, and his diet was always light, often without oil and salt. But when he lived in the villa area, he smelled the domineering hot pot ingredients he brought back. And the old man suddenly became very greedy. Give me 1 portion. Young Master Rong still remembered that he had exchanged medicine with Jiang Ning several times. During that period, the old man who rushed to eat hot pot and chili sauce was the cutest. Now he sat at the hot pot table again. But there was no news from the old man, and he didn't know how his family was doing. Jiang Ning poured half a bottle of chili sauce into his bowl. Eat. Eat more. You don't need this opportunity after reporting to join the army. Young Master Rong looked at her. Thank you, sister. Zhang Chao poured wine and raised his glass. Come on. Let's drink today. Even if the mountains collapse and the earth cracks tomorrow. That's tomorrow's matter. At least we are happy today. With friends. Wine and meat. Toast today. He is the best at adjusting the atmosphere. Liu Yu followed the rhythm. Yes. Just be happy today. We just want to live a good life every day. Everyone clinked their glasses. Even Daodu and Guzi. Yeah. The dumplings are the best. Aining dipping sauce is amazing. Even slippers are delicious. Aining, give him a few pairs of slippers. The atmosphere was so good that it was hard for young Master Rong to feel sad. The chopsticks rose and fell, and the domineering smell of hot pot floated out of the window, making the neighbors cry with greed. Eating and drinking. The food is delicious. The wine is mellow, and the laughter makes people forget the anxiety and pain of being in a natural disaster. This kind of pure happiness brought by eating and drinking has not been experienced for a long time. It was not early after eating, and Zhang Chao and others were worried that there would be irregular training and exercises, so they did not dare to chat with Jiang Ning and Brother Shen, and hurriedly said goodbye and left. Young Master Rong had to report tomorrow, and he had to pack up when he went back. Jiang Ning did not keep them, but returned all the things they brought. Don't argue with me. You can treat me next time. She appreciated the kindness, but these things were almost nothing to her. But when a disaster came, they might save their lives, not knowing which would come first, the disaster or the party. Jiang Ning treated them equally and reminded them, take food and medicine with you, no matter what happens in the future. As long as you have a chance to survive, hope will not be shattered. Chapter 392. After Zhang Chao and his group left, Jiang Ning sat on the sofa, leaning quietly on Hui Yishan's shoulder. Hui Yishan put his arm around her shoulder. What's wrong? I feel very happy and satisfied. Jiang Ning hugged his neck. Mr. Hua? Thank you. Hui Yishan smiled. Thank you for what? Everything. Jiang Ning smiled at him. Meeting, knowing each other, loving each other, tolerating, understanding. Everything is so beautiful. I want it to be forever. To last forever. To grow old together without separation. Hui Yishan hugged her without saying anything, but his heart was extremely satisfied. Daodu was washing dishes in the kitchen, pretending not to notice the intimacy between his brother and sister-in-law. She knew nothing and saw nothing. Who knew that the dog was more mean and secretly peeked at the door? Daodu pulled it back by the ear. No. The next day, Jiang Ning slept until she woke up naturally, while eating the boiled rice noodles made by Daodu. She discussed with Hui Yishan. There is nothing to do today. How about bringing the coal back? The base is about 50 kilometers away from the coal yard. There are many places that need coal. There are cars going there every day, so it should be relatively safe on the road. Hui Yishan had no objection, and he pulled it back and put it in the space as soon as possible to avoid more trouble. The yard had been touched by someone, and the two were absolutely not allowed to be left, and the others should also be collected. After handling everything, Hui Yishan took a few hairs and stuck them in the crack of the door when closing it. The road leading to the coal yard was indeed smooth, but the mud road was repeatedly rolled over, and it was bumpy over time. It was so bumpy all the way that I almost shook out my bile. There were armed soldiers stationed in the coal yard. The unit was affiliated with a military base, and all the employees in the office area were military dependents. As for the coal miners, they are all survivors who have committed crimes but are not bad enough to be executed. If there are not enough people, the survivors of the base will be arranged to work here. The difference between the two is that the work of the offenders is heavier, and they only have food and accommodation without points. Jiang Ning handed in the note issued by the work center, and it was quickly arranged here. Just take the pickup order and queue up. The mechanized operation of the coal yard has seriously regressed. There are only 2 loading machines. All the vehicles from the base are given priority for loading. Jiang Ning's queue is purely manual loading and unloading. It took several hours to get our turn. 70 tons of coal can't be loaded right away. The loading was finally completed until the sun was about to set. The car couldn't go fast with a full car of coal. Halfway through the journey, it was getting dark. A voice suddenly came from the intercom. Sister-in-law, we're being watched. Daodu and his brother led the way. Someone was watching them on the trail in the distance in the twilight, so they quickly reminded them. Jiang Ning frowned. From the tornado team? Not likely. Daodu continued to observe. It should be the evil forces outside. Jiang Ning had only been out a few times, so he had no chance to offend the evil. He was wearing a bulletproof vest, a helmet on his head, and the windows were specially replaced with bulletproof ones. But the tires were a bit troublesome. But it would be dark soon, and if a conflict really happened, self-protection or escape would not be a problem. But the evil was afraid of the coal-carrying military truck not far ahead, or had other plans, so they just kept a close eye on him and did not rush to take action. The coal had to be stored in the space, So Jiang Ning did not drive to the base, but turned and drove towards Dongqiang Mountain. It got dark quickly, and the two trucks separated from the military truck carrying coal. The evil forces following them were getting closer and closer. The car stopped at a bend in the road, and Jiang Ning got off to rest. The three people and the dog sat on the ground to rest, and took out dry food to fill their stomachs. After eating and drinking, she took out the tent to set up. After the delivery is completed tomorrow, we can go back to the base to rest. Hui Yishan nodded. This place is remote, and should be safe. We are tired today, so we should rest early. After that, the three people and the dog entered the tent, turned off the lights and rested. Not long after, thunderous snoring sounded from the tent. Some from people and some from dogs, interweaving like a symphony. Especially Coke, who slept like a dead dog, and it was estimated that he would not be awakened even if the sky fell. The shadows quietly approached the tent and drew their weapons. As the leader approached the tent, he suddenly heard a slight sound from his body, and he quickly turned his head to look back, in order not to wake up the prey. He did not turn on the light, and it was pitch dark, and he could not see clearly. It was quiet, and I guess I was too suspicious. He stretched out his claws again, and tried to lift the curtain of the tent. But something cold suddenly pressed against the back of his head. He was so scared that he quickly turned on the light, and saw a little girl standing next to the tent. She looked eerie and scary in the dark, and she was playing with a weapon in her hand. And what pressed against the back of his head was actually a gun. There was also a muscular dog next to him, staring at his legs and drooling. In the tent, there was still thunderous snoring. He realized that he had fallen into a trap. The employer said that these people were difficult to deal with, so he specially called a dozen more brothers. But they were all surrounded and knocked unconscious. That's right. Jiang Ning and Hui Yishan used ether. She drew her gun and stepped forward, staring at the only person who was not unconscious, and said coldly, "Tell me, who ordered you?" The man was too stubborn to say anything when he was paid to help others get rid of disasters. Jiang Ning didn't say anything, raised his hand, and shot the man who fainted on the ground, and blood gushed out of his head. The gun was equipped with a silencer, and there was almost no sound in the dark night, but it almost scared the man to death. Fool! This woman is too cruel. Jiang Ning didn't even blink after she stunned more than a dozen people, and then sent away the second one. The third one. I tell you! The man defense collapsed. It's the Whirlwind team. They said they would give us 200 kilograms of food after the job is done, and all your goods belong to us. The Whirlwind team? Jiang Ning frowned slightly. Are they taking revenge or being instructed by someone? She came here to haul coal on a whim. But the Whirlwind team not only knew about it, but also contacted the evil forces outside in advance. And why didn't they do it themselves, but had to let the middlemen make the difference? You know, 2 large trucks of coal can be exchanged for a lot of points. And the Whirlwind team is so poor that they are just short of having holes in their underwear. Jiang Ning was inclined to the latter. The Cyclone team was the middleman, and they were not convenient to come out in person for some reason. So, who wanted to kill her? Jiang Ning shook the gun. Invite the Cyclone team out. The man didn't even have the courage to refuse. After all, there were more than a dozen brothers in her hands. Jiang Ning asked, "Who is your boss?" The man's eyes flickered slightly. He was the third child, and the eldest and second were born to the same mother. He was about to randomly point out a replacement, but Hui Yishan said in a deep voice, "Think it over. Otherwise someone will die." He didn't dare to hope for luck anymore, and honestly gave up the boss. Jiang Ning took out a rope, tied up a few fat and thin men, and threw them into the car, leaving only 2 men for him. Before noon tomorrow, invite the leader of the Cyclone team to Dongqiang Mountain. Otherwise, I will chop your brothers into meat sauce, and feed them to the dogs. The dog refused the leftover meat, but the face of the shit shoveler had to be given. Woof! He was full of murderous intent, with his fangs exposed, frightening the man to nod repeatedly. Okay, I will do it. Chapter 393. Jiang Ning did not stay, and drove away in the truck under the cover of night. They first collected 2 large trucks of coal at Dongqiang Mountain, and then covered the hostages with ether again to ensure that they would not wake up before noon tomorrow. Hui Yishan tied them up like pigs, blocked their mouths with rags, and threw them into the pile of rocks to hide. They found a secret place, and the 3 people and the dog quickly set up the tent and slept happily wrapped in blankets. They woke up at around 7 in the morning and ate camping breakfast in the mountain breeze. Around 10 o'clock, Dowdu, who was on guard at a high place, squeaked, "Sister-in-law, they are coming." 2 dilapidated off-road vehicles came towards Dongxia Mountain. According to the plan, the 3 people prepared their sniper rifles and took their positions, which made Guzi, who could not use weapons, anxious. More than 10 minutes later, the off-road vehicle stopped at the foot of the mountain. In addition to the evil last night, 7 or 8 men came down. 2 of them looked familiar. It seemed that they had volunteered to pay their respects at the base. It turned out to be another trick of the Tornado team. "Haigu, where's your boss?" A well-dressed, wealthy man with a cigarette in his mouth looked around cautiously. "You won't cheat me, will you, Brother Tai? You are kidding. We still have to rely on you for our livelihood. We wouldn't dare to cheat you even if we had 10 guts." The third brother of Haigu smiled like a serval. "Didn't you suspect that they killed your people, and said not to rush to kill them after catching them? These 2 guys are really good at fighting and thinking. We lost several brothers to control them. The boss was afraid that they would play tricks, so he personally guarded you. The people are hiding in the cave. I will take you to the front. Brother Tai, we lost a lot of people this time. 200 kilograms of food is not enough. Can you give us more?" Brother Tai said. "Wait until I see the people. After killing the 2 people, these people can't be kept." Thinking of the points earned by Jiang Ning and Huishan, Brother Tai couldn't help but rub his hands. Once he got the card and password, he wouldn't have to worry about it in this life. Besides, as long as he took the heads of the 2 people back to report, he could dominate the base in the future. He was so happy that he was carried away for a moment. Just as he was about to take a puff of cigarette, he heard a puff sound, and the person protecting him fell to the ground. His eyes widened, and there was a bullet hole on his forehead. "Damn! You bastard actually tricked me?" Brother Tai was furious and pulled out the gun from his waist to kill Heigo. But his arm suddenly felt extremely painful, and the weapon fell to the ground. Heigo was also frightened and quickly raised his hands and lay down. "Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I did what you said." After several bullets, all the people in the Tornado team were sent away on the spot except Brother Tai. Taigu was shocked and angry, and wanted to take the car and escape. Dowda pulled the trigger, not only blowing up the tire, but also shooting him twice in the thigh. Taigu, who was shot several times, could not stand up and could only crawl on the ground. Not only him, but also 2 of the evil people were sent away, leaving only Heigo trembling, cursing Tai Ji's 8 generations of ancestors. Damn it. If I had known that the mission was so dangerous, I would not have done it even if I was given a mountain of gold and silver. Not only did he not make any food, but even his own black nest was uprooted. Really? He cried to death? 3 people and a dog stood up from their hiding place and slowly walked towards Brother Tai, who was struggling in a pool of blood. Brother Tai stared at Jiang Ning, the leader, with an angry look. Jiang Ning didn't like his look and stepped on his chest. "If you stare at me again, I dig out your eyes." She stepped so hard that the air in his chest was squeezed out, and Brother Tai felt that his ribs were about to break. "You? What do you want?" Jiang Ning sneered at him. "Shouldn't I be asking you this? After so many years in the base." Brother Tai knew the outcome of the winners and losers. But when it came to life and death, who wouldn't be afraid? He endured the severe pain and said, "If I tell you, will you forgive me? It depends on your performance." Jiang Ning pointed the gun at his forehead. "If you don't tell me, I can send you to death now." Tai Ji's face was ugly, and he gritted his teeth and refused to say anything. Jiang Ning did not use violence to force a confession, but gave him a choice. "I have always been clear about gratitude and resentment. As long as you confess the mastermind behind the scenes, I can tell you the whereabouts of your people." It was indeed her. Taigu was instantly excited. "What did you do to them?" Jiang Ning smiled and said nothing, and shot him in the thigh again. "You may not know that I was a surgeon before the natural disaster. I guarantee that I can beat you into a sieve without worrying about your life. Do you want to try?" With the initiative in hand, she didn't want to give anyone a chance to bargain. The second shot. The third shot. Brother Tai screamed continuously, but to no avail. "Fuck. This woman doesn't play by the rules at all. I tell you. I tell you." Brother Tai was in so much pain that he almost died, and he wished she would give him a quick death. who knew that the bitch came forward and used her claws to keep scratching the bullet hole on his thigh. His leg was steaming. Ah! Let him die. Unable to bear the torture, Taigu lingered. It was the family of a big shot who asked me to kill you. Jiang Ning shot at his leg again. You are lying when you are about to die. Taigu almost fainted. But her shooting skills were very good, and she avoided important parts. His legs were really shot into a sieve. The shit shoveler was unhappy, and the dog scratched the bullet hole even harder, causing him to scream like a pig being slaughtered in pain. It's true. Someone really threatened me to kill you. I just came to the base, and have never offended anyone. I don't know the family of the big shot at all. Seeing that she wanted to shoot again, Brother Tai's spirit completely collapsed and shouted, I have a recording. How can you survive in the base without some tricks? The other party took the initiative to find the door, spoke arrogantly and didn't pay. Brother Tai was alert at the time, and recorded the recording without anyone noticing. 9 years of natural disasters. Who would have thought that he would carry a micro recorder with him? It's not that Brother Tai is suspicious, but the other party is wrapped from head to toe, and deliberately lowers his voice when speaking, which clearly shows that he has something to hide. He deliberately refused to agree, hoping to get more inside information. The other party was indeed anxious, saying that she was the family member of a big shot, and as long as the Tornado team helped her to settle this matter, he would be able to walk sideways in the base in the future. Want to get something for nothing? Sorry. Brother Tai wants to do that too. So, after a few rounds of Tai Chi, Brother Tai agreed, but he was only responsible for killing people, and needed the other party to provide the specific itinerary of Jiang Ning and Huishan. He was half believing and half doubting at first, but the other party said that the two were now training in the submarine department, and she would provide information when the time was right. Brother Tai took it seriously. After the other party left, he sent someone to follow her quietly to make sure that she entered the military dependence courtyard in Area A, as if she was in and out of an empty space. Interesting. Brother Tai listened to the recording repeatedly. Interesting. He spent a few days, and although he was still not sure of the other party's true identity, he knew that the identity of those who could live in the military dependence courtyard was not low. As long as he got hold of her handle, would he be afraid that there would be no day for her to rise to prominence? Besides, a group of brothers disappeared in the team, which was definitely related to Jiang Ning and Huishan. So why not take this opportunity to get rid of them? So, when the other party said that the two of them came to the coal yard, he acted without hesitation, but he never expected that the mantis stalked the cicada and the oriole was behind, and he was capsized in the gutter. Chapter 394. Huishan stepped forward and took out a mini fountain pen from Brother Tai's pocket. It was indeed a recorder. Jiang Ning listened repeatedly, and heard a strange woman voice. In fact, she had already suspected the suspect when Heigo said that he was instructed by someone. The more she listened, the more it seemed like the suspect. In this regard, Huishan was more professional. If I guessed correctly, the other party not only pinched his throat, but also stuffed something in his mouth. This is like trying to cover up something, which makes it more obvious. Huishan opened his mouth. Qin Yanfei. Sleeping in the same bed for a long time. They really have a tacit understanding. Jiang Ning thought so too. Except for Qin Yanfei. She really didn't offend anyone. But I didn't expect that her backing was so strong. And she was actually the family of a big shot. How did such a stupid person find a big backer? Although the military base can better monitor natural disasters, Jiang Ning is no longer the one who is willing to wrong himself. Not to mention that the submarine has been obtained. So it's a big deal to just leave. She had no reason to feel wronged. Besides, even if she tolerated this, would Chen Yanfei stop making trouble? No. This guy would only get worse. Jiang Ning not only wanted the recorder, but also tied up Brother Tai and the others. Didn't you say you would let us go? The black dog howled. You are a beautiful woman, but you go back on your words. Hui was disgusted by his noise, raised his hand and knocked him out and stuffed him into the trunk of the car. With a trunk full of witnesses, the three of them and the dog drove back to the base. It is true that Jiang Ning has a temper, but he is not the kind of person who gets angry when something happens. Along the way, she was thinking calmly. All cars entering the base had to be inspected. So Jiang Ning simply parked the car outside the base. They were knocked unconscious by the ether again, and they would not wake up in a short time. Jiang Ning went straight to the central shopping mall and walked in with a step that did not recognize any relatives. Chen Yanfei happened to be there, and when she saw the living Jiang Ning, her face changed instantly. Jiang Ning turned a blind eye and strolled around carelessly. While walking around, she saw He Qing, who was not on good terms with Chen Yanfei, and waved, "Beauty, I want to buy an escape pod. Please introduce it to me." He Qing was very enthusiastic and hurried over to introduce them. The two stood with their backs to Chen Yanfei and were quite far away. While no one was paying attention, Jiang Ning stuffed a piece of brick candy over. A half-pound brick candy is extremely precious in the end times. He Qing was shocked by her actions, but she was also a smart person, so she quickly stuffed it into her clothes and hid it. "What's wrong?" Jiang Ning nodded. "I had a conflict with Chen Yanfei some time ago, and as a result, someone has been picking on me these days. It must be her behind the scenes. I am a person who can eat anything, but I just don't want to suffer a loss. But I heard that her identity is not simple." He Qing hoped that someone could teach the arrogant Chen Yanfei a lesson. But who can blame her for reincarnating? She has a father who is a leader. She could only hold back her dissatisfaction. But she is soft-hearted and short-handed. She looked a little complicated. After thinking again and again, she said, "Her father is a military leader. I suggest you forget it. It's not pleasant to suffer a loss, but it's better than being killed. Right? This is not the first time that this has happened." Chen Yanfei, with the identity of the leader's daughter, has suppressed others openly and secretly. At first, some people were dissatisfied, but after being tricked a few times, they learned their lesson and dared not even fart. Jiang Ning frowned. "Commander? Commander Gu." He Qing lowered her voice. "He is actually a good person." "Right. The commander's wife is quite high profile. So Chen Yanfei is fearless." Jiang Ning was surprised. "Gu Tinglin?" He Qing was stunned. "You know?" Jiang Ning turned his head. "His wife is Song Yaling." "Shh. This is the base. It's not good to call the big leader by his name." Jiang Ning was silent at first, then couldn't help laughing. She was really capable. The man surnamed Chen was a shrewd businessman who was only interested in profit. He couldn't possibly raise a daughter for someone else. Chen Yanfei was definitely a genuine daughter of the Chen family. But now she had transformed into Gu Tinglin's daughter. However, Gu Tinglin couldn't be that stupid to be able to reach the position of a leader. Jiang Ning suddenly thought of the inexplicable words he had said to her some time ago. It seemed that it suddenly made sense. Song Yaling. Song Yaling. She really was. Not to mention that she had no bottom line. She didn't even have a trace of humanity. Jiang Ning was in a complicated mood. But he was neither happy nor angry. Anyway, he couldn't tell. Yanfei. It just so happened that when Jiang Ning was lost in thought, Song Yaling, who was dressed elegantly, walked into the mall. She had approached Mrs. Guo several times some time ago, and the other party couldn't resist her soft and hard persuasion, and agreed to match them up again for Gu Tinglin's sake. In fact, Mrs. Guo had expressed it tactfully. The man said that the collision of plates could happen at any time. As a soldier, you have to put human life first. They may sacrifice at any time. So it's really not suitable to talk about marriage. Everything should be discussed after the natural disaster is over. To put it bluntly, she didn't like him. But she didn't dare to refuse to directly because of Gu Tinglin's status. Song Yaling couldn't help but understand. But the more chaotic the world is, the more her daughter needs to find a reliable man to marry. Especially with the appearance of Jiang Ning. She is not an easy person to deal with. And Gu Tinglin can never keep her warm. Once the truth comes out, the consequences are unimaginable. So Yanfei must get married as soon as possible, so that she and her daughter can have a way out. Song Yaling can only shamelessly ask Mrs. Guo. Mrs. Guo agreed and asked the man to come to her house for another blind date. Whether it would work depends on the young man's willingness. The man had a heavy training task, so he could only make do with his time and arrange it at noon today. There was only one chance. Song Yaling hurried over to find her daughter, and she had to grab it no matter what. Jiang Ning's appearance had already frightened Chen Yanfei, especially when she and He Qing were not far away, and He Qing's eyes kept glancing over. Chen Yanfei's heart almost jumped out of her chest in fear. Did Jiang Ning discover something? Who knew that when she looked up, Song Yaling was here too? She quickly winked at her mother. Jiang Ning was going to cause trouble. So hurry up. However, Song Yaling was so focused on the blind date that she didn't think about that at all. She came in excitedly and reminded him. Yanfei. Something happened at home. You should ask for leave. As long as she could successfully win the man today, Yanfei's lifelong event would be settled. Qin Yanfei pulled Song Yiling aside and said in a panic. Mom, Jiang Ning is here. Song Yiling was startled and subconsciously looked for him. Unfortunately, Jiang Ning sent He Qing away and turned to look at the mother and daughter. Song Yiling's heart tightened, as if her heart was stabbed by a knife. Jiang Ning smiled at the two of them, and her smile was a little weird. The heroine's smile is almost like this. Qin Yanfei grabbed Song Yiling's arm in fear. Mom, what is she laughing at? Song Yiling calmed down a little. Don't worry. This is a base. No one dares to mess around. Jiang Ning took out the walkie-talkie and switched to the encrypted channel given by Gu Tinglin. Hello, Chief Gu. Jiang Ning? The other end paused and said happily, What do you want to talk to me about? Chapter 395. Jiang Ning held the intercom, his sharp and cold eyes staring at Qin Yanfei and her daughter. Yes, something is wrong. Gu Tinglin was in a good mood. You talk. I listen. Your good daughter Qin Yanfei bribed the scavengers to take my life. But I was lucky enough to survive. There are witnesses and evidence. You'd better come now. Otherwise I can't guarantee whether your wife and daughter will still be alive when you arrive. Gu Tinglin was shocked, but soon calmed down. Jiang Ning, if the matter is true, I will give you justice. Don't mess around. I don't need justice. I just want to fight back. Jiang Ning hung up the intercom and walked straight towards Qin Yanfei. Qin Yanfei had something on her mind, so she pulled Song Yiling and wanted to leave. But the vicious dog bared its teeth and pounced on her. Ah! Qin Yanfei screamed in fear. She staggered and almost fell. But Jiang Ning grabbed her hair and slammed her against the glass door. There is a glass factory in the base, and there are many precious materials in the central shopping mall. So the glass is explosion-proof and bulletproof. The glass was fine, but Qin Yanfei's face was broken and bleeding. 2 teeth were broken and blood gushed out of her nose. Jiang Ning did not stop, grabbing her hair and hitting her 3 times, hitting Qin Yanfei's face with blood all over her. She collapsed on the ground like mud and twitched weakly, not to mention calling for help. Song Yiling screamed and rushed towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning did not tolerate her and slapped her. She was very strong. And Song Yiling hit the glass, and the whole person was seeing stars. Song Yiling covered the painful and numb half of her face. Her eyes were full of shock. Jiang Ning, you dare to hit me? Who do you think you are? Jiang Ning asked coldly. You knew Qin Yanfei wanted to get rid of me, but you didn't stop her and turned a blind eye. You wished she would kill me sooner. Why shouldn't I fight a shameless beast like you? Qin Yanfei was stupid, but Song Yiling was scheming and had no bottom line for survival. She didn't believe that Song Yiling didn't realize Qin Yanfei's viciousness, but it was just what she wanted. Jiang Ning was able to survive, not because of the kindness of the mother and daughter, but because of her own ability. Nonsense! Song Yiling was so angry that she was shaking all over. We don't even know you. Why should we kill you? We don't know you. Jiang Ning couldn't help laughing. You called my name when you don't know me? That was a subconscious reaction in a hurry. I didn't expect that she would catch it. But Song Yiling reacted quickly. Do you know what crime you will be guilty of if you slander and defame military families? Military families? I've seen thick-skinned people, but I've never seen such a thick-skinned person. Jiang Ning almost laughed out loud. Did Gu Tinglin get the marriage certificate with you? Did he admit that the child you had with someone else was his? If so, he is having an affair with a married man, which blasphemes the image of a soldier. If not, you are defaming and slandering a soldier. Song Yiling didn't expect Jiang Ning to be so difficult to deal with. It was obvious that he was going to throw the dice. She dared to gamble, but Song Yiling didn't. This was obviously a trap set by Jiang Ning. How could Song Yiling jump into it? The thief was guilty. Besides, Gu Tinglin was the leader. If this matter got out of hand, it would not be good for the mother and daughter. The daughter was stupid. Song Yiling didn't know what Jiang Ning had. Maybe he was just bluffing. After all, the natural disaster lasted so long, and evidence was not so easy to get. She pulled up her daughter, whose face was covered in blood, and wanted to leave quickly. There was no need to pester Jiang Ning. It would not be too late to find a solution later. But Guzi would not let go and rushed over again fiercely to stop her. There were soldiers patrolling the work center. But the incident happened suddenly. When they heard the news and rushed over, the mall was already full of people watching the excitement. The soldier shouted to disperse the crowd and walked into the mall with a gun. What happened? Qin Yanfei was stunned and finally woke up. She knew very well that her hiring of a killer had been exposed, even if Jiang Ning had no evidence. Once, it was reported to the military. She didn't expect that the Tornado team was a useless waste in the gang. They couldn't stand the investigation of the military at all. If Gu Tinglin knew that Jiang Ning was his biological daughter, what would happen to her? Isn't it just a matter of his words? Meeting someone like Jiang Ning who didn't care about her life. Qin Yanfei was really scared. She shouldn't have impulsively found a bunch of losers to deal with her. Thinking of Gu Tinglin's sharp and indifferent eyes, she got goosebumps all over her body. No. Gu Tinglin can't be allowed to favor Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning must die. She must die. Crazy Qin Yanfei suddenly rushed towards the patrolling soldier. Kill people. Crazy woman killing people at will. She was afraid that she was not beaten badly enough. So she took the opportunity to smear her face with blood. Looking miserable. While crying, she reached out to grab the gun in the patrol soldier's hand. As long as Jiang Ning was beaten to death, the truth would not be exposed. Even if Gu Tinglin investigated later, it was Jiang Ning who started it first. Song Yaling didn't expect her daughter to be so crazy. But it was Jiang Ning who didn't remember her kindness and wanted to kill her as her biological mother. Then, just pretend that she had never been born. Song Yaling rushed over, seemingly trying to stop her daughter, but in fact helping her take the gun, using her body to hinder the patrolling soldiers. Yanfei, calm down. This is just a misunderstanding. The base will give you justice. Qin Yanfei screamed. Mom, she wants to kill me. I'm going to be beaten to death by her. Soldiers exercise all year round, and their physical fitness is very strong. As the saying goes, the gun is in the person, and the gun in their hands is equivalent to their own life. Besides, they just came in and didn't even understand the matter. So how could they shoot randomly? At this time, Qin Yanfei hoped that Jiang Ning would shoot her and expose her crazy face. Soldiers have the privilege to shoot and kill people who endanger others' lives in broad daylight. However, Qin Yanfei's behavior backfired in front of the soldiers. They quickly protected their guns and even guarded against Qin Yanfei, who rushed over. Song Yaling pushed them away and pointed at Jiang Ning in anger. Comrade, I am the wife of Chief Gu, and Yanfei is his daughter. This person attacked and beat the military family for no reason. My daughter almost lost her life. You should arrest this lunatic quickly. Jiang Ning stood still, coldly watching her inconsistent actions. His eyes were extremely cold. The patrol soldier was calm and restrained, verbally warning Qin Yanfei and her daughter. Stand back. Please calm down. Who knew that Qin Yanfei saw her mother supporting her? And she became even more daring, and reached out to grab the gun from the soldier again. She secretly hated Jiang Ning, the bitch, for doing it on purpose. It doesn't matter. Just force her to do it. As long as the soldier's gun goes off, Huishan and that bitch will definitely take action. And anyone who dares to confront the soldier will die. Who can be blamed for being shot to death? Chapter 396. However, Qin Yanfei thought she had planned everything. But she missed herself. Patrol soldiers are just ordinary soldiers. They have no chance to see the chief, let alone the chief's wife and daughter. After so many years of natural disasters, even if the military base is the safest fortress, there are many people who are driven crazy by the cruel living environment every year. Some say they are Chang'e. Some say they are the Monkey King. And some are so arrogant that they say they are gods. The one who shouts the most is the chief of the base. And he is the master of the base. One warning doesn't work, and repeating the offense is an attack on a soldier. Taking a gun is a taboo. The offended soldier didn't show any mercy, and threw the emotionally out-of-control Qin Yanfei to the ground with a clean and neat shoulder throw. With a snap, it was like an egg hitting a rock and it broke. Qin Yanfei's eyes rolled back, and she felt that her internal organs were smashed, and she almost died from the pain. Song Yaling didn't have a good ending either. She was immediately grabbed by the soldier's arm and pressed against the glass. Be quiet. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could the one who was beaten be arrested by the soldier? But it seems to be fine. Who made them go crazy and snatch the soldier's weapons? They really played a good hand badly. They are stupid and don't know it. Song Yaling never expected that she would be treated rudely by the big-headed soldiers. She is the wife of the leader. Are they deaf and blind? How dare they? How dare they? Jiang Ning looked at her and couldn't help but smile. As if watching a monkey show. Uh-huh. Who doesn't know how to plot? Song Yeling, who was angry and embarrassed, fought back desperately, her eyes bursting with endless hatred, staring at Jiang Ning. I am the wife of the leader. She is the murderer. And we are the victims. Seeing her so crazy, the soldier exerted force suddenly. With a scream, Song Yeling's arm was removed and fell limply. After stopping the two survivors who were out of control, one of the soldiers walked towards Jiang Ning. What kind of dispute did you have? Who started it first? Jiang Ning admitted honestly. I started it first. The soldier looked serious. Why? Jiang Ning glanced at Chen Yanfei. This woman colluded with the scavenging tornado team, bribed the evil outside, and assassinated us on the road to transport coal. We were lucky to escape and came back to confront her. But she denied it. I was so angry that I took action. There are different levels of trouble in the base. If you hit someone for no reason, you will be expelled at most. But it is far from being so bad that you will be shot on the spot. Jiang Ning seemed impulsive. But in fact, he tricked Chen Yanfei's mother. Anyway, the submarine was already in hand. And it was a good bet to take the risk of being expelled from the base to bring down Chen Yanfei and her daughter. She wanted to know whether Gu Tinglin would protect this vicious mother and daughter. If she protected him, she would accept the loss. But she would not lose anything. If he handled the matter impartially, the mother and daughter would be expelled from the base. And it would not be too late to beat them to pieces then. No matter how he calculated it, Jiang Ning would not suffer any loss. You said she assassinated you. Do you have any evidence? Yes. The witnesses are in the trunk of my car, all tied up back. Jiang Ning took out a recorder. This woman is crazy, threatening others to do things for her. And she didn't even know she was being recorded. Chen Yanfei saw the recorder, and the fear in her eyes flashed. But then she shouted again. I didn't. She framed me. So what if there is a recording? She had been prepared and deliberately changed her voice. The soldier was about to continue asking questions. But suddenly someone ran in and shouted, Who is Jiang Ning? The voice was like a bell. And the bullets were loaded while he spoke. Hui Yi frowned deeply and subconsciously stood in front of Jiang Ning. Seeing who the person was, Song Yeling's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly said, Squad leader he? Squad leader, he was the head of the base's stability patrol team. Song Yeling often came to the mall to shop, and had specially greeted squad leader he several times. He knew she was the wife of the leader, and he was polite and respectful every time they met. If he had shown up earlier, Song Yeling would not have been treated inhumanely. These soldiers will be punished. She was in unbearable pain from her dislocated arm, and her voice was filled with displeasure and questioning. Explain to them who I am. Squad leader, he looked at her, nodded slightly as a greeting, and then asked again, Who is Jiang Ning? Jiang Ning stood up. I am. Seeing her facial features clearly, squad leader he couldn't help but frown, and seemed to understand something vaguely. He walked towards Jiang Ning with a gun in hand. Seeing this, Chen Yanfei couldn't help showing a smug look. Jiang Ning was doomed. Squad leader his nickname was Crazy Bull, and as his name suggested, he had a very bad temper. Not only was he extremely strict with his subordinates, he also protected Song Yeling at ordinary times. Just because he was once a soldier led by Gu Tinglin and had been promoted by Gu Tinglin, he naturally respected the chief's wife very much. One of his soldiers had offended Chen Yanfei before, and was punished to run 50 kilometers without saying a word. From then on, he would take a detour when he saw Chen Yanfei. With this protection, if Jiang Ning spoke rudely or resisted impulsively, he would most likely be killed by he. Chen Yanfei complained in a crying voice. Captain He, be careful. This man is a lunatic. He almost killed me and my mother just now. Captain He frowned but did not speak, but stood in front of Jiang Ning panting. Are you okay? God knows. He was on leave today and was resting at home, and suddenly received an order from above, saying that if Jiang Ning lost a hair, he would lose his head. Who is Jiang Ning? Everyone was confused. How could the higher-ups know who it was? Who cares who she is? This is an order from the chief. Indeed, no matter who it was, the person who could make the chief issue an urgent order must be a very important person. Who could have imagined that he, who slept in only a pair of shorts, immediately jumped out of bed, hurriedly put on his pants and shirt, and ran several kilometers at the speed of a 100-meter dash. His lungs almost exploded from running. Luckily, he was fine. Otherwise he would have been killed. What happened? Squad leader. The soldier saluted and explained the whole story to him. Squad leader, he frowned. On one side were the chief's wife and daughter, and on the other side was the man who the chief personally ordered not to lose a single hair. Although he has a bad temper, he is the one who maintains the safety of the work center. He has to face countless difficult things every day. If his mind is not flexible and smooth, he can't be qualified for this position at all. Comparing the two sides, the difference is obvious. Squad leader, he put away his gun, took the recorder provided by Jiang Ning, and immediately pressed the play button. Clear voices of conversation were heard immediately. There is a difference between recordings and real people talking. Not to mention that Qin Yanfei had deliberately disguised herself, so it was really hard to tell at first glance. Qin Yanfei was extremely dissatisfied with the attitude of squad leader He, and there was a recording as evidence. So she immediately said angrily, "Everyone, listen. This is not my voice. It is Jiang Ning who ignored the base system and maliciously beat and framed the military family. Those so-called witnesses were also bribed by her to deal with me." Chapter 397. Qin Yanfei was in severe pain and cried. She has an antisocial personality and is irritable. She dared to murder even the chief's family, not to mention ordinary survivors. If she is not arrested and investigated, she will definitely harm the base in the future. I don't know how many people will suffer by then. Many onlookers echoed. Yes, she beat people for no reason. Some of them witnessed Jiang Ning's violent beating of Qin Yanfei. It was too brutal. He grabbed her hair and slammed her against the glass. And he was killing her. What a pretty girl. Her face was covered in blood after being beaten. There was another group of people who immediately took a clear stand when they learned that Song Yaling and Qin Yanfei were the relatives of the leader. Squad leader, he was thoughtful, and he put away the recording device. It's true that the voices don't look like them, but Miss Chen, please rest assured, the military has an audio analysis processor. As long as it is the same person speaking, even if the voices are different, the audio rules cannot deceive people, and the relevant departments will verify the authenticity. Audio analysis processor? Qin Yanfei's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Squad leader, he said righteously. Since you both insist on your own opinions, please come back to the dispute resolution department with us for investigation. This is a public place, and normal business cannot be affected. Qin Yanfei is stupid, but Song Yaling is good at observing people's expressions. When she heard what squad leader he said, she knew something was wrong. It is obvious that he is protecting Jiang Ning. The two have never met before. It is impossible for he to help Jiang Ning for no reason, unless it is an order from Gu Tinglin. He has always been impartial, and was unwilling to come forward to solve Yanfei's work. But now, he is opening a back door for Jiang Ning. Song Yaling's body was cold. How much did he know? Or did he know the truth from the beginning? If Gu Tinglin was serious, what could his soldiers not find out? Yanfei was in danger. She thought of a countermeasure quickly, and came over with her dislocated arm covered. Squad leader he. This is just a misunderstanding. There is no need to go to the dispute resolution department. Right? Squad leader he also hoped it was a misunderstanding. But since the chief had given the order, he had to ensure that Jiang Ning would not lose a hair. The matter was so big, and involved the chief's family affairs. It was not up to him to decide how to deal with it. He had to wait for instructions from above. Squad leader he enforced the law impartially. The purpose of the base is to serve the people. This incident involves murder and assault, and the impact is extremely bad. The relevant departments will investigate it clearly. Please move on. Seeing that both mother and daughter were injured, especially Qin Yanfei, who was probably disfigured. Squad leader he slowed down his voice and ordered the soldiers, "You should send Mrs. Gu and Miss Chen to the hospital to treat their wounds first." As for Jiang Ning and Huishan, they had to bring out witnesses first. Squad leader he followed to the parking lot in front of the main gate of the base. When he saw the full trunk, his mouth twitched. TSK, TSK, TSK. She is really a ruthless person. The suspect was beaten to a pulp. But the miraculous thing is that he didn't die despite bleeding so much. He waved his hand and asked people to take all the suspects back to the dispute investigation office. There was no need for the relevant personnel to ask. They were frightened to death by Jiang Ning's ruthlessness and confessed more cleanly than their faces. What they should and shouldn't confess. There is no concealment. If they are guilty, please let the military base punish them, not the devil Jiang Ning. The next step is audio analysis. But Song Yaling and Chen Yanfei are still in the hospital to treat their injuries, so we can only wait until they come back. Unexpectedly, Dowdu took out a cell phone from his pocket. Uncle, I have her original recording here. The cell phone was given by Jiang Ning earlier, and Dowdu used it to play standalone games to kill time. When Jiang Ning beat Chen Yanfei and her daughter, although she did not stand up to help, she secretly recorded it with her cell phone. What kind of family is this? 9 years after the natural disaster, they can still take out a cell phone. Dowdu pulled up the video and pointed out the part where Chen Yanfei and her daughter snatched the soldiers' weapons. Uncle, you see? This auntie said she stopped her daughter's reckless behavior, but in fact her actions were to hinder your law enforcement, and wanted to create conflicts, so that you can use your hands to kill us as thugs. Jiang Ning was surprised. He didn't expect Dowdu to be so steady in dealing with things. He was really good. Squad leader, he watched the video again and again, his expression serious and solemn. He was not blind. He knew what was going on after watching it once. But Song Yaling was the wife of the leader, so he couldn't be careless. It was about the leader's family scandal. He wanted to find clues to refute it, but the truth made him feel cold all over. However, what was even more shocking was that Chen Yanfei's voice captured from the video was the same as the voice of the recorder after audio analysis. The relevant leaders did not dare to be careless, and held a meeting to figure out how to report and ask for instructions. Unexpectedly, secretary he called and asked, "Are there any results?" 3 people and a dog were waiting in the waiting room. Dowdu was a little worried. Sister-in-law, will they punish Chen Yanfei? Jiang Ning didn't care. No matter what the result was, she would not let the mother and daughter go. Squad leader, he came out and said, "Your confessions have been recorded, but the investigation takes time. You can go back to your residence first, but you cannot leave the base. You need to cooperate with our investigation at any time." Jiang Ning had no objection, and got up to go back to Area B. At the same time, the orderly Xiao Tang drove to the hospital to send Chen Yanfei and her daughter home. Chen Yanfei not only broke 3 teeth, but also had several stitches on her face. The treatment conditions were limited, and she would most likely have scars on her face. In fact, the most important thing in the end of the world is to survive. Chen Yanfei was sad and upset, but she was also afraid that the truth would be revealed. Hiring a killer to murder would result in execution. So when Chen Yanfei saw Xiao Tang, her face turned pale. Song Yaling was the same. Her whole body felt like she was in an ice cellar, cold and stiff. Xiao Tang didn't say much, just said that the chief asked him to take them home. When they arrived at the family area, Xiao Tang reminded, "Madam, the chief is still busy. He will be back later." After speaking, he drove away. When she got home, Chen Yanfei broke down. "Mom, he..." Song Yaling made a gesture of clasping her lips, which frightened her to death. "What does it mean? Is there a surveillance camera at home?" Song Yaling didn't say anything, but checked every corner of the house. No surveillance equipment was found. But both the actions of Captain He and Xiao Tang made her feel creepy. She was wrong. She was wrong from the beginning. She underestimated Gu Tinglin's emotional intelligence, and subconsciously still regarded him as the man he was 30 years ago, who would unconditionally tolerate and trust her. He is now indifferent and distant, like a bottomless lake, which makes people unable to see through and touch. Song Yaling couldn't guess what would happen when Gu Tinglin came back. For 30 years, she never really understood him, and now she didn't even dare to say anything. After all, if the military really installed surveillance, it would be impossible for people to detect it. Thinking of the conversation between the mother and daughter some time ago, one can't help but feel a chill down one's spine. For a moment, Song Yaling seemed to have aged by a dozen years, sitting on the sofa with her head down, not as decent and gentle as usual. The mother and daughter looked at each other, waiting for the truth to be revealed. The anxiety of not being able to control their own destiny, like fish on the chopping board. It's not an exaggeration to say that it was torture. After all, if Gu Tinglin wanted to protect her, he would only make a big thing small and a small thing nothing, instead of mobilizing troops like now. In his heart, what is she? Chen Yanfei was also uneasy. She was really scared now. Every minute and every second was torture, from noon to late at night. Just when the spirit was about to collapse, The door rang. Chapter 398. Gu Tinglin is back. Calm and resolute, with no emotion visible on his face. The more he acted like this, the more uneasy Song Yeling felt. But she still stood up and forced a smile to greet him. Old Gu is back. Gu Tinglin glanced at his home and said indifferently, "Yeah." Song Yeling stepped forward and looked at the briefcase in his hand. "You rarely come back. What do you want to eat? I cook for you." Gu Tinglin didn't answer, but looked at Chen Yanfei, whose face was injured. "Yanfei, step aside. I have something to say to your mother." Chen Yanfei, with a painful and swollen face and full of grievances, was still thinking about how to respond. But when she saw Gu Tinglin's eyes, she couldn't say a word. An invisible momentum made her unable to resist, and fear kept surging from her bones, making her tremble. She got up and went back to her room. Closing the door uneasily, Gu Tinglin sat down and said to Song Yeling, "Sit down." Song Yeling choked and pretended to be calm. "What's wrong with you? You still have a stern face after get off work." Gu Tinglin didn't say anything, but looked at her quietly. Looking at her, it seemed that he was looking at another person through her. A woman who was once lively and enthusiastic, daring to love and hate, regardless of worldly pressure, and said that she would marry him even if the sky fell. 30 years have changed her beyond recognition. This kind of look is not the first time that Song Yeling is faced. She really hates his scrutiny, as if she is an unforgivable villain. But what can she do? She can only try her best to save the relationship. In the past, when they were in love and had conflicts, she took the initiative to lower her head to coax him. But it was really easy to coax him at that time, as long as she pulled his sleeve with red eyes. But now he is like a stone in the toilet, smelly and hard. Gu Tinglin slowly spoke. "Why do you treat her like this?" Even though she was mentally prepared, Song Yeling still shuddered. "Who?" But she quickly reacted. "Are you talking about what happened in the mall today?" "There is a misunderstanding. The other party had friction with Yanfei before, and has always been resentful." Gu Tinglin interrupted her. "Jiang Ning is obviously your biological daughter. Why do you treat her like this?" Song Yeling's face froze. "Old Gu, what are you talking about? I only have one daughter, Yanfei. The child I gave birth to in the Chen family was killed when the mob broke into the house during the Yongye period. I explained it to you, but you may have forgotten it because you were busy." Gu Tinglin opened his briefcase and threw 2 documents in front of her. Song Yeling pretended to be calm and picked them up. But when she saw the contents clearly, her blood immediately rushed back. They were actually 2 paternity test reports. One was made during the Yongye period, and the date was the second day she'd brought Yanfei into the base. The other one was made not long ago, on the night Jiang Ning came, and the hair was taken. Jiang Ning and Gu Tinglin are 99.999% father and daughter, and Chen Yanfei has no blood relationship with him. Song Yeling's mind was buzzing. The military base can even build submarines, so how could it not be able to conduct DNA testing? It's just that it hasn't been made public. Her hands couldn't help shaking, and Song Yeling felt like a joke. She looked at him straight. "Since you know I lied to you, why didn't you expose it for so many years? Why didn't you expose it?" Gu Tinglin did consider it, but finally chose to accept it. Back then, he had to carry out a secret mission, which took more than a year, and he came back after a narrow escape. He hurried back to Fengcheng to see her before his wounds were healed, wanting to discuss the marriage certificate. She was indeed getting married, but the groom was not him. A lot of things happened in the Song family this year, but his job was too special, and he couldn't accompany her through the ups and downs. He felt guilty and wanted to make amends. But she cried and said that the Song family went bankrupt and he was gone. She was pregnant, but he was gone. She had a miscarriage, but he was still gone. Now she is going to marry another man, and she hopes he is not there either. Gu Tinglin then knew that she had been pregnant with his child but failed to keep it. The news was too sudden, and he couldn't accept it for a while. But Song Yeling handed over the ultrasound form and the abortion surgery form. Gu Tinglin didn't want to believe it from the bottom of his heart, so he went to the hospital to check, but ran into Song Yeling's fiancé accompanying her for a prenatal checkup. The two were sweet and loving, and they were well matched. Standing together, her choice was right, and he couldn't give her the happiness she wanted. So he chose to fulfill her and bless her. But he didn't expect that more than 20 years later, Song Yeling would suddenly call him and tell him that they were forced to marry in order to save the family business. and the child was not aborted, but was secretly born. After marriage, she confessed to the Chen family, and the Chen family accepted and raised the child. Gu Tinglin never got married, not because he didn't meet a suitable partner, but because his career was destined to not have much energy to take care of the family. So he didn't want to delay other people's happiness. But every time he saw a lively and naughty child, he would think of his own flesh and blood who had no chance to come into this world. If he had not been on a mission at that time, he might have married Song Yaling and the child would have been born safely. He had a chance to be a father. In the final analysis, he owed Song Yaling and failed her waiting. And now he has a chance. He can make up for it and take care of her appropriately. In fact, Gu Tinglin couldn't tell whether he was making up for it or making himself feel better. He always thought of the unborn child, and even met her in his dreams countless times. She cried and called Daddy. The doctor said that this was a mental shackle, and he should not put too much pressure on himself. But this knot in his heart was not helped by medication or relaxation therapy. So when Song Yaling came to him and said that his child was not dead, his reason told him that he should not believe it. But he thought about the dream that had been entangled with him for more than 20 years. What if it was true? He was hopeful. But she really lied, and the child had no blood relationship with him. Time changed everything. And Song Yaling was no longer the same as she was before. People came and went. And Gu Tinglin had already let go of the ignorant and impulsive love affair when he was young. He did not expose Song Yaling's scam, just to make up for the debt he owed back then. But he still felt a little regretful every time he thought of the child. However, he never expected that one day he would meet Jiang Ning, whose facial features resembled those of young Song Yaling. And they were both from Fengcheng. There are indeed people who look alike in the world, but there are few who are so similar that they make people suspicious. So, he arranged a special sparring test and got Jiang Ning hair as soon as possible. If you don't want a child, why did you give birth to it? More than 30 years of military experience has made Gu Tinglin a calm and introverted person. He calmly asked, "Why would you rather throw the child into an orphanage than let me raise him?" Chapter 399. Thinking of the suffering Jiang Ning endured in the orphanage, Gu Tinglin could not forgive himself. The truth could not be concealed. Song Yaling covered her face and cried, "I'm sorry. I did lie to you. When I was lying on the operating table, I thought of your blood flowing in the child, and I really couldn't bear to abort the child. I looked forward to your return every day to accompany me through this difficult time. But you never came back. The Song family raised me, and I can't watch the family fall. So marriage is imperative. But the elders of the Chen family will never accept this child. I couldn't wait for you. My parents forced me to give birth to you secretly and send you to an orphanage. When you came back, I wanted to tell you the truth. But the Song family heard rumors and suspected me. If I told you, the truth would be exposed. From the beginning to the end, I only like you. And I want to marry you and have children. But can you save the Song family?" she said heartbrokenly and cried sadly, as if she had endured a lot of pain. But unfortunately Gu Tinglin would no longer believe it. "You chose to hide it, just because you were afraid that I would bring the child to entangle and disrupt your marriage with the Chen family." She knew that he was not the type to cling to her. But she ruthlessly let Jiang Ning fend for herself in the orphanage, for the sake of an impossible variable. "I didn't. You really misunderstood. Well, even if you are afraid that the Chen family will find out, what about getting married?" Her tears could not be stopped, but they could no longer move his heartstrings, instead causing him to be filled with anger. "You have 30 years to tell the truth. Why don't you tell it?" Song Yaling was speechless, and tried to open her mouth several times, but couldn't say a word. She had a chance to say it. But how should she say it? Tell Gu Tinglin that she couldn't forget him even after getting married? Will he hate her and think she was selfish, cold-blooded and inhuman when he found out that she threw her daughter into an orphanage? She was really scared. The more scared she was, the less she dared to say it. Gu Tinglin looked at her, his eyes becoming more and more indifferent. "It is said that even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. You were wrong to throw Jiang Ning into an orphanage. Why did you allow Chen Yanfei to kill Jiang Ning? Do you think so much about me?" Song Yaling was extremely bitter, and said with tears in her eyes, "I didn't care about Jiang Ning, but she was a piece of flesh that fell from my body. Why should I kill her? You have never been with her, so you don't know her temper. In Fengcheng, Because Yanfei's alpaca spit on her. She dared to violently beat her in public, and forced her sister to eat feces and urine. How vicious must she be to force someone to death? There was no family affection at all. The two of them had a grudge. And Yanfei also had a grudge in her heart. It happened that they met at the base. And she wanted to make Jiangning suffer a little. So she found someone outside. Who knew that the people outside would misunderstand. They knew Yanfei was the daughter of the leader. So they took the initiative to kill Jiangning to win the credit. You also saw what happened today. Not only did she want to kill Yanfei, she even dared to beat me. I knew she had become selfish. But I didn't expect that she had lost her humanity. The last ray of light in Gu Tinglin's eyes went out. And he said coldly, "What is Qin Yanfei thinking? How can you, as a mother, not know? If it was 30 years ago." He really couldn't help but take action. But after years of settling, the anger in his heart could no longer be vented in a crude and simple form. Facing the person he loved when he was young, he also had some responsibility for her becoming what she is today. Knowing that Jiangning was his biological daughter, Gu Tinglin found an opportunity to meet her. She was an independent and strong child. Not only did she live well in the end of the world, but she also found a lover to spend her life with. Natural disasters could come at any time. He had his own responsibilities and missions to bear, and was destined to be unable to take care of and make up for his daughter like an ordinary father. And he knew in his heart that Jiangning didn't need family affection. He hadn't considered whether to recognize Jiangning, or how to arrange for Song Yaling. But he didn't expect her to be so cruel. The palm and the back of the hand are all flesh. Why do you treat them so differently? Gu Tinglin was completely disappointed and didn't give her a chance to defend herself. Song Yaling, do you want me to show you the evidence that you want to kill Jiangning? Song Yaling didn't know that Doudou had taken a video. You installed surveillance at home? Gu Tinglin didn't. But he acquiesced. Song Yaling seemed to be choked by her throat. Her face was pale, and she couldn't say a word. She had changed. But Gu Tinglin had become even more powerful. No matter what she said, he would no longer believe it. After a long silence, she sighed with a bitter smile. Yes, I am not a good mother. And I am ashamed to face Jiangning. But do I have a choice? I want the Song family to be well. And I want to marry you and love you. But who gave me the choice? Song Yaling cried silently. Who could she blame for pushing her to this point today? She cried and laughed. Laughed and cried. Staring at his face. Gu Tinglin, do you still love me? Is a person who abandons his own flesh and blood and even cruelly kills them for his own survival worthy of others' love? Gu Tinglin asked back. Is this important to you? Song Yaling didn't know the answer. She just didn't want to believe it. Now she just gave up completely. How are you going to deal with me? Gu Tinglin was silent for a long time before speaking. Pack up. Xiao Tang will take you to the official base in Jiaqing in half an hour. Dad? I won't go to the official base. Chen Yanfei couldn't help it anymore. Pushed open the door and said excitedly, natural disasters can come at any time. And going to the official base now is to seek death. Gu Tinglin calmly corrected her. I'm not your father. Jiangning is my daughter. But she didn't die at all. But almost killed me. Qin Yanfei couldn't swallow this breath. Not only did she beat me in public, she even destroyed my face. Can't we be even? Gu Tinglin's eyes were sharp. Jiangning didn't die. Not because you were soft-hearted, but because she was strong enough. There was no point in saying more. Facing the mother and daughter, who were as venomous as snakes and scorpions, he restrained and said calmly, You don't have to leave. According to the base law, although you attempted to murder a military family member, you have reached the execution standard of shooting. Everyone must be responsible for their own choices. You decide whether to go or stay. After speaking, he stood up and left. The draft blew through the hall, and the door was slammed shut, which hurt Song Yaling's heart. Qin Yanfei was shaky and said in panic, Mom, what should we do now? What could Song Yaling do? Gu Tinglin had already shown some mercy. If they really wanted to break up, I'm afraid they wouldn't even have the chance to step out of the gate of the military base. No, I won't leave. Qin Yanfei had been used to a good life and couldn't imagine a dark future. She was desperate and collapsed. We have nothing. If we go to Jiaqing like this, we will definitely die miserably. I heard that there are people who eat two-legged sheep outside. Mom, why don't you go and beg Jiangning? You gave birth to her and gave her life. Who knows? She might let us go. It's useless. If Jiangning had still had some heart, Song Yaling would not have come to the military base. When the slap came, Song Yaling sensed Jiang Ning's murderous intent. If she went to beg her, she might even lose her life. She sighed deeply. Yanfei, we can only rely on ourselves in the future. Qin Yanfei cried. Mom, how can you live with us? Song Yaling was heartbroken. If you can live, live. If you can't live, die. Mom, I don't want to die. Half an hour later, a military vehicle drove out of the base shrouded in dusk and rushed towards Jiaqing. Chapter 400. After leaving the Dispute Investigation Office and returning to the Independent Courtyard in Area B, Jiang Ning did not speak the whole time. No emotion could be seen on her face. But even Guzi noticed that she was in a strange mood. Not to mention Huishan and his sister. They were all perceptive. When they learned that Song Yaling was the wife of the leader, Jiang Ning's life story finally came to light. Especially Song Yaling cooperated with Qin Yanfei, intending to cause chaos and let Jiang Ning die under the bullets of soldiers. Born abandoned, it can be said that his parents were selfish and cold-blooded. There is no emotional bond. Just never have anything to do with each other. But when she allowed Qin Yanfei to kill Jiang Ning, and even secretly cooperated at the critical moment, this was not selfish and cold-blooded. She was simply a beast worse than pigs and dogs. Even though Jiang Ning did not recognize Song Yaling, it does not mean that she is a machine without emotions. She is a person. A living person. Who will laugh when happy and cry when sad. The cold-bloodedness and abuse of the uncle's family still make Daodu have a psychological shadow that has not been completely removed. But Jiang Ning's biological mother wanted to kill her. There was no blood feud between the two. Song Yaling did this just to maintain her lies and self-interest. At this moment, all the two people and the dog can do is to accompany and protect. After returning home, Jiang Ning went to the bedroom bathroom to take a shower. And the sound of water kept running. He didn't eat lunch. And it was already evening. Huishan told Daodu to cook, and not to let the dog starve. He followed into the room, and closed the door. Huishan took his pajamas, opened the bathroom door, and walked in. He hugged Jiang Ning from behind and whispered, "Very sad?" No. She was not sad. But she did have emotions. Not anger or pain. But more like repression that could not be vented. Which made her have an inexplicable urge to make barbecued pork buns. Huishan could sense her depression. And his warm lips pressed tightly against her fair neck. Do it? Jiang Ning did not hesitate. Yes. Huishan lowered his head to kiss her, but was pushed away by Jiang Ning. Take a shower first. The bathroom door was closed, but there was no one inside. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Ning, with a flushed face, came out of the space. It took a while for her rapid breathing to calm down, and she soon fell asleep from exhaustion. What emotions were there now? Even if the sky fell, she would not have the strength to open her eyes and get up. Huishan was quite energetic, leaned over and kissed her forehead, and said softly, "Have a good sleep, and everything will be over when you wake up. No matter what happens, I will be by your side to face it together." After covering her with the quilt, he opened the door to eat dinner. The food made by Daodu had already gone cold, so Huishan took it to the kitchen to heat it up again. The dog came over and looked up at him. Huishan stroked its head and smiled. "Don't worry. Aiming is fine." The dog was relieved and went back to sleep cross-legged. It was already past 9 in the morning when Jiang Ning woke up naturally. He stretched himself and still felt sore and uncomfortable, but he felt indescribably relaxed. Huishan pushed the door open and came in. "Are you hungry? I cooked rice noodles for you." Jiang Ning turned over and continued to sleep. "I don't want to move." Huishan sat down beside the bed. "Secretary, he is waiting downstairs. If you don't want to see him, I will go and refuse him." Gu Tinglin's secretary? Jiang Ning thought about it and sat up. He felt limp and didn't want to move, so he fell directly on Huishan. Huishan caught her and held her in his arms. "Aining, no matter what the result is, no matter what decision you make, I will support you unconditionally. But I hope your decision will make you happy and comfortable, rather than angry or impulsive." He didn't say it clearly, but Jiang Ning knew what he meant. She looked up and glanced at him. "Don't you trust me so much?" "No." Huishan kissed her forehead. "I just hope that your decision is well thought out, and you won't regret it in the future. You're so nagging." Jiang Ning rolled her eyes at him. "Mr. Hua, are you old?" Huishan didn't argue with her. "Didn't I satisfy you last night? Well, men are really like dogs. Don't look at their serious faces at ordinary times. They are crazy when they need to speak. His. Uncomfortable. Jiang Ning pushed him. But he didn't push him away. How about? Come again? Jiang Ning kicked him twice. You wish. I almost killed her last night. Get up. Brush your teeth. Wash up. And eat breakfast calmly. Jiang Ning changed her clothes and asked Secretary He to wait downstairs for more than an hour before she came downstairs slowly. Secretary He looked calm. Miss Jiang? Yesterday's matter has come to an end. The chief wants to meet with you. Jiang Ning was mentally prepared and opened the car door and got in. Huishan accompanied her with his sister and dog. When they arrived at the military office area, leaders from other departments came to see the chief. They waited for more than half an hour before they came out. The secretary was about to invite Jiang Ning in, but someone else cut in line urgently. As soon as the person entered, someone else came over. Secretary He? Is the chief free now? There's a problem at the arsenal, and we need his instructions. Knowing that the matter was urgent, Secretary He arranged to jump the queue again. Looking at the situation, it was estimated that it would not be her turn for a while. Jiang Ning frowned slightly. How about another appointment? Sorry. This is normal. Secretary He was polite and tactful. The chief is really too busy. Please wait a moment. After going back and forth several times and waiting for more than an hour, she was finally arranged. Taking advantage of the time to change gears, Gu Tinglin took the time to take medicine. It would have been better if he didn't go to the hospital. The examination found a lot of problems. He didn't even finish writing the 3-page medical record. He couldn't count all the medicines. There are intervals for taking medicine, but he often forgets to take it because he is busy. Secretary, he could only set several alarms to remind him. When Jiang Ning came in, Gu Tinglin's medicine had just been poured into her mouth. Seeing that she was absent-minded for a moment, she even forgot to swallow the medicine. Secretary He quickly handed over the warm water. Chief, don't choke. Gu Tinglin came back to his senses, took the medicine, and got up from the desk. There was a meeting room in the office, and Secretary He quickly arranged it, and then considerately closed the door. When the father and daughter met, they didn't know what time to say. Jiang Ning was still online, and said calmly, Hello? Chief. Gu Tinglin nodded and smiled. Jiang Ning. Sit down. They sat at the same table, facing each other, thinking of the past. Gu Tinglin calmed down his turbulent mood, and said with a heavy and guilty voice, I'm sorry. I didn't grow up with you. He didn't talk about the past, and Jiang Ning was not interested in knowing. He said calmly, It doesn't matter. You didn't fulfill your obligation to support me, and I don't need to bear the responsibility of support. It's even. You don't need to feel sorry. Although the truth was known only a short time ago, Gu Tinglin had already investigated her character, so he was not surprised when Jiang Ning said this. I'm sorry. I missed your growth when you needed family affection the most. Gu Tinglin could do nothing but apologize. But he was glad that his daughter's mind was not only not crooked, but also met a partner who could stay with her. I was really relieved that she was independent and strong. He pushed the paternity test report over. Jiang Ning. Even now, I still can't make up for what I owe you, because I have more important things to do. No matter how many difficulties or storms I encounter in the future, I may not be able to protect you from the wind and rain.